Yeah, it's 10 minutes until Portalarium crew goes live, and then we're going to be watching them playing around, seeing what they're doing, and listening along. And I'll be doing something in the meantime. Don't know what. Might just be dancing. 10 minutes until Portalarium crew goes live, and then we're going to be watching them playing around, and seeing what they're doing, and listening along. And I'll be doing something in the meantime. Rig fucking YouTube.
All right, ready to start doing this thing?
But I've got to figure out what I'm going to call it this time.
I'm on commencing world domination.
Yeah. Well, I said call my stream. I already
No, I'm
created
saying
that
I'm
page.
on my stream. Yeah,
Okay.
we're not broadcasting voice or anything else right now, but I have that up, and that's what's live. Ready to hop on in here in 5 minutes. So, want to get on a minute or two ahead of time, announce what's coming up, and then segue right on into it. What time you got there? 5 till?
7 till.
All right. I'm looking at their clock, and it's got 10:44 on.
Well, I don't think it's refreshed in a while. Yeah, that hasn't refreshed in a while.
Yeah.
Even though it says 9:44 a.m. So do you think Gutsball is going to be in Pack Slayer, or is it going to be somewhere else? I really should have added that as a global.
I've already seen the field.
Okay, where's it at?
I forget where it was at. Oh, I know where it was at. It was at one of them islands.
Oh, hometown. Yeah.
No. One of the ones off of Kingsport.
Oh, well, one's off of Kingsport.
Yeah, when you go to Kingsport, you take boats. The
Yeah.
boats take you to three places. What are the three islands? One's a
Hold on.
PvP island.
We get to said islands. I can see them out there, but how do I get to them? Do I have to actually go out to the friggin'...
No, you know what I'm talking about. You go into Kingsport, you go down to the boats by the piers, and it brings you to three other
Okay.
scenes.
Okay. Well, they used to have the boat outside of Kingsport.
Edward just sent me an invite. He's in Kingsport right now.
Okay, I'm in Kingsport now too. Yay, I can now make it to the bridge in Kingsport without running out of mana by sprinting. Oh, what fun it is to run. If only I'd be able to make it all the way out. So, was it the Brave Coast? Got Esther Cove, Port Mirren, and I think the Brave Coast is the PvP one. Shit. Oh, the Brave Coast is no longer PvP.
Esther Cove.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's not even PvP.
I got Leelakin following me.
Sweet.
Like literally. We were just talking in game. She's following me out to Esther Cove.
I'm out in Esther Cove right now.
Yep, I'm coming. Alright, let's go live with this bad boy.
Okay. Let's see. Whose lot are we going to go to?
How you doing today, Jack?
I'm doing well. Do you know whose lot we're going to?
Yeah, I'm running out there now. It looks like it's across the aisle.
You're just following green name, or is it you actually know where you're going?
I'm just following green name.
Okay.
And it looks like they're directly east of us right now.
Okay. Directly east. Well, I hate to say it, but the Portalarium crew are late.
They're always late, we know that. But we're here on NDNN. We're getting ready to simulcast and join with the developers from Portalarium. Their screen has blanked out, which means they're getting ready to go live.
Oh yeah, you're right.
I'm making my way out to the Gustball area that we'll be broadcasting from in about an hour from now. Kazan just sent me the link to join when our time comes up.
Now, am I joining you on your hangout or not?
Yes, you are. How could I do Gustball without you?
I don't know.
Well, of course, when you're in Hawaii, it's not as much fun, but
Okay, there is a Duke Keep here. I don't know if it might be it or not. Because they could have put it in the basement, you know that.
no, it's outdoors. It's a whole thing.
But it's still, I'm still going east. Or is it up there? Oh, are we gonna watch
Yeah,
die?
you're going right to where they are.
Okay.
They're up top of that at least that's what it looks like. I see them behind that hill. So now we're headed north.
Yeah, we gotta find a way to get up on that island and get up the side.
Edward says they are there.
I still see a black screen on the YouTube channel.
Yes. They will be along shortly. Hey, they've got 12 hours to play with.
Yeah, I went the left side around the island. You might want to go the right. I have yet to find a way up.
Yeah, I actually went left myself.
Okay.
I think I have a way up here.
And Leelakin is following us.
Yeah, I guess I gotta go around.
We'll make it all the way around, which will be pretty funny.
This to find out that the path was right on the other side of the right way.
Yeah, that would have been funny. Don't tell me that, though.
We are waiting the stream from the developers to start while we're making our way to the Gustball field where the players will actually get a chance to slap around developers in the player-made game Gustball.
Yeah, it will be hilarious if the developers try to go by the rules that are set forth in the wiki, and those were updated a while ago, and the path was to the right.
Yeah, that's what I said. Murphy's Law.
Wait, hold on. What the fuck? I don't see a path. How the hell am I supposed to get up there?
I made it. I believe.
Wait, did you see a path?
No, I scaled the mountain. I scaled the mountain.
Oh, what? Where, though?
Well, you can just jump off the mountain and zone to me in a minute. See where the boat is down there? There's a boat in a cove.
No.
Yep, we got the can't enter bug.
Okay, I think I found the scaly part. Where is this property? Or is this just a mountain here? Oh, what the hell?
And I think once we get here, we have to relog. Let's see if Gurney gets in.
Where the hell's the plot of land? Hey, Laz, I climbed the mountain and there is nothing here.
Are you serious? I'm up here. Hang on, I have them sending you an invite. There you go.
I'm looking for green... What the hell? Oh, we're on the wrong friggin' mountain. Damn
Oh,
it.
yeah.
Yeah.
I actually saw that text.
Oh, fuck me.
Did you just bite it? Yes, you did.
Yeah. Damn it. And wouldn't you know it, no red shrines around here. So it's the island to the left of the Duke Keep. Because you don't even have to scale anything. This has a gentle sloping path on the way up. I'm refreshing the black window just to see if that works. Oh, crap. It's live.
The game. So, again, that is anyone who pledges at least $5 today will be eligible to receive those depending on how much money we raise today. So, with that said, I'm going to go grab a couple of two of our first victims for you guys to meet the devs. And while I'm doing that, Lum, would you be so kind as to award a add-on store credit, $10 add-on store credit?
Okay. Well, the first of quite many, I suspect, add-on store credits today, Leo's Templar. Leo's Templar, you win $10 in add-on store credit. That will automatically go on your account, assuming Gina can find you.
Hooray, Leo's Templar!
That is an excellent point. If you are in the chat room in order to be eligible for prizes, you have to be in the name that we can find you. So please use your soda, at least your soda display name when you're in chat. That way we can track you down and make sure you get your prize. Because if I look you up and you don't have an account, or you don't even have to have a pledge, but if I can't find your account, you can't do your prize. So make sure you are using your display name for the chat room.
All right, everyone. Well, we're now going to start our Meet the Devs segment, and we have our first two victims in the hot seats. This is our amazing QA department, QA/CS, and all of the bugs that you guys write up for us and enter, these guys get the lucky job to try and reproduce them internally. They also have to, every time we complete something in the game, they have the enviable job of making sure it actually works, that we didn't just say we did it. So,
yeah. Starr, if I can throw in a comment there too, it is really hilarious. I think that a lot of people, when they think about QA in a game company, think, boy, that's just got to be the funnest job ever. Except that people quickly forget that, QA members get to play things when they barely work, or at least are first or attempted to work, which means they kind of suck. And then by the time the game is any good, or by the time the feature's any good, they've already played it 1,000 times. And so, you know, I actually think this is an amazingly hard job. These guys do it really well. You know, the amount of throughput that goes on and off their desks to, you know, help make sure this game meets the quality level that you all expect as our consumers is just enormous. These guys do an enormous amount of work. So, thank you guys.
And also, is it Patience of Job? I'm showing my lack of I don't know. What's the patience of guy you're?
I don't know.
Anyway,
biblical patience person.
Biblical patience.
It is the patience of Job. Thank you for.
Yeah. Woo.
All right.
Still drinking coffee. They have to have the patience of Job. One, because it's incredibly tedious, but also because when they do have bugs, their primary job is approving features and redressing issues that have been fixed. And I cannot count the number of times when a programmer / artist / designer says, "Oh yeah, this is fixed," marks it resolved, and then these guys are the ones that have to go back out and mark it unresolved, and then frequently come talk to the developer about why it's really broken.
Yeah, and
So, works on my computer.
Yeah, exactly. Works on my computer is the famous one. And I started. Those of you who don't know, I actually started in QA, so I have some sympathy for them. Not much, but I have a little bit, a tiny little bit. So let's start with you, James. Why don't you introduce yourself? As he coughs, as he dies. See, we kill these guys.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm having a rough morning, but I'm James Cowser.
All right, Michael, you introduce yourself.
I'm Cameron. I'm part of the CS and QA department. Handle all the pledge modifications and work with James.
Yeah, so all you guys who've been requesting pledge splits and merges, that's the other half of Michael's unenviable job. So, Michael, how long have you been working in the game industry?
Professionally in the game industry, about a year. Some programming, contracting, and then mostly QA for Portalarium.
And what's your favorite game?
Skyrim.
Wow, nice one.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what's your favorite color?
Blue.
Blue. All right. All right, James, what's your favorite color?
Black.
All right, and how long have you been working in the industry?
Over 2 years now.
And what's your favorite game?
Say System Shock 2.
Oh, that's a good one too. I actually made on that. So
You do a good job.
yeah, so there you go. That's a nice meta loop that we've got going. Anything you guys want to say to the community before we hand off to the next folks?
I know what I like to say. I appreciate y'all's feedback. James and I do the QA department, but it's it's an MMO game. And you guys do a lot of testing for us, and you guys save us a lot of time.
You can include that /LOC data when you're making a report. That can save us 100 times the time it would take to find something otherwise.
Yeah.
And just for those who might have some knowledge of game industry stuff, the other thing that's very different about us versus other companies is these guys find maybe 10% of the bugs because you guys find all the bugs and then they try to reproduce and verify them. So, yeah. Don't think that your bug reports are not needed just because we have this massive...
Yeah, this gigantic QA department. All right.
Speaking of gigantic, I think we have somebody who wants to show us something else that's gigantic while Starr collects some more people.
Oh yeah, so Bryn's going to show you guys some dragon animations he's working on while I go grab the next one.
And Brent, if you have a microphone, if you speak at least, you'll take the center screen.
Wow, that's an interesting voice you have there, Brent.
He actually does sound like that.
Yeah, so I just muted him so that he doesn't do that anymore. But Brent, just so you'll know, yeah, you came across something like an electronic something or another.
Let me.
I've already seen it.
I should be able to focus on him. Give me one.
Yeah, I know.
Well, we're just in time because we've got our next victims. We're not switching focus. All right. So now we're going to be flipping around between all the departments in basically chaotic random order because I was supposed to have a schedule and a set of interview questions ready for this, and of course all that's done, and this is not on the fly.
And
So,
in Starr's defense, though, I want to point out, Starr, are you playing through right now?
am I playing through?
As in didn't go to bed last night?
Yeah, I did fly in from Vegas yesterday, so I was at the
Business.
Syndicate I was at the Syndicate convention, so it was business. Yeah, business. All right. So our next two victims are members of our design team, and so we've got Brandon Cotton here and Jeff Mills. B, why don't you introduce yourself and talk about how long you've been in the industry?
Yeah, B Cotton. I've been in the industry about 15, 18 years now. I kind of lose count at times, but I do pretty much everything that is everything that's designed here. So pretty much anything that these guys dream up kind of comes to me to sort of flush out more specifically. So yeah, I've been here since day one, so it's been exciting to see how things evolve, how the design has evolved, and how we sort of brought all these features to life. So.
And what other games have you worked on that people might have heard?
Originally, I worked on a console game, Brute Force, at Microsoft years and years ago.
Oh, yeah.
And then at NCSoft, we worked on Dungeon Runner. So at least have experience in sort of the console realm started off, and then worked in the MMO realm like that, and then I'll sort of start Portalera here. So
did you have anything to do with the gnome?
Oh, the Bling Gnome. Oh, yeah, quite. Yeah, the Bling Gnome. That guy was great. Yeah,
so wait, for those who are not familiar with, can you describe what the Bling Gnome did?
Sure. So whenever we were on Dungeon Runners, we were trying to find different creative ways to add things to the game, and also things that had functional value as well as an entertaining value. So the one thing with Dungeon Runners, it was kind of like a Diablo type game, but we had massive amounts of items, and the items were funny, and the modifiers on it were funny. So it was interesting to actually bring some humor to the game. It's kind of hard to humor, a little difficult. And so one thing in that game, you had a limited amount of inventory space, but there were usually you'd kill something, and it was like a loot pinata. 10 items would pop out, and there's stuff all over the ground, and things like that. So people's inventory became limited quickly. So what we did is we had this little guy, this little gnome that followed you around, and he would basically eat all the items on the ground and poop gold out. So basically it was a way to save inventory. And it was sort of one of the big things we did. We had a box product. So we got into Walmart. It was like a $20 thing, and that was the big thing we got whenever you bought that. So it was kind of like, it was originally a $5 a month, you could pay for free or not. But then this was the box product thing, so you basically got your little Bling Gnome that follows you around. So even today, if you search for Bling Gnome on Google, you'll find all the Bling Gnome stuff that comes up.
So, ladies and gentlemen, Brandon Cotton's claim to fame is a gold pooping gnome.
Hey.
So,
and I think it's also worth pointing out, B, that not only have we worked together more on than off for multiple decades now, but that you are the original founder of this company. And so we all thank you for bringing us all back together here for this iteration.
Yeah, it's been amazing just watching how everything's evolved and how everyone jumped on board, and just thinking about where we were when we started. Me and Dallas originally started coming to Richard's house trying to pitch him that we should sort of use the Ultima, or at least use his past successes in a way to kind of restart a company. And so it's nice to finally get to this point, get to the point where we're finally starting to, where we have good funding, we're starting to finish stuff up, and get to the point where we're finally going to wrap something up here in like 6 months or a year that sort of bundles up episode 1 and sort of has that dream that we thought about sort of finally realized. It's great to see just month after month the more features that we get, and the continued fundraising is always, the company's never been better than it is right now. So that's a great thing. It makes us all feel good about the future, because it's not any better than it is today.
So up until a few weeks ago, B had to basically do all of the combat, all of the crafting, and all of the creatures, and all the player skills, all by himself. And so, well, we luckily brought in some amazing relief for him, Mr. Jeff Mills. So Jeff, can you introduce yourself and talk a little bit about your career?
I'm Jeff Mills. I've been working for about 18 years in this industry. First game ever was Return to Condor at 7th level.
Nice. They say speak up. Oh, here, I'll zoom in a little bit too.
Use your bar voice, not your indoor voice.
So yeah, this is my first MMO. The game's prior to this for the last 7 years here in Austin. I play studio. We make games for the Wii and mobile games. And I was brought on just last month to take over some of the crafting systems from me. And so for the last month, I've been making a system sort of from scratch that will it's based on player abilities and stats and skills and all this stuff. That's the core of it, and it's a systemic mechanism for building equipment and food and potions and all that stuff it's not limited by the number of recipes that we can think of. It'll be more system based. So all the properties that can be modified will be modified according to how you make it. So where you can allow players to make cloth armor for mages that has a ton of metal on it that sucks up their magic ability and causes all their stuff to fizzle. You wouldn't want to do that, but you could, and hopefully we'll have people breaking out new sort of character archetypes that we hadn't thought of. By like maybe you need somebody who moves really quick and but can deal a lot of damage and doesn't necessarily need to use magic, but all of these things at a systemic level can be balanced and be played.
So those placeholder modifiers we put in 6 months ago, we're actually going to replace them finally.
Yeah.
It's so exciting! It's so exciting!
Yeah, I'm excited about the stuff Jeff's done because, a lot of times we do all this work and get the system there, and it's there and it's great, and it's you want to have the time to dive into it, but we just don't have the time to dive into it. So it's great that we've got him, that has a lot of experience that can help us dive in and get all these details and sort of dig and sort of help us figure out these problems that the problems mainly just take a lot of design time and a lot of depth to understand. So it's great that we can finally, get some bandwidth for him to be able to focus on that. So yeah, the stuff he's been doing, like the stuff that I wish I had time to do. So every time he works on it, I'm so excited about it because I think it's going to be really great. So it's going to be nice to finally, to get enough time to focus on this stuff to kind of really bring it to life. So.
Awesome. Well, thanks, gentlemen.
Sure.
All right. Brent's going to show off more dragon while I grab more people.
I guess today's
They're coming, I swear.
I do not get a stand to broadcast from.
Oh, I'm seeing in game. I went and joined a group. There's a bunch of people practicing gust ball for this afternoon.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Just a preview that's coming up next after the Meet the Devs is going to be a gust ball tournament. Richard and Chris and I are going to play against the players, and we're going to do so well because we've been practicing our gust ball all the time. We are gust balling like mad. I swear it. Anyway, so next up, we've got Finn Staber and Keith Quinn. These more members of our design team, although Finn straddles the line. Pro-designer, we call him a lot. So programmer/designer, does a lot of scripting and things like that. Also does all our VFX. He's kind of a master of a bunch of different things. Let's start with you, Finn. So Finn, introduce yourself and talk about how long you've been working in the game industry.
Hi, I'm Finn Staber. I have been here at Portalarium for the last couple years. Love the team, love the project. It's a really cool game to be working on. Amazing support from you guys. I've been in the industry.
You can come on the other
years. I was in the Army right out of high school for 4 years, and then got out and went into school and studied a swath of things from animation and art and then design, and realized I needed to know programming. So kind of started over and learned programming, and then been kind of working as a programmer/designer always. Love doing kind of the multifaceted, whatever's hard and needs to be looking cool kind of focus. This last release worked a lot on the book system, which I hear has a couple holes in it. Last week I was in the Caribbean all week. Got to actually have my first vacation since being in the game industry, which was pretty cool.
Wow.
And jumped into the water with my phone, so I was really unplugged all week. But yeah, so worked on a lot of books last month, and also the Player Owned Town stuff, and got a couple of the new guys trained up. So it was pretty exciting to see the group building a little bit there, as well as having such awesome talent, coming on board from other games and stuff like that. So yeah, super excited to be part of it. And,
awesome.
Happy to be back.
Yeah, we're happy to have him back.
First day back from.
Yeah, just walked in, so nice and tan and
relaxed and happy, and we'll beat that out of him soon.
I'm pretty much always happy.
Yeah, he is.
Pretty thick skin. It's almost unbearable for some people. I think how always happy I am.
All right, Keith, can you introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your career?
Sure. I'm Keith Quinn. In 2001, I switched from volunteer on Ultima Online to actual employee for Ultima Online as a community guy. Then a couple of years later, I switched to be an actual designer on Dungeon Runners. Anyone remember that? It was an awesome game.
We were just talking about that. We were talking about the pooping gnome, the gold pooping gnome.
Yeah, the Bling Gnome. It was awesome.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's a little side note about the Bling Gnome. If you watch some episodes of the Big Bang Theory in the comic shop, the Burn Down episode, you might see a Bling Gnome actually up in the on the shelves next to like a tabula rasa or something.
Oh, no way. Awesome.
Yeah, it was in there. It's awesome. But anyway, I've worked on other big games as well, like Star Wars: The Old Republic and Ultima Online. But I've been here for 3.5 months, 4 months, something like that. And I'm a level designer, which what that means for me is that crossing over from world builder to almost quest guy, I'm placing the bad guys in the world, but making sure that they have a purpose and sort of a subliminal story to what's going on in the scene, making sure that the right bad guys are spread out. We have zombies and skeletons in the graveyards. We have bandits taking over towns or waylaying travelers. Maybe making sure there's a few rabbits here and there to mix things up a little bit.
Yeah, so Richard writes up the, Richard has his LB polish pass, and so he writes up these strings of requests, and Keith has the job of like, oh, how can we actually do that? What we have technology.
Well, yeah. In fact, I think that's something interesting about both these guys. And again, they have played and continue to play in similar camps where, Finn he early on was already doing a lot of the more complex interactables, so to speak, for maps. And Keith, you've taken on a lot of that kind of work now too. And so you two are right at the core of making this game a Lord British experience in my mind. As you guys know, I've been pretty critical in giving you guys pretty constant feedback about a little more of this, a little more of this, a little more of this. And I actually think finally now we're to the point where we're going, okay, we now have examples and maps here and there of exactly what I think the target should be. We just got to propagate it through the whole game now. Just a simple thing like that.
Yeah, it's been actually pretty awesome having Keith jump on board right at the pivotal moment where we had a lot of the systems coming on board of, we had different spawn management and resource management tools coming on board for the editor, and we had just a lot of engineering coming into place to allow a huge amount of design push to be going forward into the kind of the experience and the flow of which enemies you're encountered with and how the balancing is with different tiers of difficulty, and with the volume of space in these levels and the flow of the encounters that you'll have. We were just right at that moment to be able to, here's the tools and it's ready, and then Keith came on board and was totally able to take his experience with working on Star Wars and the other stuff and like really focus on how the players will encounter these numerous enemies or different characters and kind of set the standard for the spacing and flow of these spawners and these resources. So it's been really awesome to see over the last couple of months, as many of you have noted, that like it really is starting to feel okay, like we see the groundwork of how awesome it looks and how the enemies can start to interact with you. But now with Keith's work, he's taking that volume of space and placing those things out so you encounter it with that feeling of a polished game, And so as every level we've had to have, if you've ever played any level in any release, Keith has gone back over it in the last couple of months and still has a heck of a list of other things to keep going back over and just polishing to that level of flow, as well as all the Easter egg stuff, all the cool little interactive things. When I think of Ultima, it was always like there was a deeper level of immersion in those old Ultima games. Whenever I talk to fans and stuff at conferences and stuff like that of the old Ultima games, there's a hole in youth that was filled with one of the Ultimas, and how old they were was usually which Ultima that was, right? And so it's cool though, the common feedback from that is like, I got deeper into that game than I ever got into any other game. And that's because like the virtues and the choices that you make, they meant something, and they unlocked or blocked you from proceeding, and the kind of things that you would find felt like you found them. Like one of those examples I like to keep on reusing is, if I hid something in the real world, if I was going to hide something behind a loose stone in a castle, I wouldn't leave the corner of the treasure map poking out of the stone where somebody might find it, right? You're going to hide it over in the corner, and it's going to look exactly like the other stones. You're going to put it back in there in place. And even if you told your buddy where to find it, you're still likely going to have to draw them a map or something and describe what it would look like, because it's hidden. Hidden items should be
putting
hidden.
in those things. I have like little notes that I'm putting here and there, and like camps, or maybe you'll find a dead body with his hand on his own note. Skeleton over here crushed by a boulder. Little things like that.
And that's the coolest stuff to find in games. So it's really exciting to be able to kind of focus on like what's awesome and what's fun to find in games. Let's put that in a game. Let's exceed that by making it difficult to reach this hidden thing. And that's a really cool thing to see, like players find those things and then explain them on the forums and stuff. It's just really exciting to see this stuff unlocked.
Awesome. Well, all right, thanks guys. We're running out of time, so we got to move to the next one, because in case you don't notice, Ben likes to talk.
I'll also mention that I'm the guy who does random encounters these days, and I'll be doing more and more with control points over time, besides just general calls.
Awesome. Thanks,
if you
guys.
want to blame me for those things, that's fine.
All right. Hey, Lum, for viewers who don't know who you are, why don't you take this time to talk about your career and what you've done and what you're working on while I grab some other people.
Go Lum!
Well, okay then. I guess that's about as much warning as we ever get. Hi, I'm Scott Jennings. They all call me Lum here, both because we already have another Scott J, Scott Jones, and also because back in the early days of Ultima Online, that's what I wrote a blog under the name of Lum the Mad. Some of you old school UO players may remember it. Some of you old school UO developers may still give me grief about it. Ever since then, I've been in the game industry now for about 10 years. I started on Dark Age of Camelot, did some work at NCSoft with a lot of the guys who were here, and have been at Portalarium for about the past year and a half now, working on story, NPCs. Whenever you have to type the words into an NPC conversation system, that was Richard's design and my implementation. So you get to blame both of us, and you also get to blame the guy who just sat down.
Oh, but in fact, actually, Scott, if I can even just say something there about you too. One of the things I've really enjoyed, is I've often said that I think the best games of our past are ones where we had people who really knew how to write, and versus the earliest ones where often I did the text myself, and I'm not good at English, much less spelling, much less many aspects of story structure. And that's one of the things I've really enjoyed about working with you is the level of professionalism. Maybe I should squelch the game here behind me. I apologize.
As I was about to say.
Yeah, and apologies for that. Anyway, it's been great having you on board, and I think the system you put together is actually, while the basis of having to type may have been my inspiration, what you've put behind it as far as the level of sophistication that is possible with these conversations is far, far, far beyond what I had originally envisioned, and far more powerful than I had originally envisioned, much thanks to you.
And the thing I just want to throw in on Scott was not only, I think people think he's a writer, and so day one when he got here was pretty much, one, set up the forum, so he's also a forum overlord. But day two, maybe week two, was
do you
now
see
go
the
make a
invisible guy
conversation
here?
system and quest system. And then we finished that. Okay, now write all the conversations and all the quests.
Could be his beard.
No.
He is multi-talented across the
player,
board, just
Timothy
like many of the
Evans.
people out here. So don't think
Oh, you
just
mean
the
the
writer.
cloaked one?
That's the great thing about working at a project like this
Yeah.
is you never get
Yeah,
bored
same, and
ever.
No.
I hope
guarantee
you don't
that.
stand it
All right.
anymore.
All right. Our next victims have arrived. We have
You will
Joaquin
get a
Del
lot
Canto
better if you
and
make
Rick
troubles.
Holtra. So let's start with you, Joaquin. Let's introduce yourself. Talk about how long you've been in the game industry and what you do on the project.
Okay. My name is Joaquin. Relatively new to the industry.
And can you give us our first on uniform or direct to SNU?
The fourth uniform is here in the cabinet where I'm standing in front of.
I had a very short internship before this. So really new to the industry and really glad to be here. Working on a great project, working with great people that have way more experience than I do. I've learned a ton just in the less than 2 years I've been here. So really glad to be here and be here for a while more.
Yeah, and Joaquin, if I can just jump in there and just say something about you too, you know, every time I hear you or someone else mention your newness to the industry, I'm again re-shocked, just because the you know, the skill, professionalism, and you know, an apparent you know, broad base of knowledge about, you know, how we do what we do, you know, is really astounding. You definitely, at least to me, have always felt like not only an old timer in the industry in the sense of what you know and can do, but also you've, you know, your participation in this team in particular. You know, it seems like you've been with us, you know, for all of the relevant, you know, past. Anyway, super pleased and proud to have you on this team.
And I'd like to second that as well, that hiring anyone, if you look at a lot of the team members, they're people, as you heard earlier, 15, 18, 20 years experienced people. I am always reluctant to hire new people because it's such a risk, but we needed someone to do some UI work, which is what Joaquin started on. He still does, but just on the side. And I kind of figured it was like, yeah, we'll give him a shot, see what he can do. He's a new guy, straight out of college, straight off of an internship. And he has hit the ground running, and no one looks at him and says, help the slow guy, help the new guy, help, you know, there's not any time wasted on him. He's been absolutely spectacular team member, can't speak highly enough about him.
Yeah, and he goes by Wizard Smoke. That's his username. So if you guys have seen that in the forums or in the game, that's
okay. I will drop out of
and he's,
TeamSpeak,
you know, while Chris was the one who really pushed us to move to the use-based system and laid out the initial design, Joaquin had 99% of the work to make that happen. So he is the guy who flipped us in one single release to a use-based system. So that was there's people who've been doing this forever who I don't think could have managed to do that in a single release. So
and made it look easy.
One of my favorite people to have design discussions with is Joaquin. Joaquin gets game mechanics really well and understands the whole flow really well. So we lucked out with getting you on the team.
Sweet. All right, and speaking of that, Rick.
Speaking of Rick Holtrop.
So tell us a little bit how long you've been doing this and what you do and all that good stuff.
Hi everybody, Rick Holtrop. I am now a 19-year veteran of the video game industry. I can't believe the size of that number. I came into Origin just a couple years behind Starr in 1996. Thought I was moving from Chicago to Austin to go back to school, but accidentally got a job testing video games. And within 6 months, I was working on Ultima Online, some of my favorite times and some of my most awful times. Boy, we crunched a lot on testing that game. So I've been doing this since '96. Within a couple of years, I managed to get onto the design team for Ultima Online 2. That was my first design gig, and really learned to love game systems and game mechanics as well as databases. For U2, we used a offline disconnected database and access, and I really started wetting my whistle on that. And then I moved with these guys over to Tabula Rasa, where we had a connected database, and just fell in love with not just the rules of the game, but all of the data being in the game. And that continues to this day. I'm sitting at my desk right now kind of breaking down pledge rewards into a new reward system. One of the many things I do here, my official title is associate producer, and I do a little bit of the schlep work for Starr. I wish I could do so much more. Starr spends so much of his time managing tasks and time management and shuffling stuff out of one release into the next, making sure everybody has just enough. Ostensibly, that should be my job, so Starr can do more important things, but along the way, I've done some time world building and I've done some time programming, so wherever we've had a hole, I've tried to fill it. The last batch of months, it's been a really good time. Scott Jones will spend a month or two world building a scene for our game, like frag mines, or what are we working on recently? What are we just the Epitaph?
Epitaph, yeah.
And so he'll build these worlds, these scenes for a couple of months, and then kick it over to me for kind of the technical implementation of having monsters spawn and resources spawn. During that time, Richard and Scott will spend a lot of time talking about the story behind it, and as I walk by or hear just down the hall, I kind of get in on that. And what a cool job to have to be able to make Richard's vision for the story come alive and Scott's vision for the visuals come alive. I really love doing that. So right now in the middle of doing a lot of content, you'll see me on the forums as Chaos. Every day or so I try to get in and post our daily stand-ups. When I miss a couple of days, I go backwards and get them on there. Really one of my few production level duties, but I just have such a great time working on this. And you know, I grew up playing Ultimas and was already a big fan of Richard, and within those first couple of years of working with him, remember I think I was testing Ultima 9 at the time, and it was really late, and I went up to the development area at the old Origin Studios, and the only person left was Richard, and he was playing Ultima 9, and he was writing down little notes about things to do, what was good, what was bad, and I said, Richard, you put your pen down, you just play, I'm going to sit behind you and just kind of take notes for you. And that's been the beginning of a really fun relationship I've had, not only playing Richard's games since I was 10, but my early 20s. I've been able to help create worlds with him. And hopefully it will go on for a very long time.
Awesome. Well, yeah, Rick, you know, actually, if I can throw in a comment there too, you know, that's great. I think it's great you mentioned that time where you sat behind me taking notes. I remember that now too, and that might explain the thing that I was queuing up to mention about you, which is. You know, every one of the team sort of brings their own biases or skills to the team, and we all also have to work on multiple fronts just because we're a small team and you know we pass work around. But as you well know, one of the things I most strongly utilize and bring you in as the fixer or example generator on is vignettes or story fragments described both with the architecture of a space and the hints that you give in a space with books or NPCs, and the way you hide things, be that a secret door, a one-way trip through a hole in the floor, a loop-back strategy, to where your sense of exploration and discovery is really enhanced far beyond just having a beautiful scene to walk through, or far beyond having a challenging scene to fight your way through. Right. And to me, you master that, at least in the way that I think is particularly cool, and it might be a little bit biased because we've had so much common history now together on that front. Yep. That I think you kind of see that particular aspect particularly clearly, just because we work so, you and I see eye to eye because we work so closely together.
Yeah, even before we were working together, I learned it all from you, man. I grew up playing, I think Ultima 4 was my first find, Ultima 3 was my next find, and that really honed my sense of computer gaming. So yeah, I think we make a good team. It is one of my favorite things to do, is to facilitate your vision. And as I said, hopefully we'll be doing it for a very long time. I'll be happy if this game turns out to be a 20-year-old, episode 5, still making maps and new player house. You can see I'm wearing my favorite sigil today. I'm the Care Bear of the group, so you won't see me PvPing or gusballing much, but you'll find me decorating houses. Did we get a... No, didn't work.
For those, we should explain that. We have these shirts where there's the 3 different types, the crafting, the combat, and magic, and everybody on the team got one of each. And so every day at stand-up, we try to get a set where you have 3 of the same ones or 3 different ones.
Yeah.
You can see they have 2 crafting
and 1 combat.
And a combat. We need a magic in
We'll
there.
see if these guys can do better the next time they pull in a bunch of devs here.
Yeah.
Figure out who's wearing what.
All right,
Thank
thanks,
you all.
gentlemen.
Good seeing you. Joaquin and I will see you later today for some board gaming. Folks.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to grab a couple other people, and you guys can look at Dragon.
Go, Bryn.
Yep. That sounds like an alien chipmunk.
But it does look good. It may sound strange, but it does look good.
And the dragon model did make it in the form of a statue. correct? That did go in. So have we made 2,500 yet? Does that happen? Or are we close? Let's see. I'm refreshing right now. Dallas is supposed to keep us updated. We're like $30 away, $28. Okay, woo! Soon. The first shot is coming up. All right.
Now $1 away.
We have our next victim.
We've crossed the line, Starr. We've crossed the line.
Across the line. Oh yeah, warning. Adult content. All right. So
I'm in the line of drink time.
Well, I don't think we've got $28 left. Okay. All right.
No, you don't. Look, I'm looking at the feed on HipChat. Dallas went $20 away, and now it's shot time.
Oh, it's now shot time. Okay, hold on. Hold on, gentlemen. Yeah. I'm out.
Remember, kids, don't try this at home.
All right. Cheers. Cheers. Thank you, everyone. Nothing like a shot of vodka at 10:45 in the morning. Woo! All right.
I got you beat at 7:46 here, so cheers.
Wow. All right. So our next two victims, we have Eric Dubé and Jason Yinawine. So Eric, why don't you start and introduce yourself, talk about what you do on the project and what you've done, your career so far.
My career too.
Yeah, you got to talk about all that stuff.
People care more about, I'm sure, what I'm working on right now. So I'll start there.
Okay.
So I start to AI stuff, mostly anything related to AI is Maya's conversation, behaviors, navigation.
Edward, have you seen the developers to give them their uniforms yet?
That's basically related to how
What British has it?
this is going to move around.
Okay, cool. Very good. We're going live in about 15.
So I started here, working on Shroud, so it's been fun, challenging.
Do the players have a team so I can set up my
scoreboard? A lot of good direction from the three guys here, Starr and Chris and Mr. LB. So there's a lot.
And our direction never conflicts.
Never conflicts.
It's always in alignment. Yeah.
I believe we're going to have 4B playing developers.
Yeah. And prioritize.
And of course, I know that I'm always saying,
light source.
well, I want every NPC to be as intelligent as any human being on Earth, while of course not dragging the servers to their knees from a processing standpoint.
Yeah.
No problem, but
yeah. And how long have you been in the game industry?
Since about 2000.
Yeah.
I've worked on console stuff. I've worked on PC titles. I've worked on phones. I've worked on basically just a wide variety.
I got somebody messaging you, Edward.
PCs are my preferred platform.
Cannibal
right now,
Bowl Co-op's Rodney, I can do it.
Yep, that's who I got for you.
Constraints to
What color are the other uniforms?
for performance, and I think we can deal on the grid. So that's awesome.
Awesome.
Edward.
Jason, introduce yourself and talk about what you do.
My name is Jason Yinawine. Got that correct?
Thank you. Do people not get that correct often?
Sometimes that happens. Yes.
Okay. And do you work on?
I was going to say I started in '92.
Same as me.
Working on Strike.
Oh, I tested that game.
So there you go. And I started on AI in that game, but so I know how interesting that can be, and know that the budget is always zero for CPU use and memory. So it's always fun to that work.
So which part of the AI was the part where, as the guy you would shoot down, would pick up his radio and scream into his radio? Because that was always my favorite part about combat flight simulators, is that as the guy is dying in flames, he takes the time to like open his radio and go, ah!
That was fun.
Yeah.
There was actually one, not to take up too much time with Strike, but there was this one line that was my favorite. The guy who was the leader of the group, whatever his name was, I can't remember.
I don't remember either. Yeah.
He had a pipe, and when he got killed, he would say, "Tell my Wi-Fi."
And that was it. And then it was cut off. And then he was cut off.
Cut off. Right
yeah.
There. The fact that he would get on the line, he would have a pipe, Yeah.
As he's dying. Yeah. And so you work on the back end, right? You're the server guy.
So things that I do work on back end game logic, interactions,
And so
stuff like that.
those of you who may have noticed, like since we went live November last year, we've had 0 unplanned server downtime.
Oh my god.
Yes, and I'm cursing us. I know I'm not where everyone's talking about. Jay's like, don't say that. Don't say that.
Can't say that out loud.
Yeah. And we have an amazing engineer team, and Jason's a big part of that. Of like making it. We have like one of the most stable back ends. We have the I've never seen a more stable back end in an online game. So, thank you, Jason. Everyone, thank Jason. All right.
Any other questions, comments?
No. What's your wait? How do you pronounce your forum name, Jason?
I don't even know. I never say it out loud.
Unpronounceable.
I think it's Astart, isn't it? Isn't it Astart? I think it's Astart.
Debating me now.
Yeah, I am just a little bit.
PG-13, folks.
Just because Richard always talks about how much time people spent together, these are also, along with Jeff earlier, our new crafting guy, and Eric and Jason, we worked together at the past company and loved working together so much that we're all over here now. And that also goes to a few other people as well. Rick was actually at the past company with us at Red Fly, as was
Red Fly. A lot of us worked together already before, at least once or twice or 3 times, especially Jason.
All right. Well, thanks, gentlemen. Thanks for the time. All right.
Bye.
All right. More dragon while I grab more people.
So are we going to have a player game before the developer game? Or is it the developers are going to play both 4B and also the Firehawks?
Gina, are you able to bring focus to that dragon? I can't tell. Doesn't look like it from me.
I broke the flow because I grabbed Bren for the next one. So
we're going to start on a timely fashion instead of spending 35 minutes trying to get it ready
stopped
together.
animating here in front of us.
I was actually grabbing another cup of coffee because it still is very early here, and the shot, I've got to kind of counteract it. And, or you guys are lost later on because I'll forget how to actually start one of these things.
We don't have time for that. We have 1 hour.
Really quiet, and I was like, oh no, why did it get so quiet? Did it drop? And I like ran back and nearly busted my butt.
We will make the first match, Firehawks versus Devs, and then 4Bones versus
look,
Devs.
Brent is doctoring his coffee. Okay, so we have our next victims. We have Michael Hutchison and Brendan Wilson. I've been working with these guys a really long time. Michael, why don't you start by introducing yourself, talk about what you've worked on and what you're doing for our project.
So, hi everybody, I'm Mike Hutchison. I've been working in the industry since 1991. I started out in at Sierra Online and worked there for a number of years.
Hey, me too.
And worked on lots of their adventure games, and also worked with Starr and Richard starting at NCSoft many years ago. And so on Shroud of the Avatar, I'm working as the art lead, focusing mostly on environmental stuff, helping orchestrate the look of the environments and doing quite a bit of world building, mostly towns lately, but some adventure scenes as well.
Yeah. And we're giving you a break from the player-owned towns for one release where you're going to work on the Island of Storm. So cool. You get 1 month break.
Yeah, which, by the way, for those who don't know, what's going to be very cool. You guys, you've all been starting in
Bullis
Bridge, and there's 3 kind of starting areas based on truth, love, and courage. But the actual true starting zone is off on this island that Michael's building now. So I, for one, am pretty excited that the game is continuing to align in its proper shipping structure, and this should be a particularly exciting place to start. because it's so unique.
Awesome. And
I know I'll be curious to see how it turns out.
yeah, we're all curious to see how it turns out. All right, Bren, why don't you talk about yourself a little bit?
My first game was Ultima Online. I kind of came in as a character animator, character modeler, stuff like that. Ended up kind of character animation lead all the way through that, and the Second Age and Third Dawn, a little bit of that, and then UO2, and worked my way through Tabula Rasa. Been with these guys since '96, basically. So I'm working on my 19th, finishing out my 19th year.
Wow.
So, yeah. So on the team, I'm the animation lead, the animator,
and the only the animation lead and only animator.
And I'm also the technical animator. So I do all of the character rigging and all of the setups and everything for the characters. Work close hand to hand with Jeff Mellon and Kevin on all the features and stuff, and kind of get them moving as we can. So.
And you lead some of the other part of the project too.
Oh yeah, and I just started taking over, helping out as much as I can with audio development. So doing some sound design and helping with some of the guys that are designing sounds for us, and kind of getting things shoehorned into place and trying to get the sounds, making it sound a little bit better. And fill in the gaps where
about 3 minutes till I join in.
Process is ongoing.
So, because he didn't have enough to do doing all of the rigging and all of the animating of everything in the game.
What's that?
He also volunteered to do the sound effects.
I'm joining.
Yeah, which by the way, as long as I've known Brent, and I've known Brent not only as a game developer but also as a rescue dog
I'll let you know
guy
as soon as I'm
too.
there.
So we've known each other in the office, out of the office, for a long time. But it was complete news to me. I had no idea that he had this fully interest and skill. But it turns out it's kind of saved us. For those of you who have been watching the game for a while, you know how behind we were on sound effects. And we really didn't have an internal strategy to make up for this gap.
I think it's better
and Brent just said, hey, by the way, that's sort of what I do back at my home studio on my own time. Why don't I just take this part over? And we're like, what? At least I was like, what? And so it's actually turned out to be a great additional way he's
Ria?
Thank you.
Cool. All right, thanks, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Okay, go down there. All right, next two victims.
All right, while he's doing that, do you get him on queue already?
Yep, I'm queuing them up ahead of time now, so we can get.
Oh, good thinking, good thinking.
We're running behind time.
Yeah, we're gonna be late for Gus Ball.
That's all right.
I'm, by the way, already there at the Gus Ball, and I have our uniforms, so you guys have to come talk to me for
okay. I have to get our uniform. All right. So our next victims, Ken File and Justin. All right, introduce yourself, Ken.
I'm Ken. Been here at Port Lame about 2 years now. Before that, I was at NCSoft and Kings Isle Entertainment. So I knew a few of these guys from NCSoft.
And what do you do on the project?
I am a programmer, and I also do all the builds, most of the client builds and releases, random design work.
And he did the dynamic player-owned town tool.
Yeah, a lot of the features I work on are blocks, housing, town related.
Cool. Justin, also known as One and Only.
/ Deathbringer /
Yes. He's the guy who kills all of you.
Yes. Programmer. A lot of different game systems we have in the game. Latest edition was the weather system.
Players now want lightning to strike them.
Yeah, which, by the way, I think it's a great idea, but maybe episode 2. But by the way, let me also just mention both these guys. When we on the client-facing side of functionality, these guys are just building just a ton of it. So it'd be hard to actually list out all the player-facing stuff these guys have done. But I think between the two of them and maybe one or two other people on the team, it's pretty much all of it. Anyway, many kudos. This game, I think, really is living up to fulfill players' expectations about kind of what we claimed from the beginning, and I think you two are, have been really key to fulfilling that dream that the players and we have shared together. Thank you.
Thank you. Sweet. Anything else you want to tell the players? No?
I owe them one.
You owe them one? What do you owe them?
I couldn't kill them in the last dance party, so.
Oh, you couldn't kill. Oh, right, because we were having some performance stuff, so we couldn't. Yeah, that's a big letdown because he's the one who always kills everyone. So, and he often kills me. So
maybe we'll have it fixed for one of the events today.
Maybe, maybe we'll see.
And hopefully he's gonna and hopefully Justin will get it fixed to where I can't kill myself. I discovered yesterday, fortunately when no one was watching, that I could kill myself jumping off of Dark Star's Queen of Chaos. And I understand it's gotten better in this build, but it's still not fixed. So
no, it's not fixed.
Justin was just telling me how he has a change list ready with 34 files that need to be changed.
Just a victory down.
All right, so today I am in peril. If I ever forget to keep GM God mode on, I am in peril. And but by the way, I just turned it on, so at least at this exact moment, I am not in peril. I hope.
Yeah. So those of you who don't know, we're actually going to try and do a patch between Gusball and PvP events today. So what could go wrong? You know, because I think the rules are always patch on a Friday night. And always patch while you're trying to do live events, right? Isn't that what all the management books say? Yeah, cool. All right, excellent.
I've actually been fixing bugs in the background while you guys have been talking. So.
All right, next, great, more change lists. All right, thanks a lot, guys. You gotta go that way. Yeah. All right, next victims. So those of you who don't know, we're actually gonna try and do a patch. Yes. So what could go wrong? You know, because I think
Or is that your chair?
My chair. You guys have to sit right.
I was trying to take a seat.
Yeah, the red chairs are the hot seats.
I see what you did there.
Yeah. All right. Our next victims, Zach and Esteban, or sometimes known as Steve or Easy. Easy is so he has a lot of names. So Zach, why don't you start by introducing yourself and talk about what you work on the project?
My name is Zach, and I'm trying to figure out if I should start with my.
So what have you done in your career so far?
Come on in, Jack.
This is my very first thing that I've done. I came straight from ACC, Austin Community College, and Port Larium was very kind to give me an opportunity to come in and work on Shroud of the Avatar. And in Shroud, I've worked on a lot of things, actually. I've worked on mostly the crafting system, a lot of server-side and client-side work there, and then a few gameplay things, some decoration stuff, factions a little bit. There's a lot of stuff I can't really think of at the moment, but the main thing is crafting, and I do a lot of server logic as well. So.
Yeah. So as we've been adding features to the crafting system, this is the guy who's been responsible for that. So the fact that we now have salvage and repair is because of Zach. And as we've added the ability to have modifiers, the ability for materials to both have attributes that affect the item and affect the color of it, the dyeable system. So, you know, a lot of that, you know, making stuff part of the game is Zach's part. So, and by the way, those of you guys who are coming on, we're running a little behind schedule. So Gusball is going to start a little bit late because we're still in the Meet the Dev segment, but we're going as quickly as we can. All right.
And stay hanging on.
Hi, hello. So yes, I joined Portularium. Seems like just a while ago, but it's flown by. Joined Portularium about a month and a half ago.
I get some drinks going and I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay, Gurney.
Yeah.
Since they overdo the time. Wait, let me mute the stream, so it's easier. I'm not sure yet if we make 12 minutes each half, or we only make 10 minutes. It depends how much time the devs have. I will ask them before we start, and then I will reschedule the play time. We might get even shorter than 10 minutes per half. So you know about that.
Yes, I agree. Anyway, we have no choice.
Exactly. But I will say everything before the match starts, so it should be fine.
Okay.
What I need to do here. Ah, Gorn!
Hola, amigos.
Good to see you, sir.
Same here.
Yeah, by the way, everybody else did the introduce themselves. Are you up queued to be doing that here yourself?
I can certainly do that for a couple of minutes while y'all are preparing for your gust ball tournament. I do have an hour-long segment later on today where I will wax on most eloquently about many of my thoughts and passions in our Make a Difference campaign. So I don't know how much time we need here prior to the setup. So
We've got at least 3 to 5 minutes.
Okay, yeah. Looks like I'm gonna be pretty busy today. I've been sitting back there. I was supposed to be involved in the first session, but I got too tied up trying to track the incoming funds. To make sure that you guys are all taking your shots when you need to be taking your shots. And that's my primary responsibility today, to make sure that y'all don't miss any shots that you're supposed to be taking.
Although, by the way, during the gust ball session itself, I'm not gonna put down my mouse to prevent being slaughtered to actually play the gust ball. And by the way, Gina, is somebody going to actually stream and put focus on the a camera position of gust ball as the main part of the screen? Somebody on cue for that?
Yes, I can do that.
Okay, that way I don't need to stream mine, so I can. Back.
I was going to actually share my screen of what we're broadcasting.
That is perfect. What I meant is I can lock on to you to make sure yours stays on focus on our camera as well.
Alrighty. Are we ready to join that? Try and do that right here?
And let's see, I'll have to leave myself unmuted also. There's Atos. Let's see, I'm going to start. It's going to take us a little while to share around, for example, all of the equipment here. So, pardon me as I give out a set of gear for our team to wear so we can all look good. Here you go, Atos. Put that on, and I guess that means I should be putting some on too. This is the first time I'll be in a uniform that is not of my Lord British style. Look at that. We look fancy.
I would just
Excellent.
that I think this is already an unfair enough match with the people we have on the dev side manning our team, and it's even more unfair by the fact that our devs have had to take 2 shots already. And I think it's only fair that the opponents should at least take 2 shots themselves to get on the same playing field.
I agree. What a great idea.
Yep.
Yeah. I think that's great.
Do the opponents also get a infinite supply of focus as well?
Oh, burn! That was good.
Hey, Starr, you think it's time for a prize yet?
Oh, yes, thank you. Yes, please.
Are we seeing this on that side?
Do you have a challenge coin that you can show the camera? I have one, but I don't have
back
the
on
one
the
we're
table.
giving
Dallas,
away.
you've got one in front of you.
Behind the camera. There it is. There's one side of it, and there's the other side of it.
Okay, we're going to be giving those out all day today, and the first winner of a challenge coin for today is Damus, D-A-M-U-S. Damus, you are the proud owner of a challenge coin. You can now show your loyalty whenever challenged by someone else, because people will often walk around, the outside world and ask you for your soda challenge coin.
Happens all the time, several times a day, in fact, especially here in the office.
Okay, so I'm ready. What do? I stand on this thing?
Yeah, that's hilarious. Yeah, we don't really even know, do we? No. Yeah, you can tell this is going to go well. How many of us are on a team, for that matter? Is it just the three of us?
Atos, you're not supposed to have weapons.
Put away your weapons, Atos.
Oh, hold on, I'll get them. Put them away.
And does the development team have a team name?
Debs.
Born losers.
Losers. Yeah.
And even though Spec, that was nice of you to invite us all into a party, we probably need to dump that. And Starr, do you want to pull us into a party
I'll
here?
invite you guys.
Hang on, I gotta get out of mine here. How do I?
Oh, I didn't flag PvP. I gotta do that.
Yes,
huh?
you guys need to flag. Yes, you need to flag PvP. In Gustball, you are actually allowed to gust the opponents, so that is something you'll need to be aware of. And if you use the wiki, you're actually out of date as far as the rules of Gustball a little bit.
Yeah, and here's how often I play PvP. I've got to figure out how to switch myself to PvP. Is there a GM man for that? Hang on, I've got the GM.
No, I don't think so. I was just looking. Hold on. We're so prepared for this.
Yes, exactly. Do I have to literally go now and go to a?
Yeah, we have to go to the Oracle, I think.
Okay. Pardon, we actually literally have to go visit the Oracle.
No, you don't. I've got GM commands for you.
How?
You're welcome.
Okay.
Put it in the hip chat there.
I'm in group with you. I'll tell you in group.
Okay.
I don't want to announce GM commands outside of.
We are so competent.
Yeah, this is gonna go great. We're gonna rock it. And by rocket, I mean fail miserably.
Have you said anything to us, Atos? I didn't see it.
Yes, I think I sent it. Oh, I sent it on our group.
I didn't
see it.
I didn't see it.
You do /P space.
Thanks. There you go.
Would you like some suggestions on how to build your deck as well?
No,
we got that good. We're all cool. We're great.
Okay. Y'all are perfectly fine with how your deck is built. So you have Juxtapose and Gust both in your deck?
Yes. And Dash and Sprint.
What about Tap the Soul?
Yeah, we're fine. We got plenty of focus.
Yeah, you've got that infinite pool of focus.
And we've got Borndos versus Barnesmos.
Not infinite.
I'm modifying my deck just a hair.
Can you pull that door shut?
All right, I'm ready.
All right. I think I'm ready too. This is gonna suck.
And so apparently there's a ball involved, and we're supposed to move the ball somewhere. Is that what's gonna happen?
To the far goal.
Now, did you want Laz and myself to do the very colorful commentary that we normally do on our Twitch
Oh, yeah.
streams?
Of course. Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely.
And now, we do have to flash. This is probably very PG, maybe possibly R-rated.
Yes, warning.
No problem.
Yes.
Adult content may ensue.
Please be sure you have your big boy panties on.
And also, I have a question. What happens if the ball goes out of bounds?
The referee will call it for you.
Yes. We do have two referees today. We have Edward Newgate and Gurney. They are both the the referees. So pay attention in chat. Oh yeah, guys, also make sure and you watch the chat window. Do not watch the text overhead because there is the delay there.
No problem. And by the way, I'm told people watching this stream, I do not see the stream, the game stream, as the focus. So whatever's needed to do that, Gina.
I'm sorry, I'm juggling too many monkeys. What do you need me to do? I'm already focused on Jack.
That is
Game
not
stream.
what the streamers say.
On
not
the
what-
game stream.
Not the
Harry?
Game stream. Yeah, game stream, yes.
Oh, should we focus on Harry?
That would be me. Starr, nice to see you. Richard, nice to see you.
you.
But for
Chris,
example,
I know
anytime
you're
anybody
out
else speaks to Gina, I'm still seeing it swap to the other person. So
I'm trying, I'm locked up.
Chaos. What did
oh,
go
hey, by the
wrong?
way, our team, should we have a little strategy? Like, is somebody going to play goalie while somebody plays forward?
But don't reveal that.
Who needs a
Keep that in
strategy?
private chat.
All right, so we'll do that.
I just announced that.
I see. I got it. I see.
All right, I think we're locked now. All right.
All right.
Alrighty, we should have Gus Ball live here. So we have the Firehawks versus the Born Losers today here, Jack. As we get ready to go, Edward Newgate and the folks have supplied uniforms for everybody. Nice, sharp-looking colors for everybody. Edward is about to introduce everything. Edward, if you'd take it away.
Okay, so if we actually pay attention to what Edward is saying, that there is no admin superpowers
We're
allowed.
not using any admin superpowers, although we wish we could.
I might have missed my merge, but if it did, I'll remember.
I think it did. There are 2 changes, actually.
Now, the rules are very simple. There are a few spells that you can use.
Checked it first.
And the idea of the game is to gust the ball into the goal.
Yeah, one time.
I understand that developers have added a new spin, literally, on the ball. The ball actually has a couple new additions to graphics.
Merge was taking a long time.
And last, for some reason, my microphone has been muted in the Google Hangout, so I can't really do anything with that.
This is the one problem with
Unmute.
frame rate for games. Isn't very good.
Is this on Twitch as well?
I presume we'll get a countdown.
You will. Anybody else hear Jack out there? Jack, go ahead and say something.
Oh, I can't say it in the Google Hangouts. I'm muted there.
For some reason, Jack is muted here in Hangouts, he says.
Funny how it all gets quiet. We're all getting so serious now.
Let me go ahead and try to restart. I'm going to try to restart the Google Hangout, and let's see what happens that way.
With this, how Gus Ball started, what it is, and how it's something that actually we had almost nothing to do with at start?
It was started by Bambino Latte. Bambino started with the idea of bag ball originally from the original game Ultima Online. And they were talking about ways to find a way to play some kind of game like that, and they created a player named the Ball. And they originally started gusting him off the top of the tower of the Shattered Eye. The winner would gust the loser to his death.
And Laz, your microphone is breaking up, so I might want to check that out. Yeah. It's probably the same problem I have most of the time where you're hitting too many buttons at once to talk.
I'm hitting no buttons.
Okay.
Let's see what we can do to reduce some bandwidth here.
So, okay.
Is punching allowed?
Yes, you are allowed to punch. You are actually allowed to gust the other players. You're not allowed to damage them, but you know punching them is not going to do anything. So don't worry about trying to punch the other players. But since you are all PvP enabled, it should be able to block things a little bit better. So pay very close attention.
By the way, punching for us actually might do damage. So, because even though we're not using any specific real-time cheats, we all have pretty butch characters. So,
I'm pretty sure he just called you guys a bunch of wusses.
Uh-oh, what happened?
Yeah, the Firehawks are now a bunch of pansies, and they need to be afraid of being punched by the developers.
ooh, look at that!
See, that
just did a point of damage.
point of damage.
As a demonstration.
Yes.
I think that was moving across the line. I think that was a foul.
I do not have cheater stats, by the way. I was just confirming that by punching somebody for 1 point.
And Laz, if you want to up my volume, you can always go into the toolbox. It's something on the left-hand side, and then you can click on the volume control, and you can actually move my volume up just to make Amber happy.
I have no control over that since we are talking over the Hangout.
That was how to do it in the Hangout.
And also, you're no longer streaming the game, Laz. It looks like you lost the screen.
There. Did I lose you?
I didn't know he was playing. I tried to fix the one that wasn't playing.
Technical difficulties.
For us, this would be a typical Sunday for Gustball.
Lazarus, look over on your left-hand side. You can present your screen.
Yeah, I just lost that there.
I was just like looking at it.
Oh, go was called for some odd reason, so you guys have started. So far, the ball's not moving very far. It is on the Firehawks territory right now. It has moved across the line into... Actually, it's going ping-ponging right now. For some reason, there is a little bit of net lag, so maybe we need to get Justin back in here to go fix some things. And ball is back at mid-court.
There we go. I am back.
Oh,
it's
so close.
I know, so very close. The ball is moving.
They're playing good defense.
Don't forget to use those combos that juxtapose and gust so that way you can suck the ball back into you, because you just don't want to blow on the ball all the time. Although blowing on the ball does make it feel happy. Look at it bounce up and down.
Wow, yeah. Well, look at that.
This is the first time the developers have actually been playing with the ball, so we'll see how well they can blow it.
Alright, we should have the stream resumed.
I promise to blow really well.
Yes. You're not just sucking on the ball, you're going to blow the ball. Gently, though. You have to blow it gently.
So far, we're keeping it on the...
Yes, y'all are definitely keeping it on the Firehawk side, so... Maybe that character wipe was planned. So that way, because y'all did know that the Gust Ball was coming up, so y'all really tried to nerf their skills. And
it's out of bounds.
It is. So the Firehawks will be the ones that actually get to gust the ball in. So y'all might want to back up and form a circle around, so that way y'all can gust it back. So sometimes it is actually relevant to use that juxtapose and gust to suck the ball back towards you. Now, guys, I am actually, let's see, I am not doing my normal, very, very slightly perverted commentary, so I am trying to make it closer to PG-13. Closer to PG-13.
Am I offsides or anything? Where do I need to be? Does it matter?
You are fine. I mean, you might want to be within gust range of the ball instead of way back
Only
on the
one
line.
guster.
Yep.
Alrighty. So I don't know if we have the stream back up on the main channel.
We
Yes, it is.
Alrighty. Very good.
So the ball has been gusted back into play, so it is free time to play with the ball.
Now, of course, the idea here is to handle the ball very gently while penetrating the goalposts.
Well, you have to penetrate the hole between the goalposts.
PG-13, PG-13.
We never said anything bad.
I warned you beforehand. We warned you beforehand. Innuendo is perfectly appropriate.
And not that we're drinking or anything on the stream.
Out.
Okay, and the ball has gone out again, so we will have the Firehawks gusting the ball back in.
And you are watching the Portalarian developers versus the Shrouded Avatars players here on live stream today. It's the Firehawks versus the Born Losers.
And the Firehawks are captained by Kazan Phoenix Fire, who has actually done a lot for the community as far as running just different campaigns. They have Grimace on their team, as well as Mekong Peacemaker. So, and the gust in is going to be done by Kazan Phoenix Fire, so we're looking forward to him coming out. And Beetle Bear, Laz stole my line about Gust blowing the ball between the goalposts.
And let's get a little in-game audio here now.
I just heard from Burning Toad that there are currently 90 people in-game watching this.
Wow.
That
Very
is
nice.
awesome. Yeah, tell Justin that he needs to come watch this and not to slay everyone.
Oh, they're
I
getting
love
closer
the
to
bouncing
the
ball
hard
effect
side.
here.
Yeah, the ball is bouncing. I mean, y'all are making the ball extremely happy. It is somewhat erect by staying in place. So hopefully it doesn't deflate. And need a nap
We like
after
a
that.
firm ball.
You guys are incorrigible.
Hey,
but
this
you
all
love us.
started when the ball was a player, so it is one where I have been told that I actually have to include more innuendo on my stream.
Oh yeah, the ball's actually on our side of the court there briefly. So we've been holding our own, not bad.
And some of the guys that are actually watching in our channels are actually saying the innuendo commentary is what makes it so good. That is a guy watching on Twitch who goes by the name of Idiot Noob 1.
Idiot Noob, how you doing out there today?
And then the NBNN News has some love going on in their
You got
channel as
Extreme
well.
Killer 2002, Miles2233, having a nice little chat. Yes, there are mages, there are knights, there are everything you can think of here.
It is a
And I have a
classless
great
system.
suggestion. You can just drop the idea in the forums. You can chat with Lord British or the developers
Oh, I
while
got
they're in
stunned.
game.
I love the uniforms that the devs are wearing. That's awesome.
That's thanks to the good folks in game who've crafted those uniforms for everybody. And we have a streaker. Free the nipple. Free the nipple.
All right.
So our first Gust Ball streaker has come and gone. So I don't know if they're
Who
going to
was
be banned
that?
from the lot or
That
not. I
unmasked
did
lady?
not catch it.
It was someone called Hillary the Liar. I suspect that was probably not her main character.
I love this shit.
Yeah, so that was the phrase that pays this weekend. Looks like we're going to have the ball being blown
Out of
out
bounds.
again. So guys, y'all are actually doing really well so far. I mean, it is a lot of
They
fun.
are.
Are y'all having fun?
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, this is awesome.
This is much more fun than I had anticipated.
Now, are you also using the juxtaposing gust, or are you just straight up gusting?
I'm just straight up gusted.
Just straight up too.
Well, don't forget that you can like jump over the other team and go suck the ball towards you.
It requires a level 2 gameplay skills though.
Yes.
Yes. So you buffed up your characters to godlike levels before the game, and so you hit on that one button over and over and over again to boost your skills, didn't you?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
My
I
index
have no
finger
idea.
is not sore at all.
That sounds like a Synesys line if I've ever heard one. I don't know what you're talking about,
Yeah, I
Lance.
don't know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Alrighty, and one more time, we're going to have another gust in. We have Grimace ready to blow the ball in bounds.
Yeah.
Leela Ken is saying, suck the ball towards you.
Yeah, suck them balls.
Leela,
That's
we're
what
gonna
Dax
leave that
Diggler
one
wants
alone.
to say. Yes.
Hey,
Suck
Richard,
them
let it
balls.
get down closer to midfield, because then we won't go out so much.
Well,
This is
if you would
Gust
actually,
Ball in Shroud of the Avatar, folks. This is a game invented by the players, and the developers were nice enough to actually make us a ball.
and now the developers are playing for the first time. They are playing with the Gust Ball. They are blowing it. They might even suck on the ball a little bit sooner.
And
Later.
halftime has been called.
Okay, at halftime,
Halftime.
we take a 3-minute break. It is.
Wow, 3-minute break. Does that mean, you know, biology pit stop?
Yes, it is. It is bio time.
Too. I'll be right back if it's time to drink.
And I heard that it is shot time. Just for
Wait,
everybody.
is it time to another do a shot? What?
Yes,
Not
it
yet.
is
No,
time-
Dallas. Not yet.
I don't care what Dallas says. I say it's time for a shot.
Oh, you're gonna do a shot. Okay, that's fine.
Well, I have to go to the office to do a shot with you guys if I'm going to do a shot.
Oh,
Because
okay.
I actually don't have any alcohol at my house.
That can be arranged.
He delivers it all to the office.
Yeah, all the alcohol that I touch goes straight to the Portalarium offices, or I drink it while I'm in Hawaii.
All right, now
I'll be right back.
switch sides.
Okay. And when you get
You
back,
guys
switch
on
sides.
the other side of the court.
My numbers show we're still $800 away from the next shot.
I don't care what your numbers say, Chris. You're supposed to be supporting my endeavors to. Yeah.
All right.
Am I gonna have to come down there and just like do an impromptu shot with you guys?
Jack, I think it's time, while we're in halftime, you want to give away a t-shirt? I'll take the third caller to 872-529-6266.
So everybody,
That's
please call
872-LAZ-NBNN. Third caller in. We'll win a Relics by Real t-shirt.
Oh, yeah. I'm actually wearing one of those right now, so I'll go ahead and stand up a little bit and show it off.
As am I.
I'm wearing the Oracle t-shirt, which is one of the ones that you can get.
Oh man, I've never even seen one of those before. I need to get me one.
Right,
Okay, so a few weeks ago when I was dropping off the beer when I got back from Hawaii, you missed me standing next to Bob, and he's like, "Where'd you get that shirt from?" He'd never seen it either. But those shirts off of Relics by Rild, fine. Yeah.
Do you know what I bought August ice cream for this weekend? We're getting ready to buy new carpet. And I finally asked him, I said, "Do you promise me that you will not make the carpet dirty for them?"
Maybe we should tell that we can hear Dallas and Starr, Rick.
Yeah. It's chatter.
Yep.
Shush up, Dallas.
Alrighty, you're live on the air with Portalarium and NBNN. Who we got? Kondo, you're the winner of a new shirt from Relics by Rild. Kondo, do me a favor. We'll get together with you afterwards. We know how to get in touch with you. We'll get your information in a little bit after the stream here. Alrighty, buddy? Congratulations. Thanks for watching. Thanks for playing Shroud of the Avatar. We'll catch up with you in a while. Alrighty, and we just gave away a nice brand new shirt from Relics by Rild. We're getting ready for the second half of the game. The score is 0-0. Firehawks versus the Born Losers.
And
everybody
the counter
ready?
has gone off. It is time to gust. So they are back to blowing hard. They are a bunch of blowhards. I mean, if you just listen to them, it's like just random noise. Okay, so the devs already blew the ball out.
They're just blowing the ball out all the time.
I mean, y'all are crossing the line a little bit too much. I mean, maybe we should rein you guys back in. I mean, I don't know. I mean, you've only had a couple of shots so far. I think you need to drink some more.
Undoubtedly, that would help.
And Starr doesn't realize that he's been muted, so maybe we'll just let him continue chatting into the window.
They were giving us maybe they were giving us a slacker time there at the beginning.
Maybe they were. I mean, the ball just got blown all the way across the field.
There it is. It's bouncing right over here near us.
Maybe they were just taking it easy on us first
Oh,
half.
look at that. Cleared over to the other side. Wonderful Gus Bonner development team. The Born Losers. Can they score?
Oh, so close.
Can they blow that ball in? Oh, whoa. What happened there? I just lagged a little bit, and the ball's all the way on the other side now. When did
That's
this
what
happen?
I'm saying. Developers got some skill here. Just a matter of moments before that ball blows over.
It's going out. Yeah.
So close. We got a chance here, Dev.
Okay, good. So, hey, Devs, really, one of y'all should jump into the goal and do the juxtapose and gust at the same time and suck the ball into the goal. Sometimes blowing isn't enough. Sometimes you have to suck.
Atos, that's you.
Come on, Atos. You're the combat guy.
So they're keeping, when they get close to the goal, they're blowing it off to the side. We've really got to work to counteract that.
All right, you get in the goal.
Okay, so we've got the gust in now. So be prepared to suck that ball straight into you.
Let's see how well the Born Losers can suck.
Wait. He's telling the Devs to get away a little bit. You're a little bit too close to the gust in.
Oh.
But it started anyways. Who cares? Some of the four ballers are actually saying that y'all are cheating, and yet you're still incapable of getting the ball into the proper hole.
Yeah, well.
No cheating here.
No cheating.
Well, at least not by me.
I think that Born Losers are doing quite well considering. They must have been practicing.
No practice.
Keep pushing it out of the goal.
So as the combat guy, I can tell you that one thing is the higher your gust skill, the longer the range on the gust.
Merc says he just wishes Lord British would stop cheating. Oh.
Hey, that is
throwing down the gauntlet.
Well, they do have the Lord of Chaos on their team and the Virtuous guy, so I don't know what the happy medium is. Is it the guy that actually designed all the combat?
How to make it a run?
And the gust ball is bouncing in the middle of the Firehawk's side still for me.
Yep, it's still there. And we may just have... Oh! Will they do it? No, saved by Firehawks. The developers are doing their best to blow the ball into the hole.
Gust direction have to do with the vector between me and the ball, or the direction of my facing?
Should be you and the ball. You can see they stand right at the goal.
And they're all blocking it, so...
They've got an excellent defensive...
Wait, how... Well, let's see, hold on. See, if you notice in your chat log, they are actually having to use Tap the Soul, or Tap Soul, although I always call it Tap the Soul, in order to regenerate their focus. If you actually look at the players, and you can see that Grimace is almost full focus, but Kazin was actually a little bit further down. And in that little break, they actually Z out of combat, so that way they regenerate their focus a lot faster. Yes, Abidos, Lord British and crew are playing around with a slightly buffier characters than... I think that's why they scheduled the wipe for Thursday, so that way they could win this Gust Ball game.
Yeah, and you see how well it's working for us.
Yes.
Even with that, you know, it's...
Yes.
Alrighty, so...
I think this is our best hope, is a stalemate.
Is
a stalemate
Firehawks doing their
perfectly
best to
acceptable.
get the ball onto the other side of the court? Ball's still in play. Let's see if Born Losers can actually make a score.
So why did you change your name to the Born Losers? They're the Firehawks.
Oh, we're the Born Losers.
Oh, y'all changed your name from the Devs to the Born Losers?
I asked that in advance, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. I thought y'all
I
were
don't know
going to
what
go
you're
with
talking
about.
about.
You know, I made a suggestion. Last night on the forums that the devs should implement being possibly struck by lightning during thunderstorms, which would make this game more exciting.
Oh, yeah. Love the lightning effects and rain effects out there in the game as well now.
Yeah, I mean, it happens on a soccer field all the time.
Oh, so close.
Did I just lose everybody again?
Yeah, you did. You lost focus on the game again. But
1 minute
there's
left.
one minute left. I mean, so far we are still 0-0. Neither team is able to penetrate the goal line and make the ball very happy. Although the ball is extremely happy right now, it is bouncing all over the court. It just happens to be spending most of its time on the Firehawks side.
Oh, they're making a run.
No, stop the ball!
Oh, what? That is a goal. We have the first score of the game. The Devs are now behind.
There it is.
Oh man.
No.
Yeah, this feels a lot like soccer, including the scoring.
That is such a tragedy.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Clapping.
What are you going to get Justin to
have
come
even
out and
seconds
slay
left?
them individually, or do the mass slaying if you lose? I mean, one and only the Deathbringer does need to make an appearance again.
There you go.
Oh, let's see. And Edward Newgate is actually calling time, I think.
Yeah, they won.
You gotta love the Timex time in game. It's slightly subjective, but we won't complain about that. Wait, you guys can redeem yourselves by playing against the 4 ballers and try to see if you can actually beat the 4 ballers.
Who are the 4 ballers?
That would be
4B.
Oh, that's that. Oh, there's another game.
Yes, y'all have the second game because we do have to kill that hour.
All right.
Yeah,
okay.
we have 10 minutes.
10 minutes left in that hour, but we can jump in. Can we cheat this time?
No, you're not allowed to cheat. And actually, you should reduce your level to level 5 and level up your skills the same way we did. by standing there.
Mr. Bear, Richard.
Yes.
It's just not going anywhere. It's either good defense.
I'm sorry about that, guys. I'm back.
There we go. The ball's now loose. Let's see if the Born Losers can score on top of 4B.
We can. It's easy to score on top.
But of course.
Hey, I just thought I'd join the fray.
It's okay to...
Bye.
I changed.
All right. Well, keep it up.
Yeah.
All right, Atos, take position.
All right, get ready. And
It's like soccer. We can stall for an hour, right?
No, you cannot. There are timeouts, though. If you really need to, you can actually call a timeout.
Hey, by the way, is the 4, 3, 2, 1 countdown you watch on the
Chat.
Game chat.
In the chat window. Don't
Yeah,
try
do not,
and watch it
do
on
not,
screen.
yeah. Overhead is, there's a serious delay, so you don't want to watch it there.
And gust. Born Losers moving that ball towards the goal.
We're going to make sure that the gust is stronger if you're next to it than if you're further away also.
Technically, your odds are better of hitting it if you're further away but facing.
Now, y'all are getting a lot of penetration this round as well. I mean, I am glad that y'all finally met were able to blow the ball all the way to the back of the net for the first time ever as a player of Gust Ball.
Yeah, literally first time ever.
Yeah.
Oh man, there are so many ways that I could take this straight into the gutter. I think I'm going to have to. I don't know if I should.
I think we're going to keep it a little tame for Gust Ball for the massive audience today.
I know. I wanted to go there, but I'm refraining.
It's way too easy.
We got a line of defense.
Gina, now you know
4B
why it's
down there.
PG-13, maybe pushing closer to R at times. So, Lady Fire Lotus, did you want to say anything?
I'm actually trying to get the people ready for the next segment, so it's all yours.
Okay. So right now we do have a stalemate. The ball's just being extremely happy, being blown by both sides. And it enjoys being between these two groups, the Born Losers and the Four Ballers. I'm
Four
surprised.
Ballers seem to be blocking.
Yeah, I'm
ball,
surprised the Four
making the
Ballers
century.
didn't bring out their extra set. Try to confuse the developers a little bit.
There we go. The ball is clear.
Now the Four Ballers are at a serious disadvantage because Net is complete out of focus. He is actually having to utilize the Tap the Soul.
Go tap those guys out of there.
Yeah, Rhea is also draining quickly, so realistically it's left to Ariana to keep the developers from able to penetrate the goal at the second time. Yes. And if you actually really pay attention, halftime was called. Halftime was called, so we do have the Born Losers up by 1. We are going to have the side switch again. And if you need to do another shot, now would be a great time to do it because I was told by Dallas telepathically that we have met another goal.
All right.
I don't think.
Oh, you're lying.
I'm going to go grab a drink. Not drink.
Oh, change sides.
Yes, change sides.
Oh, wait.
Change sides.
We didn't do that last game.
Yeah, sometimes the floors aren't exactly level, and so one team has a slight advantage blowing the ball across.
All right, let's get everybody to switch sides real quick.
Sides? Oh, whoa, oops.
Come on, you haven't had that many shots yet, guys.
That's true. I
So
did
we
fly straight
do
to Vegas.
salute you for being strong and starting this early in the day, especially Gina.
Yes, and
Just goes to show her dedication to the cause.
And one of the refs is actually saying that it is shot time as well. So we do have to listen to our referees on the field. That is Gurney who identified that it was shot time.
That's Beetle Bear. Alrighty, is everybody
Yep.
ready for? Here we go. Oh, he's got to reset the ball.
Athos
Premature
does-
gusting.
I know, premature, very, very premature. Athos still needs to figure out how to stand on top of his pedestal.
Oh,
Yeah,
wait, did we start? Oh, shoot.
No,
we
have
haven't
not
started.
really started because we are waiting for Athos to get in the proper location.
Atos. Get on your mark.
Either that or he's gone to the fridge to locate another beer.
Oh, he had. Oh, wait, it was
likely
my
scenario.
break. Hold on. Wait. Oh, he's getting sit down. Oh no, it's gonna be just.
Oh my gosh, get on your mark. Get on your mark.
Now you do realize that, guys, you could have called timeout. Occasionally.
Oh,
we
what
are
fun would
on
that have
been?
You don't need those stinking timeouts.
Okay. I mean, you guys have not even hit any MP or focus yet, so I don't know what's going on. Whereas the other team is playing around Tap the Soul and actually having to use some of their other skills. And I'm almost curious to what's really in your decks.
We've got the correct things in our decks.
We're not talking about decks today.
Hey there, Tracy. We're finishing up the Best Ball tournament. Thank you for joining us.
That's quite all right. I've been enjoying the tournament this morning already.
Hi, Tracy. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great. Thank you very much. Looks like it's been a good game so far.
Yeah,
Yeah, we lost the first game 1-0, but we're up 1-0 here in the second game. So.
Yes, Tracy. Who are you rooting for in this game?
In this particular game, I think there's a gal up there in the third row.
That's who he's rooting for. He's rooting for himself and that gal in the third row.
I think the streaker in the first game was actually Tracy Zoll.
I can neither confirm nor deny.
Alrighty. The Born Losers got the pressure on the ball, forcing the 4 ballers to play defensive.
Yes, that ball is being abused. It is being jerked around all across this field. It is being spanked occasionally. I have seen some people hitting the ball a few times, and the ball does not like being touched in that way. That is a bad touch.
You have to gust the ball gently.
Yes, you have to be very gentle when you're blowing on the ball. And
let's see if we can penetrate the goal here.
That is Chris Spears playing Atos. Lord British is being played by Richard Garriott, and Dark Star is being played by Starr Long.
Oh, I came so close.
Can the developers score?
Oh, wait, I didn't see it cross yet. I didn't see it cross.
Oh.
It's so very close. I mean, this is where they need to hop over the other team and go ahead and do that juxtapose and just to suck the ball
bounds. We have the clock ticking, so let's just make sure we
don't got.
And Rhea has actually pointed out that Chris, you're not allowed to leave the field.
What?
We're not going to worry about
you have to stay in the field.
Here.
Chris is cheating. Never.
I know,
Who announced
never.
that?
You obviously have not paid attention to the modified rules since they were modified without being updated on the wiki.
Okay.
That was actually
waiting for the gust in.
You know, there hasn't been a game this exciting since the Obsidians fielded a team back in 302.
Oh, man.
Now somebody has to write that book in game now.
Beach pit.
News report.
Were they using trolls on their team?
It's actually why the elves were invented.
So we have another gust in. Thank you for that commentary, Tracy. I don't know what we would do without you. I mean, that is an awesome addition. So remember, the very first gust ball match in recorded history was 302 PC. That was done by the Obsidians. Who won that game, Tracy? I forgot my history.
In that particular game, the Obsidians did very well. There was a rules challenge after the game where it was said that the Obsidians had purposefully deflated several opposing team members.
Indeed.
Now, who was writing the rules? Were the Obsidians writing the rules then, and so was the challenge overturned, or did it stand?
No, the Obsidians pretty well wrote all of the rules back in 302.
Okay, so the challenge was overturned, and so the Obsidians were the victors, and just by deflating the other team.
Come on, team, focus.
Now, the four ballers are actually making a little push right now into the Born Losers territory. maybe they will be able to tie it up so that way the devs don't have any victory in today's matches. Or we're going to have to delay Tracy some more so that way we go into some sort of weird overtime match.
Wow, that's the first time we've had an out of bounds.
Oh, wait, we have a winner. Time has
All
been
right.
called. Time has been called. So our final today is the Born Losers, also known as our developers, beating the 4 Ballers.
Good game, everyone.
Great game, great game, great game. Thanks for taking it easy on us and letting us use our butch characters.
And thank everybody for watching. Thanks for paying attention. I am Jack Frost in game, outside of game. On Twitch, I am Cynicist. We also have Laz here, who is Lazarus in game, and he is also NBNN News on Twitch.
Thanks for watching, folks. Thanks for having us, everybody. We appreciate it. Richard, again, good to see you. Starr, same here. Chris,
likewise.
Thanks for joining us.
Great commentary.
We'll be able to wear now.
Tracy, we'll be talking to you soon.
Yes.
On the 16th of September.
Yeah, absolutely. We're scheduled for that. I put that on calendar.
And we're going to be enjoying that. Thanks, everybody. We're going to leave this in the hands of the developers here so we can move on to the next segment. This is Laz. Thanks for watching. Thanks for joining us.
We're going back to the regularly scheduled
Jack will
programming.
be back with you at 7 o'clock Central Time.
That's the wrong window.
Pretty working on world building, lots of world building. That's probably my main thing.
We want to go back to
Requires a level 2 gameplay skills, though.
Yes.
Level 2. Yes. So you buffed up your characters to godlike levels.
And there's my obsidian bear there attacking the gust ball itself, going like, tear it up, tear it up.
All right, now is going to be our story segment. So, oh, and apparently it's time for third shot, so I got to go pick it up on the other camera there.
Oops, all right. Hang on,
See you on the other camera.
I'm going to go back up here and just sit down in the stands and the bleachers so I can be here and watch the other gust ball games that I presume might go on while we're talking about other items. So pardon me, Tracy, as I just get my character situated.
It's going all right. It's very important to get one's character situated.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. This looks like a good spot to sit, except for some reason the bleacher is not working for me, so I'm just going to have to do it manually.
All right. So apparently we've raised another $2,500, so our third shot for the day puts us at over $7,500 raised today. We're getting closer to that first prize at $10,000 of the Gossamer Cloak. Cheers!
Gossamer Cloaks for everyone, getting close.
Everyone, thank you.
And just to plug, I'm actually using our fantastic Shroud of the Avatar shot glasses. These are available at Relics by Rill, so if you want one, and you need one, you really do, you can pick one up there.
All right, so Chris and I are going to soak up a little bit of the booze and have a little bit of lunch real quickly, and we'll let you guys talk about story. And I think Lump Dizzle's our host for this segment.
Yes, I am.
All right, we're handing it off to you.
Alrighty. I want some vodka.
And Lump, while you're getting set up, I just want to ask Tracy a question. Obviously, you and I have not had the chance to be on the air or even much by telephone. We've had a few emails recently, mostly about the Void. But let's see, what's your fall show schedule? Have you been doing any of the Comic Cons or Gen Cons, or what are you doing these days?
We did Gen Con in Indy here earlier in August, and let's see.
I think you're not going to be at Dragon Con, sadly. But
I will not be at Dragon Con, sadly. A convention which could be much improved by my attendance.
Indeed.
Sadly, I'm going to miss Dragon Con and of course the Parsec Awards there. So hopefully we'll have some sort of virtual presence. I am scheduled for Comic-Con Salt Lake Comic Con, with lots of other interesting, fun people. I've gotten involved a little bit with the Alan Tudyk's Con Man project, and that's been fun. I might actually be in it. We'll see.
Excellent. Glad to hear it.
All right. And then I've got so Salt Lake Comic Con. I'm looking forward to that, and hopefully, actually, at Salt Lake Comic Con, we'll be able to take a number of people down to the Void and have them experience that about the same time. They've just recently completed a new demonstration adventure piece. That's an ancient temple, Indiana Jones sort of thing that I hear absolutely rocks. I can't wait to get down there and experience that one.
Yeah, and for any of you that have not done that, now that it's more public, do a YouTube search for The Void, and you will be stunned at what Tracy's I can't hardly even can say young son now. You're the young man, the elder statesman, whatever you want to call it now, that has created this. The Void has created. It's astounding.
Yeah, actually, I'm pretty excited about it. They've everybody who has gone through and experienced the Void has come out saying, "I thought you guys were kidding. I thought the video was just all hype." But no, the experience is actually as good or even better than what you see in the video. So, like I said, I'm anxious to go down and just experience the whole flaming temple interior that they've got going down there right now. It's please go visit thevoid.com and take a look at the videos there and the experience that's down there. They're actually right now looking at
You're
possibly
welcome.
doing
It was a pleasure. It was fun.
licensing of
It was really lagging at the end.
of different settings to recreate in the Void. So who knows what kind of experiences we'll get out of that kind of a cool arrangement. But that's it, mostly for me. I'm going to be finishing up. I'm going to be doing Salt Lake Comic Con, and here at the end of toward the end of September. And other than my trip as the built-in grandpa nanny for my daughter's trip to Disney World in October, where Laura and I are going to go along as the built-in babysitters for 3 of our grandchildren. I have nothing else planned here except to work and to write.
Well, while we're still getting...
Please go ahead and take over control of the session there. Sorry to kind of insert there on top of you.
Okay.
All right. Shall we wiggle? All right, I got a little intro here I'm going to do. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of appropriate ages, I would like to welcome you to Hour 3 of the End of Summer Telethon of the Avatars. In this hour, we will be doing deep dive into the story of Shroud of the Avatar, Forsaken Virtues. I am your host, the ADD DJ and director of The Wiggle on Avatars Radio for the Avatars. I'm also a variety streamer on Twitch.tv. I am LumpDizzle666, and this hour's guests here we have Tracy Hickman, well known. I've read some of them myself for the Dragonlance series. We have Lum, NPC writer and head quest dude. That's dude spelled in all caps DOOD exclamation point at the end. We also have Gina, aka Fire Lotus, community manager, also writer of Stuff and Things. And last but not least, the one, the only, Richard. What's your name? Do we know your name? Yes, we do. It is Lord British Garriott. I always mess up at the end of something. All right, so we're here to talk about the story. The story. I love stories in game. It is usually the first and the last thing that captures me about any single game I play. So, care to touch on anything specific with us?
Well, here, let me give an intro, if I might, about story. I actually think if you look at most computer games, computer games still, to my mind, are in their infancy from quality storytelling standpoint. And I would like to believe, or at least make the case, that a lot of the work that we did with the Ultima series and some since then have been at least trying to push that envelope harder than most games, which, and by the way, games don't have to have story at their core, but most games are game mechanics. That's the core aspect of most games that makes them popular and sell well. But I can say that, as a person who's tried to put relevant story and story with depth into the games, and have noted how hard it is, and yet believe we've made some good progress, that in my time as a storyteller in games, it really requires, if I look at the back of the best and worst of our own work, it really requires a great collaboration between both great game makers, or people with skill at developing software, as well as great writers, but not just any writer. It requires a writer who really also is a gamer and can really understand how to what the unique problems are with interactivity that don't show up in linear prose of books or linear prose of storytelling in movies. And it turns out to build a collaboration like that is extremely hard. And really, there's 4 people on with you today that are leading our effort on that. You've mentioned me and Tracy as the foundation, the people who do the foundation of the story, but you also have Scott Jennings and Gina here on with you too. And Scott is not only our head writer, but also the head programmer of all the conversation systems and all the quest systems. And then Gina, who most people know as our community manager, which is one of her primary duties, she is also writing a lot of the conversations and books and helping coordinate some community input around those same aspects. And it really has taken this whole team to pull this off. And this is a team unlike any that I've worked with before. I mean, I've been public in the past saying that I think the best stories in Ultima's past were the Ultimas where I partnered with Warren Spector, who's not only a world-class developer, but is a far better writer than I ever aspired to be. And so while I would give much kudos to this day to Warren, it's been an incredible opportunity to work with Tracy this time around. We've been friends for many years, have been looking for an opportunity to work together, and this has really given us an opportunity to fulfill a dream I think we've shared for so many years. So sorry, that was sort of a preamble, lengthy at that, but I don't know if you have any off-the-top stuff you want to say too, Tracy.
Well, I just wanted to mention the fact, of course, that Richard and I have been friends for a very long time. We have, as he said, looked for a very long time to come up with a project that we could work on together. This is a perfect synergy for us, and it's been an exciting exploration from my standpoint to come to understand that side of games, particularly what for me is I've come to view as the magic of storytelling in the electronic environment. It's a very different form of storytelling, and it has very specific requirements of its own. It has I want to say it has limitations, But every art form has its limitations. A novel has the limitation from the standpoint that it's just the written word, and so you don't have the visual presentation to lock into, or the conveyance of as much information from the text as you would, say, from a film. Film has its own limitations. Film, for example, is limited by the fact that you cannot get inside the perspective of the character. It's all external portrayal, and none of it is internal portrayal. Stage has its own problems, both from the standpoint of portraying inner perspective, but also it's set. You're limited by the physical space of the stage itself and the capabilities of the stagecraft in that. And so, rather than actually look at limitations in electronic gaming in terms of storytelling, I think it's a better perspective to take a look at storytelling in electronic games as what are the unique requirements of the storytelling within the environment, and how does literally the application of magic, and when I say magic, what I mean is the same stagecraft that you use in magic. Richard's a magician, and if, as I recall, performed the first magic show on orbit. But a magic trick is being able to very much create an effect by misdirection, and by having the imagination of the audience fill in that gap to where you want them to go. And I think that analogy between stage magic and the craft of stage magic and the craft of storytelling in the electronic environment is a good paradigm. You have to work within the structure of the game itself in order to portray story, but you also have to use that structure to imply something that is greater than is just in the bits. Lead the imagination of the player to fill that in with experience, rather than to look for all of the detail on the screen or in the text. So for me, this has been an incredible journey in pushing the boundaries of storytelling in the electronic environment. Is the electronic environment perfect at storytelling? Well, it's not the same as telling the story in a novel. It's not the same as telling a story in film. But are there further horizons for us to reach? Absolutely. Just as there are still horizons for us to reach in film, still horizons for us to reach in experience. Richard, you mentioned The Void, and one of the exciting applications that they're working on over at The Void right now is literally a film that you walk through, that you're actually immersed in. Film's always been two-dimensional, and then we moved into some 3D, and some of it works and some of it doesn't. But the idea of standing in the middle of the movie and being able to look at everything happening around you is another horizon that The Void is approaching. Technology, as it advances, hopefully will allow us to refine storytelling and to reach new horizons in storytelling. That's what I love about Shroud of the Avatar, is that we're doing just that we're exploring those boundaries of storytelling and pushing it as far as we know. And actually, with the team that we have, I feel that we can actually push that horizon further than any of us could individually. It's one of the joys of working with these people.
If I can throw out one more thing, Lump Dizzle here, before, I don't know if you have other questions queued up, but we've now built a good chunk of the first third of the story, or first third of the map. So I wouldn't even say we're necessarily to a sixth of the actual story. Maybe Scott can weigh in here in a minute. But the love quest has been the first and early focus, just to see what it was like to implement this fairly complex thing we're trying to do, which is to both make, somebody earlier in the stream said, or one of our employees actually said, hey, this is my first time to work on an MMO. And I almost jumped in and said, we're not technically an MMO. We're not technically a solo player game either. We're somewhere in between. And even when you play it in MMO-like mode, we are trying to do storytelling much more akin to a solo player game, which brings yet another level of challenge on top of the game-making process. How and when can the game throttle down to solo player-like experience to give you some storytelling? When does it open back up to a massively multiplayer setting to let you share those experiences with your friends? And how do we make an end game such that everybody's not just running across the same finish line and saying, hey, I've already won. Have you won yet? Which would spoil it for everybody else who might see each other. And so it required some amazing, new structure. I'm curious. I'm going to ask you, Scott. I didn't know if you were expecting to be put on the line, and I guess we should be doing prizes sometime around here too. But in addition to maybe giving out a prize, which I was given no guidance from Starr as to what our frequency should be for doing that. But why don't you tell us about how terrifying, how horrible has it been to try to implement these things that we started down the path of?
This is how terrifying it's been.
That's an interesting quantification.
Yes, and as for prizes, I do have a little bit of guidance for the prizes. So right now, we're a little behind on store credits, so we're going to go ahead and give 3 prizes away. I've got them ready to go. First is we'll give away 2 store credit prizes. This is for $10 of store credit, used for whichever you like. And Saesa, S-A-E-S-A, and Stu, they both get $10 in store credit. Yay. And the second prize that we're giving away is another challenge coin, similar to the one that we were giving away before. I have another challenge coin. It's not identical, but it's roughly, about this. It's your usual kind of challenge coin. Anyway, Gray Fox is the next winner of a challenge coin, so he is good to go. So now that we've got the
Portalarium, now you can go challenge Scott Jennings because he does not have his other challenge coin. So.
Oh, I have quite a few. Thanks mainly to, like this, for example.
All right.
So Starr wins the challenge. But now the question you're asking is, what am I terrified about in terms of implementing story and getting it in the game? I'm less terrified now that we've got a lot of great world builders here coming on, and some of them are actually starting to learn conversation writing and quest writing and starting to get their feet wet in that. So little less terrified, but still, you were asking, is it quantified how much of the story we have done? I'd say in a polished format that we'd be happy with is 0, none. We have none of it ready to go yet. We have fragments that people can experiment with and poke with it and play with it, but I don't think it's a big leap of faith to say that you're not happy with where it is, and neither am I, and we need to iterate more on it and get it up to where we want it to be.
Yeah, fair enough. So, Lump, are we giving you good data there, and would you like to steer us in any direction?
Honestly, you guys have asked almost answered every question that I had on the list to ask. A big question. How linear is the story going to be? Is it going to be reactive to player choices, or are we looking at just a set story to experience?
Well, let me take a crack at that. The answer is, in places, we hope that we provide both of those answers. I mean, there's the main beats of the story are reasonably well set. There's sort of I would describe this story broken up into 5 parts. I would say there's an introduction to the world, a truth quest, a love quest, a courage quest that can be run concurrently or at least independent of each other in whatever order you wish. And then there's sort of a finale phase. And while that main blocking is fairly set, we do want to make sure that even all the way through that, how you either embrace or choose not to embrace the virtues and the oracle and how you interact with other players throughout the world will not only change your moment-to-moment success or failure in various individual interactions with characters in game, or more broadly, kind of how you emerge at the end of the entire story. That is meant to be as personalized as possible, where we make it to where, because if the finish line was exactly one standard finish line, I think it would be disappointing to do that in a multiplayer-like setting, because then everyone who's crossed ahead of you has sort of had the identical experience and can, just say, no, I beat you to the finish line, I win. And by making sure that the finish line isn't a singular event, a singular type event, it means that somebody else finishing ahead of you isn't relevant because your finish is unique.
Yeah, in terms of story, it's in terms of general story, there are certainly 4 gradations at the end of a story that are possible. You have a total triumph, which is where the objective story, as seen from the outside world, is a success, but your personal story is also a success, that you are victorious both personally and in the eyes of the world. But then there's also the possibility of stories where you fail the world but succeed personally, which is a different kind of an ending. You have, of course, the complete failure, which is where you fail the world and fail yourself. But then there's also the kind of a story where you save the world but lose yourself. That is a personal tragedy, but a triumph in terms of the greater world. And those are very crude, kind of rough generalizations. Richard and I have had a lot of talks in terms of not just the story in Forsaken Virtues, but in terms of the greater stories that the greater journey that the players are going to be taking on over the course not just of this game but of future games as well. And so the challenge has, of course, been to tell a story. And stories, as Richard and I have talked about extensively, stories have a particular structure. And stories are finite. Whereas gameplay is not. I was just I'll talk about that in a minute. But in terms of the end game, where we're heading here, both Richard and I feel very strongly that there needs to be a high level of gradation in terms of the endings. That the endings of the general story need to have a lot of possibilities and a lot of implementations, rather than just a binary sort of thing where you win or you don't win. We don't see life that way, and I don't think we see the story in those terms either.
All right.
I was dumbfounded there, I guess, with whatever I said. One of the things I did want to mention here, because it's kind of related to this, I was very recently put onto. I haven't read the book yet. I'm looking forward to it, seeing what ideas are found there. But a friend of mine recently mentioned to me a book called Finite and Infinite Games. A Vision of Life as Play and Possibility. It's by James P. Carse. Small book, but he postulates a couple of interesting things in there. That there are finite games, which are games which have a specific ending. A lot of the games that we play are finite games. Baseball is a finite game. You run out of innings and the game's over with, and whoever's ahead wins. Football, you run out of time and whoever ends wins. Monopoly, after you have economically crushed all of your family members, you win. Those are finite games. But then he talks about infinite games, which are games where the objective is not to win the game, but to perpetuate the play. where the play simply continues on, and that if there is a win condition, it is to either modify the rules or modify the situation, or to find some way with the tools at hand to keep the game going. And sometimes we might think of an infinite game as a meta game to a certain extent, but I think both of these concepts have interesting application in terms of what we're doing in Shroud of the Avatar. Stories tend to be finite because they need to have forward motion and they need to come to some conclusion, even if they're episodic stories or pieces of a greater story. But at the same time, the very nature of the massive multiplayer online seems to argue for the infinite game. It seems to argue for the idea that the point of play is not necessarily to win, but to perpetuate play. And so I think that in terms of what we're doing in Shroud of the Avatar, but that both of those concepts, implementing both the finite and the infinite game, is really very much at the heart of what we're trying to achieve. At least from my perspective.
Agreed.
All right, awesome. Are there any other specific things you want to speak of today, or?
Well, we have a question from the audience, apparently.
All right. I can't see it. I'm not in the IRC, so whoever's got the question, go ahead and shoot it.
I can go ahead and read it. The question is from Baron Drakis. He wants to know, do you guys feel that it's your job as authors of the story to define what's important to care about in the world, or do you think that an obvious answer is that people will choose their own priority?
Well, let me comment on that myself. And what's interesting is I know a lot of MMO makers who would say it is only the latter, meaning the only thing that is relevant is what the players bring to the table. I would argue actually something a little different. I actually would say that, well, the volume of material that the players will bring will outstrip anything we could ever do, and no matter what we do, they will make up their own goals and aspirations to bring with them that may or may not be in line with what we believe the world can or should be supporting. I actually think that if we don't provide one, what you just get is kind of a chaos, which Starr might like. But I actually think that having a purpose in the world with which that you create gives everybody a framework to not only hopefully find relevance in their existence that has been systematically provided. What I mean by that is we don't have to tell a story that they necessarily particularly like. We don't have to, they don't necessarily have to participate precisely as we do. But by what we've been trying to do in the area of things like virtues and ethics and morals is do the classic thing that I think shows up in the Joseph Campbell-style hero's journey, which is hold a mirror up to the self by showcasing to the player, by the way, here's how you might be interpreted by reasonable people in a world. Here might be reasonable personal failings that you would have that you might not have even noticed before about the way you treat other people or the way you interact within the world itself. By doing that, I think we give an immediate framework of personal relevance to what could go on within the world. Now, it's still a game, and people can still do whatever they want to. It's big enough and diverse enough that if everybody goes like, I'm really much more into just running around and killing things or being a pest in the world, or whatever it might might be that they bring to a gameplay experience that they want to push into that shared experience. We can't control, and I think it would be wrong of us to try, or it would definitely be it would fail for us to try, for sure. But I think by at least having that initial framework, it lets even the people who are doing things like saying, my real purpose in life is to, be a pest within the world, or crash the servers, or in some other way, run completely counter to the community or the story or whatever other aspect they might, by having in there a foundation that says, hey, we're an environment where how you play is important or relevant or will be measured or reflected in some way, I think it's still powerful and something we choose to do.
I think too that, especially as we were talking about, as Richard mentioned, the Campbellian monument. I'm a big story structure kind of a guy, and William Goldman says story is structure, but I believe that story is meaning. Inherently, story is meaning. I think we've mentioned this. I've mentioned this before, but story is what defines us as human beings. It's one of the great things about humanity that sets us above and apart. We go through life and we perceive all of this information coming at us and through our senses, and we try to make sense of it. And the way we make sense of things in the world is we create story. When we are told a story, there is meaning in the story. When we have no story, we create story. Just by the very act of being and observing the world, in almost a parody of the Schrodinger's cat, just by observing the world, we understand the world by creating an internal story about the events that are taking place around us. So I think that since story is meaning, and that in the very act of creating story, we're creating an ethos of something that works and something that does not work in terms of the world. It may not be an ethos that everybody shares necessarily, but it is certainly the ethos of the world that's portrayed in the story that is told. So just the very act that we're telling a story is going to establish a certain level of ethics pertaining to that particular story. One of the interesting aspects of Shroud of the Avatar is that it's not just the story that Richard and I are telling. We're also including a lot of community-developed fiction, which is is something that Gina, I think, can address. It's not just necessarily Richard's story or my story or the story that we're telling together, but it's inclusive of a lot of people's stories that are adding to the richness of the world and contributing other meanings, I think, to the world as well. Do you think that's fair to say, Gina?
I definitely think that's fair to say. One of the fun things that I get to do is come up with NPCs that I'm purposefully trying to either present a different viewpoint or throw the player off or add a little bit of richness to something that's not necessarily necessary to the story, but adds that color and flavor that really makes the world seem a bit richer and a bit more real. And that's always enjoyable, especially when I get to put in little things like Easter eggs and things that might take the player off the right path for a little while until they hit a dead end, and then they realize, oh, wait a minute, and they have to backtrack. So doing those kinds of things, I think it makes the world more dynamic and a little more interesting to explore. Anyway, a straight path isn't always the most fun to follow.
Yeah, and let me throw in there a thought too, which is that when I think of even just broadly the word virtue, much less anything specific like truth and love and courage, those are broad words. They many people can interpret them all kinds of different ways, and at not only in player books that have been written, but in player events that I've attended, or even some of the conversations that internal staff has written. It's been interesting to see how people interpret these concepts, not only sometimes slightly differently than I do, but often quite a bit differently than I had thought I was kind of trying to push within the game context. And I think that's quite interesting, especially as you open it up. You think about that on any other aspect of philosophy. I'll use the word philosophy to broadly describe, the complete history of humanity trying to figure out how we should interact with each other and reflect on the reality in which we live. Even people that describe themselves as having the same religion or the same almost anything, it means so many different unique things to everyone who embraces a philosophy that I think that's one of the beauties of the experience. And I think Starr had something he wanted to jump in here for.
Speaking of the story, now is the time of the story of the time I did that shot because players gave us money.
And that we gave them a Gossamer quote.
Oh,
we had $10,000.
Oh, this is the $10,000 goal. So congratulations!
Woo!
Everyone has given us $5.
Everyone, Gossamer cloaks for all.
Gossamer cloak.
Wait, is that a double shot?
No.
I say it's a double shot.
I've got my Coke Zero. Does that count?
It does.
For you, Tracy,
yes.
That's as close as I get. Actually.
Yeah, I know. So for you, it counts.
Don't overhydrate.
Whoa!
Confused. I've seen Lum P Dizzle 666 before. I assumed that was Lum. Apparently, that is not Lum P Dizzle. That is Lump Dizzle.
Yes, it is Lump Dizzle.
I just want to say that Lum P Dizzle would also be a pretty cool.
Do we have a link to
Lum.
donations for those?
Yeah,
I'm drinking with you.
All right, back to story, back to important stuff. See you later.
All right, so Gina, do our Lump Dizzle. Do you guys have further questions, either individually or from the forums?
There's I don't know, from the forums, kind of piecemealed a question together. How important are the non-player-owned towns going to be as far as in the story? Are Owl's Head, Soul Town, Ardoris, how important are these going to be tied into the main story?
It's going to be roughly 100% of the story. There's going to be almost no storyline elements taking place in player-owned towns, simply because that's where the player's own story takes place, and that's not... They're telling their own story at that point, and as I've said in the forums, I mean, it can be a lot more important to them than the story we're telling, but the story that we're telling is taking place in a world that we're designing, and that's not, and that's going to be the non-player towns, basically. So, yes, I mean, quests and storyline elements and the like will be taking place in cities like Ardoris, Owl's Head, etc., Brittany, places like that.
Table 6.
Awesome.
Yeah, just thinking out loud, I would think the only thing that we might at all push over into the player-owned town side, the amount we've discussed pushing across is literally zero. Hypothetically, we could throw some of the things like, beggars around the world that you could either show compassion to or be abusive towards. Hypothetically, we could if people wanted to, or we wanted to, but yeah, I think zero is the right answer.
I love it. I go around and talk to all the beggars, and I give them all money. I go to every single one, and I give them money, and I sit down and I have a drink with them.
Yes, but did you take care of the one beggar's rent?
I did not, but I could. I've got the gold right now.
Yeah, well, you better go do that. If you want to show pure compassion, not that you should, but.
Not that we're tracking that in any way possible.
And do the mechanical aspect of min-maxing the points. You should do that. It has, of course, nothing to do with the true personal motivation necessarily.
Well, I always help those I can, even in video games. I have a hard time playing the bad guy in any video game. It's very difficult for me. I am on the path of doing the good, and I realize we've touched on this, but going through the story, we're going to have lots of little side stories. And how personal are these side stories going to be able to be for each player? Like, let's say he needs this. What if I do the opposite? What's going to happen? Is there going to be a different reaction, or is it you accept the quest, you do it, and then that's that?
Scott, you want to take that?
Well, I'm not sure how much detail we want to go on the eventual main story, which arguably has an answer for that.
Quest. He meant side quests, you know.
Side
So,
quests? Side quests will, obviously there will obviously be some where there's no, right or wrong answer. It's like, help, my daughter's been captured by wolves. Well, okay, there's, I suppose, two answers to that. You go rescue the daughter from the wolves, or you don't. That's not very interesting, but obviously we'll have some things like that. But we will try to have some things in there that have more interesting choices as well. Like one of the things that we tried to do, and this is interesting in how players, kind of took a sidestep towards that. And this wasn't really a story-related quest, but it was something where Richard wanted to start poking at people and reminding them that virtues exist, is that we put in a quest for students of the virtues, where they all had were looking for fables that Richard had written up and put out and distributed throughout the world, and you were supposed to go find them. And there was also an NPC called Gina, which was, of course, an incredible coincidence, that was an agent of chaos and wanted you to collect all these books so that she could throw them in a bonfire and burn them. And the idea was that you do one or the other, and it's a way of just basically saying, team order, team chaos, team virtue, team chaos, what have you, and then you get a little statue for your house, which works either way. Players quickly figured out that they could turn them in for both and get all the statues and make no choice whatsoever, which is an interesting commentary on how players play video games, I thought. It was a bug that we could eventually fix, but we never did, simply because it would have been unfair to all the people who came after the ones who did that. But it shows, A, we have to be better with our quest flags so that people can't do that, and that, B, that we do want to make choices that are also a little more interesting than that. Ideally, an interesting side quest will have about 3 or 4 different conclusions, and you may not be sure if you got the ideal one or not. One of the things that really kind of irritates me sometimes is when people playing video games like I just described want to get the ideal answer. They want to get the right answer. They want to get everything 100% correct, 100% completion, and I kind of want us to get away from that. I want people to just play the game as they are role-playing, whether it's themselves or another type of avatar, or perhaps someone of great evil or someone of great good or whatever, but make choices based on that. And they may not always be the best min-maxed video gaming choices, and you may not be sure if you've made the best min-maxing gaming choices, which is one of the main reasons why there's no way for you to actually go to an NPC and say, I have 500 truth points.
One of the things I usually find ridiculous in a lot of games is that our behaviors within the games have no consequence. I find it unrealistic, and I think it serves counter to the reality of the game. I think consequence needs to follow you. I think your actions need to follow you in a game, and that there are shades here of because not all of us choose the right thing all of the time. Not all of us choose the wrong thing all of the time. And the most interesting characters are those who struggle with the choice between both. So, my hope certainly is that who you are within the game carries with you throughout the game. That there's not just a continuity of statistics in the game, but there's continuity of action and reaction based on the choices that you've made. That people will react to you because of who you are in the game and what you have done inside the game. And if you've been particularly notorious, then yes, people should within the game posit that and deal with you because you're notorious. If you've been particularly good within the game, then people should react to you that way. And if you run into somebody bad and they know that you are an ultimately good person, then yeah, they should react to you that way. It's important to me in terms of story that the continuity of the player's character has as much continuity as the continuity of the NPCs within the game.
Awesome, yeah, because you never know if you've made the right decision or not. Hindsight being 20/20, most of us can't see past our nose in the present. I definitely love the idea of never knowing if you've made the right choice or not. Looks like we might have a question here.
We do. From Gina, you want to read it?
Yep, this question is from Lord Darkmoon, and it seems to be popular with the chat people. He wants to know, as an estimate, how many quests will be done by dialogue only, and how many events, and I think they mean spontaneous events, like a hero witnessing a murder or dragging, attacking a town. Maybe he means live events.
I think I know what he's talking about. Do you want me to take that, Richard, or do you want to?
Go ahead.
Okay, so basically, I think what he's saying, and correct me if I think he's in chat, so correct me if I'm wrong, but he's asking for emergent events within the game world itself, as opposed to just talking to a dialogue machine and getting dialogue spit out. So a lot of our plot delivery has been through exactly that, talking to an NPC and having dialogue spew out of their head, and then you interact with them based on that. There's a really important reason for that, is because the game's not done. And we have a very limited tool set of tools and behaviors that we're currently able to work with, in terms of, like, one of the things that I'm really excited about that I hope we get online very soon is the ability for an NPC to walk around next to you. That's kind of really key for a lot of behaviors. And we don't have that yet. I mean, so in terms of having emergent behavior, yes. I mean, Richard can throw in, he's written tons of emergent behavior scenes within the game world that the players, encounter and react to. We just have not had the ability to implement those yet. So the more game logic with, programmers like Eric and Jason that we can get those tools into our tool set as designers and story writers to actually implement those things in the game, then that would be, when we can start bringing in those more interesting emergent behaviors as opposed to, NPC vending machines. So I'll toss this back over to Richard and see if he wants to describe what his vision for Blood River was and I'm just using that as an example, in terms of just emergent, ambient behavior that you see in the game world.
So I'm not exactly sure what you're meaning about Blood River versus the other starting zones. So
either one of them. I mean, what I'm talking about is basically, you come in and you see the remnants of a battlefield, and the Oracle spiders poking around, things like that.
Yeah, and not only that, but we want right at the get-go for to both kind of pull on some emotional heartstrings, as well as for you to understand that the circumstance you're getting dropped into is complex. In the case of Blood River, for some of you know some of the basics of the story. If you've read, for example, the fine work that Tracy did in Blade of the Avatar, you're familiar with it. Elves are, generally speaking, monsters within our game. They were created by the Obsidians. They are a force for no good, shall we say, or at least not in the contemporary sense of what humanity has grown to believe about the Obsidians. Yeah, spoiler alerts, I hear people saying. But when you arrive at Blood River, you will see a massacre, a settlement where some elves were attempting to settle a region that happened to be close to a nearby settlement of humans, or a well-established group of humans. They, of course, are familiar with humans, with elves being pretty aggressive towards humans, and so it would be understandable they might not be too thrilled about this settlement coming in on their back door, and so those humans came in and wiped out the elves that were trying to make that settlement. So that's what you come in on, and it would be reasonable for you to see that as reasonable actions on reasonable people, by reasonable people to protect their nearby human base. But as life often shows, reality can be far more complex than that. and that's sort of the story that you get. The truth quest starts here for you to really find out what's really happening behind this fairly obvious kind of initial moment. That might be something, Tracy, you might want to comment on too.
Well, the one thing I did want to say actually is that I recently came into the game and experienced the opening of the game actually for the first time, and it was a real kick for me actually to see characters talking back to me that I had written up with you earlier on. It was a wonderful verisimilitude moment for me to be talking to characters that we had fleshed out and talked about. I think you're right though in terms of the situations that we have talked about in game, in that it's we like to construct interactions that have that are not as obvious, that posit ethical questions that are deeper than just good guys, bad guys. One of the things we mentioned actually here is, elves are evil. Okay, are elves actually evil? Given their history, given their culture that's developed since their creation by the Obsidians through their dark arts, can they transcend the label of being evil? Are their objectives actually, they make sense in terms of their society? And if that's the case, then who are we to impose a different ethos on top of that? So those are the kinds of questions that traditionally Richard has tried to posit within the game, and those are the same kinds of questions that we continue to posit inside of Shroud of the Avatar.
In fact, if I can jump in there too and just mention that, one of my favorite Ultimas was Ultima 6, The False Prophet. And the reason why I liked it is I actually think that all of us are products of our life experiences, plus some genetic kick and some hopefully thinking about all those things combined. And I think that while all of us aspire to be open and honest and not bigoted, I think that it's very difficult to honestly be free of bias that you inherit through your upbringing. And so in Ultima 6, we set up to where the cover of the box is the heroic Avatar standing with his foot planted firmly in the chest of a gargoyle with fangs and red leathery wings and claws writhing underneath you. The game opens with you being just about to be sacrificed by a group of gargoyles. When you are saved by your friends, the gargoyles begin to invade the earth and start wiping out humanity. And so your first goal, of course, is to stop that. And the reason why I like that is because the title False Prophet, you eventually find out as you battle the gargoyles and move down to their side of the world, you find that they have history and culture and families and writings, and eventually you discover that they, in fact, think that you are the false prophet, that there are things that you have done. There's a box cover Star's holding up. That there's things you have done in the past which have actually caused great hardship and death amongst the gargoyles. And so they're really, in their mind's eye, defending themselves from a very reasonable perspective. And the way you would lose the game is by committing genocide. But of course, I set you up to show a bigotry. We all grew up where demonic devil bad guys are red, leathery winged with fangs and claws. So it's natural for you to then, therefore, assume that. But I'm old enough to where I grew up in an era where people who didn't look as Caucasian as 99.9% of everybody I grew up around often, would be the looked at with some level of mistrust. And today we have that exact same thing. And the thing I like about trying to bring modern stuff into it is I'm reminded of people trying to build a mosque here in New York City, and at least my personal beliefs and the whole reason I like this is because it's a politically hot topic, because there are smart people who believe they're being reasonable on all sides of these sorts of debates. But it's very interesting to sit down and go, in modern times it's pretty easy to set up a pretty large percentage of the population and in fact expose that they have some bias or bigotry or assumption that comes with a finite amount of data. You don't know every individual, you don't know what's in their individual hearts, and yet you use patterns of what you've been told, what you've been taught, or what you've experienced, what you've read or seen on the television to help you try to inform decisions you're going to make. And we try to do the exact same thing in the game to set you up to show you how we can show that you or other people in the game who are espousing to be good could be wrong. And I think those are very important moments for us as humans, is to realize that we are all products of what we have been raised around, seen, told, or taught, and there's reasons we should all examine ourselves if we really want to be the best selves we can be.
Yeah, we have to challenge our preconceptions of the world and move past them and see what really is as opposed to what we think it is.
Or if we don't move past them, that we are at least acting not out of blindness. I mean, if kobolds are attacking my village, then yes, I may have sympathy for their cause. Their cause may even be right. But I'm still going to defend my village, and I'm still going to slay a couple of kobolds. But doing so with our eyes open, I think is a far better and far firmer ground to stand on than simply to paint the enemy as the enemy and I'm going to destroy them simply because they are the enemy. Those are the kinds of questions, again, I think that we like to posit here. If I do learn, in fact, that the kobolds have their own society and that yes, it's perfectly understandable that why they are attacking us, and I certainly have sympathy for their cause. Nevertheless, I also have to defend my village against the attack. I may want to find a different solution to the problem if I can, and maybe a more enlightened solution to the problem. But I think the beginning of that starts with understanding and acting on it with our eyes open, and that too, I think, is part of what we talk about in the story.
By the way, I think I see where Gina. You want to keep us on track? Or are we running over?
Yep, we are. We've been running about 10 minutes behind, so I figured I would let us finish up, and that was a great place to finish up. A lot of great information on the story, and so much more to share. But we are into the next segment, and we are ready for another shot. They're coming fast, so load up.
I made the mistake of taking one in the middle for no good reason whatsoever, so I'm one ahead.
Here we go. Thank you, players, once again for another $2,500 raised during the telethon. Thank you, thank you. Cheers. And thank you, Tracy, for joining us for the story segment. Very much appreciated. You're welcome to hang out as long as you want. We're now going to be moving over to guilds and player groups. And our host for this segment is
PG Content.
Yeah, our host is PG Content. I'll stop by a little bit later if I can. Interestingly enough, I have to finish a book today.
Oh.
The last chapter on a novel, so I should probably actually go and do that and get the mortgage paid.
That's what we.
Thanks, Tracy. Sure do appreciate it.
Glad to, anytime. We'll talk to you later, everybody, and good luck here on the telethon.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
This is the one that Ken and Joaquin were listed on.
Yeah, but I relieved them so we could get a patch out. So. All right, who are we handing off to?
We are handing off.
That would be me.
Ah,
there we go.
Our Lady of Chaos.
You'll be happy to know that Starr wore his Chaos shirt again that he may or may not have known was chaotic. But
fantastic.
You mean fantastic, you terrible chaotic people. Don't you know what you're missing out on?
Don't forget that just because we follow chaos does not mean we have forgotten the virtues. We just choose how to do it differently. Good afternoon, everyone. Danalosia Melona Men, bienvenue, mes amis et famille. Greetings and good morrow, friends and family. I'd like to apologize first for the background noises that are happening right now. It seems the hurricane winds that passed through here knocked out our balcony, so we have the workers on that right now. But we're here today to talk about guilds. Many of you already know, but for those who do not, let me introduce myself. I am Amber Rain, High Priestess of Chaos, owner-founder of Avatars Radio, and Twitch streamer for RU Gaming, as well as the co-author of 100 Ways to Have Your Friends for Dinner, a Cannibal's Recipe Book. For this hour, I am joined by... and you will be first on the list. For this hour, we're joined by many of the different guilds. I see that Vengeance is here, and of course 4B. A few of the ones that were listed on the page didn't make it, so I'm going to just scratch that off my list.
Do any of us need to be bumped in order to make room?
We might. I know that on the list we had the Phoenix Republic, BMC, Barons League, the Syndicate, Tantalus, and I see Bear, 4B, Vengeance.
Then I will take the rare opportunity to step off because I see we're full up. So I'm going to step off and leave Starr and others in charge from the port side.
Yeah, have some lunch and soak up the booze, Richard.
Exactly.
The answer to that violation, we have 5 recipes that require Lord British.
I'm going to go ahead and step out for lunch for a bit as well, since apparently the Queen of Chaos and her many minions have things well in hand.
The Queen of Chaos is a sexy zeppelin. I am not a big blimp, just saying. I'm the High Priestess of Chaos, not the Queen of it. Unless, yeah, something happened that I'm not aware of. Anyway, guys, for this hour, we're going to be covering guilds, a topic that has been somewhat touchy for many. In the past few, not only months, but years, I have seen a number of guilds show up. Some made it and some did not. My biggest question has always been, why is this? What makes this guild work and this one fall apart? To me, a guild is more than just a group of random people thrown under a title. A guild is a family. And those here with me today and those watching, whether in IRC or away from IRC in-game, when you look at your own guilds, I ask, do you also feel the same? Is your guild about the family and the friends? Now on the side of guilds, many have been requesting an ability to, well first, you know what, I'm going to let everyone introduce themselves. Who all is here? I see Phoenix Republic has shown up, so please feel free to introduce yourselves.
I suppose I'll start. Hello everyone, Ryan Collins, aka Wrath Phoenix, Kazan Phoenix Fire and Game, head of the Phoenix Republic, which is both a guild in itself as well as an alliance of guilds and towns that represent within the game, and we're headquartered over in the island of Elysium.
Vengeance, would you like to?
So confused. I'm Duke Violation. I am a guild master of Order of Vengeance. We're actually a guild that has been around since Ultima Online, and we've traveled through 3 different MMOs together. So we're primarily online gaming only, and we are focused on combat and competitive gameplay. So.
Not sure. I haven't checked this mic yet. Fire Lotus muted me as soon as I got in. I'm K-Val. I'm with Moongate Travelers. I'm one of about 8 leaders in the guild. We're kind of quiet, semi-on professionals that try to game as much as we can. Definitely our guild is about family. We're hooked up with Facebook. We have the website. We're hooked up online with just the regular forums. Yeah, we're always chatting. I should mention that I'm the governor of the town of Rift's End, which is way up north beside absolutely nothing right now. And it's awesome. It's a beautiful location. We're really happy about it.
Thank you. And I see that Ria from 4B is here. Would you like to say something about the 4B and how much of a family they are to you?
Yeah. Hello, I'm Sandaria Tiama, short Ria. I'm the leader of the New Britannia Builders of Using Bewilderment. Our guild name says everything. We are mostly focused on decoration and breaking the limits. Also, we have the problem with the name tag. It's too small for our name, so we have to shorten to 4B. And we are one of the smallest guilds, but we are a real family.
And Tech? Think you're still muted. Okay, well you're fixing that. We'll go ahead with Bear's Tavern.
Hello everyone, my name's Valis and I run the Bear Tavern, which is a pub basically, and that's as complicated as it gets. Family is a huge thing for us. We've had members since the early days of 2013 and we've got quite a few that have stuck around, unsurprisingly. Aside from the tavern, we're also a proud member of the Bear League, which is a group of bizarre organisations and landowners. So there you go.
I remember when the Bear's Tavern was just a tavern. You've grown so big, it's amazing.
Yeah, I get scared every day. We do something new and unusual.
So when Tech is ready, we'll have Tech introduce himself. There has been something that has been mentioned a whole lot lately, and it's we hear Tech. I'm going to shut up and let you introduce yourself.
Okay, well that's not. Well, I'm Tech. I'm with the guild the Professionals PRX. We started a guild in 1999 in Ultima Online, and have been a big PvP guild ever since then. And glad to be here.
Great to have you all here. And actually, I know almost every single one of you, so it's awesome. As I was saying, many of the guilds and people in general have been asking for something that has yet to be put in, and we're all really hoping it will be. So we're going to be looking at you, Starr, for this one. On the side of guilds, many have been requesting the ability to have multiple guilds, similar to that in Guild Wars 2 and other games that have done it well. What are your thoughts, and when are we going to get them?
Well, that's a great question. While, yes, it can be done, and other products have done it well, it is a challenge, especially when PvP is in the mix. And so the ability to be in multiple guilds and having PvP as part of that is the complicating factor. So, because as many of you know, we do plan to allow guilds to fight each other and declare war and have winning conditions and things like that. And so, multiple participation in multiple guilds makes that slightly more complicated. So we don't yet have a solve for that. It's something that's definitely on our wish list. But we don't yet have a solve for that.
Okay, with it not being solved for multiple guilds, has there been any consideration put in for possibly just social tagging? This being so you're not in a different guild, but you're able to show, for example, I am part of the Phoenix Republic proudly. However, I'm also part of Avatar's Radio and the New Britannia Theater Troupe. When I'm working, I'd like to be able to show my working tag. When I'm not, I'd like to show my guild tag. Is there any chance that this might be a thing instead of multiple guilds?
That's interesting. So if I understand maybe the idea, and I see someone in chat mentioning using the word societies or some sort of social grouping that would not allow, that wouldn't be tied to the PvP system. That's an interesting idea. So maybe there's some sort of parallel or tangential kind of system that wouldn't ever be part of PvP or anything like that. That you could participate in. That wouldn't affect that. Yeah, that's a good idea. We'll think about that.
Fantastic. Anybody else? I know that Rhea actually had brought that up, that she wanted to be able to tie it to her town and possibly have towns be like their own little group of guilds and whatnot. I also asked the community for a few questions and received a couple of them. And one of the people that actually posted a lot of questions was Spoon. And for some reason, I love that name. I'm not entirely sure why. I might be a bit biased by the Chaos Spoon. But anyway, we have public chests, and Spoon was curious when these might be able to be set for guild only, so that we can set out public cash chests that only guilds can access.
Yeah, so we have a permission system specific to cash chests on our backlog. We were hoping to actually get it in R21, but it slipped out. But we're going to see if we can get an R22 and at the very latest R23. And permissions in the not just for guilds, but permissions tied just to like in addition to guilds, the same permission levels that we have for like say player property. Implement the same kind of setup for that, but also guild specific too. We also eventually want to make it so vendors, player vendors could have guild-only pricing structures. So as a way for you to get dues out of your members or membership in your guild, you could set up a vendor where to everyone else, that vendor sells goods at a certain price, but to guild members, it sells it like at a heavy discount. But it's an indirect way for the guild to gather gold, but not just like a membership fee, but more of like a cycling through gear and things like that.
So my last question, actually, and then I'm going to ask everyone else how they feel about it, any questions that they might have for you. But this one came up specifically again from Rhea, Spoon, and a couple others. Will towns, similar to how guild chats are created, and they're actually mentioning it in the sidebar here too, will they be able to have a town chat similar to guild chat, but so it's again may be tied to PvP, but it's their own chat system?
Oh, that's an interesting idea. So we should totally add another set of channels to chat related to towns. One, and have it, different levels of that. So like people you set up as stewards and trustees and things like that would be on one channel. Maybe the entire town would be another channel, etc. That's a great idea. We'll get that in the queue. No idea when, but that is a great idea.
Now might be a great time for your celebrity.
Oh yeah, my celebrity catchphrase. Thank you for reminding me. For those of you watching us for the first time, I have a celebrity catchphrase, which is "Don't lawyer me, bro," which we're in a very open, iterative development model where we get feedback from you guys. We iterate on that. We have discussions about game design, fully transparent, in the open, and sometimes we'll talk about ideas that don't quite make it into the game, or they change by the time we get into the game. And so, the "Don't lawyer me, bro" is just a way to say, hey, we want to have these discussions without being tied to very specific implementation. That doesn't mean we're trying to get out of anything or whatever, but it really is I really like that town chat idea. I'm not sure when it's going to go in, but it's something that we'll try for. And I see some other questions plugging in from IRC violations saying from Matthias, will there be plans to log transactions in public shared chests? Yeah, that is also a feature on our backlog that we want to get in as well, having a log associated with chests, and eventually we would like it to be a setting that you can put on. So there would be one that would be like an auto log, but then another one would be maybe a voluntary one, or like a sign-up book or something like that, where people could voluntarily like leave notes or signature or whatever when they use the chest. And then there was Rebel Weasel, also from IRC. Violation, thanks for funneling these into the chat. Would there be guild property or guild dedicated housing? If so, what chapter would we expect that feature in? So yes, we do plan to have guild housing and guild banking and things like that. And additionally, we also want to give players the ability to set any player housing as guild property. So you could think of this, we call it like chapter houses. So that means that your guild wouldn't have to be geographically concentrated in a single area. So you could have a chapter house in different cities, different towns across the map, and so that's something that we want to support.
So Violation is doing such a wonderful job catching the questions in IRC. Would you like to read some of those, Violation? Because you're absolutely fantastic when you do that, and you're catching them. So.
Will we get features such as guild crests that can be stamped onto things? Banners, tapestries, carpets, cloaks, etc.
So that is one of the most requested features for guilds, for sure. Like, in fact, I was at the Syndicate's convention this weekend, and that's the one I got cornered about the most. And so we definitely want to support something like that, yes.
Can we have the ability to drag a chat window out from the current chat tabs? So I want to be clear about this. They're not asking for a second tab like you have it right now. They want to actually have a second user interface box so you can see the two different tabs at the same time, scrolling at the same time. So for example, they could put their local defense up on the right and their combat log on the left, or their guild chat on the left and their party chat on the right, you know. So two different boxes.
Yeah, so windows, not tabs. Right. Yeah, so great suggestion. That one's been asked before as well. We want to support that, yes. Not sure when.
All right, and Tech, you had a couple questions that I would assume you'd like to ask, so please feel free, poke at them.
Yeah.
Like when we make PvP?
Yeah, well, maybe. Actually, one's PvP, one's mainly like crafting.
Okay.
I guess, so I've asked this a couple times now, Mr. Darkstar. So I'm from a guild, PRX, the Professionals. We've been a PvP guild for forever at this point. And our guild wants to love Shroud the Avatar, and we want to get our guild excited about it, but right now it's hard to do that. And I would like you to sell it for me. How can a PvP guild be interested and excited about Shroud the Avatar? What are the selling points? You sell it. Yeah,
that's just totally fair. Like, PvP has not gotten love in a very long time, and we totally own that. We know it needs to happen. As you guys know, we've been changing some very fundamental things for combat, including moving to a use-based system. We made a lot of fundamental changes to the way combat math is working, and so we didn't want to pile on PvP features on top of that. But we definitely want to make PvP part of the game. We want to make it, we want to make it interesting. Like we've talked about before, and none of this is in there yet, so this is all like future. But for episode 1, we definitely want to make things like the open PvP zones actually really be the highest resource yield areas of the game. So there's a reason to go there. Once we have regional economies and regional scarcity and abundance of resources, that's going to be even more critical, because certain parts of the map will have better resources of one kind than another, and so having not necessarily control of those areas, but keeping, making sure that you're either having a strong presence in that space and either helping people get into that space or get out of it, or attacking people who try to get into it and taking their stuff. We definitely want to do that. And one of the things we've considered for those open PvP zones is having a slightly different looting rule there, where things you loot in that space are things that you harvest or gather or get in that space are freely lootable by other people in that space if they kill you. So if you go in to harvest those resources are freely lootable by other people if they attack you and kill you, as opposed to things maybe you brought in with you where we're currently thinking we'll limit it to just looting a single item off the course. The idea is like any resources you gather in that space will be completely lootable.
But what about just like the big meta ideas? What could a guild accomplish? Is it they take over a castle, or they take over a zone, they own it? Something. The big selling points.
Right.
These are kind of small. What are the big ideas?
Well, so one thing we haven't talked about publicly, so this will be the first time. One of our designs that we've just spun up, starting to work out some details of for the end game for groups, is something we're calling Great Projects. And the idea is that there would be basically, right now we've started to introduce a little bit of boss mechanics, but I would consider the guys we put in right now sort of mini bosses. But imagine like a real boss that takes like, you know, a large group a long time to defeat, and that boss would be defending a cache of items, including, for lack of a better word, a machine. And that machine would have components and materials that it needed to work. And that machine you would set up in your guild space. And once you build that machine, it would then offer a buff to your group for a certain amount of time before it would break. And the assembly of that machine and the components that go in it would be completely randomized. So it would be completely different every time. And so you'd be incentivized to build up an inventory of these components and materials, because you're never going to know which one you're going to need to get this machine going. And if your guild is PvP or at war with another guild, that guild can actually damage your machine, take parts out of your machine, or even take the machine entirely for their own. So that's one of the meta sort of in-game ideas. And one of the things we talked about is making that sort of nested. So that one thing, the machine might just, like, a low-level machine might just give you guys, like, a boost to XP gain, or it might give you access to, some rare resources or things like that. But it might actually be a gate to another area to fight another boss to get another component for another bigger machine. And so, and that these would and you would need a series of these to get to the next level, to get to the next level, to get to the next level, to get an ever greater benefit. And if you're engaged in PvP, you could fight over these things.
Well, that leads to my second question, was just the idea of guilds being able to group build as a guild, build stuff, instead of like player-owned towns. There's a lot of opportunities there to build stuff for the town, but guilds especially, you could take that opportunity. That's really my second question, was the build, so you could build that the big mech, or whatever, how you described it.
The great projects, building these machines, and so that's we're kind of trying to do both of those in one. So that's kind of right now our big idea for group play and PvP and group building are these great projects. So think of them as like big monuments or machines or some combination, like using our sort of steampunk fantasy tech, etc. So that's the current thinking, and it's really early. I mean, like, we literally just started discussing this a couple of weeks ago. This is the first time we're even talking about it publicly. So that was a great pitch to me. So I appreciate it.
I'd like to thank you guys for keeping everything on guild topic too. It's appreciated, because I know when we get some of the PvP guys around, it can get a little torn out of here. So thank you so much for keeping it to PvP. All right, excuse me too, guilds. Oh my God. Ria, did you have a few questions?
Sure, I have. The first one is also directed at Starr. When will we see improvements to regulate the guild, so you can see one was the people last time on, that we can give them tags that it is an alt char or something like that, that we can make comments on them or see where they are?
So general improvements to guilds, like, we definitely want to add more layers, more structured officers, things like succession rules, things like logs, things like messaging, all that stuff. Those are definitely on deck, and probably in the R23 timeframe, R23, R24, something like that.
So one of my guild members asked if we will get coat of arms for guilds, so we can put them on banners or guild house.
Yeah, and I think I was talking about that earlier. That's definitely like the most requested guild feature so far is guild crest, and that's definitely something that we want to support. Not sure when. Probably closer to the end of the year.
Okay, that's for me first.
Okay.
All right, so before we go on to Kazin, who has a few questions for you as well, I believe we have a prize of a poster to give away.
Oh, yes.
If you'd like to show that. And then, Lum, if you would be so kind as to use your magic on how you get winners, that would be fantastic.
Magic. It's chaos magic. I thought you'd like that. You were asking us to implement it.
I have been asking for a while. Where is it?
Can you see it? I'm holding it in front of my face, so it's hard for me to see.
Oh, that is absolutely gorgeous. I want it. Wait, I can't have it. I'm the host. Darn it.
Okay, via the magic of chaos, the winner of the poster is Eniko. E-N-I-K-O. Eniko. You are the winner of a signed Stephen Daniele original Shroud of the Avatar Shattered Moon poster. I think we also have a store credit to give away, so if Dallas would be, if Starr would be so kind, do you want me to give away one or two?
One store credit.
Okay. Confucius one. Not Confucius one, Confusedcious one. You win $10 in store credit. And with that, I'll toss it back to our Lady of Guild Chaos.
Thank you, Lum. Appreciate that. All right. Kazin, you had a few questions for Starr or for the rest of us in general. Do remember that Starr's not the only one we can poke. If you have something for the mass general, you can ask those, of course, too.
And apologize for the noise in the background. I'm also fielding a work call while doing this because multitasking is in my blood. Yeah, I'm seriously. So, two questions, I think. The first question is, when are we going to see, or are we going to see, some sort of system to formalize alliances between guilds and maybe have communication methods through a chat channel, or is that is that outside of your line of thinking, or might we see that?
We definitely want to facilitate something like that. It's again slightly complicated by PvP and things like that. So we'd have to keep it pretty homogenous. So, for instance, like if a guild is going to participate in PvP, then anybody allied with them would also have to be participating as well. Otherwise, it leads for way too many exploits. So, but barring that, we absolutely want to support alliances of groups.
Well, my other question actually is, I know that the guild system still has to be built out a lot, and there's some things you want to do. Have you given thought to things like being able to set like titles? Like I could assign titles to different people within the guild, or maybe multi-layered officerships.
Yeah,
rather than having an officer and a member and a leader.
Yeah, we definitely want to support having a more customizable and complex officer structure. So that's definitely something that we want to support. Absolutely.
And I actually have a third minor question, feature request, whatever you want to call it. You saw the pain in Hometown of adding individuals to a list.
Yeah.
What about the ability to, for property or towns or whatever, like, say in my town, I wanted to add a whole guild, like just add a guild with a guild tag or property. Being able to do something like that, is that feasible?
Yeah, I mean, that would be a sort of... The only concern I would have about that is, if someone was living in your town, if you let people that were non-guild members in the town, that could be problematic for those people.
No, I understand that, but I'm just saying, guilds as an example. If I want to go to a house and we declare a guild list, I have one or two ways. If I'm a multi-100-person guild,
sure,
having to add each individual person to that permissions list versus saying, hey, I can flag this my guild or not. And they can get
Yeah, so
permission?
that's how we want chapter houses to work. So that's
Okay,
how you do it. So if you flag your house as a guild house, then you automatically enable guild permissions in that property.
Okay, that's all I have.
But again, we don't have that feature built yet, but that's the plan.
Right.
Again, another DLMB. Okay, thank you, Kaysen. Bear's Tavern, Malice, you had a couple questions, again, whether they be for Starr or they be for the general populace. Please feel free to ask them.
Okay, a couple of really quick ones. First one, will we see any kind of cross-platform support for guild management, such as an app or a web interface?
Sorry, there was a bunch of noise. Someone was making coffee. So the question was, when we'll see I think it was cross-platform before, or like an app?
Yeah, like an app or a web interface or something along those lines. So if a guild starts getting really busy and guild officers are off doing other stuff, is there any way they can interact with their guild or their community through forum chat or through organising or administrating their guild, as it were?
Yeah, we definitely talked about a web interface for sure for guilds, for rosters and membership and all that kind of information. So we definitely want to expose that eventually to the website for sure. As far as an app, right now that hasn't been in our bandwidth, but as our funding has been doing very well, thank you all of you, and as attest to my increased slurring over the course of the day, you'll be able to tell how well we're doing funding wise. But we've been able to staff up, so we have a little more bandwidth for that. So that's more in the realm of possibility than it has been in the past.
Right, thank you very much. Second question is, will we see any support from Portalarium in terms of guilds running their own events, say a really big event? Is there any way that Portalarium can support that in any way?
What kind of event, other than the ones you guys are already running?
Yeah, sure. I mean, in terms of advertisement or actually helping facilitate in-game events through characters or Steam placements and that sort of thing.
Well, one thing, again, don't lawyer me, bro. But one feature we've talked about that we want to get in at some point, especially for guild versus guild kind of stuff, but even for just regular PvP or even just for grins, is the idea of what we call spawner decos. So decorations that have spawner values associated with them. So imagine like a crypt, and when you put that crypt down, that crypt will generate 10 skeletons over X amount of time, or if you put down spider eggs, they'll generate spiders, etc. And so you could place these down on like in your basement or your property. In some cases, like for guilds, it would be like defensive techniques, basically like these are creatures guarding your spaces. Or if you want to be running, if not PvP, if you want to run some event like a PvE, like run a dungeon run through your basement, something like that where you could fill it up with creatures. So that's something that we've talked about wanting to do. It's a bit complicated, and there's some balance issues there, and there's some griefing problems associated with that. But if we give validation like we do when you enter a PvP zone that say, hey, you're about to enter a basement that a player is stocked full of monsters, are you okay with that? Maybe that's okay.
Cool, thank you very much. Final question. Are we going to see these situations where guilds are held accountable for their actions in-game, either they're really, really good or really, really bad?
So some sort of extension of the sort of virtue reputation system that would go beyond the character and affect the entire guild. Guild by association, in other words.
Yeah.
Or virtue by association, in the case of guilds being really good. Maybe that's really interesting. We haven't talked about it before, but that's a really cool idea.
Cool. Right, that's it from us. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you, Bear's Tavern. I love that group. They're just amazing. And I'm waiting for another Bear's Tavern brawl. Just saying. We have two more people that have a few questions, as well as IRC ones. I know that we're running out of time. But I'm going to open up for the Moongate Travelers, who are a great group. For those that do not know who the Moongate Travelers are, you really ought to. They are a fantastic group, and guild and family. They are family too. Ask any of them. Please take it away.
I didn't specifically have a ton to say, other than to thank Dave and Rock, who isn't here right now, and I think he's storing up game time because he recently had a baby boy. So one of the reasons why we're able to stick around and sort of maintain ourselves is that the 8 of us are constantly working on new member applications and chatting. Everyone knows probably the engine website. So, we are definitely family. I don't really have a lot to say. I don't really need to steal the show for very long, other than you should. We've had some stuff in the past. Everyone's probably aware of it with regards to some trolls and some griefing and problems. You should not get any crap from Moongate Travelers. We're honestly a bunch of softies. So if you're having some sort of troll issues with someone with an MGD tag, it's not us. Whisper us and let us know. We'll take care of it.
Trolls in an online game? I can't imagine.
I don't know how that. We now have when people come to our website to log in or to join us, we have to meet them in game. The whole bunch of us have to interact with them. We have admin discussions about whether or not they're some sort of alt that's going to try to cause it. Like, we're really trying to not attract trouble and trying to just encourage new players and people who want a really casual group to hang out with. So, but it's a bit of work.
I might be a bit biased on thinking MGT is one of the best guilds out there, only because my big brother is a part of it, as Lefty is. All right, last but not least, and one of the most important to me, Violation, you had a few questions. Please, feel free.
Yeah, so my biggest thing that I look at when I look at my guild is it's about socializing. And I feel like 2 of the socializing elements are really missing right now. It's the ability to communicate with people when you're not right next to them, and when you're not online. And what I mean by that is the Whisperers I'm not a big fan of. They have to be in game because of the era of gaming that we're in today. If you don't have Whispers in the game, gamers just won't play. So for those of us that don't want to be whispering 30 different people, 30 different things, hey, everybody that's on my friends list getting the updates about my events, the great option there is to do something like a message board or a mailbox. You guys plan to put that stuff in. Yeah. So what I haven't heard anything about, though, is when you're offline. What about message of the days? So every time a guild member logs in, they automatically get a message that you set to update them on information.
Yeah, that's a great idea, and something that we could add to like guild management interface, and just a message that you could update. And we do want to support asynchronous. In general, we want support for asynchronous messaging, period. Whether it's just for guilds or for groups or just player to player, as it is, because that is a constant issue of being able to leave messages for people who are offline or even trades or things like that. So we do want to support something like messaging asynchronously, and I love the message of the day idea for guilds and groups. I think that's great.
Do we, just because I have you here, do we know when you plan on doing message boards and mailboxes? What releases?
I don't have a release assigned to that yet, but probably closer to the end of the year. Yeah.
Sorry, people were giving me crap for having a cat tower in the chat, so this is Indy. She's my 6-month-old Bengal. Everyone's got them.
Beautiful cat. Tech. Violation, was that all you had?
A lot of my curious stuff related directly to guilds had actually been answered by previous people, so yeah, that's great.
Yeah, that's where I'm sitting too. All my questions, actually, that's why I opened it up to everyone else. They all asked them what I wanted to know. Starr or anyone else have anything you'd like to say?
Well, I just wanted to, I mean, I say it a lot, but I don't think I could say it enough. I am really just amazed by this community. I mean, the level of organization you guys have, and the level of dedication and just the support you guys give each other and other players. I really have never seen anything like it. I mean, it is unlike any other community I've ever seen. And the passion that all of you guys have about making the game better and making the game better for each other and the players and things like that. It's just amazing and humbling. So thank you, really. It's I don't know what else to say, but just how amazed I am. And entertain. I mean, you guys are really entertaining. Like, we try to be entertaining. Like, that's our job, is to be entertainers. But you guys are at least as good, if not better, than anything we do for entertainment-wise. Like, it is, you are constantly amusing us. And amusing each other, more importantly.
I'd actually flip that back at you, and I think everybody here would parrot this and say that I've never seen a game in development that the developers have been so open to talk to the players. And to me, what you contribute to a lifetime gamer like myself that I've never been able to experience before, I appreciate that. I appreciate how much you show us on the development process. So.
Yeah, this is the first game I've actually done any beta, pre-alpha testing for, and I've done it for a few. This is the first one where the dev team has been so open, so honest with us, been right there, listens to us. I mean, if it wasn't for your hard work, we wouldn't have a world to be playing in to be able to do what we're doing. So as much as we're doing what we might be doing, we couldn't do it without you guys having first created not only a world and a game, but a home for our families. So our thanks are to you guys.
Well, everybody remember that when it takes longer, because we're doing that. So that's because being this responsive takes a little bit longer than normal game development. But I see we have some more questions. So Rebel Weasel wanted to know if there's a chance to reserve our guild names. Yeah. So part of that web interface for guilds is, well, as you guys might realize, we even though we've done multiple character wipes, we haven't been wiping the social server. So all that social data has remained intact for a while. And so as far as name preservations, right now, we're not sure when or if we're going to do a social wipe at all. So, but if there are issues with guild name and harassment and things like that, just give us a information and support, and we'll take care of that for sure.
Well, that answers a good question for mine too that I had, is when somebody else decides they want to be Amber Rain, who am I going to stab? No, one of my last questions that I personally have, and then I'm done, is titles. Now, I know that we have many titles that are already designed for us to be able to wear, that go with our pledges. Will we be able to get custom titles? For example, I'd really like to see a High Priestess of Chaos above my head. Will these be able to be done at any time for self, guild, anything?
I mean, anything is possible. I mean, we definitely have the technology to provide custom titles. Like, for instance, I mean, that's technically what my title as Regent is. I mean, that's a custom one-off title. So we have the tech for that. We, of course, have to be very careful of that because, in games like this, we get a lot of cries of favoritism and things like that. And, we consider it more of a meritocracy. So those who contribute to the game get rewarded for it. And so whenever I get calls of favoritism, my response is always, well, it's meritocracy. Those who contribute get rewarded. So definitely within the realm of possibility. I mean, like we were talking about earlier, though, part of the customizability we want for guilds is that officer structure that would come along with a customizable officer structure that would come with titles that the guild members could display. Now we'd have to blacklist and whitelist because you want to, I don't know if Cockhammer would be an acceptable guild title that someone walk around with, even if they might want it a lot. Oh wait, that's when I'm supposed to say warning. Dead silence. I've
It
silenced the
is.
room.
Oh my gosh.
Awkward
Except for
silence.
everyone. I actually am out of questions. I have nothing left. So I guess since Violation asked, can we go off topic? No, we can't talk about PvP.
No, we got a whole segment for that later.
Yeah, and apparently he's leading it, so that's awesome.
How,
I
Jack
have
Frost,
one
I thi-
person. I have one person who is trying to join. I'd like to get them in before we finish up, if that's possible. If I could have someone who's already asked their questions drop, that would be amazing. Because we are full right now, and so they are unable to get in. Thank you, Brian.
There was something that came in from our last host, Lump. He was a little disappointed that he did not get to ask this before he was shoved out the door. So I'm going to ask it for him. It doesn't really have anything to do with guilds, but he would like to know, since he is the director of Wiggle, if he can get you guys to wiggle for him.
Wiggle. What does this entail? Am I supposed to just wiggle like that? Is that wiggling?
There, I'm sure he will be happy now.
So, something that is, I was going to bring up in the next hour that is heavily related to guilds is center points on NPC properties that head up regions. So in Grunwald, we have the NPC town of Desolus, and there's going to be a lot of people that go to Desolus. Will guilds and player town owners and player-run towns that operate within towns have some way to publicize who they are and where they are within the NPC towns? Like maybe a guild registrar right next to them, a registered guilds in our region?
Yeah, that's a great idea. If certainly if there's a guild registrar in the town where you purchase your guild and things like that, that person should also list guilds. But we've also talked about having like message boards in towns, also the ability for town criers to provide that kind of information as well. So we definitely want to support something like that, for sure. Did we get the person who was trying to join in?
I don't see the new person yet.
And a quick question, I know there's a lot of solo players and a lot of people that aren't in guilds. Is all of our work as guilds going to affect that solo player experience? There's single player online and then offline? How are we going to not interfere with their game?
Well, for single player offline, there's absolutely no way for you to interfere with them because, it's literally single player offline. But for
player-owned towns don't show up and all sorts of things don't?
Yeah, in single player offline, you won't see player-owned towns. And in single player online, you will see guild presence, you just won't see guild members. Like, you'll see their property, you'll see their name appearing in places, their vendors will be around, things like that.
They'll appear kind of like NPCs in their way.
Right, but you won't see players.
Okay.
Question in from Blake Blackstone. Will there be a limit to guild size? This is something we're actually interested into with AR.
Will there be a limit to guild size? I don't know. That's a good question. I don't think so, but there might be some reason at some point to do that, but I'm not sure. The only way I could think of it would be for PvP, maybe. But no, we don't plan on imposing any limit to guild size.
If you did, you might want to ask the BMC how big their guild is, since they have the biggest one so far.
I actually have the guilds list up on SodaWiki, and BMC updated it a couple days ago. Let me go back to that tab. They have 569 current registered members, and the second closest is the Bear Tavern with 298 registered members.
Wow.
So,
yeah, the BMC is pretty big.
Wow. Amazing. Well, this has been great, guys. I think we have an opportunity to get back on time with our segments. Amazing. So well done, guilds. That's how organized you guys are. You got us back on schedule.
We're not.
That's how orderly I am. Oh my god, no.
We're all sober.
Okay, then I want to ask one last question, which is a good one. Will we be able to get summoning points for events when we could start events or want to have, something where we have to summon many people at once?
Yeah, so that's a great question. That's come up a lot since we started imposing fast travel restrictions. Will there be a way to get large group events together quickly that wouldn't be restricted by that system? And maybe there's some sort of group summon that has a super long cooldown that would help facilitate that kind of thing. So yeah. All right, one last question. What was the one?
Sorry, guys, really quick one. Say somebody comes up to the tavern and doesn't pay their bar tab and runs away. Can I flag, or can the guild flag individuals with a reputation that says we trust them or we don't trust them?
Not through a formalized game system, because that would be so amazingly griefable. You could do that socially, but not systemically.
No worries. Thanks anyway.
All right, cool.
All right, I would like to first say that just because we're on time does not in any way make us orderly. Second, I would like to thank Portalarium, Starr, Fire Lotus, Lum for hanging out with us, and the rest of the community for everything you guys do. It's been a real pleasure over the last 2 years to be a part of not just this game, but this entire mass family. Shroud of the Avatar. It's a guild all in itself. So thank you. Anyone else wants to say goodbye?
Thank you so much, guys, on behalf of everyone in the community. Much appreciated. And keep up the good work. We're right behind you.
Yeah, thank you, and I hope Darkstar gets hammered with many more drinks there. You got a long ways to go, buddy. Bye.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I have asked Winfield to join and sent him the link. And you guys can do your thing around the hours here.
All right. So, we just lost Lum. He'll come back on, and then we can do some prizes to eat some time.
Starr, you could always wiggle for us again.
Okay. Is that? I don't know if that's wiggling. Does that count as wiggling? I mean, I haven't gotten a clear definition of wiggling.
I think that's what the community would like to see, at least, what you were doing. Chaotic movement.
Yeah, that would count, yeah.
I think Winfield just said that he's going to have to switch computers to join, so he's going to go back and forth with that crazy link. I don't know of a better way to give it to him, though. Do you want me to just kind of start going with what we're going to do for the next hour?
Yes, well, we just got Lum, so he can eat some time.
Great.
And then we can jump right in. So let's do some prizes, Lum.
What do we want to give away this time?
Coin and credit.
Okay. The coin goes to Brent Saz, Brent S-A-S-Z. He gets the coin.
Yay.
And the store credit goes to Beetle Bear. It's not a beetle, it's a bear. It's a beetle bear.
All right, congratulations, winners. All right, Violation, what will we be talking about this hour?
Player property. Player-owned towns, player housing. Primarily focused on player-owned towns, but there's a lot that has to do with the housing inside the towns, I think. So, yeah, that's what this hour is going to be all about.
Cool.
So, I'm actually going to kick off and do my piece while Winfield's joining, and then I'll let him do his piece. So, I just kind of wanted to go through a who, where, and why. And I'm actually going to spill the beans on something that a lot of people probably don't know. I never planned on being a town owner. I planned on having my group operate within another town. And when the towns were originally released, there was no way to get PvP towns. So I messaged the devs and said, please, 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 we want PvP towns. And then a couple minutes after that, I bought a town and said, here, a bribe, please, PvP towns. And they said, oh, well, think about it. So I upgraded it to the next level and said, I have good faith, you'll do it. So Vengeance was actually born out of a desire for me to see the ability to do open PvP inside of a town. And I originally was just going to be a guild and live somewhere else. And it's really just kind of snowballed down from there. And I think a lot of people have experienced the same thing. As you start to explain, people kind of flock to you, right? So as you tell your story of who you are and who's going to be living in the town, more people come on board. So after I got the one town, I figured, well, each release will grow into a new town. And by episode 3, when I expect to have a great game that has all the features that I'm looking for, I don't expect you guys to make the whole world in episode 1. I was thinking to myself, I'll have 3 different towns, and I'll be able to do this different storyline of how we outgrew our original town. Well, then we had other people inside of our guild go, well, I like that story now, and buy towns. So we ended up with 3 towns right off the get-go when we were planning to launch with 0. So that's just kind of an interesting backstory to how Vengeance became. And I figured Winfield has a phenomenal history with Packslayer, and that's why I invited him here. So I'll let him introduce who he is and where he came from.
Well, real quick before we do that, I just want to say that
go for it.
Story of your escalation, I think, is part of why we we originally thought we were going to sell 20 player-owned towns, and now we're nudging 250. So even with no overland access, we're still selling them. It just blows me away how the positive response that we've had to that, and scares me. With that said, Winfield, scare me some more.
Hi everybody, I'm Winfield, and I'm the governor of Paxlair, one of the first player towns in Shroud of the Avatar, I guess the first one. I had the pleasure of working with Portalarium Hutch, who's joined us there, and some ideas for player town templates, working with Starr on ideas, and working with the entire community on player town ideas. It's been a fantastic adventure. We went from Ultima Online, which, if I do it the right way, Ultima Online Paxlair, to now Shroud of the Avatar Paxlair, and we're going to build a town, multiple towns actually, and we're going to have a lot of fun doing it. So I'm happy to be here.
Right on. So I really kind of wanted to give a chance for people to understand your development. I mentioned it in the last piece when I said thank you, but one of the more unique experiences that I have had is working with Portalarium. When I think back in my life over the different things that I've said, wow, this is a really cool opportunity that I never would have imagined myself getting. It's being able to be part of something like this. So I got addicted to Minecraft when it came out. The reason why I got addicted to it was because it was a sandbox environment that I could build my own stuff in. And I modded my server, I wrote my own plugins, and I got other people's plugins and modified them, and a bunch of the people that we had joined our server. We have one of the oldest servers that's been out. When Survivor multiplayer came online with Minecraft, a week later we opened a server and it's still going. And it's always been something where you can kill people. We had it in a mod that I wrote that when somebody tried to log off, they would actually stay there for a minute, so they couldn't grief log in and log out, right? So we had a competitive Minecraft open world. And I was thinking that that was like the extent of control I could ever have over an environment online. And it's very, very weird to me when you guys release player-owned towns, but I got more excited because this game that I am going to spend so much time in, that I am going to invest many hours of my life into, I actually get to own a slice of the land. I actually get to have a little piece of that puzzle that says, I want the touch from this guy on how it's going to look and how it's going to work, you know? And I got to invest into what every player sees when they look at Shroud of the Avatar. I know there have been other games out there that have given you the ability to own large pieces of property before. But this is the first time that I've really been in a game that I'm committing so much time to that I've been able to customize as much as I have. And I've been able to write in my story. So my town is actually... the story of the guild is really being told through quests inside the town. And I designed my town around PvP events and the quests we're going to do. And I guess I really want to take this first kind of 10 to 15 minutes here and really kind of share with people how that happened. The way you guys created the town submission forum, the way you guys moved over to allowing people to customize their own towns and get their own slices of heaven, if you will, and really give people who don't know what it's like to be a town owner a chance to see what it's like to be a town owner. And I wanted to have Winfield do a lot with Paxlayer to do that, but I don't know if he can stream it, so I might end up streaming some of it. So, Winfield, do you want to talk about how that forum got made, how you guys worked together, and the process of different pieces? And the devs, I would love it if you guys kind of go back and forth and just converse about it.
Sure.
Yeah, certainly. So one little story, I was down here in San Antonio, and Starr and Richard were down here for one of the conventions, I think PAX South or something. And I asked Starr, I said, what are you going to do with these hundreds of towns that are going to be built in Shroud of the Avatar? And Starr gave me this not lawyer me bro kind of eye look. He gave me this deer in the headlights look, going, I'm not really sure. This is something we really have to figure out. So that's where I became a little bit involved, and involved a lot of people in the community too. If people remember, it's like, what kind of templates do we want? Let's consolidate some ideas. And Portalarium gave me the opportunity to go ahead and ship those ideas up to them and work directly with the devs, the webmaster, work with Hutch. And the form allows people to pull the information in, or allows Portalarium to pull the information in, put it into a database, and they can probably sort and triage through it and see what information's there and assign it out. We saw the form being used up to, correct me if I'm wrong, up to the end of June time frame, where there was a bit of a cutoff saying, we're going to get your stuff in at that end of the time frame. And if I had changed my town to non-PvP after that, that'll be changed in future releases. So they were able to pull the information out of the form. Now, the form has to be well designed. It was actually play tested by several people in the community who really hacked it up and said, hey, it would be better if it done this and show this kind of information. And I think overall they came out with a very good submission form for player-owned town owners. Now, the people who see that are those people who own towns or purchasing towns, but it gives the best information at the macro level of what you expect out of your player-owned town. And it goes right along lines with the description of information online when you make that purchase. So you kind of know what questions to answer as you foresee what kind of purchase you're going to make. Starr, am I kind of accurate a bit on that so far?
Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, Will, when we first put player-owned towns online for sale, we were not anticipating the response, and I think your description of my deer in the headlights response, I think that was kind of like all of us, and I think we're still in that mode, honestly, where we're still stunned by the response and still kind of going, wow, this is going to be a lot of stuff, but at the same time, we're super excited by it and amazed by the work that people are doing. So yeah, we worked with you, and you sort of facilitated all the community discussions for us because we didn't have the bandwidth to sort of get feedback for everyone of like what kinds of things would go in the forum, and we gave the feedback about what realistically we could and couldn't do, help temper expectations about what what kind of input, what kind of selections, what kind of customizations each person was going to be able to make. And then, but even with all that form, there's still a lot. I mean, Hutch and I go through every single submission and talk about it. So there's still a subjective filter that every one of those things has to go through. It's like, okay, well, the most recent one, was like, so right now we only have 2 base templates and a bunch of variations of them. So we have the original, coastal town template, which is the quote PAX layer template, which we have a bunch of biomes for. Even modified to the extent of that snowy mountain one. And then we've got the island template. And the really interesting thing about, I think, that I was really pleased with the work that Hutch was able to do with the island template was we built the island template using 2 completely different submission requests. One was for the Duchy of Darabray, which was supposed to be this tiny little naturalistic, druidic kind of enclave, all sort of spread out in nature. And then the other one was Arx Draconis, which was this like, city grid fortified island. And we figured out a way to make one reusable template that could facilitate those 2 completely different layouts. And that's kind of the direction we're going to be going as we build out further templates, is trying to make templates that can facilitate a much wider variety of layouts than they could, which is even more important now that we're supporting this idea of the dynamic towns.
Brian, you had mentioned that you had contributed to that. Do you want to speak to what you contributed to, sir?
Yeah. I remember one of the first things that I did when I saw the initial form was message Starr and Winfield and say, you're going to need a lot of disclaimers. So that long list of crud disclaimers that are at the bottom of that were basically from my contracts guy perspective, picking it apart. Yeah, what if they misinterpret this? What if they misinterpret this? What if they think you mean this? So, yeah.
So the cool thing about this is, like, I don't know of another game that has allowed players to be such an important part, right? Like, this whole process, we usually get force-fed. We usually get told, so we've got a problem and we decided this is how we're going to fix it. Enjoy. And, I mean, it's not just owning the player-owned town that has been something that you get to do, but the whole process of the size of the player-owned town, what you're going to get when you buy it. The original post that was made suggested that player-owned towns were going to be about, 10 times the price, and you were going to get lots with it. Yeah. And the community came back and said, we don't like that. We want it to be like this. So what you get when you buy a player-owned town, how you submit the player-owned town, all these different things, you guys have let us be part of really what it's become. So with that, I was actually expecting to have a little bit more time spent on introductions. Brian came in late. He missed his. I'd like to let him do it, and then we'll move over to some of the questions.
Yep.
Yeah, Brian here, Wrath Phoenix, Kaz and Phoenix Files, introduced before. I am actually the administrator and governor of Port Phoenix, which is the capital city of the Phoenix Republic. And I think it's safe to say that I have a little bit to do with a lot of the player-owned town events and various things that are going on. Work with people like Winfield and other groups to try to figure out role-play and functional scenarios of how these towns can be used outside of just, hey, it's land and a place to live. So it's been really fun actually testing that concept. We have the Pack Slayer meetings that occur. And we often all get together for the Pack Slayer meetings because of the fact that Winfield and all the other player-owned town owners are often just there, and they are saying, hey, let's not just talk about Pack Slayer, let's talk about what can we do with a player-owned town. And, you know, recently we started talking about shipping and other things like that. So it's really exciting to be a part of how we work things out, even with the bare bones tools that we have. So it's been a fun discovery process.
So with that,
it looks like we have to pause.
Yeah, we have to pause because thank you, community. You have given us even more money. So it's time for another shot.
Woohoo!
Enjoying my Tito's vodka made here in Texas.
I like the sign now says Warnin G.
Warnin G.
And can you guys see my camera at all? I don't show up to myself.
No, we don't see your camera.
Dark.
Let me reconnect.
Shots. So no. What?
All right. So I'm going to hammer some of these questions out, and there's a couple times we might take pauses here and really go into a couple of different things with the towns and maybe stream some of it. But I would like to hammer some of these questions out that we've been given, if that's okay.
Sure.
So, starting off, in future releases, do you think there's going to be more towns available for purchase in the next expansions of the map? So, as you create new overland areas, not Novia, will you open up overland access to new towns?
Yes.
That was by Roper Doc Holiday, by the way. I forgot to mention that. How will you allow people to acquire new towns or upgrade current towns in the future? What about in-game currency and cost systems? That's from Avatar Acid.
Yeah, so we want to facilitate in-game purchase of player-owned towns, but that may not be available until at least ones with overland access until episode 2, just because of the numbers that we've sold to and the amount of available landmass. We'll probably still allow selling of nested ones with in-game gold, but not again because of the numbers that we sold already. We don't have room for any more on the overland for the episode.
And directly ties into that, the next question, also from Avatar Acid, is you said that player-owned towns will not be available in the offline single-player game. How are you going to address all that blank space? There's a lot of space taken up by the overland map with these player-owned towns. If you're going to just take them away, what goes there?
Well, the way we already have the ability to associate an adventure space with multiple hexes, so we'll just enlarge the hexes that are covered by a given particular adventure space.
And if I can say also, by the way, the map of Novia was planned expecting exactly 0 player-owned towns. So the player-owned towns actually have squeezed the free space. It's the correct amount of free space was prior to player-owned towns.
So the next questions here, I'm going to spend a little bit of time to make sure we get the right answers to, I think. But it's around the dev time to customize towns. So you kind of moved into this dynamic form of town creation, right? And your town, as it were, is described inside of a form that you then submit, and then a dev reads that. What about the player interaction between the developer?
Sorry, can you repeat that? I was doing a little.
Can we still get dev time to customize our towns?
Yes, and so we are definitely going to retain our commitment. For those of you who do not wish to have a dynamic town and you wish to have a static and customized town, we're still committed to fulfilling that promise.
And can we submit our own customizations for towns to the devs? So, like I have Broken Walls and Vengeance. Will other people be able to do stuff like that, or is it just going to be from your preset assets when we do static towns?
It'll be, it's just going to depend on the level of customization requests in each town request. That's how we handle it. In general, if it's, hey, I want this exact template and I have this one minor request, then that's usually that's the bandwidth we have to honor it. It just depends. It's from template to template. So there's no set answer, but yes, there will be a level of customization on top of the templates that everybody will be entitled to.
So you've kind of already answered this one, but is the plan to make more static towns or convert towns to static at some point? So that second half hasn't been answered.
Yeah, so if after playing around with the dynamic towns, you're still wanting a static town, we still plan. We'll honor that request for sure.
What about the other way around, though? So to be very specific on this one, I have a dynamic town, and I make customizations. At Episode 1's launch, are you going to force them all to become static?
I don't think I quite understand the question, but we're not planning on forcing anyone to be either static or dynamic, but it will be a choice every owner will have to make.
Okay, so I think that answered it right there. You don't plan on forcing dynamics to become static. They can stay dynamic forever.
Correct. But right now we don't have a way, because the dynamic towns all use the same base map. We don't have a way to support customizations on the static side and dynamic lot placement as well. So you have to basically pick one or the other. But right now, what we've been steadily marching towards on the dynamic side is a lot of the customization requests that have been made. We're trying to make the tool and the assets available to make it so anything you would have asked us to do, you can do on your own. That's our dream.
Okay. Well, Richard snuck in. Did you want to say hi to people? You came in a few minutes ago and I never let you say hi. You're muted, sir.
Probably sorry. I had to figure out how to get some windows uncleared so I could unmute. But no, hi everybody. So I was hi to all of you who joined the chat. Obviously, I was on earlier too, but great to see all of your well-known faces and to be hanging out with you today. I'll try not to interrupt much. I just wanted to be present.
Yeah, well, he had to come on and do a shot, and we can tell that Richard is feeling the effects of them, because I think he's doing real shots as opposed to my little baby shots. So
he's also at home already. So
yeah, he doesn't have to worry about driving home. So we have a surprise guest who's come to the office.
I wasn't going to introduce him until we got to do another shot.
Oh, okay, he's going to wait. All right. Next question.
Okay, I'm going to try to get through some of these kind of quick here and give time for others. Templates. How many templates of each type do we expect to be able to choose from before our towns are set in stone, so no more templates are available?
That's a great question. I mean, we certainly plan to have, in general, our goal is to have per biome at least 2 choices as a minimum.
Okay. You don't have a cap of how many you want to make yet?
How many we want to make, or how many we can make? We want to make as many as we can.
Yeah. It'll just come to down to funding and resources and things like that. But our minimum goal is 2 per biome.
So that last group of questions were all inspired by Sir Frank. Just as a synopsis there. Any thoughts on allowing player-owned towns to have trainers? That's from Dracus.
We had discussed that at one point, and we ultimately decided not to. Now, that was before we moved to use-based.
Yeah, there may be a different...
So
yeah,
maybe.
We may consider it now that we're on a use-based system, and trainers are more than just training. There may be in the future ways that they can help advance. And I just want to chime in. I got in late on this conversation. Probably not even supposed to be here. But part of the reason I think it's important that we'll keep making player-owned towns as interesting as possible. Part of the original sales pitch, for me at least, is, and I think it was Starr's idea, so blame him for the real player-owned town stuff. But my reason to get behind it was because we have a lot of towns to make, and this is a way we can let players introduce their own towns that will replace a few of the towns we would have had in game otherwise. It would have been just NPC towns. Let them actually give it their own flavor, because I think it's been shown 100 times over that as creative and hardworking as we are, the players are just as creative and hardworking, and you guys come up with a ton of good ideas. So anyways.
I've actually held a different quest every release since Vengeance has gone into the game, and I have a different quest yet again this release. In the last release, I only had one person do the quest, but every other release I've had over a dozen. So,
violation, if I may offer as well. Back in Ultima Online, when we made the original Pax Lair, and if I have it right side up again, there we go. And Richard, you may have this on one of your office's walls from 2007 that I presented to you. It took 7 years to create this town the way it looks on this map. And so when, Richard, you said, how could we make Pax Lair or any other player town in Novia
what do you need to do? And we said, well, we need to be able to not take 7 years to create it, or we will miss a lot of episodes. So it was a matter of working with developers early on for ideas, but the dynamic lot placement now is fully allowing us to tailor our environment fairly quickly and even organically. We are creating Pax Lair, in this case, other towns doing the same thing. We're starting as settlers, and we are growing into a metropolis of sorts, even though we're already metropolis size. In fact, when the opportunity presents itself, Violation, I have those screenshots of how we have done that, and it offers some question about how we're going to do regional shipping, how we're going to have local banks run by players, how we're going to set up NPC buildings and things like that that may spawn some additional questions. Plus, I have a comparison of the Forest 01 template, which is the Pax Lair template, in the 4 different biomes, looking east and looking south. That might be interesting for people to see how the work that the devs do on this to create these templates, they really look different once they're put into the different biome. And then once you start adding buildings, they look very different. So it's a wonderful journey, I would say. So whenever you'd like me to show some of that, I can. Minus all the questions.
Let me get through a couple more, and then we'll do some showing. I want to know when we're going to see, not if, notice the wording. When will we see monsters and resources in player-owned towns?
We were talking about that actually in the last part of the hangout. There's two parts of that, and I'm gonna answer that, and then we have to do another shot.
Joining us for this shot.
Yeah, we've talked periodically. Our first initial designs was we weren't going to mix the peanut butter and the chocolate. So player housing, anywhere where there was player housing, was not going to contain any resources. It wasn't going to contain resource nodes for gathering. It wasn't going to contain animals. However, we've been discussing a lot recently, softening that some. And one of the things we've talked about with player-owned towns in general is perhaps something along the lines of like the number of resources is proportional perhaps to how much housing you have in the space. If the place, to sort of simulate the real world, so the more you settle the space, the less resources are available to you, so you sort of have to decide how you want to balance that out. And as one way to balance that out, because there's also a benefit with the blessings to having a higher population, so you have to kind of decide whether you want to go for resource yield or you want the blessings or some mix of the two. So we're talking about it. We don't have any design. We don't have any plans to implement yet. But those are the kind of discussions we're having right now.
Pour your drinks. There needs to be a shot.
Yes. So we have yet another shot. So this is shot number 7. So thank you, community. And we have a guest shooter, Jack Frost, ladies and gentlemen, who you may have recognized from the Gus Ball tournament earlier. He's going to be joining us for the shot.
And I need to apologize if I offended anybody during the broadcast. I heard I made Starr blush a little bit.
No, nonsense. Just all the talk of balls. All right. Cheers. 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 Cheers.
Cheers.
Ooh. Woo! All right.
And did you want to speak to monsters as well? Because I think I cut you off before you got to that.
It would be the same kind of idea that the more settled the population. Now, then there was the other wacky idea we have, which is the deco spawners. So these would be decorative objects that you could place on your property that would spawn creatures. So you could have like the crypt that would spawn skeletons. You could have the spider eggs that would spawn spiders, etc. That's another wacky idea we've been discussing as well.
I love it. As soon as Richard brought it up as a possibility and you shook your head and said, "Don't listen to him, it's crazy," that was awesome. And as long as you make it to where once it spawns, it's consumed.
Yes.
And you have to gather it out of a different place in the world, then you're not messing up the ecosystem at all, right? So I love it, and it gives us yet another ability to add a cool dynamic to some of our quests. So I can hide a chest in a part of my town that is guarded by a spawner that I go every day, and I put a new spawn down, and I put something in the chest, and then I've created a custom loot reward that you get for killing something, and I love that. So
I'm kind of a fan and a proponent of doing things kind of both ways. I mean, if there's a system where I can create a specific monster, a specific place for my town per quest, that's great. Although I wouldn't be against personally as a town owner the ability to just give myself an option. You know, yes, my town can have resources, but if it has resources, it also has monsters or something like that. I was wondering, Starr, if I may follow up a question with something that you were just talking about before we move on.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned, you know, the blessing system, and this is a question that came up in IRC as well. Have you guys given any more thought about what's going to happen with the blessing system, what those blessings may look like, anything like that yet?
Yeah, so not that we're really super prepared to talk about publicly. However, Richard has been actively working on that design document. We're going to have a design session on that in the next couple of weeks, and then so probably sometime about the time this release R22 comes out, we're going to start talking publicly about the plans for blessings.
Okay, and that question actually came from Grimace in the chat. I just wanted to throw that in.
And we know that's a big outstanding hole in the design that we haven't communicated to you guys, and it's critical to your decision making about what you want in your town. That's why we're not locking anyone into their decisions about what their town has in it right now. So no one's locked into any of the decisions they've made or any of the submissions they've made in their form. All that's still in flux until we get that finalized and we have more templates in place. So anyone who's worried about, hey, I've submitted my form and now my town's in the game and I'm kind of locked into anything, no one's locked into anything yet. Because we don't have all the information and we don't have all of the templates in, so no one's locked in.
Actually, I'm going to do this live because you just stopped talking. Brian, can you head to Port Phoenix? Vengeance is a static town, and Port Phoenix is a dynamic town, I believe, correct?
No, Port Phoenix is not a dynamic town.
Oh, you're static too. I don't have a dynamic town owner that can access PAX. You can't stream Winfield. Is there a way, would you mind giving me steward for a couple minutes in your town? Because can I as a steward do anything, or is it just the town owner?
You can do everything, but I'm not logged in.
Oh, okay. Well, I wanted to show off for the next couple of things. I wanted to be able to show off some of the dynamic town control, and I had another person slated to be here that would have been able to do that, but they weren't able to make it due to work, unfortunately. Two actually were not able to make it because of work.
I can.
But
I'm gonna go to my computer and I'll log into Hometown.
Oh, great, awesome, please, yeah. So one of the next questions here has been a kind of a hot topic, and it's been blowing up on the forums quite a bit. If all player-owned towns get a crier/bank hybrid, it's a town crier and a bank, will all player-run towns and NPC towns get one as well? And yeah, can you speak not just to that question, but also to your design thoughts on making all of the player-owned towns get the hybrid crier bank?
Yeah, so everyone needs to have a crier bank, and that's primarily because how things work with if you get evicted, whether it is evicted by the town owner or evicted due to the lack of paying your money, your stuff gets sent to the bank in that town. So we need to have a crier bank in each and every town. So that's one of those that is going to be a freebie for everybody, that it's guaranteed to be that in there, because if not, then, hey, guess what? You get evicted, you can't ever get to your stuff. And that's one of those we also will keep an eye out for people doing silly things and exploits, like, hey, we're going to surround the crier by castle walls.
You online? Do anybody want to say hi to Tass?
Boxes so players can't get to them.
Hey, this is a team member I'm sorry to interrupt, but we have a team member that we didn't get to introduce earlier. Because he's in Europe.
You have to introduce him by his title.
This is Tassilo. Probably can't hear him.
Tassilo, the epic mustache guy.
Epic mustache guy, exactly.
Yeah. So we've got two devices talking to each other. He's in the middle of doing all of the back-end work for the explorations that are happening today. So he's not stressed at all. Not at all. He's totally chill. Look how chill he is. Say hi, everybody. Tass.
Hi, everybody.
There we go.
There we go. Perfect.
All right, good seeing you guys. We'll keep going to meeting. Have fun with your.
Okay, kind of falling behind where I want to be right now, so I'm going to fire these kind of quick. I'm going to read off all of these questions in one line. They all come from the same person. There's a lot of questions, and you can kind of speak to it. It's basically been handled with dynamic towns, and you can speak to this while showing the dynamic town if you want. How will walls be handled in player-owned towns? How many of us have requested walls, walled towns or fortresses? Will Portalarium offer templates with these walls? Will they be objects that player-owned town owners have to place? Will it be possible for a player-owned town owner to add objects to decorate the walls? What about light sources? There is a placeable light source limit by player-owned town size, but a place like Owl's Head have torches lighting in every tower. Will these count toward the light limit? That's all from Morian Seeker.
I don't even know where to start with those.
It's all about dynamic town
questions.
decoration limits and walls, and answering the question of how you control walls and if it applies to your dynamic town limits.
Hold on a second. That's going to be hard to do while I also demo, so I will pay attention for a second. Walls, we had hoped to get walls in, those keep and castle walls in for R21, didn't quite make it. We're hoping for R22, although we've got a bunch of other stuff we're trying to do, so if they don't make it in, but we do plan for those to be placeable just like the fences, so a kit of wall pieces that you can place together. And as far as the light limits are concerned, because every single piece of player property in a town can also have a light in it, that is why currently the player-owned town light limits need to be as small as they are, because you've got to take that number and then you've got to add it to every single, then add all the number exterior lights that you can have on every single lot together. So don't think of that light limit in your player-owned town as the light limit. That's the light limit on top of all the lights that every single piece of property can have as well. So it may seem small until you actually add all the numbers that you can have.
So what about when we do static town? If we were to not do a dynamic town, and we were to have you design a fortress type town like you've done for Arx Draconis, I believe it's called?
Yep.
Okay, how did you handle the lighting on their walls? Do you have lighting? If you have lighting, is it bound by the same constraints as a dynamic town, so on and so forth? So
I don't think there's lights on those walls. Are there?
Okay.
Hutch? I don't remember. Are there lights on those walls?
I think he's muted.
The walls in Arx Draconis don't have any pre-placed lights on them. The
ones have any built-in lights?
No, they don't have any built-in lights. They use the same wall pieces that Owl's Head do, and the lights that are included with the Owl's Head walls were added after the fact.
Right.
So if we could, in theory, once we come up with the construction set that Starr was referring to earlier, I imagine that some of those will have pre-placed lights, or we could certainly do that, especially on towers.
All right, do you want to bring up and demo some of that system, Starr?
Yes, I just had to get some markers first, so I didn't have all that prepped, so I got to get my inventory loaded with markers and deeds.
No worries. I'll go to the next question then. Yeah. Wrath, you actually asked this, so I'll just paste it in chat and let you read it, because it'd be weird if I read your question with you right here.
Yeah, I mean, you touched on this earlier, and I've had a lot of talks back and forth with people about this. The deco limit for dynamic towns. I think we all understand the stresses of the light limits, especially in enclosed locations. But you're talking about 1 square kilometer, and if you are looking to use dynamic towns in deco in order to do things like give us freedom to build roads or whatever we're going to do, like right now, I'll give you an example. In Port Phoenix, when we make the jump to dynamic, I think we'll have a deco limit of total 80 items. 80 items to decorate and customize, make unique. Some spot, hopefully, of a 1 square kilometer area is a very small drop in the bucket. Is there any plan, or are there any plans to raise that limit? Is that being considered, or are we just testing? I mean, I was a little bit taken aback when I saw the small limits on player on town dynamic town deco.
I think people saw last release, the first time dynamic towns were live, that some maps were taking insane amounts of time to load.
Right.
This release, it's much better. I think the actual number, it may be higher than 80 by the time we get live, but it's we still have plenty of optimizations to do, and we're trying to keep it from being too painful right now. As we've seen over and over again, if we set a limit, players will absolutely reach and try to do everything they can to make the craziest thing happen, which, yes, I'm looking at you, Baron Droxus, with Rat's Nest with 540 lots in it.
Well, an alternative second part to that question, will we be seeing larger pieces of deco that might go in player-owned towns that we can buy, craft, whatever, because that would also help. Like pavers that are like the size of a village lot would solve a lot of problems too.
Yeah, well, definitely, and we'll keep refining that system. As I mentioned earlier, part of the sales pitch for why to do player-owned towns is because we wanted the players to make the spaces, and we want them to make it as interesting as possible. So going along with that, we will continue to raise those limits as optimizations show we can. We're just trying not to let people destroy the experience too much for themselves. So it'll probably rise. Right now, I just can't commit to what that number will be eventually.
Fair enough.
Don't lawyer me, bro. But we'll definitely, if we have things up so load times are great, no one's suffering too much, then definitely we'll increase that number. And I think you can expect to see bigger decoration type stuff coming in the not too terribly distant.
Yeah, and again, just a reminder that how we develop is always iterative, and so everything we do, the first goal is to get a functional system with a minimal data set in it, right? And so we just launched the ability to place decorative items in a player-owned town, and so we built the absolute minimum amount of data and objects to make the system function. And then over time, as we do with all of our systems, we'll expand the functionality, we'll expand the amount of content available, and and as we do optimizations, we'll expand those numbers as well. So no one should take anything in the game as final. So I'm sharing my screen now. If people can see it, can people see my screen? Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
I can see your screen. You're a little bit dark, but that's Soda.
Yeah. Oh, actually, I can fix that. So.
Starr likes it dark. You can blame all darkness on
Can you
Starr.
for the rest of us who are trapped in the dark?
There we go. That should be better. All right. So here I am.
That command.
This is dynamic player-owned town. So everything you see in this space, I put in. So I put in the lot. So the way you have these things called lot markers. And so you drag it out of your inventory, and then just like the housing decoration system, you can decide where it goes. Right now, I'm kind of in this central area, so there isn't a lot of free space, but I could, if I wanted, put in a lot right here in the middle. And now once I've placed that lot, it is now a lot like any lot you would see in a town, so I can claim it using a deed. So like there, I can claim this current lot. Once it's claimed, I can now put a building on it. So I can put this tower right in the middle of this square, and now, and then so players have this ability to basically place anything they want. And if I want, I can just on this one I can evict the resident, which is myself. So I evicted myself, and now that lot's free again, and I can pick it up and drag it and put it somewhere else. I can also take, in addition to placing lots and then claiming those with deeds, there's this whole class of objects that we allow placeable anywhere in the town. So things like trees and pavers and things like that, and even whole buildings like that guard tower. You can see that I can just pick up and move and rotate somewhere else, or not. It's a little tricky over. Oh, there it is. I can change the orientation slightly if I want. Yeah, so there's a lot of power in the hands of town owners of what they can place in these spaces. Is that kind of, I mean, I know that was quick and dirty, but is that kind of what you were?
That's exactly what I was looking to do with PackSlayer, yeah. Unfortunately, Winfield's on a spot right now where he can't stream the game very well.
Yeah.
So he wasn't able to do it, unfortunately, and William wasn't able to make it. So, anywho, I've got one more up in kind of this design section. Is will we be able to buy and place more NPC buildings and NPCs through other means other than upgrading our town level? Oh, actually, hey, that was Kazin. That was your question. I didn't realize that.
Oh, so this is that sort of
I was
ad
about
hoc.
to say, wow, that guy was reading my mind.
So this was the sort of ad hoc placement and ad hoc upgrades, add-ons basically to your town. For episode 1, we don't plan on that. We plan to link it still to the size of the town. Now, with that said, we don't do soul binding of anything. So anything is tradable. It's just limited by the size of your town. So if you wanted to, say, if you all of a sudden wanted more guard towers and guard NPCs, you wouldn't necessarily have to do that through your submission form. You could just trade those items with other players.
Yeah, but that doesn't resolve the limitation on number, the max limit of NPCs and NPC buildings, which is where that question was originating.
Right, but the valuation of the player-owned town is based on those limits. So if we let you ad hoc increase those, that would change the valuation of the town. So right now we plan on, that's a hard lock between the valuation of the town size and those limits.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do shrines do exactly? The shrine statues. How many will there be? Like, how many different shrine statues? And if this is undecided, when will we know? That's from Drakus.
Yeah, I think we kind of touched on this earlier. We just now started working on the detailed design for that, and we're planning on releasing information about that about the time that R22 goes live.
And I think I leaked a little bit on blessings from the Oracle in the Uspace post that I made. And then I mentioned that one of the things that's going to the Oracle is you'll be able to get a buff that will prevent decay and help with skill decay, so that you don't have to worry about skill decay. And really, I just wanted to jump in because Hutch has expressed his concern for Kazin's fire alarm. Your smoke alarm has been going beep every time you've been on there, and we want you to get those batteries fixed, okay?
Right.
Will players be able to change NPC buildings on a whim, or would these have a cooldown or some sort of a locked status?
In dynamic towns, we weren't planning on having any kind of cooldown. So if you wanted to change just like we don't have any cooldown associated with reassigning lots or anything like that. Like the only complication might be merchants and vendors with stock if they have player items. But right now, that wouldn't matter because we're keeping the NPCs separate from the buildings. So probably not.
If we need to, because people are doing wacky stuff, we've talked about some of the things players can do, like, hey, I'm going to place these buildings down on top of players who are in the game right now to try and capture them under a building, that type of crazy stuff. If we do get to that point where we find that people are doing that, then we've got some options in terms of like fading the building in over a period of 10 minutes or something. But again, our town owners are generally pretty responsible, so we're kind of in a wait and see. We don't want to do any more work than we have to on that stuff.
Okay, this is about sieging. Can our player-owned towns be sieged when they are not flagged for PvP? So you guys have talked a bit about how towns can be sieged.
Right now, we've actually talked about maybe that's a flag the owner can set, says basically I'm willing for town sieges. So for those of you who don't know, a town siege is not necessarily PvP. It's a PvE type event that may have some PvP components to it, but
any town in the game, any NPC town can be laid under siege by bad guys. We haven't given a lot of detail out about this. And so one of the things we've talked about is giving player-owned town owners the ability to say, hey, I'm willing to participate in that system.
And this is kind of one of those system ones here that I think you guys have probably thought about, but I've never heard talked about. If a player-owned town that is accessible only through another player-owned town, so in other words, one that does not have overland access, okay? So the one that does have overland access, if you get banned from it, then what happens? And /zone is going to be removed, so on and so forth. I think I know the answer to it with single player, but if you guys could address that.
So what we've talked about is having some sort of dialogue that maybe comes up when you go that lets you choose which of the nested towns you want to go to. So you can bypass the parent, go directly to the child.
Alternatively, if you get banned from the town, we just let you go into the town, but only in single player, so you're always in the single player version of the town. We'll see which one works out better. That's the easier version of it. It's just getting banned from a town means that you only see yourself in the town and nobody else.
All right, we've got 4 minutes left, and I have like 8 more things. So you guys have 25 seconds a pop. If I have a tax-free lot deed and choose to live in a player-owned town, will the owner of the player-owned town be able to charge me taxes?
No, not involuntarily.
He can always blackmail you and threaten you and say if you don't pay taxes to him that he will evict you from the town.
But there's no systemic support for that currently.
That's from Ember. And direct follow-up is for the security of residents and player-owned town owners, will there be some sort of a rent-lease function added for lots and housing? That's from Blake Blackstone.
That's been requested. We've talked about it. It's definitely on the backlog. Hopefully, we're not sure it'll make episode 1, but we definitely want to facilitate something like that.
And also, I just want to point out that whenever we say not going to make episode 1, that may make episode 1.1 or something like that. That does not necessarily mean it's 2 years away or a year away or anything.
Yeah, because we are absolutely committed to monthly releases forever.
And will the point of the zone be changeable in dynamic player-owned towns? That's from Striker Sparhawk.
Will the what? I'm sorry.
Where you zone in. So like Vengeance, you're at the north road. If I wanted people to zone into the south road, can I do that if it's a dynamic town?
Yeah, that's something we've talked about that we want to facilitate, yeah.
Will a dynamic player-owned town owner be allowed to designate where the Ankh placement is? Or is the option for the cemetery to take over? For example, Striker Sparhawk again.
That's an interesting one. That, especially in a PvP town, could lead to some serious griefing, because you could basically put the Ankh in a completely inaccessible area, but maybe that's the kind of gameplay you want. So I don't know. That's not something we've considered.
I'll tell you what I would like to see personally as a request before I get into this list of feature requests here is you guys create a couple of static Ankhs, and then you also let us place dynamic Ankhs. So we can add X number of Ankhs, like depending on the size of your scene, the smaller towns get 1, the larger towns get 2, 3, 4, so on and so forth. So if I have an arena that I want people to be able to PvP in all the time, I can place an Ankh right next to it to make reses a lot easier. But depending on my town size is how many Ankhs I would get.
Oh, that's interesting, because that would be similar to how we're doing banks now, since now every town is going to come with the town crier / banker combined function, but you can add an additional bank if you want people to access it in a more centralized location. So that's I like that.
So 90 seconds here. I'm just going to read these in a row. New feature requests. View and edit my own town permissions remotely. That's Kazan. Permissions to add an entire guild instead of just a player in the permission system for towns. That's Kazan. Allowable home type filtering. In other words, I don't want to see any windmills, so I can check a box and say that's no longer allowed. That's from Dracus. Decorations. A chaos shrine. Come on, Starr, just commit. Yeah. And a ring of stones. Those are both from Thurisaz Sheol. And diversification of NPC crafting buildings and stations. That's from Cave House. So in other words, some of the stuff isn't available and some of the stuff is replicated, so there's 2 of certain types of stations, but not some of others. For example, production is represented, but the ability to smelt or something isn't represented in an NPC building. So if I want to put up a building with a blacksmith and next door to that have another one with a smelting station, so on and so forth. And I think we're out of time. That took a lot longer to get through the questions than I had hoped, but there you go. I made it inside the hour.
So I'll answer a couple of those because we're out of time. But the Chaos Shrine is definitely part of the design. Richard's been working on that. And again, we'll give more information about that right around the time Release 22 goes live. And I know Hutch really loves the idea of letting a player-owned town owner decide housing type restrictions. So if that happens, everyone can thank Hutch because he's going to pressure it. Because now that seed has been...
Hey, thank you, Hutch.
I won't let it go. He's not going to let it go. He's going to lobby for it at every single Leeds meeting where we debate these kinds of things.
And I just want to share one tidbit here, since we're already past our time now anyways, and into the next segment, and not taking away from you. When maybe you release 2 or 3 or 4 somewhere in there where Owl's Head went live and we had the houses in there, we were first allowing people to claim houses. Hutch went through, and you can set a default house that will spawn on each lot. And Hutch went through and set them all, so the town was beautiful and perfect. And every house looked like a nice little farm village. And I think he was so proud of it. And then the players got into it and tore all that down and put up the various night houses.
The tallest building you could put in.
They were all windmills or the benefactor Knights homes, all of them.
He was pretty much in tears for several releases after that, so he misses the days of being able to control that stuff.
We still hear about that.
Yeah, my beautiful little pastoral farmland, and then the city up above is laid waste.
Like, this street is always in the shade now. There's never any sun on here.
Yeah, it's like New York City. All right, well, thanks for hosting. Violation did a great job.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Now we're gonna let's see. So first, we're gonna give away some prizes. Let's see what we've got. We've got another coin and some credit. So Master of Ceremonies alum.
Well, we have game design going on behind me, but
sorry about that.
no, it's all right.
What? People are
We are actually working on a game here. What do you want to give away, Starr?
We're giving away a coin and a credit.
Okay, so the coin is SBEE, proud winner of a challenge coin. And the winner of the $10 store credit is Underlord. And winner of the crankiest person in the office that is chasing his office mates away is me.
Don't you always win that award on a daily basis?
On a very regular basis.
All right, so right now we had planned to do a Sojourner Tales play session. However, there was this pesky work thing that happened, and so we didn't actually have time to learn the rules. So instead, we are still going to do a board game session. So Joaquin and Ken and Rick are going to play. What are we playing?
Coup.
We're playing Coup.
We have
is Justin playing as well? All right. All right.
And Wacky, where are you, Matthew?
Okay. So I'm gonna leave it to you, gentlemen. Do you want me to turn this around, or do you want to?
You know, y'all are
want to come?
very close to.
Well, they know to keep their ears open.
5, 6, yeah, we're still.
No, we're still a little bit.
And I think that'll be fine there, maybe all the way back, and then we'll just gather on that.
So it has to be hooked to this thing though, because the Wi-Fi's not working. But you can unplug power.
I will let you guys go.
Okay. Oh, it's got plenty of juice. It does. Go ahead. So you want me here? Is that good? I don't know.
We'll figure out a spot for it.
Okay, there you go.
We got to try and get 5 or 6 people around.
Have fun. I'll be back.
They'll be back to drink in a few minutes.
Starr, I miss when your face used to be on that character board.
Okay.
Yeah, if you had maybe over here looking at
there, yeah, or over here somewhere.
Where is it? Probably over there. I got some wet spots over there.
Yeah, and that looks really
nice. That's a good point. Let's try that. Get as many game developers in as you can.
Check this chair back on the side.
And Chris Spears is going to stay and play with us? Sure? All right. Well, welcome everybody. We're going to take a little break for the day and play a game here. Again, sorry we weren't able to really prepare properly for Sojourner Tales.
And is the roll of paper towels and the 2 beers kind of an essential part of the setup?
Well, I'm going to try and get it right in the middle so that you can't see some of it. Nah, maybe we'll move it, I guess. Good direction, Richard. Boom, done.
Well, I played Sojourner's Tales. Played it last year.
Did you? It sounds like fun to run, but it also sounds like I don't have time to concentrate on it this release.
There's a lot of reading, and it takes quite a while.
I like to read. Matthew, find a spot on camera, man. You're not allowed to be off camera.
Yep. Rick's in there, but
I guess it's full. All right, does anybody know how to play this game?
Nope.
Damn.
Barely on camera.
I played it once.
I need a reminder.
2.
Allow me to read, since we didn't play the reading game today. I'll find some stuff to read anyway. Welcome to Coup. In the not-too-distant future, the government is run for profit by a new royal class of multinational CEOs. Their greed and absolute control of the economy has reduced all but a privileged few to lives of poverty and desperation. Out of the oppressed masses rose the resistance, an underground organization focused on overthrowing these powerful rulers. The valiant efforts of the resistance have created discord, intrigue, and weakness in the political courts of the Nouveau Royale, bringing the government to the brink of collapse. But for you, and you, a powerful government official, this is your opportunity to manipulate, bribe, and bluff your way into absolute power. To be successful, you must destroy the influence of your rivals and drivers.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, wait, hold on. Look, press something that's
Which we did.
That's a little.
No, same as before. Same as before.
I couldn't remember who was the other.
It seems alright. We gotta call each other more.
I don't know.
1, 2, 3, 4. That's good. I think that's perfect. Well played. Great. Might leave it like this for the rest of the day.
The players in IRC also want to play. They want their own cards, and they want to hold them up to the screen and just trust that you get the right ones.
Really cool. Sadly, there's only a box for 6 players today.
And you guys will need to be good and loud to be heard, especially from the far end of the table there, Ricky.
So that was all the fluffy fun fiction that I read. Game mechanics wise, the goal is to
Let's do a shot.
Influence.
Oh, time to do another shot.
I'm supposed to do another shot?
Yeah,
My stomach's beginning to feel a little off. What a surprise.
Pixie sticks.
Yes, we can. Bob. I'm supposed to do another shot, apparently.
Really want one.
Thank you.
Shot of tequila. Don't shot any tequila.
Cheers. Ooh. Dallas just posted, so.
Eating a pixie stick cleared on the webpage.
Okay.
Thank you, Ken. Well done. 2 cards per player.
Yes. Are you oh, great.
You may look at your card. You want to know what to try. This is a game of elimination. We're going to play until there's only 1 player left. As the rules say, there is no second place. There is only a winner. The person who won the last game starts. Who won Gus Ball today? Any winners at the table?
Me.
All right, Chris starts. You are the big winner. On your turn, Chris, you're going to choose from a number of actions. You get to do one thing. You have 2 cards in your hand that are going to define some actions that you may or may not take. This is your play card. Not only do you get to take those actions, you can take any of them. Let's say you don't have a Duke in your hand. You're still allowed to take the Duke action. It's up to the rest of us to find out whether or not we are going to possibly call your bluff. We may challenge it. To kind of start from the top down, there are 3 actions that you don't have to have cards for. You'll notice that income is the top action. Say I'm going to take incoming, you're going to take a coin from the bank. Nobody can do anything about that. You could also say I'm going to take foreign aid, which would get you 2 points from the bank. You'll notice that the Duke has the power of blocking the foreign aid. You may say I'm going to take foreign aid, and somebody will say, I've got a Duke card, I'm going to block that. Then it's up to you to decide whether or not that player actually has a Duke card to do the challenge.
I have a Duke card. I'm going to take 3.
All right. There you go. Is there a challenge to that? You'll notice that the third simple action we didn't talk about is the coup. Once you have 7 coins in your hand, you can call for a coup against an individual player, and they're going to lose one of their cards. That's it. You've got 7 coins, you're going to lose one of your cards. Otherwise, you lose cards if somebody challenges you and you were bluffing. Once you're out of cards, you're out of the game.
So I have questions. How many cards? How many of each of these cards are there? 3 of each.
You're already counting cards?
And there's some that are still left out on the table?
That's correct.
How does that work? There's 3 there. Okay.
And you'll notice the ambassador power allows you to exchange cards with the cortex, so those may actually come into play. Well, it didn't look like anybody wished to challenge Chris's ability to attack, so we're on to Justin. I'm going to block that foreign aid if I do. You may not take that, sir.
How many are there?
3.
What happens if we challenge these when it fails?
The challenge is, first I just have to accept. So when a challenge happens, somebody loses the cup. Either the person challenged or...
Feel free to make deals with the players if you'd like somebody to challenge Okay. My turn. That same Duke that blocked your foreign aid, I'm going to use it to take 3 coins. Look at that, I got 5. On my way to a coup.
I'll take the income.
Can't do anything about that.
Use my ambassador to change cards.
We all believe Joaquin, huh?
Good. I'm sitting pretty.
Yeah. Yeah. Alright. I'm going to use my Duke to take 3 cards.
Oh, there's like 6 Dukes out here. That's a lot of Dukes, guys. Sure nobody wants to call that bluff. All right.
Yeah, pretty good.
All right, I guess Matt's turn is over. Matthew with 1 T. 2 T's. Now that makes more sense.
If we change cards, you can just pick any card you want. So you do like draw 2 cards, and take 2 cards.
That's correct, sir.
And okay, so that was the ambassador.
0 challenges thus far. We've made it around once with no challenge. It's a happy day around here, folks. Everybody is believing everybody. Soon we evolve into. I'm ready to challenge Chris next time. After what he said.
Then I will assassinate Rick. Pay for me to assassinate.
Carnage.
The only thing I can't read is either you have her or you don't.
Maybe I do. Oh, I'm looking.
So you
I got a lot of cards here.
Right, well, if you have it, you wouldn't be blocking. So you don't have it.
What if I let him assassinate this? You can pick the card now. I'll let you assassinate my master. And then that will stay up in front of me so that everybody is aware that there is at least one that master should have it. All right, nobody wanted to challenge that, huh? Okay. I'm going to. Sounds like it's done to me. It attacks for 3 coins. Pick the 2 points. Me.
You should raise this up so it can be angled down a little bit. You can't really see. You can work on that.
I nominate you.
That's fine. I'm going to assassinate Matthew.
Pardon the jarring interruption.
I was going to lose it anyways. Yeah. If you could.
No, I failed.
Oh, you failed.
That's
the second time playing. Oh, so wait, you lose one.
The real question is, do you get your 3 back? Does that negate you putting 3 in the pool?
No, I don't think so. No, he still loses.
That question, I think, is the question.
Well, no, this is action, right? You're a lot of action. You're mine.
If an action is successfully challenged, the entire action fails, and any coins paid as the cost of the action are returned to 10. Wow, it actually called everything.
Why did you spend it?
I don't know why I did that to it, but it's coin back. I'd rather have both.
Right, I'm going to stay.
Down to map. Don't call me map.
Alright, how much stuff? Oh, if only he had a contest.
That's good.
I'm going to block your assassination.
Oh,
That's
not that.
That's that.
Yeah.
Wait, is that contested? That is contested.
Wait, so you think you have 2?
No, do you think he has
Do I think I have 2? No, I don't.
I challenge.
So you're going to challenge the counter action?
Can I do that?
You may. Oh, you sir lose influence, of course.
I get my 3 back, right?
No,
you don't.
So how do I do this?
The action wasn't. That challenge failed.
How do I get this? How do you swap it out? You just pick them up?
This goes face up front. Discard it. That gets shuffled in to the call challenge.
Joaquin's got it.
Oh. Yeah, so he blocks it. I don't think there is that back and forth. I think he just reveals contest and blocks it. Or just says he blocks it, right?
Well,
No.
yes, but you force them to show it, and whenever anybody's
You
forced to
challenge-
show their card, they get a new card. If you were to just lay back and say, cool, you got to contest it, then he wouldn't have had to work it out.
He couldn't just bluff that he's blocking contest and then make him challenge.
He did challenge. Right. That's why he lost his.
So that's
He thought I was
Not
blocking
challenge
it.
the challenge is what I meant. He could challenge the challenge. Oh, so if I had it in a particular bluff, that would actually kill one of your characters. Or no, nothing would have happened.
Right.
All right, so what card is that on the table there? Okay. On to Chris Spears. Come on, man.
I'm still a dude. I gotta take 3 points.
Ooh.
Followed by an assassination.
What's the phone for that stuff? Okay.
Oh, he puts.
You have to wait till your turn.
Yeah.
Now, if you have an
threats ahead of time.
if you have an ambassador or a captain in your hand, or if you just want us to think you have an ambassador or captain, you'll see in the counteraction those 2 allows you. So which of those 2 calls that having? I'm sorry, did I get that away? I'm going to take 3 with attacks. 1, 2, 3.
Look at that dragon walk fly for all of those who are watching on the stream. Pay no attention to you gamers.
Kept thinking about letting everybody watch my database work, but it didn't sound like much fun to do that.
No, you didn't sell him. You didn't sell him.
Okay.
Hey, but we know you.
No, we don't, because he just threw a different one.
Oh.
Thus,
You did.
It might be the same one.
Could be.
Yeah.
Challenge him, man.
I don't have 1 month. I don't want to lose again. I'm also. That made his upset.
I'm still alive, man.
Alright, well, I'm going to keep preparing that 50.
Tell me there's a lot of dukes out there, guys. Everybody's got like 2 dukes in their hands.
All right, well, let's see if there really is a lot of dukes out there. I'm going to assassinate. Yeah, I think it's got to be Rick. Assassinate very
I challenge your ability to assassinate me, sir.
Okay. Are you saying you don't think I have an assassin?
I'm saying I know you don't have an assassin. Challenge. Bring this out.
So is there any reason not to challenge?
At that point,
I get my money back.
No, you don't. No, you don't. Because
the
assassination
action
goes
though.
through.
But you do get to shuffle and take a new card now that you've shown
So
that you have.
really, Rick, is it -1 card still, right? So if you're at 1, there's never a reason not to challenge.
Right,
Exactly.
which eliminates an interesting situation, which is you have 2 cards, and being somebody's trying to assassinate you, possibly you could both challenge and lose.
But with 1 card, I have nothing to do. And I believe when I'm out, the knees go back into the middle.
The guy that killed you?
No.
That's fine.
At least nobody can steal from me anymore, you sons of the channel. Have we started swearing on the channel yet? Yes. Okay. My turn?
Yeah. Alright, well, we both have 1. They all have 2. We should. Yeah, we gotta. You're gonna steal 2 points from there.
It's a nice plan.
Matthew was trying to get in front of that. Hello, friend? No.
Thanks, Ken. You're the easiest target.
Joaquin's
You're my easiest target.
We can just take each other out. I'm gonna assassinate this. There you go.
By the way, to contest a box assassination, which you have gotten.
So the one that he had that I got shuffled back into the one that he revealed before. Remember, you can lose both of your cards.
But he said to drew the same card again. So.
Alright. I'm gonna pick it up again.
One rule that I don't think he stated from the beginning: if you begin your turn with 10 or more coins, you must execute a coup.
Yep.
Not that anybody's at 10 yet, but anybody's getting my coordinates.
I think I'm going to use my captain to steal 2 from Joaquin.
My captain's block. Game off.
If I've been paying attention, Chris has a captain, a duke, an assassin, an ambassador. Or maybe
I have not claimed that I have it.
I might not have ever used that. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You can get just an old 7 coins. That's it.
You can't do anything about that.
Well, moving on, sir.
Good game.
What do you have there over here? He did that.
Okay. I'm going to be walking. Got 2 cards in. 2 cards. Keep looking.
Smiling for the camera. That's okay. I didn't want you to.
The room may seem like it's sinking a little bit, but I think that's just Finn's placement of the lead. Oh, poor Joaquin.
Oh.
There's another assassin.
There's nothing to steal now. I can save my own life.
There's no.
No, I guess it's over to me now.
Nope.
I'm going to take
I'm gonna be a dude.
Keep running away with it, guys. You, when we invited Chris, we invited the right type of player for the. Oh!
No, the hooker experience is hanging out. Let's walk it.
Oh, man.
Lindsay was assassinating you.
For those following along at home, we're down to 3 players. Chris, Ken, and Joaquin. Chris still has 2 influence over the court, while Ken and Joaquin only hold 1 card apiece. I was the first one, then Matthew, and now sadly Justin is down there. Sad day. So that's Ken's turn. Let's go keep it. I will block it with my.
These are all captains. 1 in 4 chance. There's a 1 in 4 chance. I don't know.
I'll block with my ambassador. I'll block with my captain.
I think he has it, but I'm going to tell him.
Oh. Go.
Then again.
Oh.
All right, Joaquin.
I'm in a bad spot here.
Blame Joaquin. He got that. I didn't need to drop myself.
Ken left you in bad shape, Joaquin. Put them 2 against 2. Grudges will carry over till the next game.
You'll do. Let's take this. Good Chris.
I'm going to use my dude. Take 3 more back. Yep, you can do it in the middle.
One more time.
Let's see. 3. Take 2. Oh no, you can't take 2 because if you want to do a 2, you have to do 2. So that would leave me with 5. Get back around to you. Put it down as so that it's 5. I'll have Something like that.
You don't need to change it. It seems.
No, I just checked in first. Yeah, that's the thing. Dude.
Coach.
Yeah.
I started with 2 of those.
But at least you got to use it. So I do. I get 3. Let's see. Use my Duke and get 3. Assassin. And I call
I like the way that went down. I had to
So,
check with the rules a little bit.
Just so that it's clear, before before you put those away, let's do. At one point, there were 3 captains out, and they had one of them. There's no way.
Oh, were there?
Yes. now let me say.
Are you sure I had a captain at the time?
Yeah, like,
Yeah, because it got shoved. It was either in your hand or in there.
like talent.
Now, the reason you got away with that time and again is because you did not claim that the required character was one of your face down cards. He would say, I used my Duke to take 3. You were not saying, I used my Captain to steal 2. Which is part of the rules, so we should play that way before, which might have piqued people's brains. Hey,
wait, so what was that? You don't have to say which one, you just have to.
You do have to say it.
You say.
Which he was not, which was kind of obfuscating the fact that you were using the non-existent. When I got really silent was because I knew it.
I knew you
I
did.
was like,
I
I
knew
want
you
to say
did.
something. I want to say something.
Like,
well, then I couldn't even read the rule without really. What I wanted to do was just read the rule, and I was like, if I read the rule, I'm kind of giving up the rules to. But the rules do say that you have to state that you have that card. You can't say, I'm going to take
Okay.
2. You have to say, I'm captain.
Fair
I'm
enough.
gonna steal
Fair enough.
I had already done the math and wasn't
I realized.
Repeat.
Yeah, you were.
So what? You won the game?
No.
Oh,
No,
you won the
Chris.
game because you did not have the assassin.
There was no way I could catch up.
Good job, Chris. Okay, practice game over. I did not lose.
Yeah.
Okay.
I knew you just had to
That
say your
worked.
possessor, so that's the way out of it. It's ridiculous. I'm going to try and remember.
Oh, hey, deja vu. Let me check real quick. Who goes first? The person who won the last game starts. I got you.
I think I'll just do it. What is 2? 4 minutes? Yes. That's why I'm oh, so that can be blocked by you?
But you did. You used the Duke.
I did pass. I think I'm actually going to challenge that.
I'm just saying, everyone wants to stand up for that
I'll
vote,
stand up
and
for
that
that.
will mark you.
Yeah. Wait, it was a Duke that you did? You took
Yeah.
3 or took 2?
So I read it.
Oh, okay.
And he said the word Duke. You have to say it in front of him. You lost your Duke.
So, just one of those early rounds, so easy to stay up at the game and expect people not to challenge you. I think that's what I was Good job.
I'm going to take some income. Stand for that, Chris?
If you had said Duke, I would have challenged you. If Duke P says it, no. I'm going to use my captain to steal 2. You can do that? Mm-hmm.
Feel free to challenge his ambassador.
That means you can exchange cards with quick. So he'll reveal it. Okay.
Or he'll just keep it. For stealing has started already. This is a steal-heavy group.
All right, I've got 3. I'm going to assassinate just early the I'm going to go ahead and challenge.
Challenging the contestant.
Dangerous. Boom!
Oh,
yeah!
that's a double one.
Yeah. Why was that double? Because I assassinated him and he faked.
He lost the challenge.
Oh, because you could have
And then
just,
the assassin went.
okay, you could have just taken it in half one.
One down, you won your chance to win. Might as well try to keep up.
But we'll see what my chances are.
There's no second place.
Oh, is it only up here? I'm going to pay 3 and assassinate Christopher goes first here.
I have the Contessa.
You're going to block that with the Contessa, huh? I challenge the fact that you have the Contessa. He shows. Oh. Well, that was a good assassination over there.
A very good bluff on my part.
Yeah. Wait, I have the. All right, I paid my treaty. Thank you, Ken.
Don't look at us.
Oh, that's right. Hey.
Are the voices telling you to do something, Rick?
I'm going to take you. Go.
Nothing's happened to make him switch that out, right?
Not because that's whatever pass. He has two mysterious stuff.
I think he swapped them both out already.
I revealed the card.
He did that thing where you have to swap cards. I'm going to use my ambassador and I'm going to exchange cards with Port deck. You'll be challenging that before I lose the card.
Keep that.
Thank you. That's a little bit. Now, do I
look at all four?
Oh, wow. Okay. So I could swap out 2 if I want to. I could swap out 0. Right. Very good.
I have to choose someone.
You must,
I can't tell you that.
that's a retaliatory, isn't it?
That's great.
So the reason for an is the trade-off for picking 2 is
That's correct. I don't think it's the person who did it. Cards up. I don't see it. Joaquin's turn.
Just straight up kill someone and I place that really on them.
That's it. No blocking.
That's not blocking.
Is there any reason to not do right now? I can save up more money. I didn't do my first chance of 3, so I had because now I have more. Well, if you start with 10.
Yeah, actually started with 11 because he hit 9. 11.
Okay. Well then, it really makes sense to have the least get me on.
That's a question only you can answer.
I think I was Joaquin.
He was afraid you'd retaliate. Yeah, exactly.
I don't even know what this was doing. Really.
That's wow. I'm doing well then.
I better assassinate you, or feed you then.
Yeah, cool me now. I do nothing about it. Which card do you want me to get rid of?
I'll give him ambassadors.
Anything right now.
there? I'm going to use my juice to take two. Next turn I'll be using my assassin. It's still useful, right? It might be.
You can. Alright. Well, no, you could be lying. I'm not back. I just realized he could have been lying this whole time about having a tactic. I mean, he does have a good one.
You should leave your cards flat on the table. I've seen some coloring. Just like real stuff. Or look at that.
Well, I'll make that.
Joaquin becomes the third one out. And play moves on to Wacky No Wacky.
Make sure you're not allowed to call him.
Well, to call him man. Let's search.
Well, why do I still feel
How are you going to do that? Oh, you got a captain. I'm going to challenge if you got a captain. What do I do? Show me the captain and put me out of the game. Now that action still went through then, right? You got two out of my pile. I could shuffle it and take the cards and then show. What happened?
I forgot that I'm not supposed to check. Even though we know that one's on the deck. I saw that bottom card.
All right, cool. Asterisk on this one. Both of you guys.
300 from a shot? What? I think we're 300 from a shot.
I already killed off 2 beers. I still have to drive home.
I did the math on mine. I know if I drink 4 ounces of beer, the current rate we're at, I'm okay.
Okay for what?
Okay to get home. As
I'm
long
going
as the
to exchange with the board deck. It's my understanding that you'll almost need to scream into the mic because nobody can hear you.
Are we pretty soft?
Yes, very soft.
Yeah, I'll concur with that too. I'm trying to listen in on you guys. You mumble and or soft.
The only thing that people need to know is that I won the first game.
And I've lost both games so far, but I think there's an asterisk on both of these so far, so I'm feeling pretty good. What's the first?
There's no ego at that table at all.
Wait, so we failed the challenge. It's like on the card. Now I still do the exchange.
Anyway,
Game didn't count the death bringer didn't kill everybody.
I was still sad, though.
You're gonna get out. Got 7
It's your turn now.
Pretty much go ahead and do something, man.
No, it's not me.
And it's Ken's turn.
15 minutes. We're getting faster. Let's go.
All right. Ken will be the first.
Okay, so we need to talk louder so everyone can hear.
Gotcha.
Right?
Yes.
Ken is 1-1. I have 1-1.
Who will win the first game? Here, you got a card. There's a wheel. I got 2.
Most certainly will not be me.
You've refined your bluffing now, I think. Should we all change seats so we don't all have to come right after the same guy every time?
Sure.
No.
I'm gonna assassinate you. I'm gonna assassinate you first.
Good time to make it.
All right, man. There's 15 cards there. How long does it take to show 15 cards? And now Joaquin's gonna assassinate me.
Yeah.
Justin, I don't like your shirt. All right, now Justin's gonna assassinate me. You won the last game, so you're gonna go first. Stop with us.
I will use my Duke. You gotta be looking at stuff you think about 5, not when you have it in your hand.
Chris has said his
I don't
strategy
want to give
is to never look at his card. That's a good one.
Yeah, that is the hand.
But maybe he knows that I know that we know that. Justin's kind of bad. I'm going to use my Duke to take 3 coins as a tax.
Chris, the clarion call for alcohol consumption has gone out yet again.
Sweet, woohoo! And Chris has to grab another beer or hold on for just one moment.
Totally wrong. You had them backwards.
I'm gonna use my captain's team.
You have one too?
Woohoo, another shot.
Wait.
Or you didn't challenge the first one. So very good. Starr gets chilled his shot of
I'm gonna
vodka.
use my master bucket.
Another shot. Another shot.
I just did right now.
I'm doing my shot. Here it is.
After Starr drinks it, I'm going to clarify the rules that the shot did not take place on camera, so he's going to have to redo it.
Oh, no, gosh. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Really? Did you just not realize you had it the first time?
No, that was intentional.
Okay.
Very well played.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so shuffle the card in with these and then go.
Do not look at the deck. You don't want an asterisk on this one until I've lost.
Okay.
And it's Matthew's turn, I believe.
Okay, well, how about I look at
That should be good. Do you remember what everybody's done?
No. Very fair right then. Okay. Well, I'm just going to
You said that.
No. I'm going to... I'm going to assassinate King.
Mean-spirited game. Chris Spears challenges the fact
This is how we roll.
Has said,
Yeah.
he assassinates your other card now.
What? I assassinated.
Lost the challenge.
You lost that one because of the challenge.
Oh, I
Now
didn't
you
think
have
about
to
that.
reassassinate.
Damn. There will be no repeat winner here today.
Yeah, I know.
Chris Spears has a chance to be the only repeat winner of the day.
Oh, so if you hadn't said you would contest that, you would have been counting you. Well, yeah. Oh, yeah. I was only able to challenge so confidently because I
thus lacking the assassination ability. I think it's Joaquin's turn. No? Oh, no, Ken's gone. Thought that was his action. I'm going to block that scheme with my ambassador. Hold on. Yes, my ambassador. He's looking for people to challenge me. Guys, anybody want to challenge us? Yeah. Thank you, sir. Don't touch them until they're yours. These two, those are yours. I'm going to keep them right here, and I'm not going to spend them. But now that everybody knows that I have an ambassador, I'm going to use it to exchange cards with court debt. I have court debt. Okay, top two. Combine my 4. Sure. Let's. Same company? I guess so. Not the same universe. What do all these cards do? I am done. Oh, okay. And how many cards you got? Wonder does he have 2? I can't tell. Assassin.
Remember, I've got 2 of them. Right, because there's someone else. I think it's that same stupid company. Why not? I'll go ahead and challenge you.
Joaquin has exited the game. This side of the table. And whose turn is it next? Matthews? That was Joaquin's action?
Matthews. I'm going to use the 9. Okay. Okay. As soon as I hit 10, or is it I start to 10? I'm going to use my ambassador to exchange cards with the deck.
I challenge that you have an ambassador. Thank you.
All we got to do, I got 2 contestants.
You shouldn't have told me so many times. I remember that time. I don't remember much, but I remember that time.
I use my captain as clip.
I use my duke to take 3 coins.
Use my duke to take 3. Here, let me see if this chair will get any lower. Let's see here. Oh, you guys are doing really great.
I think I can tell that Chris is going to take shots on that.
I'm sorry, Chris. I got a coup, Chris. These guys have retaliatory powers here, man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I know it's that question of weakening the table, but weakening the table is just going to weaken myself, man. They're going to come back and kill me right away.
Well, you're next anyways.
Yeah.
No, it's on the team. They could get each other. But chair doesn't go any lower.
But you got to make sure there's no repeat winners today. So I'm going to coup Chris. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 5, 6, 7. Show that contestant.
No, I do not have to. But nearly as useful as that.
I don't really remember what I had.
And an assassin with I mean, I could do that.
I got stuck in that something earlier. Some other area. think when everybody was stealing from you, like, hey, Matthew's turn.
Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We kill Rick so we can tell him I told
Here I am. Bring it.
Yeah, you can't tell yet.
I block your coup with my.
You can do that. I can do that. Yeah. Fascinating.
So what are you doing?
Doing it.
You sure you don't want to assassinate me?
I'm positive. First one for the real. It's very secret. It's true. No, I can't do it.
Thanks, dude. Appreciate it. I'll remember to invite you to all the games from now on. Justin's turn. I think our time's almost up here, too. Oh. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There it goes. Am I out? Saved by the bell. Cool, man. Who's that? What the hell that come from? See it.
I am actually going to be restarting this broadcast after the game because we have a limited amount of time on Google Hangout. So if you guys want to wrap up and say your goodbyes, I'll go ahead and start a new stream.
Let me say for all the people here playing. I'm pretty sure I'm going to make a comeback and win this game and win
He's already out.
3.
Winning right now, though. Winning right this moment.
We'll see you guys in just a few minutes.
We'll fill you on what happened if we're not here.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Thanks.
Bye.
Somebody tell me whose turn it is. My turn?
It's a complete clusterfuck getting there.
And so what we do is
Hey, by the way, Chris, that was
Greetings,
mine.
community. This is Fire Lotus, and we are live on the air for the much anticipated end of summer telethon of the Avatar. And you know it's the end of summer because I'm wearing these. Summer comes a little, or ends a little sooner where I am. If you don't know me, I am Fire Lotus and the community manager here on Shroud of the Avatar. I am also a content writer, and you'll be hearing a little bit more about that aspect of me later on today. For a full list of the schedule, please visit our website at shroudoftheavatar.com, and you'll be able to see all the shenanigans we'll be up to today. And I want to give a special shout out to all of our streamers who will be hosting specific segments.
It's a complete clusterfuck getting there.
And so what we do is
Hey, by the way, Chris, that was
Greetings,
mine.
community. This is Fire.
About 75% of the experience, but you'd have a way to recover it. If you wanted to totally forget about something, and then you would be able to learn other things faster.
So they would hypnotize you out of it. Erase your memory, be like the Men in Black thing. You don't remember carpentry. All right, what else we got?
Jackknife, who was the one who actually got me onto the tower, got the tower, so thanks for that, Jack. But he takes a deep breath because I think he's in that. He's got a couple of questions, but these are relating to dice. He went, will leather die? Will leather ever be dyeable? Will there ever be an undo dye that can reset an item to its original appearance? When will we see more colour options for dyes, and when will we be able to choose to dye primary, secondary, and tertiary regions of clothing items?
So those are lots of questions about dyeing. So let's see, the undo. I'll talk about the undo dye first. So we have talked about that. It's not outside the realm of possibility. A sort of reset to whatever the base neutral is. We don't have that yet, but that's certainly something we could do. And as far as dyeing, like, say, leather and cloth, the overall color, right now, those material colors are tied to the quality and the properties associated with that leather and cloth. So we're not sure if we want to allow dyeing the primary section of that, but certainly the secondary and tertiary stuff we do want to support dyeing of. And that's probably going to be 23, 24, where we start giving you more finer control of what parts are dyeing, including we also want to support the doing like enamels on metal armor, so you can have like colored highlight enamels on plate and things like that.
I hope that answers your question, Jack. He also has a question for clothing. He said, when will we start seeing clothing recipes that, i.e., non-armor and just purely cosmetic?
Yeah. I'm running out of outfits. A woman can only wear a red dress and a wedding dress and a cute little cloth dress so many times before people say,
I'm sorry, but lately I've only seen you running around in a wedding dress. Just saying.
Because somebody, a.k.a. my guild leader, won't let me do anything but deco, and I haven't gotten time to get my wardrobe back.
It's true. I've been running around in a wedding dress as well.
Yeah. Because, for those watchers who don't know, we do allow all clothing to be worn by both genders. So,
well, I mean, I've got to say personally, I tried on the red dress during the release the last release party that Fire Lotus hosted, and I was the bartender, and I got to say, I rocked it. Just saying.
Yeah. Did you get a lot of tips?
There was some unusual requests. Yes.
Yeah.
But the highlight of the night, I believe, was when everyone just magically died.
Yeah.
And then some people were stuck dead, but that was cool. Another question from Jack. He said, when will we see coats of arms in-game? He says it's relevant because of crafters being able to apply the coat of arms to crafted items.
So Coat of Arms is scheduled for like towards the end of the year, but yeah, that's definitely coming on. Both personal Coat of Arms and coats of arms for guilds as well.
Okay. Another question from Forever Lost on the forum. He said for online NPCs. Have I already asked? No, I thought I'd asked this question. But for online NPCs, are they still going to be selling all the things they currently are, like armor, weapons, regents, currently uncraftable items like chef mechanisms, and will we eventually be able to craft those currently uncraftable items?
Yeah, the long-term goal is those guys aren't going to be selling any finished goods. Like they're really going to be selling either raw materials or at most components. And players are going to make all that stuff. Right now, that's just a sort of stopgap that they're selling things like plate armor. And long term, the goal is that those any finished goods that a merchant would have on them would be player-made stuff.
And B's been stripping it out, that stuff pretty much release by release a little bit. It's been going every release, so it's
Yeah, I think a lot of it comes down to the work we need to do on the crafting system to get all the stuff in place. I've done a lot of structure on all the merchants and stuff, so the shared inventories and stuff. It's easy from our side to add it to the game. You know, a certain perspective is just making sure that this armor is in the game and you guys can see it and test it and wear it. And then the next step is making sure it's integrated into the crafting system and that its stats are proper and its crafting, that its costs are proper and things like that. And then when we feel good about that, then we can remove it from the merchant. It's just right now it's almost just since we have to have all of those pieces in place before you guys can see it, we want to get in front of you as soon as possible. So certainly, a lot of work's been done behind the scenes to structure that such that it's easy to kind of add and remove that stuff. But yeah, most of the stuff, we might have some like newbie armor in the first, a weaponsmith or something so people can upgrade to like a heavy from a light or something like that. But yeah, definitely the goal is to have a very, very minimal amount of finished goods on anything so that it's mainly just leading people through the initial steps of the game. But yeah, long term, all the armor and weapon economy is going to, the goal is to get it to drive through players. It's just kind of a necessity of testing right now until we get all the crafting stuff more realized.
Now, is that for multiplayer only, or is that for single player as well? Because we had a question about how that's going to work for single player mode.
Sure, I think the economies are different, so we'll have to populate different merchants in single player with things like that, so there's some type of a progression there. I've set up a basic system of there's small, kind of like town, village, city, as far as have different inventories. So I think we'll do something like that to where we'll have a variance of that as we go. But it's easy to kind of swap that stuff out. So.
Is there going to be different ores from a beautiful person named Amber Rain, who's beautiful?
Yeah, I think we talked about that earlier. So right now we have iron and copper and 2 alloys, each of those, and then we have gold and silver. Mm-hmm. We're planning on adding at least one more alloy, bone, so you can make bone steel. And then one more ore, which is going to be obsidian. But like B was saying earlier, the beauty of the system that we've created is, the way the materials system works is we can create as many ores as we want, as many combinations as we want.
Gotcha.
I was literally just about to ask a question, but then I noticed that it was already answered within a previous question. But I think the person said we will be able to set our vendors to buy goods from players, which I think we already touched on this earlier.
Yes.
We definitely touched on that earlier. BWT does ask another question. He says we have caves with breakable walls and rooms which are filled with mine resources in places like Graph and Crag mines. Are there any plans to add in breakable sections of the tree wall surrounding a zone that would lead into a grove of trees, patch of regents, or a field of cotton that can be gathered?
That's a cool idea.
Yeah, I think they're just the idea with those walls is just something to kind of keep players from a secret sort of door to keep players getting access to something. Right now, we just kind of explored it with sort of mining pits and walls. But I definitely think we can have a situation where the trees crossing the road or something like that. I think our pre-curtain type thing is a necessity for the art that we're doing. But I think definitely, if we're blocking off, those things just block off access to secret areas or try to hide certain ways. So, we kind of, when we implement something, we have kind of a first example. We've had breakaway walls forever. Just kind of extending those to where a crafting tool involved in sort of getting past those. So yeah, I expect us to try to, have as many of those as possible, that are associated with the tool, so you can have, the harvesting axe can chop through wood to get to a certain area. We're big into having secret areas, and so, walls to block things off, and these are the keys to access them effectively. It's something definitely exploring in the future right now.
Because I know one person in this chat, in this very hangout, who would definitely love that idea, and she knows I'm talking about her, because one of the resources she goes through, like there's no tomorrow, is cotton, and that's pretty much all she has me doing when we're on the game.
Speaking of which, why aren't you
collecting
getting
cotton.
cotton right now?
Because I'm doing a job.
You can't
Please,
multitask?
I need a day off. I need a day off.
No, I don't care. Get back to work.
Do it. Hey, right, I'm done. No. See, look, he's even got the popcorn.
I'd give you popcorn if you got me cotton. I think that's fair.
I require proper payment.
Okay,
But,
so 2 questions, because I'm paying attention, you're not.
I am paying
First question is there going to be timers set for crafting? Like, for example, if you're crafting a sword, does it take you, like, let's say, 30 minutes of actually having to craft said sword? Like, is there going to be timers now where, it's not just like, boom, crafted a sword, boom, crafted a chess piece?
Yeah, we've talked about that. We certainly have the tech to do that, and we certainly talked about that for the higher level items. For lower level items, we probably won't have much of a timer associated with them, but we certainly talked about it for higher level items, for sure.
Okay. And then the second question was crafting in bulk. Like if I wanted to craft, I don't know, like let's say 100 pillows because everybody wants pillows. Can I just throw, like, what is it, 2 cloth bolts? So 200 cloth bolts and get 100 pillows out?
That was a little harder to do, but we have talked about some sort of batch crafting process. That one's a little more challenging.
Okay, just curious.
There's an internal discussion as to how much time to make crafting take. Right now, it's pretty much instantaneous. And the original plan for it had been that it would take time. So I think that discussion will continue internally. We'll come up with some answer. But
yep.
Although I got to say, it's interesting. Even though we have all these specialized commands and little hidey holes for gear as developers, every time there's a wipe, we still have to go and kind of manually pump everything up and or manually build new gear to give out, etc. And boy, does it take some time.
Mm-hmm.
So I would appreciate it too.
It's actually funny that last question Eclipse asked, because that was obviously something that I was thinking about, and then it just completely went. But obviously, it would be nice to that say say Eclipse says, right, I'm decorating this place, and I'm telling you to go and get me such and such. Like I need 5 benches, 10 wardrobes, and so many things, and I have to craft that. It'd obviously be a massive time saver to say put enough resources in to build those, and then just say wait a bit, like a minute or so for them to all craft. So obviously it is a good feature. And I did have one question that I wanted to ask, but obviously I don't know obviously you're purchasing something, it kind of fits into the economy side of it. But say I know 2 people wanted to put together and buy a player-owned town. Is there a way to say have dual ownership, or is it just one person that can only have the town owner, or can 2 people actually co-own a town?
Right now, there's only a single owner, because there would be a lot of complexities otherwise. So right now, it's a single owner. So I think that we are now.
It's now my turn.
Yeah.
See,
so now
she's all over it now.
Charity and streaming. So I'm going to go grab Dallas. He's going to join you because he's been spearheading that effort for us. And we'll see. I'll be back for Combat and Creatures after the charity stuff. So thank you, Alexander and Eclipse.
No, thank you. Turn it over to me properly. Come on.
Okay, guys, everyone who's watching, I now hand it over to the ever lovely, ever beautiful, as you can clearly tell, Eclipse Maiden. Don't let it go to your head. There's still plenty of time for arguing. But I will hand it over now for the charity section. So, Eclipse, if you would like to take over, then please do.
Thank you. Now go get me some cotton.
No.
I said please.
I want a day off.
No, you don't
My
get
back
a day
hurts. My back hurts.
Ooh, yeah, we gotta do a giveaway. Come on, giveaway.
Let's get Jennings in here. There he is.
Yeah, I'm here. What are we giving away?
Don't you have the list of what we can give away?
No.
Uh-oh.
Star.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
I know we have plenty of store credit to give away, put it that way. So let's give away 2 store credit.
Let's give away $10.
Woo, store credit.
Okay, so the first winner of store credit is someone who is well known, Jackknife. He wins $10 in store credit.
Yay, Jackknife.
And the second one who is a store credit winner is Dinsu of MGT.
Woo! I know both of them, and they're awesome.
So you both are going to get $10 in store credit bonus. And Starr is going to mail me that list, hopefully, so that I don't fumble on air again.
I'm going to mail you what list? You're taking my name in vain? All right.
Yeah, Starr, they need to know what giveaways they can give away. We just gave away.
Can you mail me the giveaway list?
Oh, okay. This time it's another coin and a couple of credits.
We just gave away 2 credits. You want me to give away a coin as well?
Yes, please.
Okay, and mail me that list, please.
Okay.
Nag. Now that we're done nagging and waving hello to Dallas, let's give away a challenge coin. And the winner of the challenge coin is Budner. Budner is going to be able to answer the challenge if anyone ever asks if he has a soda challenge coin on him, because we're going to mail him one.
Nice. All right. Is that it for giveaways for now?
That's it. Now I'm going to go get you some cotton, since apparently you're ordering people to go get you cotton with the wave of the hand and stuff.
But I'll give you a smile too. Thanks.
At least she's nice to you.
Alex, back to cotton.
Yeah,
Day
Eclipse.
off.
I'm already familiar with how this works. I've been married for 20 years now. Believe me, I know the routine.
Oh, so
And they're not even married yet.
We're not. Please. All right, so introduction time. Hi, everybody. My name is Eclipse Maiden, and I'm a streamer on Twitch. I'm actually streaming right now at twitch.tv/Eclipse Maiden, one word. There'll be giveaways doing on Twitch as well, so if you have a Twitch, go give me a follow. Self-endorsement right there. I am team leader of Rise Up Gaming, which is one of the charity groups that works with Portalarium. And with me is Hogwin HD, who is a fellow streamer and marketer for Rise Up Gaming. Hi, Hogwin. I'll be nice.
Hi, Eclipse. Thank you.
And I'm also joined by Amber Rain. Hi, Amber.
A beautiful, yes, Avatars Radio and a video editor for Rise Up Gaming.
I was going to let you do the and Rise Up Gaming. And I'm also joined by my fearless leader who makes me deco 24/7. Feel free to say hi.
That's not entirely true. I do let you do other things.
Like what?
Fair point.
True.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Hi, everyone on Twitch. And I'm also joined by, let's see, who all is joining right now. Would you like your real name, or should we go by your Shroud the Avatar name?
If it's me,
me?
Avatar.
Okay, Avatar name. I'm bad at pronouncing names. Actually, just introduce yourself. How about that? So I don't have a blonde moment.
Well, can everyone hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
Wonderful. I'm not seeing myself pop up. I am Lord Andernet. Pretty cool to meet some of you face to face, and I'm here to give away some stuff today.
I love stuff.
Hey, wait, that's my job.
You're going to be challenged today. What exactly do you have to give away?
I have 10 Hearth of Britannia cabinets to give out. 10 cabinets of virtue.
Hype.
Those are hard to come by.
Yes, they are. Those are donated by a community member, and I will go more into that when it's time. But it's a pretty cool donation. I was going to give out some stuff, and someone asked me to give out some stuff as well, and his stuff was better than my stuff.
We got so much hype in chat right now. The hype is real.
I'll be right back. I got to check something real quick.
I can see a lot of people saying Andernet in the in the chat room. So
There's so much hype.
that's going to be pretty cool. I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to see who wins.
Hogwen, I need you to start modding my channel, please.
If it's that one person that you're talking about, then I'm on it. Is
Yeah,
it a timeout or a ban?
There's two. One's the ban.
Right, so which one's the ban? Jared.
No, I got it. God! Do something! Get Cotton or mod my channel.
I'm watching multiple
you get
streams.
one
You need to tell me.
option.
I don't want to go and ban people. Thinking about Skull, go and ban people from your stream unless you.
Don't make me turn the stream around.
I warned them ahead of time. That's all I have to say. I did my job.
I have to pull out the hammer because it's behind me.
You might have to
aim
with
for the
these two
head.
in the same room.
Alright, so we're going to do some giveaways. Do you want to give away one right now? Since you have 10 to give away?
Yes, why not?
right.
A big thanks to Hazard from the forums, who said that he would donate these. He did not want to profit from them personally, so this is pretty cool. So I'm going to pick one. What I've done is I have copied the names from the channel, and I have assigned them to numbers, and I will be running random.org to generate a number. Unfortunately, none of the developers can win. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Nor can anyone in this channel. Can't be me.
Wait, what? Quick, please.
And this goes to the IRC chat room. The lucky winner is.
Eclipse Maiden. No, I'm just kidding.
And I am now just going to the numbers. The winner is Vyrin. V-Y-R-I-N. Vyrin.
Yeah. Congratulations, Byron. He won a Hearth of Britannia. And before you go on to the other winners, I just got to say that we just got in a $2,200 pledge. So we shot way past the last shot goal, and we're only $1,000 away from the next shot goal after this one.
Oh, it's amazing. And I get to join you gentlemen finally. Cracking open a single malt.
And that was my first shot of the day.
Wow, I'll drink to that one too.
They're handing the baton over to me because we've got to be here until 10 o'clock. So I'll be carrying the bulk of the weight of this extreme responsibility for the next 5 hours.
You catch that bullet, Dallas.
So, since this is charity hour, and since y'all are coming close to your next shot, I think it's fair we tie in two things. And I think Amber and Hogwin and all of the people in here, except for the developers, because you probably don't know, know when we do charities, when people donate money, you have to sing.
Yep.
So I'm kind of thinking the next time we reach the goal, you have to take a shot and sing a song.
Oh, yes.
I think that's fair.
Well, yeah. Well, that'll probably drive our revenue down rapidly.
We should definitely be singing Smile Pony Smile.
I think we should make it easy. Maybe like Don't Stop Believing, or Let the Bodies Hit the Floor, or maybe even the Lord British song. I mean, there's just so many options.
Or one of Amber's personal favourites, Dragula.
Well, you know, the songs that I kind of sort of know are Elvis songs. So you're just going to have to do with something like that.
I'm fine with that.
I just wanted to let any devs know that are nearby. Friends of mine have been holding off on some upgrades, so I think you can expect a couple more shots during this hour.
Oh, now we're talking.
Yeah. So the topic of this particular 1 hour segment was make a difference, and the reason why Starr felt that I would be a good person to slot into that category is I'm probably the biggest champion here at Portalarium for doing things that give back to the world at large, and I don't know how much of our community knows it, but Portalarium was actually founded on that premise. when we actually got the company together, it was part of our original charter that when we were ever profitable, which we haven't quite gotten there yet, but when we were profitable and sustainably profitable, it's our intention to give a regular percentage of those profits away. When Wrath approached us several months ago, letting us know about Rise Up Gaming, who is known for doing, event after event after event after event. It seems like they got an event going every month.
We do.
We give away stuff, which is awesome. And told us what was going on, and we wanted to participate. And as you know, we never have enough time in any given day to do the stuff we're trying to get done in order to get a release out every month. And to try to squeeze in more work on top of that was something that we didn't immediately want to do. But after pausing and reflecting on it for several days, Starr and I share an office, and I turned to Starr and I go, I wish we could do something more than just give them some pledges to give away during this thing. I wish we could use this opportunity to bite off a little bit of that purpose that we founded the company on. And Starr and I sat there and brainstormed for a while. Well, what could it be? How can we squeeze something in that's not going to set the dev team behind on the next release? And that's where we came up with the idea of some of these in-game items that we could actually base off of some of our existing assets, so that the artists and the programmers and whatnot would have time to squeeze it in. And that was the creation of our first Make a Difference items for the water.org event, which was tremendously successful. For those that may not know, we raised $15,000 total. The community raised $15,000 by buying those items, and over half of that we sent on to water.org.
Right.
Yeah.
He was
now,
just
slowed down a lot
talking to me
since then
earlier.
because that was a big push. It has been our intention, although we haven't had the time or exactly the right promotion
What's
to come along
his
yet.
gold
We just happened to
timer?
water.org
I can check
actually
that.
spoke
Hang
to us,
on.
because
Connection
our
info.
preference, because there's a bazillion
Idle
charities out there
time.
to support.
Oh shoot, he's been
our
idle for
preference is
2
to
hours.
try to hit some of the
I didn't
more
realize that much
international
time.
ones,
He was poking me and talking to me
or
during my
certainly
hangout.
at least the national level ones.
Right.
As opposed to the
Bambino, come back to
hundreds of
us.
them here, even in Austin, Texas, we'd like to support over.
If
East
he was
Austin,
on
that
TS3 at
is
all, he could
suffering
hear
a lot
us.
from, in some
So
cases,
when you
near
swap
poverty
to another
conditions that
TS3, you
every
still
major
hear him.
metropolitan area has. So some of the ones coming up that Wrath has reached out to us about, and has to do with things like cancer, and specifically children's cancer. And I want to say, because I haven't had the time to dig it in for myself yet, and I invite anyone that's involved here is listening to help us evaluate charities in that domain, whether it's cancer in general or children's cancer, that does have a national flavor to it, maybe even an international flavor in terms of the outreach that it's trying to connect with. That could become our next Make a Difference program that we support. And in the same way that we just come up with some items that we can put in the store that have the dual purpose of being kind of cool and fun to own in the game, and as well as contributing to the well-being of others at the same time. I believe one of the other topics that you brought up that time, Wrath, had to do with autism. And
that's our next marathon. A little bit about Rise Up Gaming. We were founded in 2012. We are a 24-hour stream on Twitch with the purpose of trying to curb cyberbullying, sexism, racism, bigotry, while also raising money for charities. We have a charity every month. The children's cancer was actually, a week ago, 2 weeks ago? It just ended. Autism awareness is our next marathon for September. September 14th through 22nd.
Yes.
And we've talked previously about some cute ideas. I don't know if I can give a spoiler or not of some of the ideas we were tossing around or not for autism. I don't know.
The cancer ended last week, I know, because it ended the day I came home from my vacation.
Well, cancer is not is something, of course, that never ends, and
Of course not.
And
Well, I know that one.
So I still invite those of you Eclipse at Rise Up to help us coordinate the next 6 months worth of things that we could be involved in that sort of fit some of that general criteria. So that we can start planning ahead, which is what I'd like to do, so that we can be more proactive instead of reactive, which Wrath tried to give us the heads up on a couple of months ago, starting with the cancer one. And
say something once you're done, Dallas?
I'm never done, so you just have to interrupt.
I didn't want to interrupt you, but it's also important to know that the community here in Shroud has done a tremendous amount. Amber is not here by accident, as an example. There was the Batten's disease charity that happened last month. And during this charity, well, 2 months ago now, I'm speaking about the last charity. Okay. But the Batten's disease charity happened, and Rise Up and some of the other stream teams were getting together to support this. And you guys couldn't support it at the time, but you know what happened is the community came forward to support it. And we had in-game community events that actually took place. And when that happened, the community events came together to get together for charity. We gave away things, and the Shroud community as a whole really kind of, came together in this really unified way. The Avatars Radio really helped rock that, and you saw this union between the stream teams and the radio, and then now the Shroud of the Avatar community, that even without the developer support, we were able to pull together. And what did you, triple your goals during that charity marathon?
We knocked it out of the ballpark within the first day because of that.
Exactly. Yeah, we have people from this community giving hundreds.
All we were able to do was to post in our on our website and in our weekly email that goes out to 120,000 emails, advertising the promotion, marketing the promotion that Rise Up Gaming was doing, and trying to put as many of the community events in that article as were, formulated at the time. And I would say at the very least that's something we can always do, even if we can't come up with make a difference items that are in-game items. We can certainly, as long as we get a heads up. One of the things that would help too, by the way, because since I'm the guy that has to write the weekly newsletter, and I'm always late, and I don't usually get started on it until Wednesday evening or Thursday morning, which doesn't give me a lot of time to do all the other functions and get that written at the same time. Whenever I get some pre-form articles that some of my guys here even write, like that really long, month-long series we had on Desolate Underground, well, that was because Scott Jones, the artist, who's a pretty darn good writer, was posting in the forums this ongoing story with his articles, which I just cut and pasted into the editor. And so I invite any of y'all that are Rise Up Gaming, like the one about the children's cancer. I actually meant to put that in the newsletter, and it fell between the cracks. So I don't think I made any announcement about that one at all. Matter of fact, I totally forgot about it until you just mentioned it. I'm going, damn, that's already gone?
Yep.
So I'm here for you to actually bug me about that, because I get emails from several community members that go in, hey, here's an interesting thing you ought to put in the newsletter, and sometimes they provide me the content, which makes it easy, and sometimes they don't. So
I'd be happy to send you emails and add to your email list. Not a problem. I'm sure you don't get enough.
So my point there is actually, if you send it to me, send me a pre-written article to go with it.
Okay.
That's advertising your next Rise Up, charity campaign, whatever it is, and so, like I said, at the very least, we'll support every single one of those, because that's in perfect alignment with our purpose for existence here at Portalarium. And regardless of whether it's local or national or whatever. But then I'd also like to do some collaboration with y'all for some long-term planning over the next 6 months that fit in with some of those national or international type of programs that we can start planning, creating some in-game items for, so that the community can raise even more money, and give. We didn't raise any of that money. All we did was channel the community. We channeled that $15,000 from the community and gave them a way to give it. The same way that Rise Up Gaming gives them a website with a donate button to make it easy for them and puts it in their face. So I shut up now. You can interrupt me, anybody.
Oh, I just think it's time for another giveaway. Giveaway, giveaway. I just like to give stuff away.
While you're doing that, I'm going to go check to see if it's shot time, see if we raised another $2,500.
A shot and song time. Shot song.
This is Evan. And would we like to give it another Hearth of Britannia cabinet?
Yay!
All right. All right, Evan. Hit the mouse button. Okay, never mind. So he's having fun, and could you hold him, please? Thank you.
Aww.
This is my beautiful wife. Hello.
Hi.
She also likes Shroud of the Avatar, just not the time that I spend in it. All right. So, running the generator. And everyone, I'm writing down your name here as I see it. If I can't find you in the forums, then you don't get your cabinet. I'm sorry. It'll be given away on another day. And the lucky winner of this cabinet is Rofo. R-O-F-O. Hearth of Britannia cabinet for you. Enjoy.
Yay, giveaway.
All right. Evan says goodnight.
Bye, Evan.
And it is shot time, in case you couldn't tell. We just raised past another $2,500 mark.
Shot and song time. What are we listening? What are y'all singing to me?
I will take care of the song duties as the unofficial bard of Portalarium. So let me do this single malt.
Yep.
Cheers.
Cheers. Cheers.
We can dance if we want to. We can leave your friends behind. 'Cause your friends don't dance, and if they don't dance, well, they're no friends of mine. I say, we can go where we want to, a place where they'll never find. And we can act like we come from out of this world, leave the real one far behind. And we can dance from safe.
There you
That's
go.
That was beautiful. Get that man on the radio, Amber.
That was a total of $30,000 now that has been raised.
All right.
I take that back. It's over $30,000 for the day.
That man is already on the radio in many multiple ways, and as I just typed in there, that's another radio clip for us.
And I think...
in
Go
good
ahead.
spirit, I'm joining you guys in your shots today. So.
Oh, goodness.
Be
Well,
afraid.
I'm going to stay sober so I can tweet about all this.
Hey, I just went up to heat myself up some dinner. Did I miss a shot?
Yes, shot.
You missed this shot and me singing.
Oh, and
wow.
you have-
Really? Did somebody record that at least so that we can put it in a singing rock in the game?
Apparently, Amber
yes.
Rain's going to put it on the radio.
Yes, I am.
Is that singing rock still in the game? I haven't heard it in a while.
Lunch Rock actually is still in the game. I still take tours there and bring people who want to be introduced to it.
What map is it on?
It's in the graveyard of Braemar.
All right, excellent.
Richard, technically you've missed 2 shots since you've been gone, since I've been on the air.
All right, okay.
And also singing, because this is the charity hour, and that's what we do with Rise Up Gaming, is when you reach a goal, you have to sing. So you care to serenade us with something?
Sure. So there's a song I saw sing. My mom used to sing this to me when I was young. I was singing one refrain. Fox went out on a chilly night, bade to the moon for to give him a light, prayed many a mile to go that night before he reached the town. Oh, there you go.
It's beautiful. Thank you.
Nice.
Richard actually taught me and my my 6-year-old daughters that song when we left the frozen wastelands of New Hampshire in December of 1986 and loaded up 2 U-Haul trucks and drove south below the Mason-Dixon line to Austin, Texas, and opened the Austin studio of Origin Systems.
It's a good road trip song. You can sing it over and over and over and over and over
We
again.
didn't have cell phones back then. We were using walkie-talkies to communicate between the trucks.
Technically, they were CB radios, but same frequency.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, they were CB radios.
I think if you check the pledges, you may see that another 2 shots need to be taken.
Oh, and more songs? Yay!
I request Soft Kitty.
Yes.
2 shots?
Unfortunately, I could not secure Drunk Star back for this, but I do have some friends pledging today, and I think some more money will win.
Dallas, who is doing the formal confirmations if you're not at your desk?
I think Dallas is literally going to his desk to confirm at the moment.
Yeah, because before I can do 2 more, you want to keep the count honest.
If we keep doing this, I don't think anyone's going to be able to confirm anything other than, oh, ground that way.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if we just did another donation, I think it's for another giveaway, right? That seems fair.
So let's do. Do you want to do a cooperative giveaway, and or not? I pull the name with my script, and then you give them the fun prize.
Sure. Now, will this be to IRC or to the Twitch?
To IRC, or were you doing Twitch?
IRC is what I was doing, so if you want to pull one, that's great.
I am going to grab a random name right now. Tarsin. Tarsin. And now I'm going to take a shot.
Woohoo! Congratulations!
Congratulations, Tarsin.
Woo!
It was full when we started.
All right, and we have to do 2 more shots because we just got another Duke.
Yes.
There we go. Thank you.
Cheers.
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 Do we have to sing again?
Yep. It's charity hour. Come on.
My turn. I'm going to do an Elvis song. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Gene. I'll do Elvis next on the next shot because we got to do another shot.
I gotta do it while I'm drunk enough. So,
Do it, please.
Amber requested the Soft Kitty song, so soft kitty, warm kitty, little ball of fur, happy kitty, sleepy kitty, purr, purr, purr.
And now I go to bed.
That reminds me of fish heads, roly-poly fish heads, eat them up, yum.
Oh, Dallas needs to do a second one. He needs to catch up.
Catch up.
I don't think I did 2 shots, did I?
No, you just did 1. Do another one. Oh wait, that was just your first one. You need to do another one.
Are you sure?
I'm sure. Yeah.
All right, then. This
Okay.
is the second one.
Yes, you should definitely listen to the Lord of Chaos
That
on
was
this.
the first one. Hold on.
Oh, wait a minute. You said that was the first one to do this. No.
This feels right.
Well, I can't hear. It's Elvis. You ready?
Yeah.
It kind of goes, to do Elvis, all you got to do is mumble. You should mumble in the microphone. Well, like that. Well, I want for the money, 2 for the show, 3 to get ready, now go, but don't you tell my blue suede shoes. You can do anything but laugh for my blue suede shoes. There you go.
Wow, that was.
Thank you.
Bravo.
It definitely was. By the way, we used to hear that. You guys have only heard it like once or twice since in this project, but we used to hear that almost nightly at Origin. Once a week at least.
Sometimes it was accompanied with some dancing on top of the table. I have vague recollection of that. Anyway.
Often in public restaurants, even.
Well, you can't properly do Elvis unless you got the knee action going on to go with it.
There's still someone who hasn't sung yet. And he kind of ran away. We need to drag him back here for a song, right?
Oh, Mr. Chaos?
I'm thinking.
Of course, Starr needs to sing.
Yeah, singing Star has to happen.
You know what?
For charity. For charity.
David Bowie, so if you mention a David Bowie song, you'll probably happily sing it.
Yeah, Amber, I presume you must have talked about this before, but I don't remember talking about it here tonight. And which is, I really totally dig your Avatar thingy, Bob. I don't even know what you call it. How
Face
you are
rig.
manifesting today is mighty darn cool. Can you
It's
give me
act-
some descriptions of how you pulling that off?
It's actually called face rig. It's for when I decide that I need to hide behind my camera and instead I'm using my avatar. So this is what I stream with when I'm on RU Gaming's main channel.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool.
I need one of those for when I don't feel like doing my hair.
The Shroud.
I need one of those for when I do feel like doing my hair.
So, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was just joking with him. I said, yeah, both of those hairs.
Oh.
You were looking at my nose, weren't you?
It's all right. We love you, brother.
This is the new executive look around here, you know? Yeah. It's spreading.
So I just want to say that, I'm so thankful to be a part of this community because there's several of us that are Rise Up Gaming members that are also Shroud of the Avatar members, and it's been great to work with y'all. And as a Rise Up Gaming member, it's really meant a lot that y'all have helped us so much with our charities. The Water.org marathon was amazing. How much y'all helped us raise and surpass our goal threefold, and even how y'all were saying that even just putting it in your newsletter is such a big help. We've reached every single goal that we've tried to do since we've partnered with y'all, which is amazing. And we keep mentioning, but the next marathon is in September for autism, September 14th through the 22nd. And you can make us sing to get payback if you want to. I know Hogwin over here is an excellent singer when it comes to Barbie Girl.
Don't listen. She's like.
He does a really,
woman,
he does an amazing. It's all about the bass. I just
Yes.
can't tell you
No,
that
I
right
don't.
now. He does
No,
so well on this.
I don't.
He does.
He does.
I refuse.
You can also dramatic reading of "I'm an Oscar Mayer Wiener." He's fantastic about that.
Can I make a request? Can you sing
I
it?
love the Oscar Mayer Wiener song. I'll do it with you. Come on.
Yes.
With the accent.
What?
I want you to do it with the accent, though.
We demand Oscar Mayer.
Oh wow! Really? I just came on to help Eclipse.
Come on.
For charity,
Hogwin. Or if you want to do it solo, I'll be happy to sing it with you as a duet.
Doing Oscar Mayer Wiener with Lord British. Wow.
Come on. Oscar Mayer winner with Lord
That's the
British.
dream right there.
Brian,
So true. Come on.
Kaizen, I'll do this if you give me the title of official Gabberer for the Phoenix Republic. Seems like a fair trade.
Done deal.
Done. Right. Let me just pull it up on YouTube.
Oh, you've said it like 5 times. You have to know.
I don't know the words. I honestly don't know the words.
Okay, well, I'll start and you join in, all right?
I'd prefer to do it at the same time. YouTube, stop hating me, please.
Oh, a duel at the same time. This would be beautiful. Live here on YouTube and Twitch, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, I wish I was an Oscar Mayer Wiener.
Wiener.
That is what
I'd really like to be. Or if I was an Oscar Mayer Wiener.
Everyone
would be in love with me.
Yay!
I remember the last marathon we did. I did it in the Smeagol voice. It was embarrassing to say the least.
Well, now you got to demonstrate that.
No, I refuse. not unless my account was magically upgraded to I don't know, Baron 3 or something.
I have gotten so lucky. I have to admit that I've made Eclipse sing about 13 different songs. I've gotten Hogwin to sing, and they've been so nice that they've left me alone, which is probably a good thing.
Oh, wait. Bring attention to yourself? What, Amber?
As a general reminder to Richard, if you like this controlled chaos that is Eclipse Maiden, do remember that you will be seeing us at DragonCon in a few days.
Oh, hi, by the way. See you soon.
So, Eclipse, I had mentioned I had a couple of prizes for your Twitch stream.
Oh, yeah. Now we're talking.
And I understand you have a bot to pick those names out.
I'm ready.
And this is the water package, the full water package that I've donated, and there's 2 of those right now that you can pull 2 names if you like.
All right, give me a second. What should the keyword be?
And because I don't know them, they're gonna have to. We're gonna have to figure out how that works within the forums to give them that gift.
They can private message me on Twitch, and I will give you their names and email. How about that?
That's perfect.
All right. So if you win, guys, send me a private message on Twitch with your Shroud of the Avatar name and email, and you will get your water.org package. Let's do the keyword. The first one is charity, and we'll start the giveaway. So to get in the giveaway, guys, you got to do. Let me start that over. Wait, stop.
Hey, if I may, here's something we might not want to miss because I know that Jackknife has an amazing voice, and he said if we raise another 5K before the end of the hour, he'll join the hangout and either sing a Smeagol or something awesome with his own voice. And he has such an amazing singing voice that we really want to raise that 5K with.
Hearing a little bit more about that aspect of me later on today. For a full list of the schedule, please visit our website.
Get you in to win the water.org package, which is amazing. I have one and I love it. It's a wishing well, it is a rain emote, and it is a beautiful water.org cloak. Blue, beautiful.
And half of these proceeds go to charity.
That's true.
And we still need to get Starr in here to sing.
We do. I'm going to give them a couple minutes to enter because you got to get on Twitch. If you haven't already, it's twitch.tv/EclipseMaiden.
Self-promotion. Oh, God. What was
that? My coffee.
But, yeah, that's definitely the highlight of my night. Oscar Mayer winning with Law British definitely tops the Smeagol version. Definitely.
I mean, we still have 20 more minutes.
Actually, do you know what? That reminds me. I need to create some more memes and just flood the hell out of Twitter.
Twitter needs to be flooded.
The many hundreds of Shroud of the Avatar memes suddenly appearing on Twitter. That's him right there, Hogman. He's the guy who's been creating like a machine.
My personal favourite, I won't mind though all those that flooded in one I created in like the space of 30-40 minutes. And my personal favourite was possibly the Walking Dead one. What do you get if you take a guess? Coral. Sorry, I'm just thinking about it in my head. I'll leave it there. And get back to picking some cotton, like a good boy.
Good boy.
Okay, I lied.
Alright, I think I've given y'all enough time. Are we ready for a giveaway? I'm ready. I love giving away stuff. Let's make it rain. Get it? Water, make it rain. Come on.
Yeah, we can make it rain.
Yeah. Amber rain.
R-A-I-N-E.
Oh. Oh. Alright. Let's see
before
here.
Hoglin wins.
Let's do this. First winner. We have 2 to give away. First winner.
Aspire.
Aspire for the win.
Alright, Aspire.
Woo! Rigged.
You knew it was coming.
Rigged.
Oh.
PM me. Send me a private message on Twitch.
Rigged.
And we got 1 more to give away. 1 more. And the second one goes to Wiley Dan. Of course, Wiley Dan wins. That's rigged.
Oh, rigged.
That's who won the first one. The next one, Cynicist.
What?
Wow.
Wow.
Did anyone else catch that?
Nope.
I think we all
the sex
nope.
one. The sex one.
What?
Nope. We heard nothing.
PG-13.
Cynicist, say something.
Usually you give them like something like 60 seconds to respond. If they don't, then just re-roll.
Oh, 60 seconds to claim your Y.org package.
I wanted to do the same in the
Oh, yeah,
chat
there
program,
he is.
but it
Sorry.
scrolls too fast.
Yeah, Synesys just responded.
Oh, there it is. Private message me your Shroud of the Avatar name and email, and we'll get you that water.org package. Yay! Twitch giveaways. All right. Shall we give another one away on the IRC?
Yeah.
I feel like just...
One of our community members donated a big pile of pizzas for the dev team that just showed up. For those working
camera.
OT tonight. Put it on the camera.
Pizza.
I don't know if I can get my kids down over there.
What? Oh, for
Well, we'll
pizza?
eat it. We'll eat some of it in front of the camera here in just a second.
Very good.
I actually want to give a shout out. That was one of our moderators who we have an absolutely amazing set of volunteer moderators, and he was worried that the dev team would be hungry with all that liquor and suffer for some kind of food poisoning. So we wanted to make sure you guys were fed.
Give you something to soak it up. There you go.
Okay, so the two winners for the Avatar was Wiley Dan and Jack Frost were the two winners for the water.org package.
Jack Frost.
Wow, he's lucky.
Congratulations!
Congrats, guys.
Okay, we just passed up the next shot.
And song! Yay!
Starr there.
Starr needs to sing this one.
We demand
Totally.
it.
Totally.
Viewers
Starr needs to
demand
sing
it.
this one.
I told him that you were a David Bowie fan, so there had to be a David Bowie song that you would sing for them after we do a shot.
Everyone's requesting that Starr actually sings Bane of Britannia, at least a bit of it.
Good luck with that.
Okay. All right, shots. At least do the guitar part.
Liquid.
Okay, here we go. Ready?
Here we go.
Cheers, shot.
2,500.
Woo! Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. There you go.
Bane of Britannia. Blah, 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 blah.
In the thrill of the fight, will we ever see the end of the Avatar?
You actually know if those are the words? Do you know the words?
Am I the only one other
hell I
than
was
the space bards who know all the words? Just
Yes, you are the only true disciple of chaos. Or you're the truest disciple of chaos.
Reigns of Castamere? We have a special request to sing Reigns of Castamere? Sorry guys, I'm new to the IRC. I don't know how to PM back. I'm blonde, so sorry.
As part of the Oscar Mayer Wiener song, you know, there's also the My Baloney Has a First Name that goes right with it. It's the bookend, you know, to those Oscar Mayer songs.
absolutely.
Yep. Go do that one, Richard. Yeah, I'll try to
Wait,
remember.
how does that go?
Let's see, this one goes, My baloney has a first name, it's O-S-C-A-R. My baloney has a second name, it's M-A-Y-Y-R. Oh, I love to eat it every day, and if you ask me why I say, because Oscar Mayer has
the win with B-O-L-O-T-N-A.
Y'all are amazing. This is beautiful.
It's a great ensemble.
Somebody should be streaming this. Oh, wait.
We need to get these guys in the next Rise Up Twitch stream all together. Just
Oh,
have
I
people
know.
donate.
Absolutely.
Yeah, like have people donate to charity to make Dallas, Richard, Chris, and Starr sing.
Autism Awareness, September 14th through 22nd,
I'm
boys.
just saying, you want to get back, Dallas.
Yes, and for $10 to go to charity, all money goes to charity. I think it's fair to sing. I mean, that's what we have to do, right, Alex? I mean, we
Yes.
have to sing.
Yeah, it's only fair.
It's only fair for charity.
Only fair.
I agree.
Not one song I've backed out on yet. Not one.
Not one. I mean,
No,
we've given it to him too. I mean, I'm trying to think what else he'd say.
I mean,
I feel
I'm
pretty. I feel pretty. You sang.
Oh
you
yeah,
sang,
but that was the very first day I started streaming on Rise Up Gaming again.
True.
There was I Feel Pretty, Raining
I
Men,
Feel
Barbie
Pretty.
Girl.
I feel pretty and witty and gay.
It's beautiful.
Something like that.
There you go. Jockus has a plan. Pledge to stop the singing.
I can alternate. One group pledges to start, another group pledges to stop
Yeah,
it.
until we get 10,000 more dollars in pledges, I will continue to sing.
Yes.
Stop! Pledge, I'll even pledge.
Stop the madness.
How many shots are we up to? Because my husband is curious.
I believe that was shot number 11 or 12. I'd have to go look. They were coming pretty fast there during this hour. So it's 11 or 12.
Hey, you want? Can I tell a drinking story if we're in a lull?
Go for it.
Sure. So most of you, I think, know a few years ago I made a little off-planet sojourn, and I spent a year training in Russia before that trip to the ISS. And in Russia, you drink a lot, and if you're training for a spaceflight, you drink twice as much as a lot. And so you drink a lot of vodka and cognac. And in fact, they don't really know, they don't understand mixed drinks over there. They really don't have them. If it's a normal occasion drink, vodka, and if it's fancy occasion drink, cognac. And so one time when I was back between training sessions, I thought, I want to bring mixed drinks, bring cocktails to this little kind of military base in Russia. And so I had a bartender friend of mine work with me to make a drink that we could make with the ingredients available on a military base, which was vodka, cognac or whiskey, and other than that, all you had was fresh produce. So you could have potatoes or onions or whatever it was. So we invented a cocktail that we called the American Cosmonaut. And by the way, today I'll be making them with Cosmonaut vodka, a private label, as in I bought some bottles from a place that will put their own label on it. But anyway, here's the Cosmonaut vodka, private label vodka, that if any of you come to my house sometime, I'll let you leave with a bottle of Cosmonaut vodka. And then it includes orange juice, lime juice, and a little bit of simple sugar. So 2 parts vodka, 1 part cognac or whiskey, then 2 parts orange juice, 1 part lime juice, and a little bit of simple sugar to taste. Preferably in a cocktail glass like a martini glass with sugar on the rim, which we don't have down here since I have a shot glass. But, there you go. The American Cosmonaut. Now you too can make them at home.
Now, prior to that, it was the Mississippi mudslide.
We need in-game a coconut drink, like a drink in a coconut shell called Cosmic, whatever you just said.
American Cosmonaut.
There you go. Or it would have to be the Britannian Cosmonaut.
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, if you put it in a coconut shell, then it needs to be the new Britannian Cosmonaut.
Definitely the coconut has to be in there because I'm pretty sure we're going to reach our third stretch goal of the evening of $50,000 of the flaming coconuts. So.
Ooh, a drink in a flaming coconut. Now that would be something.
That sounds like something I want to drink.
That sounds like something that might be hazardous to drink.
Ben just told me that he's so sure we're going to make that goal that he just finished integrating the flaming coconuts into the game.
Woo!
Woohoo!
All right.
Seconds before they hatch, but okay.
Well, I haven't implemented the data archetype, just through awesome flaming coconuts. So they're local. As soon as I get the word, I'll put those as actual prefabs.
All right.
I don't know. Maybe at 50,000 we'd get a "Don't Stop Believing" by everybody singing. I feel that's fair.
I feel like that
Journey.
could work. That could work.
You're going to have to send us the lyrics.
Yeah.
Easy enough. Easy peasy.
Alan.
It happened in 10 minutes, but it's
You
possible.
just lost all your cool points, dude.
Cool point.
You didn't hear me then.
I didn't even know I had some cool points.
Yeah.
I know, right? I mean, so what was the name of that song again?
Don't stop believing. Hold on to that feeling. That one.
Yeah, I almost recognized that, Lum.
Thanks. I'm getting better.
Yep. The YouTube lyrics are in chat.
Boom. We don't mess around.
We so don't.
So I just want to let y'all know, because I know we were talking about charity. We like I said, Rise Up Gaming does do charities every month, and we constantly have charities going every day. Actually, I don't know if Amber or anyone mentioned it, but every year Rise Up Gaming picks a specific charity, and all of the subscription money on our Twitch channel goes to a certain charity, and this year is for Seattle Children's Hospital. Because they're doing the most research into cancer for children right now. And I just want to let people know that, because I know there's a couple of Shroud the Avatar members that are subscribers to Rise Up Gaming, and all the money goes to Seattle Children's Hospital for the year. So just want to let y'all know that we give back as much as we can with Rise Up Gaming. We're a non-profit group, so all of our money goes towards charity at some point. And then during marathons, it goes to the specific marathon. So
that's awesome. That's awesome. And like I said, if you guys can formulate an article and send it to me at least a week ahead of time, I'd be happy to give it a 2-week pre-announcement so people could get a heads up that it's coming. But give it to me 2 weeks ahead of time, I can post it in the weekly one, for 2 weeks prior to the event. I assume y'all do most of y'all's events starting on the weekend. Yes. Right. All right. Yeah, so that works out fine. And so the weekend before the weekend, you get it to me, and I'll post it there, and I'll post it on the following Friday as well. Give everybody.
I will do. I will add to your, I'm sure, millions of emails probably.
I look forward to it. Those are the kind of things I also like to include, like to write about.
Sure.
Might I add that this kind of this has been a thing about charity, but we've also had a lot of antics with during this hour. But I wanted to highlight to everyone that this kind of interaction, the direct developer, player, streamer, whatever interaction that we get, this is the highlight, I think, of this game and this team. And I just want to give you guys mad props for this, because, frankly, I've never seen anything like it. And it's really awesome to see you guys dive in, and when you're confronted with something like a charity or a special event, like losing to players at Gus Ball.
Ouch. That's fired.
And we won the second match.
But you guys don't go. You dive in and you kind of take the bull by the horns and you say, okay, let's do it. So when someone crazy in the office, whom we won't name, says, hey, let's do another 12-hour stream, and then someone even crazier says, well, let's involve community members and streamers in every one of those hours. The entire company says, that's a great idea, and you just dive in, because you literally don't stop giving back to the community, like getting involved. And I just want to say before I have to go that I think I speak for a lot of players that that's absolutely amazing that you guys do that.
Well, if I can just break in real quick, I don't think it's crazy at all, because you're the guys that we're doing this for, so of course we're going to get you guys involved. We're not making the game for ourselves, we're making it for you guys. We're making something that you enjoy, something that, we take your contributions in, and like Gus Ball's perfect example, you guys came up with it all on your own, and we saw it and went, oh, that's kind of cool. Let's make a Gus Ball.
Quite honestly, this type of development team and community interaction is every bit as good, at least as good, if not better, for the dev team as it is for the community. Having been doing gaming for over 30 years now, up until this project, all of our game development was behind closed doors, for the most part. And when Richard and I started, you could do a game in less than a year. And then it stretched out to 2 years, and then 3 years, and then by the time you get up to those really massive AAA games, there's 6 years that you're hiding behind closed doors and not getting to interact with the people that actually want to consume what you're creating. And so that in and of itself, just being able to interact with the people who want to consume what we're creating, is a huge, huge spiritual boost, an energy boost, an emotional boost to the team, unlike anything I've ever seen.
It totally is. I was just looking at the forums while somebody else is talking, and people were talking about Desolus, which I worked on literally 2 weeks ago, and they're already saying, this is my favorite part of the game, I love the story, this is great. I'm like, wow.
And it goes beyond that too. We're not making a game for you guys. We're making a game with you guys, and that's even more different. Y'all are able to participate with us in the creation of this product, helping to steer the way that we would have never imagined on our own. And so we're not making the game. We're all making the game together for all of us. And I, for one, predict that this is going to become more of the standard going forward because we see how well it works. And I look forward to spending the rest of my career in this industry doing all of our product development this way, making games with you guys at the same time.
I would like
we're
to.
destroying so much that I'm doing the liquor dance over here because I believe we got another shot.
You do, and another song. And I feel like it's been a long time since we've done some cabinet giveaways. So can we give some more cabinets away, please?
Yes, I think we can give away some cabinets.
Woo!
Some picnic baskets.
Some picnic baskets.
And each of these cabinets, let me just say, is a cabinet of virtue. Viren won the cabinet of honesty. Rofo won compassion, and Tarson got valor. And next up is the cabinet dedicated to justice. So we are now giving out the cabinet of justice to a member of the IRC chat room. And before I do that, again, the donator of these cabinets is another community member, Hazard. Thank you, Hazard. Also wanted to pay tribute, as I do, to Rustic Dragon, who is a pretty cool guy, and he's really kind of how I got involved in Hangouts and part of why I stuck with Shroud of the Avatar, as well as the great community here, and why I pour my whole life into the forums. So, moving on to the giveaway, the Cabinet of Justice. Justice is going to Malakis. M-A-L-A-K-A-S. Malakis.
Congratulations, Malakis.
Congratulations.
Yay. Are we doing one at a time, or can we just do a double? A double.
Come up the shots.
We could do a double.
Certainly do a double because we're only about $1,000 away from the next shot anyway.
Great!
Cheers.
Woo! Woohoo! I want another cabinet.
And by the way, that puts the telethon total at 42,500. So we're only 7,500 away from reaching that third milestone.
And I would say the charity segment has been the largest segment so far for donations.
You may be right.
Yeah, that's the.
Wouldn't that be fitting?
Yeah.
That seems fair. Yeah.
Either that or it's the singing. I think
that's exactly what it is. More singing.
Wiener duo, I think, really.
My family just came home. I don't think I can do any more singing anymore. They'll.
Aww.
Who hasn't sang yet? Somebody's not sang.
Itsy bitsy spider climbed up the water spouts. Down in the rain and
watch the spider out.
Out came the sun and dried up all the rain. And the itsy bitsy spider crawled up again.
Awesome. There you go. Did that make us any more money?
Maybe.
Anybody?
So, Starr,
yeah.
Thank you so much for singing something that required hand-eye coordination as well. Now I absolutely know how much I've had to drink, so thank you.
Well, I was having trouble deciding which did the finger touch the thumb or did the thumb touch the finger. I could not honestly remember, and then I was like, oh no, it's all. Let's see, I'm still messing up. I managed to pull it off though. Did manage to pull it off.
You did.
So
I'm a witness to it.
Thank you. That's a theater degree right there.
It is.
The show must go on. No matter what your physical condition is.
I want to know what the next cabinet is. It's not
the
justice
next
anymore.
Cabinet is the Cabinet of Sacrifice.
Oh.
That's appropriate for charity.
Yes. Yes.
I think they all are. All right. The Cabinet of Sacrifice.
Oh wait, it can't go to me. Dang it.
I know, I'm sorry. It is going to someone that starts with the letter B. A little bit of suspense. This guy's a bit of a joker. This is Budner. Budner.
Nice.
That's a name I recognize.
Fantastic.
So congratulations, Budner. You have won the Cabinet of Sacrifice.
Yay!
And we will connect later to do that. We still have a Cabinet of Honor, Spirituality, and Humility. And later on, perhaps if Chaos, if Dark Star or Richard Garriott would like to do the draws for their cabinets, there's a Cabinet of Order and a Cabinet of Chaos that perhaps could go in the last segment. We don't have to give them all out.
No, I want to do the
now.
chaos right now.
No, because I am here and I can't win being
Yeah,
here.
let us not be here so we can actually win.
I want a chance to win this, even though I know people
don't forget to
calling
honor.
out Rick.
You're in the chat. My IRC bot will try to pick you. You have as much chance as everyone else.
There we go. Now we're
We'll-
talking.
Why don't we do that then, where Lum does the next? Well, he can do the Chaos one then. Right?
Chaos.
Oh, my time's up. I'm
Wait a
sad.
minute. Chaos isn't one of those virtues. What do you mean? Where did the chaos one come from?
Chaos!
It's insidious. Order is not a virtue either. I'm sorry.
This is actually oddly appropriate. The winner of the Chaos Cabinet is Logic Bomb.
Oh.
Nice.
Great Logic Bomb.
Congratulations, Logic Bomb. How do you spell that? I'm writing it in here.
Logic Bomb.
T-H-A-T.
one
No,
word.
I'm just kidding.
Is it B-O-M-B or B-A-L-M?
B-O-M-B.
It is spelled A-M-B-E.
Took the words right out of my mouth. That's exactly what I was just about to say.
Maiden, M-A-I-D-E-N.
And that leaves 3 more cabinets and of virtues and 1 more cabinet of order, and those can happen at any time during the hangout. For the next few hours, we can save those. But I do have another water.org package for the Twitch streamers.
Oh.
Or Twitch viewers, I should say.
Rild is also offering, what did he say? Store giveaways for Relics by Rild, $20 coupons for his store. So those are also available. Thank you to Rild.
All right, so I think this will be my last giveaway for the water.org package because I think I'm over my time. I love y'all, but I don't want to get yelled at by the next host because I would yell back and so it wouldn't end well.
And then they'd just run away in Eclipse. They'd take their spot
true.
anyway.
And then I claim their lot as mine. Yeah, basically. So, oh goodness, a lot of people want this water.org package. Hello, everybody. Any final thoughts before they kick us all out and say, get out of here?
We love you guys. And gals.
Oscar Mayer Wiener for the win.
You realize you're never going to live this down. Like, I'm probably going to highlight it on Twitch, so it'll be on Twitch.
Eclipse,
and
I've
then
got
it's
to
on
sing
YouTube.
Oscar Mayer Wiener with Lord British.
You're aware that it is
That's
going
it.
to be flipped into an MP3 and played on Avatar's radio like a bunch on our auto?
All right.
Time for another shot, folks.
Time for another shot.
And song.
The charity hour wins. Holy
Charity Hour wins!
Woo!
And literally all I need is a follow back on Twitter by Lord British, and that's it. Trip to hospital.
Can you say self-advertisement?
Woo!
Well, when we raise 50,000, that's 20 shots, right?
Woo!
Yes.
20 shots each.
Not counting the doubles that I heard some people taking earlier.
All right, here we go.
Yeah.
Winner. The
And before
winner,
Hawkwind wins it.
please. Winner is
Yeah. Grab
Andreas Whitefire.
He can't, surely he can't
right.
win again. I won. No, it wasn't Whitefire who won before. Congratulations. It
Woo!
wasn't him who won before. For some reason I got his name mixed up. I'm sorry, I have to do this.
Rigged? Is it rigged?
Rigged. Totally rigged.
It would have been rigged if you would have won. I'd be like, sorry, you can't win.
But it's live stream, so you couldn't argue against it.
Hey, what's your Twitter handle so I can follow you back?
Hogwin HD.
You're just mad because he followed me back and he didn't follow you back.
Ah, but he was friends with me on Sorta before you.
He's not accepted my friend request. It's okay. I'm not mad.
Burn.
That's okay.
And I also
I don't
like
have friend request yet. I can't follow back because I don't see them. So I have to see you in game and actually click on you.
That's okay.
/friend.
I've got you. I've got you now. I am a follower fan of yours here on Twitch. So
more memes to come soon.
There, in the side chat, I just put all the Twitch people's addresses for you.
And of course, you'd put my name would be on top.
Well, thank you very much, guys. This was an amazing hour, and you prepped us well for the next couple of hours, where we're going to talk about combat and PvP, which are not controversial and don't require careful thought and consideration as we give answers. So thank you for prepping us so well.
We're going to need to write "Don't lawyer me, bro" on our forehead with a permanent marker for the next 2 sections.
But thank you for driving us to give back. We absolutely appreciate it, and we want to do more and more and more of it. So, like we talked about previously, we want to start talking about autism awareness, breast cancer, and other worldwide charitable things that we can participate in. So we're looking to you guys, and we'll start.
Crikey, mate. How's it going, mate?
Start reaching out to you guys about following up on those kinds of things.
Yeah, well, like I said, speaking as a Rise Up Gaming member, we really appreciate it, and everything y'all done for us has been absolutely wonderful. And I think you were here when I said since we worked together, we've reached or exceeded every single marathon goal since we started, which is amazing. And like I said, multiple Rise Up Gaming members are members of the Shroud community, and we absolutely love it and stream it as much as we can, and love showing the gameplay and having a good old time. And as Amber makes me sing while I stream Shroud of the Avatar, and I hope Shooter Jennings isn't watching because I kind of butchered one of his songs before. So
and forcing people to go out gathering resources all day.
Actually, he heard you sing it, and he thought it was a hoot.
Ooh, awkward. So, but I thank y'all so much for your time. I will leave. On to the next segment. I've been Eclipse Maiden, and this was the Charity Hour.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone. Thank you for having me.
All right.
The floor is yours, Dark Star.
Good, because if we raise much more money, I will be on the floor. So the floor is mine is an appropriate segue. We have a guest.
Who's in town?
Yes. In town from Philadelphia.
In town from Philadelphia. What's your handle?
Halderthier.
Halderthier. All right. Well, welcome.
Thank you.
You just dropped by?
Yeah, I'm in town and knew this was going on, so I thought I'd drop by.
Awesome. Cool. Well, grab a chair. We're gonna start talking about combat.
So can we please emphasize that it's not an everyday occurrence that we just welcome people to walk into our office and start getting into design discussions and stuff?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, just saying.
I saw him in the hallway.
Maybe you should sing some more, love. Oh wait, we have prizes to give away.
Because they're Starr, they're telling me to sing "Sex Bomb." Do you really want me to start singing?
No, again? Please don't. Okay. So combat. Oh wait, we have a poster to give away. Oh. So we already gave away Shattered Moon. I really can unroll posters. I'm not that challenged yet. I did have a little trouble with that one. All right, here we go. So this one is a little Fire Drake on the winged statue. Another Stephen Daniele signed poster. So winner of this one is?
The winner of this one is Rydia. Rydia, fresh from Final Fantasy IV, is now our next winner of a Stephen Daniele original signed by the dev team.
Oh, I was going to sing Rydia the Tattooed Lady. Oh, Rydia, Rydia the Tattooed Lady.
You lose geek points and you gain cool points simultaneously. I don't know how you do that.
I know. It's amazing, isn't it? Chaos! All right. So I think we have our host. Do we have our host? Oh, wait, we had it for a second. We lost it. Who's our host? Dark Lunar Dude. Oh, I hope they're going to this link and not the old link. It's so surprising that as this goes on longer, it gets less organized and more chaotic. I'm really stunned that that's happening.
It's almost like our carefully crafted preparations are breaking down.
So we're here to talk about combat and creatures, and we have a community host who will be here at any moment, any time now.
I suggest we have combat, and we should have that combat with creatures.
Oh wait, we can give out an add-on store credit. That'll kill some time. Lum.
Next winner of the add-on store credit is Mata. Mata, a frequent forum poster from Europe, I believe, is a winner of a $10 store credit.
All right.
Well, we got Blake here. We should just ask him for questions.
Oh yeah, he's totally prepped for that.
Put me on the spot.
Yeah.
What kind
All
of
right.
question?
Oh wait, we have Dark Lunar Dude. We have our host here.
Hello, guys.
Hi.
Sorry about that. Took me a little bit longer to get in because Twitch decided my thing decided to crash.
No worries. We're at your mercy, sir.
Ah, okay. So I have creatures and combat. Fun little topic. And my first question actually comes to creatures, believe it or not. And what was the process like designing some of the creatures in Soda that are in the game right now? And are there ones that aren't in the game yet that you're excited for?
So Richard, I want you to why don't you answer that latter part? Like, what creatures that you want in the game that you're excited for? Like,
it's interesting that the creatures that I'm the most excited about are often a very different list than the people doing the fine-tuning of the combat systems. I mean, to make the combat function well, you need a variety of scale and difficulty of creatures. But my stack sort of looks like this. My first broad stroke goes to creatures. I hope we do no more creatures at all that either stand in front of you and hit you, or shoot at you, or cast magic at you. Those, to me, we've got plenty of those. And from now on, I'm hoping that each creature that we do truly gives you a unique way to interact with it. That's why I like whether it's slimes that split, and if you use normal weapons, or whether or they might rust your armor in some way, so you'd want to stay away from them. Ought there be some tactical reason for that creature to be interesting beyond it's just tougher than some of its predecessors. But coming up, for example, you guys have seen the imps, IMPS, that players already can summon and that we can put in the game as bad guys. Well, there's also EMPS imps being planned that aren't even really that much of a foe. We also have children being planned for the game that Starr keeps putting at the very end of all creatures to be created, because again they're not on the kind of standard list of foes we won't want to spawn into the world. But I think children are an important part of making the world feel right, and I have some special combat needs for children that are part of the historical aspect of a lot of my games.
It's a very polite way to phrase that.
Indeed. But those are probably my favorites coming up. Imps, children, of course, the dragon. But most specifically, it's creatures that don't either trade blows with you, shoot projectiles at you, or use magic on you, but rather have some other function about either their attack or their defense, which makes them tactically unique to interact with.
And that's what I was going to say is we kind of had a set of creatures that were all kind of the minimum bar that we could get to, that we got into the game so that there'd be something to interact with. But we've kind of reached that, and so any creatures we're adding from here on out have some major tactical element, some way of fighting them, some strategy for beating them. The troll was a little bit of an experiment in that. The phoenix is a little bit of an experiment in that. And each creature going forward is going to have some major tactic involved with it, some point of interest on it.
My favorite creatures are the ones that are almost impossible to fight.
User entered your channel.
So like the Ghost. The Ghost is my personal favorite because highly resistant to physical damage because he's a ghost. I mean, of course he's resistant to physical damage, and he drains your life and your focus. So he's really hard to fight. That's my favorite one.
Very cool. Very cool. Now, it's very interesting about the dragon. That's one of the things I'm looking forward to, actually, is the dragon coming into the game. Because I'm a huge dragon fan from other games and reading and all that. And I would love to see how you implement a dragon into the game in terms of, like, combat.
Yeah, so the dragon is probably one that's going to push our combat system as far as we can possibly take it. I mean, in fact, that's why we had to sort of take an interim step. We had to actually build 2 other creatures first before we could even get to the dragon. So we had to get the troll in to see how big we can make a creature in this space, and then we had to get the phoenix in to see how we can handle flying combat. And for the dragon, we want it to both be able to fight on the ground and in the air. And so it's going to combine both the tactics that you see with the troll and the phoenix.
Oh, okay. That'll be really nice then. That's something I can't wait to look forward to in the future patches then. Next big question I have on creatures is, like, with the outstanding fact that you have a lot of, like, archers and, magic users, and as someone who who's only been playing the game about a couple months and still figuring everything out, I'm finding a lot of the times that you can often combine different skill trees in the game to kind of combat those type of effects. Like, example, like a fire archer, for example, making your element, make your weapon enchant by fire, and then fire arrows out of it. So I think it's kind of interesting how you can kind of do that type of setup and still fight these creatures off in the normal method.
Yeah, and we're going to continue expanding on that as well. This release, we changed a ton of stuff. One of the things that went in was actually making defensive skills more active than we had in the past. So there's the block and the parry, and the shield block actually now is much more powerful than it used to be. Parry was actually nerfed a little bit, but it was moved to the tactics tree so you can use the same weapon. But those are all things, parry, dodge, and block are all things you can use in different situations. And they're, like, block with a shield now is the only way to block missile weapons. You can't parry them. You can't actually dodge them. Anyways, we'll continue expanding on those just because it adds to the how to fight different creatures.
Yeah, I think one thing we try to do with the creatures is, we have skill trees, and like one thing you need to do is sort of make sure that the creatures teach you how to play the game in the sense that maybe you use the same tactics you use against a creature as you would in PvP. One thing we've done is make sure that, if a guy has a blade, he uses blade skills. If he's got a hammer, he uses hammer skills. If he's got a polearm, he uses polearm skills. I think to a certain extent you want to break outside the mold of that, but for our humanoid creatures, I try to sort of synchronize their skill use with that so that you start to use tactics against the creatures that you can use in game. And since we've expanded a lot of sort of the shield block and dodge and parry stuff, then I think we can try to get this whole aspect of a creature that is lightly armored uses dodge, or a creature that's heavy armor has more damage mitigation. A creature with a shield uses a lot of shield blocks. So you want to be able to see a creature at a distance, judge what he is, and then be able to predict what skills he's going to use based on the ones that he has. And we've done a decent job from the melee and range perspective, but certainly from the caster perspective, we pretty much only have creatures kind of using attack skills. We haven't really spent enough AI time on introducing tactics, like having a healer that finds a tank that sort of sticks to him and kills him and buffs him and things like that. So you want to sort of try to create these sort of pairs that combo up that also exhibit things that players might do to be able to kind of show off different tactics like that. So we're still getting there, but it's kind of been a slow go. But that's one reason why we kind of have these archetypes that fit the way the players play. You want to inform players to learn how to play the game and see the different tactics of the creatures.
Okay, and I really like that you're actually trying to expand on the the healer tank type of setup where one person, like one creature is a shield bearer, the other is like a healer based, and you have that sort of synergy with each other. So you have to focus on killing one before the other so the other can die. And I like that as well. You're putting effort into making it more viable in PvP as well, because I think like a game with a game like Shroud, having access to knowledge outside of the PvP base that's usable in the PvP base will benefit the game tremendously in terms of player outreach into new territories.
Yeah, and a change that as part of that expansion that B was talking about, like one of the things that we want to do is like right now, undead creatures res on their own just as a sort of natural behavior. But one of the things we've talked about is moving that function to the undead mages. So they're the ones who would actually trigger that res. And so again, a tactical reason to take out those guys versus like foot soldiers. So those are the kind of expansions to things that we want to do over time.
Yeah, I think you want to look at each encounter as a somewhat of a little puzzle, you know, or at least there's an order in which you do stuff. If you just run up and bang on the first guy in front of you to get the guy behind you, then you're not as efficient like that. So you try to create, you know, that's why we try to sort of define these roles that creatures fill, so there's enough combination of those. I mean, if it's just 3 mages, it's going to be an easy fight. If it's 2 fighters and a mage, then or you know, a fighter, a healer, and then an offensive mage, then that becomes more of a tactical situation there. So as far as sort of our mundane creatures, not our extreme creatures, that's kind of the direction we're going. Just haven't gotten there as fast as we'd like.
Okay, yeah, I definitely see that is going to be a really interesting system put into the game. I actually have a really, I guess you can say, more oddball combat question. What are the chances we might see something like a like offensive boost magic make its way into the game for creatures specifically? Like you're talking about, like the death mages being able to revive the dead, but instead, you know, bolster them, making them stronger and more durable, something like that. Would that be a possibility in the game in the future?
Yeah, that's kind of some of the stuff I've talked about. Is so we have our mages that kind of do offensive spells. You know, as the player, you have a concept of a buff, either like, you know, bonus strength or bonus defense or something like that. You don't necessarily yet have the concept of the creatures kind of having the knowledge of how to apply different skills. So what we need is sort of the idea that, you know, the AI knows how to properly use a heal skill. So he's not just healing the target all the time. He's waiting to a certain point where he's choosing which target to select. Another thing we don't necessarily have too that we're going to add is sort of, you know, creatures using stuff at certain health levels. You know, we can mimic a humanoid drinking a health potion and healing back up, and so maybe this guy has, you know, one time he uses a health potion. You know, we can kind of mimic those things that sort of are the same thing that players do. So, you know, I'm trying hard to make sure that look how the players play, try to mimic that a little bit. Maybe it's not exactly the same, but at least it strategically serves the same process. So certainly there's a lot of room for sort of buffing and sort of trying to get creatures to kind of use consumables or do something that the player does. So right now we focus a lot on big creatures, but a lot of that AI work we're doing those we can extend to the other creatures later.
And we should point out, for this release, pretty much up until last release, B was the guy who did all that stuff and did all the crafting stuff.
And all the player skills.
And did all the loot bundles. So with other people coming on, B's going to have more time to dedicate to that stuff. So you'll probably see a lot more progress in the upcoming release.
368 free packs.
Yeah. No, it's awesome. I mean, it's very, very, very cool. You were doing so many things at one time and still able to pump out all these different creatures that had these different things about them that were very unique. One of the questions I want to ask actually points to the bosses in the world, like the raid bosses to eventually come in. I'm very excited for that because I'm a former WoW player. I can formally admit that. So I also played Ultima Online, so I had some experience with that. And I really enjoyed the idea of fighting a boss and enjoying that. And I really can't wait to see how that translates in Soda, being that you have so many variations on setting up teams for these type of battles.
Yeah, and what we've got in right now, I would consider mini bosses, like not full-on bosses. They haven't pushed the system as far as we want it to go, but they're our first sort of forays into that. But long term, we want them that we want that sort of challenge that takes a large group of, a lot of coordination and a lot of optimization and a lot of gear prep and a lot of deck building prep to make that happen.
Yeah, really, like Torquedal and the Phoenix, those are really just experiments to see what players are capable of, because we always kind of set our bars as like, okay, we think this is an 8-person creature, and then as we saw, Torquedal was pretty quickly beaten with 4 people, and then 2, and I think he might actually have been soloed. I forget if anybody's soloed him yet.
Yeah, someone soloed him.
They claimed it did. I didn't see a video.
Oh, I haven't seen a
video, or it didn't happen.
A lot of these bosses are kind of getting our baseline for sort of, what is the DPS and what is kind of the hit points, and kind of from a high level, trying to get what is kind of a normal monster, what is a mini boss, what is a super boss, and also what AI elements, because like you say, eventually it takes 8 people to kill him. If it takes 2 people, it's probably, some AI element that we're forgetting, or some sort of exploit or something like that, where he's not acting in an intelligent enough way. Because we know he has enough hit points in DPS, so trying to sort of ferret out what are those sort of, little corners, or what are those little aspects that they get stuck in based on our kind of philosophy of how we're doing AI, and how do we need to tweak that behind the scenes to make it a sort of real challenge for lots of people. So a lot of these initial ones, like Chris said, are just kind of getting the baseline in for, what is difficult versus what is not, and what can we do with our current system, and what do we need to expand.
Okay. Yeah, and see, again, like I said, I come from WoW and everything, so I'm used to the big 40-man raids, and so it's just gonna be interesting to see how that translates in Soda, where you might meet a 40, like 8 5-man groups together to go in and defeat, a giant dragon or some type of water lizard or something like that in the future, where it's you coordinate with each other, you make sure everything's going well, and I think that'll actually really be a nice pace changer. It could be, like a weekly thing that guilds can do with each other, small groups can find a way to do with each other, and just have people meet new people in the process. Expand the community with bringing these older raiders from these other games, maybe come in and look at this and say, oh, that reminds me of Blood. I want to try this.
Sounds like a water lizard was just requested. A very powerful water lizard.
Yes, I mentioned a water lizard because I was thinking, well, I was trying to think of something. I'm like, well, I would think something like a lizard that could come out of the water that you had to keep away from the water, because the lizard has some type of healing element in the water. So it's kind of like a keep away game in that scenario.
It'd be a perfect thing to add whenever you catch fish in it.
My favorite raid boss from another game was actually the Watcher in the Water in Lord of the Rings Online, which had some of those healing mechanics, just like that in it.
So some positional.
Yeah.
Awesome. That'd be amazing to see. I did have a question about the old combat system versus the. I was gonna say I had a question about the old combat system versus the new one. In previous patches, it was a card-based system, and it still essentially is, but you streamlined it a little more, so it's a little more usable, and I love that about that, because I love the streamlining. It feels more accessible to a newer player, whereas when I started, I felt a little lost because I couldn't figure out at the start, okay, what card parries into what, that type of thing.
Yeah, and that's really been the goal, is we kind of designed a system that was aimed at end-user, end-game players, which was really turning off new people coming to the game. So we lost a lot of people in the first 2 hours of gameplay. So just as we move forward, it also kind of forced the style of gameplay that not everybody appreciates, which is I need to be watching my deck more than I'm watching combat, and it makes it a little more awkward to move around. And we want to give those type players who really are more of the almost dancing around in combat and really just want to keep their eye on their character and nothing else in their target. We want to give them options so that they can map things. This is also just because it was easy, low-hanging fruit that also matches up with what other MMOs do. We removed a lot of the artificial balance type stuff of it costs more focus or takes longer to catch. on the locked cards, which is the one they can open. Still some big advantages to using the dealt system. Some of the Chaos Magic will only be available through dynamic card system, and just the not having shared cooldowns on a lot of cards is really important.
Yeah, I think the number of choices we had in the old system, even though once the veteran players played it, they liked that complexity, but it certainly overwhelmed the new players. And I think about that a lot with crafting in the same vein. You have unlimited options inside of crafting. You need to sort of set it where it's progressed out. The similar thing with kind of the skill system. Players are overwhelmed with the number of choices. Once you get into it, it's okay. And so I think sort of with the more use-based system, it makes a lot more sense that you use it and it goes up. I think it definitely helps as far as that paralysis and analysis thing that sometimes you got with.
Yeah, that's something I noticed coming in. I had a problem where I noticed I was looking more at the deck when I first started playing, where it's like, okay, all right, I gotta see what combo works with what card, so I have to focus more on the deck than the actual combat. And I felt a detachment there at first, but like you said, as you keep playing the game, you got used to that, so you knew the combos like the top of your hand, and you knew what the icons looked like, so you could easily do it. But for newer players, I can easily see that becoming a bit of a problem with the game, and they might not like it. So definitely the change to streamline that really felt nice, even for a veteran player, because it's still the same system, but it's easier to grasp in the long term, and that type of scenario.
And I think almost 100% of the in-game type players, the guys that are breaking new ground and winning PvP tournaments, are playing with some type of hybrid deck where they lock a few, they deal some, but not all or the other. So they use a hybrid. And in terms of when you start off, you have to think about it a lot. Like with the dealt deck, you have to think about it, but then as you got used to it more, that's really one thing we're trying to get at. If you watch some of the early videos that we did, we talked about it in terms of actually building a skill, that we wanted people who had played 2 hours be better than people who played an hour, and people who played 10 hours be better than 2 hours. And that was one of those mechanics, is your brain really starts shortening those paths and picking up those patterns quicker. The more you do it, it becomes easier and easier over time. That's one of those big skill elements that we talked about, which is one of the reasons we did not remove the hybrid deck system, even though many players were turned off by it. There's a lot of players who do want that skill element, who do want that extra challenge, and don't just want to have a WoW where they hit 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I really like the tweak we made where it's still a fully dealt system, but then you can decide which slots the cards get dealt into. Because all of a sudden, for me, that made it so if I knew all of my quick attacks were going in slot 1, all my stuns were going to go in slot 2, all my roots were going to go in slot 3, or better yet, setting up combos. So I always knew that Rend and Flame Fist were always going to go in slot 1 and 2, so that set me up for that Fiery Decay, so I always knew that I was always going to hit 1, 2 for the combo, but it was still
Spell weaving.
Spell weaving, sorry, spell weaving.
Skill weaving.
Spell weaving.
I remember spell weaving. I actually have a question regarding to the old system, actually, of combat. What was the idea behind the card system as a whole? Because I'd never seen that prior to coming into Shroud of the Avatar. I had played card games before, but I'd never seen a system like combat was based on a deck of cards.
Again, the big goal was we wanted to have skillful combat. We wanted to do something that wasn't super heavy Twitch-based, just because that never holds up when you've got some people playing in Australia and some in England and some in America. And the card system really moved things to be more of a thinking game. You really had to, think and respond, but it wasn't really Twitch. It was more, recognize or how quick you recognize things, and then for the spell weaving aspect of it, how quickly can you recognize the, two cards go together and put them together for the right appropriate situation. So really, it was there were about 10 different factors that went into it. Oh, we lost Richard. Most of them came from Richard in terms of his requirements, that as you might expect, Richard had some lofty goals for the project and what we had to do from the start, including things like the classless system, very heavily skill-based, not grind-based, and skillful combat, and kind of just all those things led to there's not too many options. We don't want to do just another WoW clone. We want to break a little bit of new ground, and came up with that after throwing it around a bit.
And I think it fit with our goal of having a classless system. So we wanted people to be able to build custom builds and of any combination of skills that they wanted. And so having a system that allowed you to combine those skills into unique skills kind of fell out of that as well. And we're being informed that IRC is getting restless because we are not paying attention to them and they want some questions answered. So I think Lum's going to start trying to funnel some of those questions in. So
I'm sorry, I've got too many drinks.
that's okay. So it looks like Lum pulled one up from Doris. Aren't we too twitch for the latency once we tighten that up?
We're not any more twitch than any other MMO out there. There are going to be people who will be at somewhat of a disadvantage, but really the ping times even to the worst places in the world are within the second range. We do have some ways to handle. Up until this last release, we trusted the clients a lot. For this release, you'll see that we're trusting the clients less, and more things have been moved to the server. So we'll see how things go. But I mean, we're no different than any other game that's out there right now. So I don't think we're any more Twitch than other games. As I mentioned, those type people I would expect them to use more, thinking type games, spell weaving and.
Right. I mean, it's not like we're doing
slower mechanics.
Right. It's not like we're doing real-time physics or real-time bullet trajectories or anything like that, like a shooter. So I mean, we're as latency tolerant as any MMO out there. Any latency issues you would have between players are no different than you'd have in any MMO. Alcides, this is an easy one. So Alcides wants a detailed explanation on the new shield blocking mechanic with numbers included, please. So Chris, after 10 beers today, could you please provide us some math formulas? Because that makes math.
So we're trying to get in, again, always looking for the rock, paper, scissors type elements in the game, and ways we can make some, why do I want to use change up weapons? Why do I want to fight one guy one way and another guy another way? And make sure there's no, here is the build. So I refactored how shields work, actually shield, parry, and dodge. So shields and parry now stop a certain amount of damage if they trigger, and you'll get a message saying parry, block, or dodge. Dodge gets rid of all damage. But the shield block actually will stop missile weapons. It won't stop pole arms. That's one of those rock, paper, scissors type things. If you see somebody who's using a shield, you switch your pole arm build, and you've got an advantage over them already. But the actual numbers behind it, I believe it shows the block bonus. That is your % chance that the hit attack will hit your shield if they were going to hit otherwise. If they're going to miss, they miss. But if they're going to hit your shield, that's the % chance that they will actually hit the shield, and your shield will stop some amount of damage. It's based on your strength in the shield as to how much it can stop. But as for the math, it is truly a percentage chance. We're on a 1 to 100 scale now. We used to be on a very wide, floaty scale. It was just based on a ton of things, adventure level and strength and stats. But now we are on a 1 to 100 scale. So when you see that shield says it has a 13.8 or whatever block chance, that means that it will stop. You'll be able to, if you have your block skill active, you will be able to stop that hit 13.8% of the time.
And I think a lot of that too was how do you make sort of missing more fun? How do you sort of add more interest to something where it's not just a hit or a miss? I think part of it too with the block was, how do we give an explicit benefit to certain choices? If you're wearing light armor, you get this. If you're using a shield, you do this. I think sometimes subtle bonuses don't just come across that way. So it's like you want these very explicit bonuses so that you know it's a benefit that you know that you get that no one else gets. So that's why we kind of try to make shields a little neater, try to make dodge associated with light armor and parry and things like that. So really was trying to make misses more interesting and just trying to give some really strong benefits to certain choices.
Expanding on that, have you thought about after you have a block, then your shield block gets a bad effect that it didn't have beforehand?
Yeah, I think we want to try different things. Since that's a interesting type of miss, like whether it's a dodge or parry or whatever, then that allows us to turn that into something else.
Right.
Once you block, then this happens. Once you parry or dodge, then this happens. So I think it's definitely, since we added that event, it's interesting to see different ways we can tie it.
And while we're talking about the new system and the new mechanics that we added in, just to be clear, we got 70% of the way done with the move to use phase. There's still lots more work to do. So if you look at a skill and say, the skill isn't going up, or it has a percent effectiveness, and you're like, what the heck is percent effectiveness? Just know that we'll continue to refine those. In R22, I expect we'll have all those percent effective things cleaned up. But yeah, so again, the system is, we're about 70% there, but we did not get all the way there on all the skills.
I have a quick question, you guys, from someone in my chat room, actually. He is asking if there's any plans to add any gameplay elements from Ultima at all.
That depends on what you mean by that. I mean, anything that is intellectual property of Ultima belongs to Electronic Arts, and so we're, of course, avoiding any intellectual property concerns. But if you mean things that are gameplay in the style of, yeah, absolutely, the devotion to highly interactive objects, etc. So there has to be sort of a more specific question in there, I think.
I'll see if I can get one from him, but yes. We have plenty of questions that people are still want to answer from you guys.
Yeah. So another one from IRC. Are there any plans, this is from Ice Queen, are there any plans to make more combat skills positional, such as those that have to be used from the side or the back? So we already have a bonus applied when you attack someone from behind. And
the math side of things, since I know that's what a lot of people are going to want, is from behind, you can't be parried and you can't be blocked with a shield. You can still be dodged. There is a dexterity bonus that factors into it, and you do not get your dex chance for dodging.
It would be nice if your capsules were solid, so that you'd have to actually go around the person too. That would be great.
It's in there in PvP
all the time.
Just so people know, that's an ongoing back and forth that we have. Richard wants to make everything in the entire game collide with everything else in the entire game. And up to this point, we've avoided it. We have it for PvP because you can actually deal with things, but there have just been... We're trying not to repeat history in terms of the places where it caused major problems. There's been a number that had that in there, and then pulling it out because it's just too painful for everybody involved. And caused too many griefing elements and too many bugs. Just the typical stuff if I'm going to go stand in the bank door and block everybody.
Yeah.
But Richard does have a solution for that, but it's the challenge for creatures that is the bigger one if we were going to actually make creatures collide. Which another thing which I think people saw in this release or in past releases was not all creatures' collision matches up with the shape of the creature. And if we did make it match up, then we start running into physics from like you're fighting an alligator who's a big long thing on the ground and he wants to turn to you. Well, he can't because when he turns, his long collision shape collides with you. Those type of problems are big. And if people... To handle that, the collision volumes for things are generally centered around their middle and just kind of a rough size, which is why things like wolves and bears would almost always put their nose right in your crotch to fight you, and you had to get right up on them, practically inside of them to fight them. It's because the collision shape didn't match up with them. They really were kind of a human-sized, or a little bigger than human-sized capsule in the middle. But there wasn't a good middle ground for how to make those things, so they weren't ridiculously large. Anyways,
but you did solve the wolf nose crotch problem. So that was
Yeah, I believe
that was a pretty important wolf nose crotch problem. It's been solved. Should I say that one more time? Wolf nose crotch problems. That should be part of the drinking game. Those of you who are not want to think the drinking game.
No, you should actually just read out my last autocorrect fail.
Another one from IRC, a good one from Jack Knight. Will we see various damage types having a greater and lesser effect on various monsters, like bludgeon being better versus skeletons, as opposed to piercing damage? Absolutely. Like that's we're definitely going to be layering in a lot more damage types and resistances, and a lot of changes we made recently to the way combat math work is enabling us to do more of that. So for sure, like I mean, really simple stuff like fire elementals and immune to fire damage, things like that. But more subtle things like bludgeons versus skeletons, and like skeletons, you can't use rend on skeletons because they can't bleed, things like that.
Yeah, and again, as I mentioned before, a lot of that is just we didn't have time to get to them. The work that needed to be done there wasn't a good way to parallel work on things. So a lot of it did not actually happen until Joaquin, who did an amazing job to get things done as quick as he did, got things checked in pretty much last Monday, is when people on the team actually got the first chance to use use-based stuff and see how things work. So we had basically last Monday till Thursday to get the state it's in now. And that included me going in and hitting all the skills to try to adjust the map, which honestly I would consider the map that's on them, like damages and everything like that, semi-placeholder. They will probably change for next couple of weeks if we move things up to organized system.
Wolf nose crotch problem. Roper, when will we be able to release a pet and it not disappear?
So just so you know, pets is an ongoing debate on the team too. We had many. I think what we have out there right now is we had about 3 different strains of thoughts that we kind of came to a compromise. Yeah, we kind of came to a compromise on all of them, which I think the compromise ended the meeting so we could get back to work. But I don't think the compromise was. I think any one of the 3 solutions was better than the compromise we came up with. So we'll see. I think most likely we will move to something probably a little closer to what Starr wanted. No, I think I wanted it. The permadeath pets. I forget who wanted it. But anyways, having pets that are actually permadeath, but letting you capture multiple pets at a time. So we can actually, that allows people for the economy that they can go and capture, obsidian bears or scorpions and, Scorpions, and sell those on their merchant or sell them in town. But when a creature is summoned and a creature dies, then it's permanently dead and you have to recapture it.
And as far as the releasing the pet and it not disappearing, that is a awesome Reaper tactic, which is to wander into town and let your pet bear, scorpion, spider loose on the town and have it attack everyone in sight. So while a much more immersive solution, it's also a wonderful tool by Reapers.
We actually have a question for you guys coming out of my chat.
Sure.
Will there be any combat for dummies options in later updates for the game?
Well, I think we start people off with a locked combat bar that is about as close to WoW as you can get, and I would consider that combat for dummies.
Didn't we used to call that Dallas mode?
That was Dallas mode, yeah. There will be more combat.
Although, by the way, to be fair, that's I have largely needed that simple play mode also. I'm now slowly advanced enough to where I can use sort of a hybrid deck of a little bit of some of my parts rotating and some of them fixed. Mostly fixed.
There's a small number of people that play with 100% dealt decks, but most people play with the hybrid decks now. I think we're doing PvP tournament later, maybe we can have people show off their play style.
Yeah.
Next.
I was just going to say the person that whoever asked that last question to you guys. Actually, I'm kind of curious on that last question they asked you guys about. I didn't get to read the full question, but from the IRC chat, I didn't read the whole question, but I caught it barely, and it's kind of interesting. I kind of agree. Like, what do like I think the thing I'm kind of curious about seeing is with the pet system. Can we? Is there a way technically? Will we have a way to actually be like a hunter in the game, if you will? You know, someone who has like that pet you can send out and attack for you, and you just stand back, shoot, like in a conventional sense, but also and also make it unique for the game, for the gameplay itself.
My guess is there won't be that type of an option for people. Mainly just because the way that other games balance it is they make the class as a whole can't function without the pet. We don't have that option to say you just can't function without a pet. If we made pets that powerful, then they would not be optional for anybody. Everybody would have to have a pet to be competitive with the other players. So since we don't have a class system and we can't say, hey, if you want to have a pet, you're going to have to like all other aspects of your character nerf, which is what other games do. I just don't think that's a route that we'll probably go down. I expect pets to be, I mean, they're already powerful and in use by players. As I watched all the videos of people taking down Torque Doll, they were especially useful in that, and especially the bears stunning and now going forward it'll be like scorpions poisoning and other things. But yeah, so they'll continue to be powerful. They're not going to be something where you probably can just sit back and shoot things. Although I've seen quite a few videos of people who are using they send in their pets and then they stand back with archery and use kind of the pet as a damage over time effectively, which is really kind of what we geared them as. It's really a damage over time, and it can do some tanking and stop some damage. We'll definitely pull aggro off and just with normal combat.
They're not meant to be the same functionality as the summon pets. You know, a little sort of a different choice.
All right, that's actually very interesting. I kind of like that you're not taking that approach to them, sort of, because that it classifies it as a single class, and you're trying to keep like an instant, like a class system that can be everything and nothing at the exact same time. So you could essentially be, I hate to refer to WoW terms for this, like a paladin, for example, which is almost like a holy warrior, where you have the ability to tank but still have healing, and someone could be like a rogue in the scenario, like someone uses daggers but uses specifically poison-based skills, and you let the player create their own type of class. So you're not limiting them to one set zone.
And we are kind of engineering when we think about how schools work together and what things do and what defines schools. We do kind of think about the character archetypes of, like the paladin. For instance, the paladin in our system is closest to the upper right quadrant, not quadrant, yeah, I guess it is quadrant, of the tree, which is healing magic, life magic, earth magic, and sun magic. Those three things kind of go together. That kind of area up there is kind of where paladins will be pulling most of their skills from. So they've got the healing stuff, they've got earth, which works really well with heavy armor, and then they've got the sun spells in there. And we think about the same thing like thieves, and we kind of look like necromancers are obviously on the left-hand side, and fire mages, thieves, rogue types would be bottom left. They're kind of the moon magic and air magic with fast-moving light armor type stuff. Clerics in the bottom right-hand corner. So we think about those things when we're making skills, and as we will continue to balance skills and flesh out skills to make them work together and build more synergies, but we just don't force those definitions on.
Yeah, I always try to sort of do an exercise. Can you build this archetype out of it? Because players are gonna, they're gonna have these certain things that they can achieve, or these certain archetypes or certain characters from a fantasy novel, from some fiction that they're trying to recreate. So they're going to want to try to recreate these archetypes, and that's a lot of things that we're doing with the crafting system, because really we want the equipment and the crafting system to inform people of these archetypes. So we're going to need some type of heavy armor that increases healing, right? We're going to need that because someone is going to want to be a paladin type or something. So while we're not calling those out, you want to list every archetype in every game. Like, can you make a death knight? Can you make something like this? Can you make a ranger? To try to figure out via equipment, via skills, via everything like that, can you achieve this in your game? Because we want to give people it's a classless system, but there still have to ultimately be goals that sort of fit into kind of the classic kind of triumvirate of classes and combos.
Any questions?
Nothing from me, but we have play from the IRC coming in that looks like they're catching some wind.
Yeah, let's see.
On Droxus, we've talked about having a minimum range and that you just get a penalty for being too close. Part of it is also that you can't parry with a bow and you can't block with a bow. So standing with a bow drops your defenses greatly. Bow DPS is still a bit below other things. If someone gets right up on you and you're an archer, you want to move away generally. There's penalties for archery. Actually, there's bonuses for archery for standing still, which has kind of been the goal all along, make it so that standing still for archers is important. But then we also want people to try to make them move, so that's part of the balance in that. Bonus for standing still, but other people will try to make you move, and if you get toe-to-toe with somebody, you're probably not going to hold up with them. But yeah, so we have considered the minimum range. We've not put anything in there yet.
We have a quick question for you guys from somebody in my chat, and they're asking, will there be like combat dances similar to like stance dances where you can go from an axe to an axe which is a melee weapon, go back, shift to a bow, and then if you want to go back in for melee, shift back? Or are you going to stay more towards you use one type of weapon and you can't shift in combat?
Well, we have the concept of deck swapping. So you make a build of certain set of skills that you can link to weapons and armor, and you can switch those in combat.
Okay, so that's basically the essence of swap dancing in that scenario. And I like that. It's very nice.
Yep.
And nothing from me for now, it looks like, at least from the chat.
All right, one more from IRC from Melchior Mayhair. The blood splatter during combat, will it be to symbolize damage, or will there be different visualizations for skeletons, etc.? Absolutely, and in fact, we had that working briefly, and I think it broke in the last patch. But we do actually have different get hit visual effects associated with different creature types. So, like skeletons are supposed to be doing a bone splinter effect. I think it just broke in the last build. We'll get that fixed again next build.
Yeah, we have a nice data-driven solution for that. So we can sort of assign an effects package per creature to sort of define, the hit effect. Yeah,
all right, so I think we're about to swap over to the next subject, which is going to be PvP and guild warfare, and I think violation.
Same people.
Yeah, the same people will be here, but I think we have a different host. So I want to thank you, Dark Lunar Dude, for hosting this segment. Much appreciated.
No problem. It was an honor and treat to get to talk to everybody. I really do love the game. The game is going great so far, guys. I can't wait to see what you do as it expands on further and further.
Okay.
All right.
Sadly,
well,
my challenge form is in the other room, so
Great.
I can't show it off, but Starr has been.
All right, and Jack
Hyde,
Frost is going to
TYDE,
will be coming on
is the
shortly,
next owner
and
of a challenge
while
coin
he
and
is
can
coming
verify
online, we can give away some prizes. We've got a
and the
coin
winner of the
and some
$10
credit.
store credit is Dathapax. D-A-I-T-H-I-P-A-X. Dathapax wins $10 bonus.
All right. Congratulations, winners. All right.
Amen.
Oh, I'm here hanging out with Spec over here in Serenites. So I suppose actually we should migrate over to Vengeance. I had to work pretty hard by dev standards to get my Obsidian Bear here today, not realizing that everybody would be bringing one.
Well, feel free to try to use that bear in PvP. I don't think it'll do much.
I'm seeing here that they're not doing much damage here, even in our little test whacking. But you know,
better than nothing.
Well, if anybody whacks jumps their skills up to the range that you mentioned after the Gus Ball tournament, then you know what, you'll be able to do it.
And I will take this opportunity to remind people that I have at least.
Alrighty, so we're going to be joining everybody live here. This is Jack's segment.
Okay, here we go. PvP zone.
All right, so who's going to be doing the questions?
Before we kick off, I would like to mention that I have a guard's hut. I don't know how many of you guys are versed in your UO dodging into a house, but I do have a guard's hut that is marked with locked doors that any of the devs, when they get in here during this hour, if they need to hide in it to stop getting griefed, they can walk in. I will add you to the guest list. But with patch 3.17, there's a new glitch that just came in. That locked door PvP towns, I don't know about everywhere, you can't walk through the door even if you're on the list until you open the door. So if the door's open, you can't open it. So if you get stuck not able to access it, I will close the door and let you open it. So Jack Frost and I found that. But yeah, anyway, I've got a spot for devs to hide out.
Nice. I'm passing that along to Burning Toad right now.
Well, since PvP is actually a very hot topic issue, I figured I would start to ruffle people's feathers immediately. Violation is going to be fielding some of the questions in IRC for us again. I believe Tech is also supposed to be joining us. Spec is here. We may have to have someone drop out of the call. Let's see. But I was going to start it off by let's go ahead and say one of the things that the PvP community is looking for is meaningful PvP, and I was thinking that one of the ways that we could have meaningful PvP, which I've broached this idea to Lord British the other day, was to have control points being open PvP zones, and as you cross across the map, you have to go into a PvP zone, and that allows guilds and alliances to actually control certain regions. And that gives people a reason to actually try to get across a control point, and allows people that are going to try to sabotage that or charge people to get across a means to control an area, as well as prevent people from going across that they don't want to.
And I'm not sure if that was a question or a comment.
Yeah. Oh, that was a comment.
That was a feature request.
Yes, it was a feature request also. But by the way, in our original description of control points, we actually did have the concept of, those flags you can raise were not just meant to be human versus obsidian. It really was meant to be a guild could raise their flag there and basically choose to control the control point. So that seems to be in fitting with what you're describing, and in at least our Magic, if we had all the time in the world version of what we would do, that would be on the list. So we'll see if and when we get around to it.
That was a request. All right, we just raised some more money, so we need to do another shot. So Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers. Thank you, community.
$2,500.
Bridge.
$45,000.
I'll take
All right, so only $5,000 more, and everybody gets their nightmare mount. And Chris just dropped his cup.
Unfortunately, he drank it first.
Jumped across the room.
I have dropped my cup of water on the floor. I now need a rag or mop.
So the PvP control point's an interesting thing, and like since you brought that up to me earlier this evening, Jack, I was thinking about it more. I mean, there would of course be some controversy associated with that for those who don't put your peanut butter in my chocolate. The people who don't like to participate in PvP, the pure PvEers, and so. Maybe it's something along the lines of a certain amount of time that the control point has to be held before it can be flipped to PvP, and then it's only on a timer or something like that. So it's not a always on kind of thing. So it'd be somewhere in the middle kind of thing as a way to handle it. But
yeah, our goal has always been things that are PvE. We don't want to force anybody into it. We want to give rewards to those who do take part in it. But making sure the rewards are not something that are going to be arbitrary to everybody, and that there's no other way to get them. So, again, I know that the old school people want people to have to PvP, but there's just a lot of people who just refuse to do it, and it spoils the game for them if we force those people to do it. Hopefully our community will be mixed enough so that there won't be any problems finding it. I've already seen some in games just standing around, half or third of people like PvP all the time.
yeah, but it's definitely something to consider.
Do you want me to read any of those? I'm going to start with Sandbox, actually. Would it be possible for people to get a 15-second or so debuff when sheathing weapons, causing them to take double damage from other players?
Sheathing, not put away your weapon?
Is this people using that to regen faster? Is that why we would want something like that?
That's the biggest thing I've seen it in is when you drop. So here's the biggest exploit I see with sheathing right now is when you're in combat and you want to switch gear and deck, you have to wait for your timer. But if you drop combat, you can open your deck window and instantly swap all your gear and your deck without having to wait. So if you sheath your weapon and just run from a person, you can instantly swap all of your gear and your cards.
Right. Yeah, well, so
that's the biggest bug I see with sheathing right now. But outside of that, I mean, that's the question he asked was if you can get a debuff to take extra damage when sheath.
Well, I would just say, first we should just fix that loophole. So whatever timing associated with swapping should be the same regardless of whether you're in combat. You've got a drawn weapon or not. So that would be the first thing to do.
And just a little bit of backstory. People who've been with the project for more than, I don't remember how long ago it was, 8 or 9 releases ago, there was a horrible, horrible bug that was you get into combat mode, everything was dead, but you would stay in combat mode. The only way to get out of combat mode was to exit the zone and come back. There was kind of a brute force fix put in for that. It is probably what is letting people get away with that, because by design they should not be able to do that. I think we just haven't ever gone back to clean up that brute fix, bug fix, just because that was such a painful bug for everybody. You get stuck in combat mode and you couldn't even cast the light spell. Yeah, couldn't gather, couldn't do anything, you just had to exit stuff. But yeah, we need to take a pass back to that, because that's one of the side effects. Hey, guess what? People can exploit changing weapons out of combat because they can get out of combat really fast, even when they're technically in combat. But yes, we will do something. But I do, like other games, I think most people know that I played a ton of EverQuest, and that was one of those things in EverQuest is, as a caster, you always want to sit down to meditate to regain faster, which if you were sitting down and something hit you, they basically got an absolute max attack on you, and you usually get slaughtered in one hit. But that was kind of the equivalent to this. Is you want to make people vulnerable if they're trying to do something to recover fast. And we will consider it, but step one is going to be to track down and fix the actual bug.
Am I supposed to ask another one? Okay, go for it.
So meaningful PvP is, well, there's a bunch of different things to go into it. There's not any one thing that's meaningful PvP. Having ways so that it's not just, I kill you, that's it, there's no record of it. Having systems so that you can actually track who's killed who, where people rank, having some type of ranking system so you can get your name up in lights is one little thing that needs to go in. That's going in the not too distant future. Having some benefits from, right now there's no benefit to PvP, you don't gain any experience. With the change to use space, you do gain some stuff in that you get to spend your experience, but at least in this release, you can get the same thing by attacking a gust ball, as most people know. So actually coming up with the mechanics behind PvP so that we have a reward system in place so that your experience pool does grow from meaningful PvP. And by meaningful, killing the same guy over and over again is not meaningful. We have to have a system where we track who you've been fighting, who you've killed, and only let you get benefits from killing someone so many times in a certain time period. So when that system comes in place, we will be able to give experience, and we will make PvP more, that's not really as much meaningful as rewarding. The big side of the PvP thing is not in the solo PvP, it is in the group experiences and what things you do to make PvP meaningful. Actually having goals within scenes, actually having challenges that teams have to overcome, or individuals if they're that talented, but having scenes with meaningful elements to conquer. Starr actually just gave a presentation. I'm not sure if we want to talk about it.
No, we talked about it on air earlier, too,
okay.
so yeah.
Yeah, so there's some of that stuff in there that in terms of the actual goals, that are the longer, bigger term goals, a lot of that will feed into PvP in terms of relics and actual things to unlock and some of the server-based puzzle type stuff. I don't know how much they talked about earlier.
Yeah, I mean, for me, you know, it's a lot of. I mean, there's the sort of micro and the macro. So I think on the micro level for PvP, there's, you know, at its simplest level, you know, Chris touched on this a little bit, but there's got to be some benefit to it, to you as the player.
And there also has to be some risk involved, which is one of the other key things. Is
right.
PvP right now, there's hardly any risk. So until there's risk involved with it and there's actually something to be lost, there's no thrill involved with it. It's just, you know, throw yourself on the sword, you don't care. So
that's what,
next release.
Right, and so that's why we want to have, and that's one of the reasons why we're moving, like, say, depth to the server, is because we want to get loot and ransom working in maybe as soon as next release, where, you know, if you kill someone in PvP, you're able to loot something off their corpse, and that something could be a piece of gear, it could be materials, it could be a trophy, a la, you know, like a scalp or ear or a hand or teeth. You know, it could. In the case of one of the things we've talked about is, like, in open PvP zones, flagging everything that you collect in that zone as lootable, so that if you, so any you know, materials that you collect or harvest, anything that you loot off other people in a PvP zone, are all set to full loot. So there's no limit. They're not confined to that one limit, and they can't be ransomed. Because the other thing we want to do in PvP is have this idea of ransom. So yeah, I can loot that one object off your corpse, that piece of gear or that scalp, but you can pay a ransom for it, which would be basically double the gold value, so you have some sort of recourse. But for things that you collected in the scene, those would have no ransom opportunity. They would just be freely lootable. So those are the kinds of, and then those are all kind of micro though. And then on the macro level is the thing I kind of touched on earlier in the Hangout, is this idea of great projects of, you know, big machines that you would build that would gain you access to buffs and special areas to fight big bosses that would give rewards. And those big machines, if you were engaged in PvP or having in a guild war, the other people could come and take those parts out of those machines or take the machine itself from you as a whole, and you could set up defenses and have sieges and things like that. So that's a more macro answer to that.
Yeah, one of those great projects that's on the list to be done is the guild defense. Basically, if anybody's played the PvP arena, that's the team-based one, where there's two opposite ends, and each end has a tower that's like basically that shoots fireballs at you constantly if you're an enemy. So making those types of defenses that can actually be created through great projects.
And I think Richard is the next who was supposed to answer,
and he's playing the game.
Oh yeah, no, but I can answer also. There was meaningful PvP mean to me. It's interesting that to me, a meaningful PvP battle is one where you get to participate versus just get run over, and so to that end, I think there's I think PvP that is no fun is just getting ganked. Although, by the way, it's not that I think that we shouldn't have ambushes and things that could, in theory, end up being overwhelmingly disadvantaged to one person. But really, if you want to make it fun for all the parties involved, it means it has to be something that's meaningful, which I know sort of takes my Lord British immortality kind of out of that spectrum. It's just that I'm such a common target that we've been I spent many years in Ultimas trying to make myself not insta-killable with loopholes and bugs. We think we now at least have to finally have a handle on generally making that well known, although there's a bug in this release. When we move the damage over to the server, it turns out my normal, very tough to kill criteria is now much less guaranteed to be tough to kill to wipe me out. But anyway, I do endorse the making sure that fights kind of have meaning by virtue of even if you're super high level versus super modest level, it still can be interesting to face each other. To me, that breaks down into things like how to make sure that combat is both skillful to be at the best, but also to make sure that if you're not skillful, it's just not impossible. Which I still find some of the times. Like I look at how long root or debuffs last, and maybe some of the hardcore PvPers can make use of the fraction of a second root, but I'm not a fast enough player to have that be useful to me at all, and so it actually ruins even some part of my PvE playing because it's not a functional spell for me because, at least at the moment, it's been tuned to be so short or wimpy that even as a PvE player, I can't make use of that spell very well. So we'll feel our way into those sorts of things, and we have arguments about it all the time at the office about how we can make it meaningful and compelling for everybody at both ends of the spectrum.
And just so you know, Richard, use-based root, the higher the skill, I believe, the longer the duration. So
I've pretty well maxed them all out at 150 right now, and it still lasts about a second.
Now we have a question coming from the audience. Is there going to be any kind of bounty board for the PvPers out there in Shrouded Avatar?
Yeah, because that was never griefed, ever. In UO. That was never griefed, ever. Never abused.
There will at least be more mechanisms in terms of like books and people being able to put up stuff. It could be as easy as if we do PvP and you are involved in consensual PvP and someone kills you, they get your ear, and you can put on your vendor that you are buying Ear of Starr or Dark Star, and you're paying 10,000 for the Ear of Dark Star. So it could be as easy as that. Of course, then Dark Star might go over and like volunteer to be killed if he gets half of it, so you've got to watch out for that type of stuff.
I'm going to go cut off my own ear.
Right now, a formal system isn't slated. If that is where the large percentage of PvPers would like us to spend some more time, I could easily see us adding that post along.
Yeah, I think that's a throwback to the old days, of course, where you would bring back the head of your opponent to claim a bounty, if I'm correct on that one.
Yeah, and it was both used to grief and also abused because, like, a lot of times,
absolutely,
who had the bounty on them would then cooperate with a friend of theirs, and then they would split the bounty because they would let their friend kill them, so they could collect split the bounty between them. Yep.
So there is the possibility for abuse of said system, of course, then.
Yeah. But again, we can probably make it available easily just through buying here of Starr, Dark Star or whatever. But then again, the same type of exploits will happen, so probably will not be that satisfying for people. But if it's something that is high on the list of what people want, then we'll definitely look into it.
Permadeath would make PvP meaningful.
Now, we've had people ask for that as well. We've had people ask for all sorts of crazy things out there.
And by the way,
having to go back to your corpse to claim all your stuff.
Permadeath is not that far, not that outrageous to consider under very specialized circumstances to be discussed later.
Yeah, Richard is a fan of permadeath, FYI.
I prefer B's plan for permadeath is we're on the honor system. If you want to play permadeath, just delete your character when you die.
Yeah, if you die, just delete your character.
Yeah, well, you could have automatically pulled the option up for you.
Yeah.
Would you like to delete your character now? And give your stuff to the person who just killed you?
We delete our character every fight.
Alrighty, Jack, I think you were...
I said Tech was actually going to ask the next question.
Oh, yeah, Tech.
I'll let him ask.
Muted.
Not hearing any audio there.
Muted. Mute
Can't hear
button.
you.
Can't hear you.
Nope.
He's saying 1 minute.
Great. What I was going to do is, since we've got some lurkers out there, Angela, why don't you tell us what the meaningful PvP is?
Ooh, the never-ending quest to kill Lord British.
Have you talked to Nob?
That is meaningful PvP for me. Like, I am going to kill Lord British. It's going to happen somehow. If I ever convince him to take off that crown.
You have tried more than anyone else.
I think that 5,000 of each stat, as well as the 150 of each skill point, is a little bit too difficult to overcome.
By the way, I wouldn't be so sure that would be too difficult to overcome. What's interesting about that line, the line of killing Lord British, is that for as soon as we realized we could actually stop people from killing Lord British, which is always the first goal that we have, just because I'm such a target. Then we began to think of, okay, well, it's no fun for me to party with people or people to choose to try to battle me if I'm literally immortal. And so then the team actually put together a very nice the crown rig that I now use that makes it exponentially more difficult the lower in hit points I get. I take less damage, my heal rate pumps up, but hypothetically, there could be an amount of damage done in one blow that would supersede that. Although we've tried to make sure that there was no way we knew of to defeat it, even though technically it would be defeatable. But then just recently, this last release, when they moved all this combat stuff over to the server for a verification standpoint, they failed to realize that meant that if I took 2 hits in a row, that somebody could actually kill me with that second hit because it wasn't yet validated apparently by the server. And I killed myself, jumping off of Dark Star's dirigible the other day. Fortunately, nobody saw that, so it didn't happen.
I totally didn't push him off.
Or hypothetically, a certain world builder could get a certain programmer to put in a certain area where your crown suddenly starts to short out and not work very well.
I would love to hear about that.
So, but by the way, for today, I am prepared to because the server still has the glitch in it where I could be killed. At this exact moment, I have made sure to have God mode on, which means I really won't take any damage. However, I will throttle down my immortality today as this goes on, as I feel comfortable. I won't just be instantly ganked by everybody, just to make sure that it does become interesting before the end of the session.
Everyone instantly gank him.
I was going to say, I think he'll have too many hit points, but I think as the fall damage bug is still in there. There could just be him standing out there and stepping off of a small ledge, and him exploding like blood sausage due to massive damage.
Yeah, I'm curious, when will the deadly toe stubs of Instakill disappear?
We're working on more repro stuff. We put in more information to try and track down what it is, but of course we can't reproduce it, and it has happened internally, and we're like, we have no explanation for it. We'll, again, if we can't come up with something within a few more releases, if we don't track it down, then we will do another brute force type fix, like what we did for the party and stuff. We just try to avoid fixing things when we don't actually understand what's going on. We really would rather understand the bug before we fix it. Besides, it's fun to watch you guys die like that.
Oh, Tech has no audio. Oh wait, you fixed audio.
I think can you hear me now?
Yes.
There we go. Yay. Okay, well, I was going to say you kind of took all my my gusto with the you talked about risk versus reward earlier there, but and that was really my question. I really want to see, or I would like you to talk about risk versus reward being a core element of the game, and I think when Shardfalls first were announced, you wanted to do basically resources found in the Shardfalls would only be found in the Shardfalls. And it seems like you kind of pulled your punches on that. And if you could speak on that, and do you have any plans to have more risk versus reward elements, especially regarding resources and crafting as you go along?
Yeah, so we had at one point talked about both highest resource yields in Shardfalls, and at some times we had talked about unique resources, and you are correct, we did back off from having unique resources associated with Shardfalls, and the current thinking is that is just the highest resource yields. However, we still periodically talk about unique resources, but they would be resources that would only be used in PvP type modifiers. So that is one thing we've talked about that as a unique resource, but right now we're not thinking that there would be unique resources in those PvP zones. However, we're not 100% opposed to that, and that still gets debated. And
but that kind of goes in the Great Project. Is it Great Project? Is that what we called it earlier?
Yeah.
Those are unique resources, right?
Yeah.
Effectively.
Yeah. So there could be a really difficult fight in there, or a cache of resources, or things, or components, or things like that could be part of that could only be accessible in there. Sure.
And also, when we say that there aren't unique resources, it still could be an order of magnitude more of the unique resources, or the resources that we were talking about in the PvP areas and the other areas. We just want to have ways for non-PvP people to collect them. It'll just be at a much slower rate as we balance the risk versus reward of PvP zone versus non-PvP zone.
Yeah, I mean, we could just scale it by time, right? So, I mean, basically saying, yeah, you could get that resource without engaging in PvP, and it'll take you a month, to get enough to make a single item versus, one trip into a PvP zone.
And I guess if I could throw my second question in there, the very first time we went up to Austin, we had the round table up there. Richard, you talked about basically wanting to have, you don't want to just walk out of town and get ganked by a bunch of PvPers. You wanted several different scaling as you go from one zone to the next zone. It gets more and more dangerous and a lot more risk versus reward as you get farther out into the forest, into the deep forest. And I wonder is that still the line of thinking that you, it seems like Shardfalls is kind of the first step. Are you going to still kind of have the more risk versus reward type of zones as you go?
Yeah, well, there's part of it that is we haven't talked about in a long time, which means it's effectively off the radar. But I'll get to that one. I'll mention that one third. The Shardfalls were always meant to be the most dangerous. Next down was going to be the control points, and I mentioned just a little bit earlier that, or at least our original idea for control points was the guilds could own them theoretically. The flags that you would raise would not only be human versus obsidian, but hypothetically guild, who could then do what they want with it. And we still talk about that periodically, although that's not currently on the development plan. But I think that would, I personally think it would be a nice idea to at least have them for some, if not all, that would be a plausibility. But then one we talked about way back, but it hasn't really come up again in a while, just because it's hard and it's not exactly sure where it fits into that pantheon. Was we even talked about traveling along the roads. That there's lampposts along those roadways, and stealing an idea from a book series that Scott Jones had told us about, called the Lamplighter series, where people's jobs would be to go around and keep the lamps lit on the roads, which would keep the monsters in the woods versus on the roads. If you wanted to be completely safe, PvE safe at night, you needed to travel along a lit road. But if you came to an unlit segment of the road, it would not be necessarily PvE safe. In which case, you might have to go back and go around another way if that road was shut down. Which is sort of like the control point. That's sort of it could be fulfilled by the control point. It just would be a similar vein or similar kind of structure, but more plentiful around the map. So that's at least not completely outside of the hypothetical thinking anymore, but it hasn't been one we've considered seriously for some time, just as we've had other problems and solutions bubbled to the top that seemed more workable. But I still have a fictional affinity for it as well as a play dynamic affinity for it, but it's not scheduled anytime soon, or frankly scheduled at all at the moment.
Thank you.
We have a new developer who just joined us, if he'll say hello.
Hello, this is Burning Toad here, logging in for the PvP fights. Don't think I'm going to do very well, but I tried to give myself fair skills, so we'll see how it goes.
Wait, by fair skills, do you mean everything is 150?
No, my skills are about 60 to 70. So a little higher than some, but yeah.
Ken is actually virtuous and wants to have a fair fight.
Ken knows that he has a chance being that way. Richard does not.
And where are we going for the PvP fights?
We're setting it up in
fights?
Vengeance right now.
Yes. And right now he's looking for, how many people do you have registered? 1, 2, 3,
I have
5.
10 registered. We have space for 12. So I believe only one more left now. I think we just got our 11th registered.
I think Burning Toad has to be registered.
Devs don't count toward that number. We're going to have at least 6 developers show up, according to what I was told.
Yep.
So I am going to leave the players at no more than 2 to 1. Hopefully more devs show up, though, so we can queue fights faster. But I don't know if that's possible this late.
And can we just zone in to watch and view?
Yeah, absolutely. One thing I want to mention, though, is that with the netcode having the squared problem, during the tournament, everybody needs to remain seated. If nobody moves, there will not be nearly the performance issues with having a largely filled scene. So if you are a spectator, we request when you zone in, you go take a seat.
And who would we zone to?
You could zone to me.
To Jack Frost.
You can even zone to Lord British if you wish.
Ooh, your zone is off?
You mean my no zone is off?
Your no zone.
Question is, I forgot that devs have a default no zone. So you might not be able to zone to me.
That's usually the case.
I think I zoned to Darkstar once when he was on a live chat, and I killed him. I assassinated him.
Now, I know this is not directly related to PvP, but it may be directly related. Jack and I have been talking lately about the new camera angle aspect of combat, and can we get a little conversation on that?
Yes, please.
Starr hates it. Starr hates it. I heard that earlier.
Now, if I'm back into a corner and I got a bunch of baddies beating on me, and the only way for me to attack them is to face them, sometimes I can't see exactly what I'm attacking because of the camera, and I want to swing around and look at it from a different angle. But when we do that, you stop attacking because you're not facing your opponent with the camera. Intentional or non-intentional?
Intentional. It's one of those which poison do you want to drink type situations. The alternative is So right now, when you attack, your character faces whichever way the camera is facing. The idea being that you normally, the 99% of the time thing is you want to be looking at your or the thing you're fighting, looking forward at it. The backed into a corner is one of those cases where it falls apart. But if we make it so you don't do that, how do you turn to face things? You end up having to...
If I was actually facing forward slashing at it, it shouldn't matter what my camera angle is as long as my character is physically facing, yes?
Yeah, so there's also the complication, are you doing auto attack?
Most times, yes.
Yeah, so I mean, auto attack is... Honestly, internally, we would like to get rid of auto attack and make it force active. There's just some people, again, it's kind of... like a few other systems where we introduce something and then we would like to change it, but some people turn attached to it.
And of course, that would actually work in with the use-based system, getting rid of the auto attack, would it not?
Yeah, and that's part of why we may just have to upset a few people and remove auto attack. Is just because it doesn't fit with the use-based system.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm still not a fan of the card system, but I give you that.
Active attack, you face whichever way the camera is facing. So that's, if we didn't have you do that, I mean, I can see that you can't get in the situation where you back your character into the corner and pull the camera around. But I think most people like to see things from their point of view, not reverse the 180. But yes, the auto attack right now, it's deceiving in that it works differently, because auto attack does not auto face the camera. If it did, it would be, you know, every time you try to move the camera, your character would be popping. So really, I think the solution maybe is that we remove auto attack. I'm sure the IRC is blowing up right now about that.
Hey, I don't know if maybe I'm ignorant to the answer to this question, but is there an open PvP NPC town coming, like Buccaneer's Den?
NPC,
there isn't currently one on the schedule, but there's nothing preventing us from making one.
So that's a maybe.
Okay.
It's a definite maybe.
The same thing as we've had with the conversation about unique resources. As soon as we have a NPC town that is PvP, I guess we can force people to do single-player online it, but we're excluding a lot of people from content, which I understand it doesn't. People don't like hearing that excluding. You're not excluded. You can just have to PvP if you want to.
Yeah, people have talked about, like, you know, Deathless is really cool and it would fit, you know, making it open PvP, but it wouldn't fit for the people who don't want a PvP and, like, actually want to get to the epitaph and take care of the story. Then they're blocked from that part of the story if they absolutely 100% do not want to participate in PvP. And, well, yes, they can toggle their single-player online flag and just go through like that, but that's not how we want to do that. For content that's, you know, going to be required for going through and experiencing the storyline, we don't want to force people into PvP for that ever.
Well, see, that kind of goes to the greater... I know there's a balance there, a struggle there, but... you don't want to put other people out that don't want to have anything to do with PvP, but I guess a place where PvP is involved, why not give them what they want, give them what they need? And,
sure, and you know, we have shortfalls.
And where the punchers aren't being pulled, and I just don't. I don't see where the IDs are coming here for that to cater to that. Territories, castles, something big.
Another option in terms of having a PvP town is we could have a PvP town. One of the things we talked about a while back that we haven't pursued further yet is the option when you enter into a PvP town, it warns you if you're not PvP flagged already. It warns you you're entering a PvP town. If you're not PvP flagged, it will give you the option to go into it single player. So that the people who really just don't want to do anything, they can go through, but we give them the option right when they go in. They don't have to play single-player online mode. We can force them to a single-player instance if they just want to avoid people. I guess the real thing is we were kind of hoping that the PvP player-owned towns would satisfy a lot of that same desire that the NPC towns would.
It's all on you, Violation.
What did I do? I'm teasing Lord British in the game right now.
And Lightwitch with Chaos Crossroads. It's on you guys. Your PvP, you are our only hope. Our PvP.
Oh, dude. You guys don't have to worry about a place to PvP. We'll keep you going.
Well, how about I needle you here with this? Let's say Vengeance, for instance. There's a PvP town. Let's say I have a PvP town. Now we take the gloves off. What can I do to venge this town? We're at war now. I declare war on Vengeance. My town declares war on Vengeance. Have you guys thought of those type of ideas?
Yeah, and so that was part of the thing that I was talking about earlier. So we want to make an aspect of that great projects idea where if you have an open PvP town and you try to build that great project and build that machine that like opens up a portal to another world to fight the big bad boss, it's got all the great stuff. Like you have to defend that because other people can come take it from you, and you have to set up defenses for that. Like you can't put it in an inaccessible area of your town. You have to put it in a place that other people can come fight you for it.
Okay, defenses such as
like walls, turrets, siege weapons,
hirelings,
spawn.
Okay.
The spawner decos that we were talking about. So like encircle the whole thing in crypts that spawn skeletons for X amount of time before they wear out. That kind of thing.
But we all know the only defense that really works is actually having players online, which is where the challenge comes in that without having some type of challenge mechanism. If anybody remembers Shadowbane and how they did things, you pretty much had to declare that we are going to war with you in X number of hours so that you give everybody a heads up. Without having a wall of players, though, without having a mechanism like that, which honestly was just used for briefing more than anything, that people would declare, we're going to war with you, and then they wouldn't go to war with you. But yeah, really players are the only real defense that hold up against other players. We all know that. So that's one of the challenges with having that type of a situation is you can say we're going to have those defenses, but really if we can have a tower that can stop all players, it's not going to be fun. It's going to be a crazy overpowered tower, and we'll probably just get exploited in one way or another, either to get around it or to beat it.
Well, people
that's the fun of it.
Protect their town.
That's the fun.
Yeah. They should just hire Lord British to protect their town.
So how is that going to affect guild warfare?
It would be similar. So guild warfare, what we've talked about is some sort of challenge mechanism, the ability to set winning conditions like most kills in a certain amount of time, or owning of a particular territory for a certain amount of time, or siege defense scenarios, but they would be timed, kind of like lineage work.
And the other thing I want to point out on PvP stuff is, as we've mentioned before, it's no secret that we get a ton of stuff done every release. We're just trying to pace ourselves now and commit to things now that we know we can get done for the initial release. PvP stuff is not going to block us from going live. Not having a story will block us. Not having some of the other big game systems will block us. And the PvP stuff is something also that really the combat needs to be fully evolved and fully polished before we can come up with better mechanisms and better systems. But every month we're doing a release. That doesn't stop when we say we're live. We will continue to add on. PvP is, we've said it many times before, it is the cheapest content known to man, and it is the most challenging content. Way, way cheaper than the story. So getting better PvP stuff in there is going to be a top priority. We really just need to finish the story, we need to finish off the system. Then we can focus more on PvP stuff. I know that's.
By the way, how's the fundraising coming? It seems like it's been a while since you guys took a shot.
Oh yeah, where's Dallas?
Yeah, take a shot.
What?
Wait, there's 3 shots?
Hey, I was not paid to do this, but I think you guys need to be properly liquored up to balance your guys' buffs.
Have you been watching Hip Chat? Have we had?
They store up? I haven't seen it.
By the way, I just was who was I just fighting with? Blake Blackstone. He came up to me and did about 20% of my hit points down before I turned around and slayed him. But it does show that I am taking damage now in the game.
And as I've mentioned many times before, it's at least one more shout out.
20%, shmini percent.
Character level in PvP, there's no percentage. The only thing that gets you is you might have more skills, but now that you're use-based, you can level up your skill. Maybe not as far as Lord British did, but you can level up your skills. You have a good chance to hit people. Your percent chance to hit does not go down just because someone is higher level than you.
Hey, I beg to differ on that, on Chris, because I'm level 40 right now, and my hit points suck. And they go up every single time I level, so I'm not buying that at all.
Well, hit points focus still are currently pulled off of adventure levels. It's behind the adventure level, but they're not the biggest factor. Strength and intelligence are bigger factors in that multiplication or in that math. And that's another one that we may continue to phase out is make level. We probably won't do it for R22. R23 will be a wipe release, so you'll probably see some more of those big changes come up for R23, where we may actually pull out, detach hit points from level at all.
Can I actually ask a couple of questions from me?
Sure. You can do whatever you
want. Are
want.
you okay if I do that?
We're still trying to find out about how many shots we need to take.
So, one of my biggest frustrations right now with PvP is that healing requires that you're in a party. You can't have huge scaled fights, bummer, and more importantly, you can't have impromptu fighting when you have to go, oh, hey, PK Ganker, hang on a second, I need to ask my buddy to party up with me, hang on, wait, okay, now we're ready for you 5 to take us 5 on, we're good. So, I really would like an ability to just target somebody and heal them. Even if it's something I have to check inside of my user interface to say, if I heal my enemy, it's my own dang fault. But, yeah, I would love to be able to just heal any target. So, yeah.
That's what
So do the words blue healer mean anything to you?
Besides a dog breed.
It means fun.
I think that, something like that in a fully open PvP zone, I think, we could totally facilitate it. It's the only place where it would be bad would be in a regular zone with people who are flagged open PvP and people who are not flagged open PvP.
Cool. Do you want me to start a forum poll to make sure that everybody agrees? Because I'm 99% sure it'll go 99% please do it. Or can we just say that's R22 going to happen, yeah?
To be confirmed, that would honestly be the tech involved with that is me going and clicking one little checkbox and turning it off.
Yeah, probably. Let's try it out. Let's see what happens.
And naturally, when you heal, you flag yourself for PvP, and that's awesome.
Yeah, so my next question, I'll stop asking questions now, is there's no true penalty or death, so an anti-PK person like me can never actually combat a PK griefer. So as of right now, there are PKers and PK griefers. There are people who just kill for the fun of it, or there are people who grief you for the fun of it, but there's nobody that can actually stop them because there's no penalty to death. So what is the time frame that you guys plan on actually giving us a viable penalty system that we can combat grief with as a player?
So as I mentioned before, we wanted to, we talked it over and Starr was like, we're putting ransom in the R21. And then I had to go over the grocery list of things. Well, we can put it in, but it's still so easy until we move dev to the server and make server authoritative. There's so many exploits to it of lagging your connection, disconnecting yourself. So R21 turned into the let's do the groundwork to make sure that there's not a ton of exploits so that health is on the server and the server is authoritative and can overrule you. And disconnecting your character, disconnecting your net connection, doesn't just immediately drop you from the game. So now that that was done in R21, that opens up. It's much more easy for R22 for us to start actually putting real death penalties. But the other thing we have to keep in mind is then there's the problems that we have right now is ongoing, as we've mentioned. I tripped on a rock and died from fall damage that occasionally happens. So we've got to be a little bit careful until we get the game a little, some more of those more painful bugs out. That's kind of one of the reasons we haven't been that worried about fixing that. It's because right now death is not that painful. But I agree, at some point we need to get death more painful and try to track down those bugs a little more seriously.
Also, and it's not fully tuned, but once skill decay is really hitting upon death, and when that gets triggered, that will be one of those things that people will take death more seriously. Now that max durability is in, your gear, getting killed over and over and getting max durability hits on death, that's also going to have definitely a monetary impact on death. So
I was asked by a couple of the more politically correct people in the community to request that you guys call it skill fading because it doesn't sound so painful when you fade a skill versus when you decay a skill.
just for that, I'm going to call it skill death.
I'll drop. Go ahead and reconnect.
Our party would make it painful to, basically PvP people would be contagious people who would infect everybody else with their PvP-ness. PvP-ness.
PvP-ness.
I said
PvP.
it.
TTP 8 hours?
Once the time.
Oh, we hit that way before.
Skill rot.
But anyways, the actual
Don't get skill rot on your PvP-ness.
The actual design for that is that
They're joined in, so it blocked you out.
Or a PvP
So,
non-PvP party can drop.
okay. So my mic and my camera off on the Google chat.
All right, I think we're gonna drop.
Yeah, okay.
Make room for more people.
Did we want to do a round of prizes real quick before we started the PvP tournament?
Sure, let's give out some prizes. It's another coin and some credits.
So the winner of the challenge coin is Badger. Now Badger can challenge people with his soda coin and challenge their soda skills and loyalty. And the winner of the $10 store bonus is White Rose. White spelled with a Y. White Rose has a $10 store bonus.
Cool. I'm actually going to go semi AFK in about 2 minutes here and push a little bit of RP introduction to this tournament. And if Beetle Bear could kind of take over the show during that time, that'd be great.
And I'm going to go semi-AFK at a moment as well, so Ken, if you want to take over and be Master of Ceremonies, I think you're the one of the last few port people left standing, at least for the next 15 minutes or so.
Hey, and who, by the way, is
Sounds
going
like
to
a
join
terrible
us
idea.
in the game? What devs? What devs are joining us?
Okay, guys, we're going to be watching this PvP tournament. We do need to be taking a seat. It should begin shortly. We have a chair that's out of reach. There it is. So it should begin very, very soon. I do need to open up the chat window for the Portalarium guys, so we can bring that back.
That'll be. You'll have plenty of us. Plenty of us.
I'm not going to do so hot at this full Master of Ceremonies thing, so if there's anyone else who would love to take over, you're welcome to.
Can you guys hear me? This is Beetle Bear.
Yes, I can.
Awesome. So, yeah, this is Beetle Bear, guys. I am from Ambushed Gamer, and I'm going to be hosting this hour of Shroud of the Avatar with Portalarium. We're going to have some PvP fights, and I think we're doing something special during this this time slot other than the PvP, but I'm not going to spill the beans just yet. You guys just got to stay tuned. So stay tuned for the PvP fights, just beginning anytime now, right?
You can spoil it, and the people in the game that aren't listening can wait until we get to that part of the script.
Okay. So, yeah, this is a little too exciting. I'm just going to watch the chat in here really quick. I don't want to give away too much too fast. But basically, we're going to be having some PvP fights, and we're going to be counting the pledges during that time. And the highest pledges will be choosing to fight a developer. So that means Starr, Lord British, whoever you want. Alternatively, you can, if you're the highest bidder and you don't want people to fight a developer if they're in the top 3, you can also use your pledge for that. And I think I got that right. Maybe, perhaps. So I'm not sure exactly how they're getting signups going, but I think it's going to be kind of like a free-for-all here. I'm going to try and capture as much of the action as I can. I was told that the PvP action would be happening on the shore, but I was also yelled at by some PvPers that wanted to kill me because I was getting too close to the shore. And there's Lord British running out into the water, going for a nice swim on this beautiful rainy night.
What's he doing out there?
He knows. I hope he sings some more songs. I missed out on a lot of the song singing. Get my stream going, so.
Oh, I wish it was an Oscar Mayer wiener. You mean that kind of song? That was what we were singing.
Exactly.
Or some old folk tunes.
What about while you're PvPing? Maybe like a Rainbow Connection or something like that.
Absolutely.
In your best Smeagol voice, how about that? I heard you did a killer Smeagol voice.
No, that was somebody else who was doing the Smeagol voice. I've never actually tried.
Well, maybe it's time to try.
All right. Our account specialist will figure the rest out.
On my way. With the proper PvP-ness.
Do we have Dallas on queue to verify pledges, anything like that?
We're working on something special.
So let's get those pledges in, guys. This is a super huge occasion. I mean, imagine this. Imagine it's 1999 or so. I can't really remember. And a certain somebody actually killed Lord British in a certain game. But imagine it's now 2015. And it happens again.
Well,
I don't know. He could defeat you, too. You could make history either way. Lord British defeats a player, or player defeats Lord British. You'll never know. But, yeah, let's get those pledges in, because this is a rare, one-of-a-kind, historical kind of opportunity that you can get in on.
I don't think I should be joining a party with you, Richard, should I?
Well, me and Burning Toad are in one now, just so we see each other. I don't think
Doesn't matter. You guys won't fight against each other. You're just going to be fighting the players. So as long as you don't party with any of the players that are in the tournament, you'll be okay.
Should I go sit down?
So the squared net issue, I'll say that because we just started it. Beetle Bear, for all your streamers that are listening, this is good information for them to understand if they don't understand already from previous releases. Essentially, every person that's moving inside the scene updates to the next person that's moving, that updates to the next person. So when we get about 50 people moving around, the frame rate's so bad that PvP isn't fun. So if you guys just go to a place and /sit, it'll really help the PvPers enjoy the combat a lot more.
Don't look crazy up here.
It'll maximize the PvP-ness.
That's right, guys. You heard it here. If you could just be still and not move at all,
What the heck I was doing when you started.
it'll actually help the game. I think the rain is helping, though. What do you guys think?
No, I won't see it.
This script right here has a bit of a zing in it, so pay attention, Richard.
All right.
It'll be there for reference.
So developers, you've been streaming practically all day. You've been drinking all day. Hopefully you got some food inside of you. How's the experience been so far doing a 12-hour marathon with all of that combined together in a blender?
Fantastic!
Yeah, you were a workhorse, Starr. I mean, you just keep going. When I saw you take that first shot of vodka, I thought you'd be done after an hour, but then it just kept happening over and over, and you still got a smile on your face.
Well, years ago I had my liver replaced by a piece of rock, and it works well. So there you go.
All right, guys. So we're about 4 minutes into the PvP tournament here, just getting things set up. Here's the deal. Get those pledges in, and we're going to pick the top 3 pledgees. Is that a word, pledgee?
Oh, yeah, that reminds me. I was supposed to tell Dallas that. Hold on.
There you go. Yeah, so Starr's going to check with Dallas on that, make sure that he's tabulating his results. But those top 3 pledges are going to be able to choose what developer they want to fight. We'll see how those battles go. But there's the potential to defeat Starr Long. There's the potential to defeat
right now, starting
now. So let's see some of those pledges come in, and we're going to be tabulating those pledges here in the back end, in the headquarters, and I will let you guys know who the winners are of that opportunity. So stay tuned. And
yeah. So starting now until 8:30.
You got 30 minutes, guys. Actually, you got 25 minutes to get those pledges in, or tell your friends who have always wanted to fight one of these developers about this rare occasion. So I think we're going to make some history here tonight. We'll see.
If I can chime in real quick, since I've got a pause in my script of what I'm saying, I want to be very clear that during this time I have requested Richard to turn off his superpower god modes for the 3 top pledgers only. During the rest of the tournament, Richard, I'm not going to ask to be killable, but all the other devs, please make sure you turn off all of your dev hacks. Sorry, Starr.
And just for the record, I have turned God mode off already, although at the moment my strength, dexterity, and intelligence are all set to 5,000, meaning I'm extraordinary. I should be effectively impossible to kill, although we don't really have a good way to test that theory. But for those final 3 battles, I will turn it down to something much more sane that makes it at least feasible that I would go down.
So in this time, if somebody kills Lord British in Shroud of the Avatar, I will give away a Founder Era Adventurer pledge to somebody on Beetle Bear stream on Twitch. So he'll be able to select somebody, and I will send them via their email a link that they can click to get an account. It's been sitting unclaimed for over a year on my account, so it'll be really easy.
So if you guys want to know where I am, because I'm not on twitch.tv/BeetleBear, you want to come to twitch.tv/AmbushedGamer. So I'll put that in the local chat here.
We're really close to starting. Andernut, do you want to give anything away before we get this tournament running?
Yes, I would love to give away a Cabinet of Virtue. Again, this is Lord Andernut. These cabinets were donated by a community member. I've got a 40-inch screen and Darkstar's face is right in the middle of it. I'm going to just change it so it's my own. There we go. So these cabinets were donated by Hazard, who would also like to, give a shout out to JT, Rustic Dragon, Joseph, Tajlog, the really cool Ultima fan that we all love. And this cabinet is going to someone in IRC, so I hope you are all logged into IRC still. And there are 3 cabinets left, but this one is going to Requiem of M.
How you doing, man?
I'll bet there's more to that name. Query. Requiem of Midgard. This is going to. So enjoy Requiem of Midgard, and I'll find you in the forums, I hope. Or you can find me. Congratulations. And that was the Cabinet of Honor, which kind of works, I think, with Midgard.
And we are getting an influx of viewers here in Ambush Gamer Central, and I just want to call out to you guys that I know you're here. I'm probably not going to say hello to every single one of you because we have this event going on, but hello to all of you, and Chuck is here. He's our next streamer coming up right after I'm done.
How you doing, man? Hi there. You're downstairs.
And I'd like to add that there are, after this, we still have a few cabinets left. We have the Cabinet of Spirituality, the Cabinet of Humility, and we've got the, what I will call the Lord British Cabinet of Order that will go out soon.
So guys, let's see those pledges come in. We have about, looks like 21 minutes left. It's the highest three pledges that will get to challenge a dev or prevent a dev from being challenged, depending on how much they donate. So get those pledges in, and make sure you get over here to where we're at in Vengeance.
And by the way, I just turned down, not only did I already turn my invulnerability off, but I now have turned down my attributes by 20%. And I will continue that downward migration as the evening goes on.
Very interesting. Wow. So you guys watching can see that we have many people here. I can't even imagine how many people are sitting here. It looks like quite possibly 100 or more. We also have the devs here, and that's Lord British.
I'm surprised. I'm going to interrupt real quick and throw this out on the stream. I am not seeing any players challenge developers right now. So those who signed up, there's 12 of you. I've actually got you live on a spreadsheet right now that you can follow along with the score. But any of you guys are able to challenge a dev. Ready, set, go.
Go now! Come on, guys! What are you waiting for?
Also, I should mention, I have a bunch of gear that I crafted, so a bunch of different weapons of different types that we can throw out for prizes for people coming out this evening.
And Starr, I presume that anybody that challenges you, win or lose, you would get one of those, correct?
Absolutely.
And I will do the same.
Do you have a good bow? I might need a better bow to fight with.
I don't think I have a bow. Hold on, let me see. That's the one thing I don't think I made. Oh, no, I do. Here. Where are you?
Job versus Darkstar.
Hold on, I gotta give Burning Toad something. Hold on.
You have 30 seconds to show up, and then you forfeit, and he gets the win.
Oh, get on that shore, you guys.
The forfeits actually cost you a point. So for people who have never been to this and didn't go to Soda Wiki to learn how this works, I'll give you the information. I kind of made this up. It's a really, really fast-paced tournament. Once it gets started, I tell the herald who they call up. I keep score. If you win, you get 2 points. If you tie, you get 1 point. If you lose, you get 1 point. If you forfeit, you lose a point. If you terrify somebody to make them forfeit, you gain a point. At the end, I power rank everybody and tell you who wins.
Oh, who am I fighting?
You're fighting Job, and as soon as Eternal Night says go, you're supposed to go.
Okay.
And they have to fight on the shore, right? Right next to the water?
Yes, they're supposed to be on the shore to make it to
Or
where the
down here?
streamers can actually watch them.
Down here?
You got it, Dark Star.
Okay.
All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Job versus Darkstar. Developer Darkstar.
Come on, Darkstar.
Yeah, this will be funny.
And Job from the Weeping Seven Guild. He's a tinkerer, according to his title.
Come on, Job. I mean, come on, Darkstar. Come on, everybody.
Use the torch. Here they go. Darkstar coming out strong. Going right for the offense. Some damage numbers being tinkled around, and Eternal Night just got wasted by accident. His corpse lays there, not quivering, not doing anything at all, as these two battle it out. Tinkerer is starting to lose more health than he's healing out. And we have Richard Garriott in the background cheering on somebody, but I can't make out what he's
I'll
saying.
lower my stats for the next fight.
Start high.
You were supposed to already be lowered, Starr, cheater, hacker.
Oh man, what a cheater.
I'll lower them right now.
Lower it mid-battle. You have it here, ladies and gentlemen. Darkstar is lowering his stats mid-battle so that his opponent might have a chance, as Eternal Knight's dead corpse just lays there.
Burning Toad, don't you want to kill your boss in the middle of the fight?
That wouldn't be fair. We'll give them some chance to lower their stats a little bit and see if someone can take them down.
That would be like
Okay,
picking
you're about to
someone
get
up
a
and
time
throwing them in
called, and
water.
whoever has the highest health wins. Just as a clarity, these are 2-minute timed matches.
Is it highest percentage health?
Your hit points are lower. Your hit point, you're going to lose this match, Darkstar.
Darkstar has 3,000 hit points remaining.
No,
It's
no,
percentages.
It's percentages.
Oh, okay, good. I think the Tinkerer is doing a fantastic job then.
Yeah, he is.
Focus on the fight, Darkstar. Focus on the fight.
Beautiful sunrise.
Oh, and the Tinkerer has recovered some health. Oh, but then he loses it right away. Both opponents staying on the shore for the most part. Now they're coming at me, and now they're back on the shore. Duking it out of the Avatar style. Don't forget those pledges, guys. We only have about 15 minutes left on that 30-minute timer. Get those pledges in.
All right, I'm going to call time, and I'm going to give Job the win because you cheated.
Hey.
So, executive decision, you're dealing with players versus dev cheaters, then the devs are going to lose. There you go. You get a point. You get a point. You're in second place, Starr. Don't worry. You're in second
Cheater
place.
should be a title in the game.
I know, dev cheater.
All right, I'm gonna lower my stats for the next one.
Yeah, okay, so up next we have Merrick and Atos. Chris, are you here?
He's not in the hangout, I don't think, but he's in game, I believe.
Where's the Tinkerer? His elemental is still attacking me.
He's right here next to me. Well,
That's really impressive.
yeah, the stands are amazing. This reminds me of the old days of Ultima Online. I hate to mention it over and over, but I mean, there was such a great community in that game based on everything that you're seeing in this same game, Shroud of the Avatar. And a lot of these people have been here all day long, hanging out, either in the IRC or in the stream or in the game itself, or all three of them. And let's not forget the devs who've actually been at work all day doing this to raise money for the game. Thank you, devs, for everything you've done.
Did anybody notice what Job was fighting with? I want to give him something similar.
You're the one that fought him. What did he kill you with?
Here.
So who's up next? Let's get them out on the shore because we're going to run out of time. We've got about
Clear
13
the other
minutes.
people from in front of the bleachers that are not fighters. And you're not your, of course, your hosts.
Sorry, guys. I'm getting notes with Eternal Night. We usually do a lot in chat with each other because of how hard this is to run. And I just pulled him into his TeamSpeak channel. That's why you saw me talking off the stream, is because we're trying to make this go faster. So sorry about that.
And guys, if you manage to kill Lord British tonight, if you're one of the top 3 pledgers during this 30-minute period, you will win a Founder Era Adventurer pledge if you kill Lord British during that fight, if you end up fighting him.
We'll do it by random draw if somebody kills, if that's okay with you.
It's okay with me as if it's okay with you guys.
Yeah, I like the idea because everybody inside of this is already, they already have a pledge. It gives somebody a chance that doesn't have a pledge to win one.
Right.
So, if that if that is an issue, I'm willing to throw up a benefactor adventurer pledge to the victor, but I'm going to throw the founder to a random draw.
No, I think that's amazing. You know, this game is built on a community, so if the community is pitching in to help somebody else who doesn't even have a high pledge level get, a little bit higher, that's great. I like that kind of spirit, and I think a lot of the players would agree with that too, just based on the spirit that I've seen here all day long and the spirit that I've seen in the game itself.
Atos is doing us well, doing us proud.
Are these guys fighting or are they tickling each other? Oh, they are fighting.
Atos, your stats are pretty high too. Yours are no lower than mine. Yes, they are. That's 900 health. That's what I had.
My gods. Looks like Atos is just toying around with Merrick, tickling him so badly that he's bleeding all over the place.
Tell Chris there's no
fire to lower my stats even more.
Tell Chris, no, that's up to you, Lord British. We've got you required to lower him later, but the rest of you guys, when I catch you guys doing these hack cheats, I'm just going to automatically give them the win because they are showing valor, and vengeance is based on valor, and their willingness to fight you when you can't be beat shows a virtue, and I will elect to reward that virtue.
That's awesome.
Oh, nice.
Very, very clever. And that was the second battle of the night, guys. We have about 10 more minutes exactly before we start making decisions.
Alright, it's time for me to go down, it looks like.
Come on, Burning Toad, you can do it.
You can do it, Burning Toad.
I'll see.
Did you lower your stats?
I never raised them that high.
He never raised them. His are
I got a heal spell just in case.
His are in human range.
So we have Lord Marshall versus Burning Toad, and Lord Marshall is from Pax et Veritas. Burning Toad's from Portalarium, that company that makes the game.
Alright, I'm going to have to stay away from him if I want a chance, I think.
Ooh, backwards bow for the win.
Oh yeah, who was in the last round? I want to give him a weapon.
And looks like Burning Toad is not suffering at all. Lord, we got Alcades, Lord Marshall Alcades, taking a little bit of damage, but not too much.
Alright, I'm going to see if I can summon
Burning Toad's doing great. Hang in there, Burning Toad.
Try to summon an ice elemental here, see if I can do it without him interrupting me. Alright.
Alright, that'll help too. Alright. Well, let's just hope he started on the aggressive stance.
Ooh, and Burning Toad starting to take a little bit of damage from Lord Marshall Alcades, or Alcades, I'm not sure if I'm saying that right.
Oh, Alcades was the one who wanted math earlier.
But still, Burning Toad, you're rocking it. Doing us proud as a dev team.
Is Wizard Smoke gonna be here?
We have not heard from him, so unfortunately.
I've got him on the list, and somebody just challenged him.
I think he's MIA, so I'll take his challenge if they're willing to let me substitute.
Okay.
And I lowered my stats a little bit.
Looks like Lord Marshal Alceres is doing a little bit of damage, burning Toad, but he's taking a lot more damage than he's dishing out.
Oh yeah, you're not taking into account.
Good use of that backwards bow. I don't know how that's possible, but it's insanely awesome.
He is really skillful with a backward-facing bow. Walking back.
And now the battle's going. We got 10 seconds left in the battle. Turning Toad down about 1/10 of his total health. Alceres down to about 45% of his health. Oh, and 30% now, I'd say. And this is the longest 10 seconds I've ever experienced.
He's not
There we
stopping.
go. Who's it going to be?
So in the last 20 minutes.
Ooh. Turning Toad is laying on the ground. Suddenly taking more damage.
I thought the fight was over.
And where's that timekeeper?
Now Alceres is going berserker into the crowd, attacking people randomly.
I'm
Which is like
2 in the last 20 minutes.
call it as I sees it.
Looking straight into the transaction.
Okay, he stopped berserking.
But yeah, looking at your query, it's not falling in the number that I got before.
And I'm trying to see who won that fight. I don't know if it was called out in the chat here.
Seems accurate.
And I don't know if
It was
anybody has.
called out as a tie. It wasn't called out as a clear win. Their health was too close.
Okay. So you have it here, guys. It was a tie. Their health was too close.
So I can actually, if you want me to stream right here, I'll do a screen share on how I do the scorekeeping for this because it's rather complicated, and I don't think there's a way we can make this any easier. But I've got a bunch of math in here that checks to see what's going on where, and I have these different columns, and then underneath I actually can power rank people automatically, make sure that I've done everything right. This will always be green. Okay, and I put everybody's names in. I give them marks for wins, losses, ties, terrifies, and withdrawals accordingly. And all the details on what everything counts for is on the Soda Wiki page. So,
Nice.
yeah.
All right, it looks like we have Lord British up against Korax Marek next. And Korax Marek is a Baron, and he's from OOV. So I think we're just waiting for the efficient to call that match to start. And we're going to see some Lord British versus Korax Marek up next. Looks like Korax is a polearm user and Lord British is a fiery sword user.
Who's on camera?
Nobody in the. Did you get my message about the shot? He's on the camera right there.
What?
Okay.
Oh.
Korax is dead in 1 second.
I'm doing mine. I gotta get back to my desk.
My vodka's in the freezer.
Oh, well, so sorry about that, but he did just run straight on into my well-prepared double, let's see, what is it, the double slash, so sorry, Korax.
Oh, man. Look at him just laying there with his hand out.
Just the frontal assault.
I think he's got one hand in his pocket. Maybe he was reaching for a white cloth to say peace.
But I would, as soon as you come back to life there, Korax, come see me. I would love to give you one of these weapons.
Oops. All right, cheers. We raised some more money. Woohoo!
We got one more shot to go to reach the $50,000 goal.
One more shot.
After this one.
Oh shoot! I'm supposed to be fighting.
Nice. So what did we raise during this last 26-minute period? Oh, I don't want to take damage here. We have Darkstar again versus Seamus McGuinness. Looks like Seamus is giving Darkstar kind of a hard time, giving him a little boo-boo to put a Band-Aid on later, and healing quite well. Wearing the signature red cloak, Testament package. And Seamus is from the Britannian Mining Company. Many of you might remember that guild from Ultima Online. Ooh, and looks like Darkstar has summoned a fire elemental. That can't be good for Seamus. Ooh, Seamus is on fire, his scorching flesh falling off. Quite a gruesome scene over here at the shores of vengeance. Hey, I like that, the shores of vengeance. On the shores of vengeance. PvP fights you wish you never missed. Oh, and it looks like Darkstar is going to be taking him down. Oh, but he's healing back up.
I'm almost out of focus, too.
Oh, and now he's dead with a swift smash to his face from Darkstar's hammer. It's hammer time, baby.
You should still get the win.
Good battle, good battle. And we have 2 minutes left on that 30 minutes that we were going to have PvP fights and have people pledging in, so...
Alright, now I'm going to do my shot.
Darkstar, did you say that he could get the win?
He should get the win.
All right, Rhinos versus Atos is next, and then Alicedes versus Burning Toad is after that.
Rhinos? Yeah, having these names on. Rhinos versus Atos. All right.
And, one of the complications we're having right now is that Eternal Knight is having a lot of performance issues on his computer because of how many people are here. So I usually levy on him to call all the matches and do the countdown timers, and he's having a really hard time even seeing people right now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he said people just don't show up. So, Rhinos, where are you?
Rhinos is on the shore right now.
Alcides.
Did he get past me and I didn't see him? That's great. He got past me and I didn't see him. Atos, can you come down here, sir? Chris?
Yeah, there's definitely more people here than when we started. Oh, there's Atos. He's playing around on the ship.
Yeah, he doesn't know. He doesn't know who he's fighting. So Rhinos is going to get a nice little jump on him here. I hope. Let's see if he's willing to actually take a shot because he's got a bow out, and we can see if Chris is using his god powers. Let's see here. He just took 3 damage. That's a little rough. He's not drawing a weapon yet. I think he's all dev buffed up.
Ooh.
Oh, 24. Okay,
24,
never mind.
yeah.
All right, all right.
It begins. Oh, Rhinos is taking.
Come on, get him.
You got it, Rhinos.
Disabling shot. Disabling shot. Keep him at range.
I really like seeing the archery system working well in this game too. Up, Atos coming up off the shore. That's a no-no, but not a disqualifier, I don't think, since it's happened several times. And Rhinos is taking some damage now. Atos is keeping himself healed. And Rhinos is about halfway down. He came out strong, but now he's suffering quite a bit. Hopefully he can restore that health.
We are getting really close to our timer, guys. So, what I'm doing dancing in front of you, sorry to mess up your stream, is I'm trying to see both their health bars, so when the time's up, I can know who to award the win to.
No problem.
I saw the word time. Is that meaning that time's up?
Yes, time's up on that match. I give them 2 minutes, then we go to the next one. So, Alice Seeds versus Burning Toad.
Alice Seeds versus Burning Toad out there on the shore.
I don't think they've stopped.
That's okay, we'll let him keep fighting. Who doesn't want to see a little extra blood?
They didn't hear the time
It's
call.
tough to watch chat.
Just watch blood. Chris is
Don't
like,
attack
I'm
me.
going to kill tonight.
Oh my god, he's going berserker.
Oh, heavens.
Oh man. Children of the berserkers. It won't stop.
That's great.
All right, we got Alcides and Burning Toad up next. As soon as they call
I
it,
think
they're
they're
gonna
both on the beach, if I'm not mistaken.
They are. Oh, and Alcides back with his flaming spear, or halberd.
And there's a chaotic countdown for you. If you guys have never seen one of those, they're pretty frequent in the Vengeance tournaments.
Burning Toad already has a chunk of meat taken out of his bones.
Yeah, I got hit early there.
Yeah, now he's
Can
just
heal it
trying to... Ooh, Alcides taking just about as much damage. Oh, and we have another opponent in here. Oh no, it's I got fooled by a mirror image. Look at that. There's a clone in here. Look at that,
Fortunately,
guy.
it's probably not going to fool him. Let's see if confusion works out.
I love that.
Fusion does not seem to be effective. Oh, he's going backwards. Maybe it was.
He could be going back to try and get a heal, or at least save
So-
himself a couple seconds.
I would like to describe Confusion for anybody that hasn't played this game yet. Confusion is a really cool spell that I haven't seen a lot of spells like this in any other game, where when you cast Confusion on your opponent, your WASD keys all get randomly swapped around. So instead of going forward, you might go to the left, and instead of going backwards, you might go forward, and so on and so forth. So it's a great crowd control that's chaotic and fun. I love trolling people with it.
I need to go use that one.
Yeah, I use it freely. Doubled with mirror
goes Happy
image
Rasa.
because it messes up because they're confused about their directions and they look down when they look up. There's two of you.
Alcides wins, and he had him down below half life too. It's
Wow.
amazing.
All right. Congratulations, Alcides.
That was great. And Burning Toad is
And
down.
I'm down. Good
Wow.
job. It's-
That was a good fight. I like
Well
that.
fought, though, Burning Toad. Well fought.
And here's our crowd again. Everybody say hi, Mom. Got a whole group of guys
So-
sitting here.
We have an interesting. Who fought Atos last time? RYNOS, Rhinos. We have an interesting situation here where we have a 6-way tie for second and third, fourth and fifth and sixth, and so on and so forth. We have a 6-way tie because of how few matches that we've been able to get in. We usually do 12 people capped and 6-on-6, and I let it go 12-on-6 because I wanted more players to get in. Those of you who were here and wanted to get in, you can see why I didn't take challenges from people off the list. Now we have a tie that I've got to solve at halftime. But before that, I'd like to hear back if you guys have the stats. Starr?
Have what's the stats? Hold on.
936.
Right. And WizKiz Iron Scrotum keeps yelling out that he wants to fight me, so I don't know if we're supposed to do that right now.
I will queue you up as
okay.
the first fight after halftime. How does that sound?
Okay, and it's a great name, so I gotta fight him. Hold on a second. Let me check. Do we have a top 3 pledgers?
Yeah, I've got the top 2. Working on the top 3.
Okay.
It's a tie for the top 2.
Okay, that's fine. We have got 3 slots. We're looking at the data. The data is being examined.
We have an analyst on that data.
Top men are looking at it.
The greatest minds in all of science and history.
Hey, Violation, is there like a cash chest or somebody I can dump a bunch of these weapons on to give out to people?
You actually have access to the guardhouse behind us here, and if you throw them in a chest there, I will line everybody up and just give them away at the end of the tournament if you want.
Right. So this row house back here?
Yeah, the row house should be able to walk into it. It's private. If not, I'll come give you access. And
I know I have. I can just set.
Oh.
I mean, no, I can't just.
I can just hack. I can just hack. It's okay. I'll just walk through your walls. I mean, I just bypass your permission. I'm Dark Star.
Yeah. I can't just walk into any player's home and do whatever I want whenever I want. Never. No, that's terrible.
By the way, a lot of you are probably getting invites from me, or for getting notifications that I've made you a friend. Feel free to do the same with my character. I actually enjoy not only being able to see everyone who's in the game when I log in, but I also want people to know that I'm in the game playing alongside them and get a chance to adventure with them. So do feel free to /add friend Lord Space British or right-click on me and select that. As I've been doing with as many of you as I can find that I have not already done it before in the past, which has been at least 20 or more people here just sitting here in the bleachers. So anyway, I'm good to know you. Thank you for playing, and thank you for cross-friending each other.
And that's amazing, because earlier I was just playing while I was watching your stream on YouTube, and I saw you run by me in game, and then I saw you in a little tiny window on the stream. So I kind of followed you, and then I caught up with you, and there's like a party going on over by Vengeance here. So I thought that was really cool.
Indeed, indeed. Although you and me were both mystified as to what party was going on, because they were all just kind of standing around the town.
Yeah, I don't know what that was.
Yeah, I think they were on a voice chat without us somewhere.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Do we have those top three, Starr?
Yes, just a second. That's Alchemister, Kelworth, Dalfort, and Minerva. If any of those people are here.
I know Alchemister, I know Minerva, and I didn't hear your other name.
Kelworth, Dalfort.
Can you type that out inside the side chat here so I can copy paste it?
Yes. Hold on just a second.
Dalfort.
So you know.
Oh yeah, LCD pointed out that friending Lord British is a Steam achievement. So that's another reason to do it.
Oh really? Yeah, I haven't gotten a single Steam achievement. I think I need to reinstall the game or something so that I start picking up some of that stuff.
I put the Kelworth name there. And you already have Minerva and Alchemister.
Okay, so Kelworth Dalfort, your name is not lighting up blue, so you are not here. If you are in IRC and you have somebody here you want to be your champion and fight for you, or you want to get here, you can pick any dev and get a fair toe-to-toe fight with that dev with all their God mode's powers off. So I'm going to be explaining that in game to the two that are here as well.
Sounds great. And there is a reward if Lord British is killed tonight during one of these battles. There is a Founder-era Adventurer pledge up for grabs to anyone who's been part of this. I don't know exactly how that giveaway is going to work, but that will be up for grabs if Lord British does die tonight. I personally don't want to see that happen, but some of you might. So now's your chance. And then there was a long silence as it was pondered.
And while people ponder that, I have downgraded my stats even further. I am now easily the most vulnerable I've ever been in the history of the game when we had the capability to protect me. So I'm still pretty darn butch. As butch as most of the other devs have been this night, but it does mean it's at least theoretically possible.
All right, exhibition match. Atos, come here. Atos.
Oh, here comes Atos. He's got you.
You've got twice my hit points, by the way. All right, let's go.
How do you know these got twice your hit points?
I can see his hit points.
Oh, people are fighting or something.
He's using the dev hacks where the GM client actually displays what hit points are there.
Ah.
I'm in the live stream.
So what's coming up on the next hour? Do we know who the streamer is? On the next hour? No, not on this channel. No, I don't think they're done after this. I think they have like 3 more hours.
I have more names queued up, but I want to get through these fights first.
To
So
answer your question, the next hour scheduled is music, radio, and
All
theater.
right, we have to stop. We're about to fight somebody for real.
Job versus Lord British. Lord British, are you out of your dev status?
Time for the
I am
last.
out of my.
big shot?
My God mode is turned off. I have
$50,000
very
shot?
high stats, but only 10% of what they were at the beginning of the evening.
Okay, wait. We have breaking news. We have breaking news. We just made our $50,000 goal, so everybody gets a nightmare mount for pledge $5.
$50,000 goal, Matt.
$50,000 goal, Matt.
Awesome,
Right
guys.
there. Cheers, everybody. Cheers.
Thank you to the community.
In one day, guys.
Unbelievable. Nightmare mount. Cluck. All right.
That's awesome. You guys are amazing.
All right, wait. Who's fighting now?
I wish I had some.
I'm confused.
I'm going to be fighting in a second.
I think it's Job versus Lord British coming
All
up
right.
next.
It is right now Job versus Lord British. It has started.
Oh, it's on.
I don't see Job fighting though.
Lord British scrambling for his swords. And Job is nearly dead with one little tiny scrape of the edge of the sword, and now he's running away. I think.
Did you just almost one-shot him with no dev abilities turned on, Lord British?
I said I have no God mode abilities whatsoever, but I said my strength, dex, and intelligence are still very high, but not nearly as high. They're only 10 or 20% as high as they were at the beginning of the evening.
Oh, so they're like 50 each?
Oh, they're higher than that. But
so 10% would be like 50, I think, right?
No, I started at 5,000.
Oh, 5,000. Oh, Lord.
So hang on. I'm gonna lower him down here again. Hang on. I'm gonna give it even more of a chance here. Now I'm down much lower. Although now that I'm being attacked, I can't take the time to fix it any further. But I've taken my strength now down into the hundreds, into the mere hundreds.
Hang on. I'm gonna tell them to stop the fight here.
It looks like they're dancing on the beach.
Yeah. We'll wait until they stop until we have you reset things.
Hang on. I'm working on it. Even while
It looks like we think 7 look like they're all going to be jumping you. If I can call this out, there are 3 Weeping 7 surrounding you right now.
That's all right.
And they're not stopping.
I'm going to come to his defense.
Do your thing until you get down to Job if you want. You are killable?
I am killable, unquestionably.
Then we'll kind of let this play for a second. I figured this might happen, so.
Whoa.
Hang on, I was already down. Two of my attributes were already set down lower, and now I'm gonna get the third one down. All right. So now I'm merely in the hundreds. So this is
okay.
Still,
here we go.
Pretty much
still high, but but come on, this is Lord British dudes.
Alchemister is actually one of the top 3 winners that's attacking you there.
Yeah, go ahead. Just have at them. They're far more than
Kill
one
them all,
v1ing
man.
right
It's like-
now.
It's like an action movie where he just kills everybody.
Here, Atos, I'm gonna go fight Lord British too, because chaos.
Oh!
Yeah, I'm trying to defend Lord British. Alright, Dark Star, I'm coming at you.
Oh man, don't kill me.
Wait, Burning Toad? Oh no, you do it. All right.
Wait, you're in my party. I must leave.
Oh, yeah.
Just to let you guys know, the queued up fight after this, Minerva has selected Spec to be her champion, and she wants Spec to fight Atos. So Chris and Spec will be toe-to-toe.
Chris and Spec.
Well, you'll see. That doesn't take a lot. I'm no longer one-shotting people, so you know.
That's what happens after this beach madness of everybody trying to kill Lord British is done. It's kind of funny.
Madness. It's turning into madness now.
It's unraveled a bit. At any point, Lord British, as a knight of your order, if you request me to, I can call some of my guards to aid you.
Thank you. I might need it, but we'll see how this goes.
Oh,
Dark Star. Thank you, Burning Toad, for being a good guy.
Yeah, I don't think Lord British is going down tonight, guys. I don't think you guys, the whole audience, I don't think the whole audience even has it in them, the collective
I
lot
think
of
it would have been a lot more possible if it would have been a one-on-one fight. I think he would have taken his skills a little bit lower, but due to this group fight, he's wise to have done what he did.
I'm noticing that I'm down to like 20% of my hit points there, right there. So you know, it does show that.
I have a very close range healing spell. I can help you out, but it must be very close.
There's dead bodies everywhere.
Burning Toad is like, I have a close range healing spell that heals for 10,000.
76, I think I just saw.
Oh man,
somebody back in the fray. Weren't you already killed?
All right, well, Lord British, in a true moment of chaos, I'm actually going to go ahead and just say, you know what? Let's get this founder account given away, and if everybody wants to jump the king, anybody that wants to have at him.
Alright.
Here they come.
Should I announce that in the game real quick?
Sure, I'll face every living soul on me.
Don't think I have heals for that.
Oh my god. This is just madness. They're trying to take Lord British down, guys.
And hang on, I'm just going to go up to the bleachers here and just start whacking people, just so some people are just not doing it.
I'm going to turn off names.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, names do cause you to lower latency. With everybody moving, frame rate's going to get really low, but you're not going to get this chance again.
Yeah, no, this is definitely awesome.
This is the whole like wandering through the battle, like trying to find the. I'm looking for you, British.
Wait, so this is why they always like wait around the two guys fighting in battles because they have latency, right?
Wait,
I don't think people realize that I'm here to kill them. I'm like killing people up in the bleachers right and left. Notice.
He's like, all these spectators up here that don't want to die, we're going to kill them off.
Oh my god.
Hey, Richard, does this mean that we've won over our Lord of Order to Chaos?
Well, you know, don't forget. In reality, these monikers that people keep applying, you know, seem to be, I think, a little bit of misjustified, or you know, a little backwards compared to the truth of.
A little bit. They're 100% backwards.
I love it. I have a net warning.
I'm interested in performance issues.
Oh my god, I said game crash imminent, and I started getting an unplugged icon in my client.
Yeah. So that unplug icon, that's why I have everybody sitting. If we do too many moving people at once.
Okay. I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna lower my attributes one more time here, standing in the corner.
Everybody stop moving!
You know, you have to have fewer zeros at the end when you lower them. Technically speaking, when you add zeros to the end of the number, it's a bigger number.
I know.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
By the way, am now at single-digit percentages of where I started this morning.
I cannot heal this.
And I just got murdered.
I'm trying. Oh god.
Enjoy the light show.
I believe Lord British has fallen.
Well, that's not what I see.
The confusion, I cannot tell.
I still see. Uh-oh, I'm going to fall, though. Uh-oh, I'm going to fall.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, I'm going down. Now I know where my limit is. Okay, I'm going down.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So what's going to happen? What is going to happen? Oh,
I have died.
Oh, that moment.
Man.
That moment.
I died. Now let me look back at the scroll back so I can figure out who did it.
Everybody needs to get a screenshot of that one.
Okay, hang on. I'm looking down here to...
You have it here, guys. Lord British died by the hands of players in Shroud of the Avatar. Many, many players.
Actually, the scroll back, I'm still getting...
Speedstar himself. Speedstar himself.
You think that's the one who did it? It's still scrolling
It
by
says
my...
in the combat log, Speedstar.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm pretty good at looking through a fast-scrolling combat log. I do this a lot.
They're about to kill me too. Oh, they got me.
All right. So, I will say that we don't have a ton of time left. So let's go ahead and get that Founder Era Adventure Pledge given away right now. And I need you to get me an email to send it to. However you want to work that out, somebody that's watching your Twitch stream, I'll be giving that Founder Era Adventure to right now.
All right, Mandy.
Lord British and be dead.
The keyword should be exclamation mark RIP LB.
By the way, I say Lord British was slain by WizKid Iron Scrotum.
Oh, really? I'm gonna have to.
I believe with these performance issues, there may be a variety of different chat logs going on here.
I was gonna say I'm gonna have to send you my screenshot because I get it awarded to somebody else.
Yeah, Iron Scrotum might have killed.
I grabbed a screenshot of this too, so.
I think we need to decide on who is the canon log keeper because it's going to be different in everyone's view.
Okay, well, I'm going to say it in a very harsh way here. I am your judge at this tournament. I will upload my log, and whatever my log has in it, I won't even go off the screenshot of the scrolling thing. I will upload my log to you guys, and you guys will be able to see what that is.
And if you guys want to get in on that Founder Pledge, you got to get into twitch.tv/ambushedgamer, and that's ambushed with a D, gamer, and we'll hold that open for, I guess, the next 6 minutes until my hour is done, and then we'll get that, whoever the winner is, we'll get that email address to Portalarium to give that prize out.
Oh, you know what's worse about having put my attributes this low is that I can't run because I'm too heavily overburdened.
So I'm going to go ahead and do this live so nobody can say that I edited it. So we're going to open up the chat logs here, and I am going to look through my chat logs, and I'm going to search for...
Oh, I just died again.
Has been slain, I believe, right?
Yep.
That was a great fight, Seamus. I saw you in there.
And I missed. It wasn't even the right person. So it is Korax Merrick's spinning attack. I'm highlighting it right now, so you can see it live on the stream. That's the log. I will upload this for memory's sake to SodaWiki, and you guys can put it wherever you want. But yeah, so Beetle Bear will get me the information for whoever wins that founder's account. There's still another fight to be had, though, if we can get to it.
Yeah, I made it back and then
people running back from the respawn point. I'm sure you're getting tons of updates.
Stress testing.
I will do my duty and sit still in the stands to improve performance.
And I'll go kill these scorpions that I summoned.
He's just summoned random scorpions. I didn't even notice them until you said it. Now I see him over there like hitting people.
Yeah, they're one shot killing people, so I've got to.
Oh, that's great. That's awesome.
There's People
Okay, get rid of
Star's like, I don't care who I kill. I'm just gonna have some Dark Star Corpians rolling around.
Scorpions. So those of you guys joining our channel and typing in other stuff, it's actually !RIPLB, and it seems like everybody's doing it all lowercase, so do it all lowercase and you should be good. And we're going to call that out right before I get off of the Google chat here.
I'm trying to find my way back into town, and I have
Sorry,
no
my cat has just decided to start eating my microphone on camera.
We got 32 entries in. Wow.
Man, I better not be crossing the streams with this live tables.
Everybody's trying to resurrect me, but I'm already alive. I keep getting messages.
There's about 10 people chasing the scorpion.
Yeah.
Since we have a little bit of silence, I want to thank the gang at Portalarium, all the devs, including everybody who was even featured on that first 30 minutes of the stream this morning when Darkstar was bringing them out. Thank all of you guys, not only for running this event, for making such a wonderful game, and allowing some of us to help host this event with you guys. It's been an amazing, fun time.
Thank you, absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah. Sorry it descended completely into chaos. But I'm not sorry.
We're in vengeance, and it's about freedom of choice. When I told them all to go get them, they could have ignored me. They chose to do it.
They probably had a harder time ignoring me coming up into the stands and backing up.
I have a question, Lord British. Will any of this go against our virtue rating once the game starts? Are you gonna look at your log and manually ding us for our virtue?
Oh, no. If there was an automated way to keep track of it over time, sure, I wouldn't wipe it if we could, but it'll be wiped.
Sweet.
Not to
All
worry.
right. So we get the fun and we don't get penalized. I'll take it. Hey, while we're waiting here, do you want to do another Hob cabinet giveaway?
I was just thinking that. How about Lum? Are you able to pull that?
Yeah, sure.
Randomly
Hang on
from
a
the
second.
chat room. That'll save me a step.
Abydos, ABYDOS, someone who is often quite vocal about PvP issues.
Well, what a good timing for that.
How appropriate.
So Abydos. So I'm just gonna say he won the cabinet of spirituality.
Ah, my favorite.
Great.
Congratulations.
And we're going to give away the Founder Era Adventurer Pledge now. I guess we'll count it down, 10 seconds, and then you can roll the dice there, Ambush Gamer, Mandy, and then you can take a screenshot of that and send that over to Violation.
Interesting. I now see lots of people with half bodies and floating heads and all kinds of errors now.
This happens after all of our FFAs. We get a lot of issues after deaths. So for those of you who haven't been to a Vengeance tournament, the way it works is we keep order until there's a champion. Once there's a champion, I do some sort of short sit down if you want to die, stand up if you want to live, run as fast as you can, it's FFA time, and then everybody dies. So at the end of all of our tournaments, there's usually free-for-all chaos. It's usually not in the middle, but...
Well, I was
we have
here
a
this
winner.
time, so it had to happen in the middle.
We have a winner of the Founder Era Adventurer Pledge, guys, and it is Pyre GW. So we will get your email address information.
Congratulations.
And everybody give a big clap to Pyre GW for that. All right, and we'll get that information over to you later, Violation.
Strange floating heads. Moonglow Faluka. I see you as a floating head.
Hey, is that LCs or am I attacking you, Violation?
See, but this is the first time that Lord British has seen these things as a first-time death in a public game like this.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah,
one of those who's ever been dead was jumping off of Starr's dirigible.
All right, guys. Well, we have another person coming on our channel, so I need to jump off here. I am hoping that the next person in line is ready to go, right? Oh, not okay. Well, either way, I know somebody else is coming on for the next hour. I think they're doing something with singing, or I'm not quite sure.
Music is next.
Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and say goodbye. I'm not part of this next segment, and we'll still be running some PvP madness here, most likely, but I'm going to head out of the stream. Have a good one, guys.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Great job.
Great job.
Thanks for having me on here for this hour, guys. I'm going to step out in just a second. I hope that you raise another 25K in the next couple hours, and I'll be watching, so I'll see you next time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to jump off so I can leave room.
Very good. Go ahead.
Holt, would you like me to come back in a bit and give away a cabinet during your segment?
Yeah, that'd be great. If well, I don't know if I'm the segment leader. Gina's here.
Oh yes. Well, whoever it is, Gina, may I come back in a bit?
Yes, we have room in this one.
Okay. Well, I'll stay around then. It's really cool sitting here and seeing Lord British and Fire Lotus and Lum and Darkstar on my screen. It's pretty cool. I really like it.
Name, job, bye.
Yes, I'm auditioning for the role of the Avatar.
Ah, very good. Yes, those are the three main things you need to be able to say. And yes, let me see. I'm afraid for those who've been watching here in the PvP beaches, I probably am going to leave the beach myself too, just so I can give full attention to the sound of music segment here coming up. So pardon me as I leave the game world.
And I will be leaving the hangout as well. Had a lot of fun in the PvP segment.
Oh, wow, you're quite great. And thank you for helping keep me alive as long as you did.
I tried. I was not able to overcome the damage. I'll have to get some better healing spells for should this ever descend into chaos again.
Ken very much has the virtue of humility in our office, but he is also one of the strongest PvP combatants in the company.
Yes,
Wait, that doesn't necessarily mean much, but I presume you're trying to say he's actually good.
This is true.
And Reese, I see you are you challenging anyone in particular, or are you blocking your face?
Oh, no, I was just blocking my face waiting for that to wrap up there. How's it going, everybody? Great to be here.
Excellent. Likewise.
Oh, music's such a good one.
So, Gina, who's hosting tonight? Is it you or Holt or some combination, or how's it? What's the role?
I know there were a couple of us.
Actually, we have a streamer hosting this segment.
Great.
I'm not sure if you can hear me, but it is the legendary Neurotoxin and Lolina who will be joining us, and they should be here any time now.
Well, I am the legendary Neurotoxin.
Excellent.
Been a long day, so I'm just working out the logistics of the stream right now. It should be up shortly.
How you doing, Lord British?
I'm doing very well, and yourself? We've had
Great.
I don't know if you've watched it all throughout the day, but we've had a great time here today already, and plenty of having fun times and fighting, and I even got killed the first time in the history of Shroud of the Avatar. I got killed today.
I was there. I zoned out right before the mayhem started.
Yeah, but it's funny too, though, that even though I died, everyone's stream is an independent stream right now, compared to the server, and so lots of people believe they killed me and have a written record of the fact that they killed me. So we'll just have to assume it's true that all these people did it.
Only the history books will truly know.
Exactly. To the whoever survives long enough to write
bards. The bards will say it.
The bards will.
Was that Iron Scrotum one of them? I thought
That's what my scroll back said, and I suppose if I'm the one that died, it ought to be, in my case, that would be least relevant to me. But others had different information.
So I've still been composing music, electronic music. Almost have an album ready.
Excellent. I've been seeing little bits and pieces of it. People have been tweeting it around, and
Yeah, I don't have to tweet it myself anymore.
Yeah?
And I've completed a novel, which is has been a year-long project.
Wow.
So that's why I'm kind of been out of the picture a little bit. It's pretty full time.
Hello?
Hey.
Oh, finally! Yay! It's my first time in a Google Hangout and nobody could hear me.
Ah, but now we can.
Oh, great. Awesome. This on the other screen. Are we streaming yet? Or...
Well, you're live on the Google Hangout broadcast through Portalarium, but I believe Reese is also trying to fire up a Twitch stream or some additional stream right now.
Actually, I'm sorry. We have more people here than actually got invitations because right now I can't get one of the hosts in and I can't get Amber Rain in. So if you did not RSVP and talk to me ahead of time, I need you to drop so we can get our invited guests in, and then I will free up space at the bottom of the hour, and we can cycle through some people. So, but we do definitely get our streamer host in.
And Gina, you could bump Scott or myself too, I'm guessing, if you need to.
Well, the problem is if I actually bump someone, it bans you from coming back in.
No, you, me or Scott could drop. Do you want? Who do you want?
I can't drop, or we'll lose the stream.
No. If I drop or Scott drops, that would not hurt you, I assume. So
Yes, we are reasonable people. We will leave.
Yeah, but we want you to be here, Lord British. You're fundamental in the music, especially the music.
All right.
He's an inspiration to us all.
Well, then, Gina, you have to verbally advise who those people are. I'm not sure everybody knows.
I'll drop out for the half an hour.
All right. Thank you, Royal Sexy.
See you, Royal. All right, my stream is up as well.
All right. All right, John. Reese, are you streaming too? Indeed. You are muted, it appears.
Yes, I am, but not to my viewers.
Amber, that's another really cool avatar. Wait, now you got what?
Wait,
you have a whole bunch of them there.
She's a shapeshifter, doppelganger. Get her.
Face rig. All right, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, we were talking about face rig earlier. It was this neat. That's what she's using to, and it imitates your facial features.
Yeah, I like it.
It's pretty cool. Alright, yeah, we are up. Just need to make a quick edit here to the text, and we'll be good.
Gina, are you fine with the board makeup, so to speak?
That would be a question for Neurotoxin. I'm sorry, Lena, is Neurotoxin able to get in?
I am Neurotoxin.
I don't...
Yes, Neurotoxin is in.
Okay, then we're good to go. It's all yours.
All right. One last little detail here. This is the end of summer wrap up here, right?
Indeed, it is.
Let's have fireworks, everybody.
Everybody's informed properly. Oh yeah, yeah, great time of year for fireworks here in SoCal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. All right, we are live. Folks are in chat. We've already got one OMG Lord British from one of our viewers. So anybody who wants to tune in, we are now live on twitch.tv/who's gaming now.
Do I need to put my channel too?
Yeah, why don't you put your channel out there too?
Absolutely.
I am live on twitch.tv/Revenant Gamer.
Awesome.
Should I put the link in chat or what? I don't know. First time ever doing a Google Hangout.
That's probably not a bad idea.
Okay. It's a convenient way for us to roll. Hey, and when you guys are all ready to go, if you'd like, I'll be happy to just kind of make an opening remark about the state of the game and the theory of music and sound effects that has kind of brought us all together. That'd be a good way to start.
Fantastic.
All right. Well, let me jump right in then. So first of all, for those who are just joining us here for this segment of the stream, what we like to do in development every time we all get together is to say thank you to all the people who have shown support starting from Kickstarter a couple of years ago up through today, this evening, for the people who are supporting the game. And we're of course you see a number of crowdfunded things these days. We are very fortunate to be one of the most strongly supported, even financially, entertainment products, computer games. But we think we've stumbled into a few things that have helped us emerge with a type of development and a quality of game that is at least unique in our history as a development team. The first part of that was developing very in the open. From the first day we had an operational avatar in the world, we have invited in all of the backers of this product to come in and play it and comment on it and kind of co-develop it with us to see and experience it. That it's helpful to us to get the people in to QA it, but it's also people commenting on the system early and often means instead of making a bunch of mistakes, we correct them quickly along the way. And so to optimize that, Starlong is one of the principals who's guided our team into monthly releases where we've released exactly on time every month now for 21 months. And since about a year ago, the servers have been live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and we have had zero unscheduled downtime, knock on wood, during the entire time that we've now been live. So much thanks to the team for that. But specifically what has brought us together in this kind of unusual way we've been developing a product is music, which is what we're here to talk about. And as I look back at the music that has been in not just Ultimas, I have a particular affinity or a particular knowledge of how those have gone, of course, but even in gaming in general, to me, at least I have an opinion about music that is a little different than the trend line has been through games, broadly speaking. For me, in the Ultima series, I look back at the music that Ken Arnold did for most of the middle Ultimas with a particularly strong affinity. They were simple three-voice tunes that had a very easy-to-understand melody that wasn't too repetitive. It was just repetitive enough to let you remember it, but didn't become something too obnoxious when you heard it over and over again in a game. And all had both a medieval feel in the simple sawtooth wave music we had in those early days. So much so that I can actually still remember a lot of those to this day. And in a lot of ways, while music in games has now become much more cinematic, I would describe it as. In other words, the soundtracks for games sound now a lot like the soundtracks for movies. And so musically, I think they're stunning. And as a separate CD, I often think they're stunning. But I think that in some cases, many of that has actually moved away from matching the play of the game as much as I believe that it did in either those middle Ultimas or in some other aspect of that era where the graphics and the music seem to match up to me more of the same ilk. And so when we started down the path of music, we faced the thing of, as a crowdfunded game, we faced the idea of like, well, we can go hire one of the big studios, big music production facilities, and try to make us some music. But I've been down that path the last 3 or 4 times in games, and I'm going, well, it's going to be more expensive than we can afford. And 2, I'm frankly not going to like the results, and so it's going to be both expensive and frustrating. Then we said, well, maybe we can save a bunch of money by going to some of these licensable existing music libraries, and we started data mining those for music that sounded okay, and we found some things that we weren't terribly unhappy with, but none of it that we sat down and said, wow, this is music that I'm really excited to have in this game and represents this game properly. And as I was talking about this with the general public, a lot of the people in the community said, hey, you're already doing crowdfunding of the game. We were doing some crowd-sourced art for the game. We were doing other things. So people said, hey, why don't we let us do some music? And I even think, a couple of you that are on the call there with me tonight were some of those people who first said, hey, use some of my stuff. I'm a composer, and I would, I may not be able to support you as financially as some others, but, here, try some of this music. And that first music that came across, often was quite good independent musically, it and still did not match what I was looking for in the game. Sometimes it was too modern of instrumentation. Sometimes it was the sonic environment was too much like it was in a music hall versus these little medieval ditties kind of played in an open field around a campfire that sort of felt like what I was really looking for. And so after I basically said thank you but no, thank you but no, thank you but no to tune after tune after tune that the community was proposing, finally it was actually Holt that came to me and said, Richard, as opposed to just telling us no, why don't you actually tell us what you're looking for and then give us a chance to actually do that? And I thought, that is an extremely reasonable request. Although I still had my doubts that would be successful. I wasn't sure I could communicate what I was interested in well enough. I wasn't sure that Holt and/or the rest of the community, could get together and really match however I was going to figure out a way to express this. And so what I sent to Holt is I pulled all the music out of Ultima and I said, here's the ones I like the best. Here's the ones I don't like. Here's why I like these. Here's why I don't like these. Here's some more modern music of games in general that sound great and won a bunch of awards, but is not what I'm looking for. Here's the things people have submitted and what I don't really care for them. I said, so if you think you and your community of the bards of the Poet Circle can figure out a way to fit this diagram, then good luck. But that would make me really happy if you do it. And y'all went, okay. Yeah, we'll see you in a few weeks, and went off and noodled and critiqued amongst yourselves. And I remember the first day that you brought back, I can't remember how many tunes you guys brought back up the first time. It was more than one, I think. Might have been 3-ish, 5-ish.
Yeah, the early stuff from Bremar R3.
But when you guys brought back, post that discussion, when you brought that first collection of music back, and said, okay, these have passed our muster. We've looked at it musically, compositionally. We've looked at the sonic environment, instrumentation. We've taken all those things to heart. Here's our first, go at it. What do you think? Give us, if you have any problems, give us your credit. I think you might have thought of round one of an opening salvo of debate and discussion, and literally every one of those pieces was perfect. And I remember I had, it's even giving me chills literally to describe it right now, because that's when I suddenly realized, what an amazingly powerful group you all are. How much I had, underestimated the power of the community, the organization of your team, your ability to critique and help each other to come up to a particular quality level. It was stunning. And as you know from the forum pages where we generally kind of banter back and forth, easily half the pieces you guys put in now, just get approved immediately, and the other half I have some minor comment that is just because I'm a stick in the mud and have some tiny little things that I really like to stick to, and you guys tune those up and turn them right in. Anyway, it's phenomenal, and it's grown ever since.
Let's not forget the spreadsheet you gave us really kicked it up.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, exactly. And so that was something too. We had to sit down and we'd say, okay, well, we built a Google Doc that basically said, here's not only every piece, but a pet name, a descriptive name for what it might be, and any other kind of fictional tiny tidbits you really need to have, and kind of the bounty we assigned to each one. And then you took that over and actually let people volunteer to take assignments, keep them as, tag them as assigned or work in progress or past first submission, etc. And it really became a clockwork process that, frankly, I was stunned. We went from, frankly, I was deeply saddened for not believing we had a path by which to get this game musically to where we wanted it, to suddenly that path was not only known but was quickly being fulfilled. And at this point, I don't know if we literally have every one of them on the spreadsheet now done, or I think we are, right? And we have a few left over still.
A few left over, a few payments left over, but essentially 80 tracks are on the approved page. I have a playlist of them. If you go to soundcloud.com/poetcircle, it's the first playlist that's in the spotlight, and you can just listen to all the tunes that are in game or that will be in game that have been composed and approved, including a couple of the Player Town ones that are coming up.
Anyway, it's truly phenomenal. And by the way, I do want to give a call out also to the last person who hopped on the call here. One of my new best friends, so to speak, Shooter Jennings, who we actually met through this game. I think we've at least I've known of him for most of my adult life, and apparently he's had some experience with our games as well. But it's been great to get to know you, and he's joined us and made a couple of phenomenal recent contributions as well, and have been a real.
I'm not the game itself, so I'm trying to constantly keep up with everybody else, but I love it. I had the song, but it was making too much noise. I had my Apple II Ultima 5 running.
All right, excellent, excellent.
I'm just happy to be here, man. All the music is really good.
But thanks to all of you, I know all of you well from your work on compositions and with Avatars Radio. And in fact, by the way, I know I spent that time talking specifically about music composition. I should also jump in there, Amber, and talk specifically about the radio as well. There's another one of these community-started efforts, where I can't remember if it was you personally or one of your agents, so to speak, where I first heard the idea of doing the avatarsradio.com, and of course we were all over saying that sounds like a great idea, and we were frankly honored anybody would think to do it, for the community, and so we just thought that was phenomenal, and someone else in the community then came up and said, well, hey, why don't we put an object down in the game that can stream that radio into the game, and fictionally we already had these Tesla-like towers that and some of the kobold weapons that you still haven't seen yet actually use need to be near a power source to operate. So we already had this kind of steampunky kind of, or clockpunk at least, kind of tech coming online. And we thought, we could do a radio that would be fictionally wouldn't be offensive. But by the way, we don't, we already have our to-do list of things to do that is past what we can ever accomplish. So we don't have to make the art. We don't have time to write the code. And so the community stepped up and said, that's all right. We already have an art pipeline, a community art pipeline. Let's just shove that into the community art pipeline. And we had never imagined having a community code pipeline. That was actually a line in the sand where we had assumed not only would nobody be up to it, but frankly we weren't sure we wanted it because it could represent a much more complex thing to make sure no bugs or backdoors or who knows what other tragedies could come in through code. But the community got together, wrote the primary code for it. Our guys used that as to port in. Did make a few modifications, make it sit into our environment properly. But ultimately, now the radio is one of the most popular things in the game. Not only for listening to for dance parties, but for simulcasting. All these PvP events like today, and the other day we were up on top of Darkstar's place. For the release party, the radio is just now an essential part of not just the community outside the game, but frankly, community bonding in the game, and that is 100% came from you all. We had as close to nothing to do with it as as is possible when we have to finally do all the integration, and we're just so thankful to you, Amber, and the rest of your team, all of whom I know. Royal Sexy, sorry you had to drop there, dude. But everyone who guest DJs for you, including Fire Lotus, just do phenomenal work and play for and with all of us. So thank you. So anyway, that was a very, very long preamble. So I'd like to hand it back over to either one of our streamers there who may have some questions or may want to take the session.
Well, there are actually a few things that you said there that really resonate with me. I've been following a lot of the trends of more open development being a viable way to go rather than everything being behind closed doors, and seeing some projects it shoots them in the foot because the expectations are far greater than what they can do. So out the door they say, we're going to promise this and can't do it. On the other hand, it works great when a project is being approached in a real reasonable way. So from day one you're not going to promise anything that absolutely isn't going to go in the game. So to that extent, what you said right at the beginning, I agree with. It's really boring to print "Hello World" to yourself. It's much better to be able to show other people what you've been working on. So even from the first Avatar and being able to show all of that off, that's huge. That is just a really big thing to be able to get people involved that early and be able to continue building and generating interest, including involving the community in getting all of the music together. That to me is just amazing, and I agree with you that yes, music is getting a lot more cinematic these days. I personally do listen to a lot of the old school chiptunes and stuff myself, so kind of a bit of a fan of the older stuff. But yeah, no, it's I definitely agree with things getting more cinematic. That also comes with a lot more things really being expressed by the music. The music sometimes can become a character of its own, or otherwise be the thing that explains what's going on, like leitmotifs from Wagnerian opera, or even going back an earlier reference, the seasons from Vivaldi's Four Seasons. Each one kind of is its own character in the context of the story being told. So the fact that the community's been able to jump in and put what the community's total combined hours and effort and experience into making the music for the game, it's just amazing. You just don't really see that at all these days. So the fact that not only is it being done here, but it's working incredibly well, and even to the point where, like you were saying, the Avatar radio was made by the community and put in the game, that's just fantastic. That's I'm really, really happy to see that and how well it's been going. So just off the bat, that's the first thoughts I had.
First thoughts from me were when I originally got into the game back when the streamer initiative was first starting up back in May. No, back in April. April or May. One of the things that really got me into the game, other than the immersiveness, that you could practically be in the game all day, and just, I don't know how many people may have heard of this anime, but it's called Sword Art Online. Literally, this game made me want to play it constantly. But when I first got into the game, one of the first things I noticed was the radio. And I came in thinking it's just playing like the songs of the game and stuff like that. But then all of a sudden I heard Backstreet Boys, and I was like, what? I was like, oh Jesus, this is good. I was starting to dance and just having fun, just randomly dancing in the game, just watching my character dance and talking with people, listening to music that I hadn't heard for years, and it just drew me more and more into the game. Eventually to asking Amber about becoming a DJ.
Yeah, and I concur with all that, and I have a couple more. What's interesting is music and sound, the audio environment in general has become such a central part of the game that's been growing in focus here recently. For a while we were only doing the music stuff, but as you guys probably know too, the place in the game that's probably the weakest right now is sound effects, and we now have some people helping out with sound effects, and we've applied some internal people on working on sound effects as well. But there is another area that Fiowen has joined us here to lobby for and talk about too, which is even if you go back to the Ultima 5, the one Shooter had up on his screen, and I think it's an Ultima 5 where Ultima's first started. I was really pushing on the development team to say, look, if we put a prop down as a decoration in the world, it needs to operate. And so, and everything in the world should operate the way you expect it. So at first we had tables and chairs and flower pots and bowls and cups, and I said, well, then you have to be able to drink something out of the cup first of all, so fill it and drink it, empty it and refill it. And then somebody put a decoration of a piano, and we said, well, or it was actually a harpsichord. If there's a harpsichord in the game, then I want you to sit down and play it. And once you have things, and so when you used it, you can then play, a 10, just more than an octave, 10 digits that you could play little notes on the harpsichord. And I said, the nice thing to do after you make everything usable is you make sure that using it is important and relevant, at least at one point in the game. And so in Ultima 5, there's a piece of medieval sheet music written in the instruction manual that's the piece Stones, written by Yolo, and you're told that that's Lord British's favorite piece. You're also told somewhere else that Lord British has a hidden chamber in his private chambers that can be opened only with some hearing if a certain piece of music is being played. And so if you play the piece Stones on that harpsichord, a secret door opens up and you get the sandalwood box. And so playing musical instruments in the game kind of goes back at least to Ultima 5, and we want to really support it in this game too. And so we've been looking at the type of music system that is, at least to my knowledge, generally called ABC music, to try to find a way to get that brought over into the game to where not only can you sit down and play the piano that's already in the game, which you can't yet play, but to where you can synchronize that playing with everybody else. So it's not so that the internet lag between everybody's machines doesn't destroy the music, but rather lets one person play a harpsichord, one person play a lute, flute, and whatever else we put in the game over time to let you compose real time together. I don't know if you want to say something about that, Fuan.
Well, I have been looking forward to the music system being implemented, and I know a lot of the people from Lord of the Rings who are going to migrate over here, they're chomping at the bit. And I don't know if this is the right place to do this, and if it's not, that's cool, but I have 4 basic questions that is hot and heavy on their minds. I don't know if you're ready to address those, if I should ask them.
Fire away. I mean, we'll give you the answer we can.
Well, the first question, the current plan that we know so far is to introduce the music system in Release 22, and they really want to know, is it still the case? Is it going to happen for sure this time, or is it going to be pushed back again? So that's question 1.
Sure, no, and I'm happy to take that question. And you have to understand on that front that is every time, one of the things I watch every morning is when Starr goes into the Jira pile, which has not only our bugs but all our to-do lists, and he decides which things can't make it and how to push them. And then the rest of the team, including me, sit down and go, "Oh, Starr, you can't push that one. That's the one we've been waiting on for this long. And if you push it, you better make it even more critical priority next month. So you can't push it from the next month. Push something else." And Starr goes, "Well, okay, but here, by the way, we have 3 pegs to put into one hole. What's your answer?" And every time he does the redistribution, we think that we've got holes for all the pegs. After that one, down the road kicking the can. But of course, when you get there, you find 5 other things that you hadn't thought of before, where you're going like, PvP isn't working, or there's some other aspect of the game that just really has to be fixed. It's a bug that has to be plugged, and then ends up pushing some other things. And I see Starr has rejoined us to help me out of this particular box, since he hears me talking about the realities of pushing things. Starr, do you want to comment on R22?
R22? What about R22?
Oh, you just came back randomly. I thought you were coming back as I was being asked about the ABC music and what's the probability it stays in R22.
What stays in?
The ABC music.
Oh, I think it's good.
Yeah, I was much more confident than that.
I think we should be fine. I mean, it's probably going to be probably only going to be a couple of instruments, probably lute and piano, but we think it's doable. We have a meeting on Wednesday.
Okay, well that leads into the second question that they have, which is how close are you to finalizing exactly what instruments will be playable other than the lute and the piano?
Definitely a drum, a timbre drum, and like a flute.
Okay, that's good. They're gonna like that. Okay, so
And by
moving
the way,
on.
over time we'll add more. Once we have the system in, it'll be possible to continue to add.
Okay, so number 3 on their hit parade. Will there be a way for players to get the instrument samples in order to create programs for transcribers comparable to Maestro and the ABC player for Lotro? And I know that we do have an ABC player that I forget the name of the player who did it, but I know that somebody has worked on that. But Maestro is a separate program that helps convert the actual ABC files into something playable for the game. So that's their third question.
I have no idea.
Starr. I don't have an answer for that one, and
okay.
the programmer who could answer that is
unconscious.
Probably embedded.
Well, obviously, without the sample, people who are able to do those kind of programs won't be able to, without those music samples. So, okay.
There's someone in our guild, Fuin, Iniko, and she has a framework that addressed that issue. There's a big thread on it somewhere on the forums. I don't know exactly
Iniko,
where.
that's the one.
Yeah, she can easily be gotten in touch with over Twitter.
Okay. All right, then the last question is, Lotro uses the Lua plugins. Will Soda utilize Lua? And if yes, will players be allowed to make music plugins that work with Soda in a similar way that plugins work for Lotro?
Oh, good. I can put Chris on the spot for that, since I have no idea what
Lua is. I don't know either. I just know that that's what we use.
So Chris, the question is specifically about plugins for the music.
Mm-hmm.
Assuming we're still using ABC Core